Note: this book is part of a series, and the characters intersect. Rejoice, for Yihan and Lin Qingwan have both achieved the sacred union of nascent soul cultivation. This marks not only an extraordinary event of this century, but indeed the first instance ever to be officially recorded in history. It is also the first occasion for all of humanity to witness the momentous spectacle of ascension. In light of this unprecedented event, a grand ceremony was organized by national authorities in collaboration with various immortal cultivation sects. The ceremony spanned 3 days and 2 nights. Naturally, the trivialities of feasting and revelry were far beneath the dignified nature of cultivators, who instead engaged in profound discussions on the art of cultivation. Thus, the newly ascended luminaries, Yihan and Lin Qingwan, found themselves answering an array of inquiries and engaging in philosophical debates with esteemed Golden Core predecessors from various sects. What was initially intended to be a onady event extended into 3, as the multitude of questions proved overwhelming. By the 3rd evening, while Lin Qingwan and Yihan were deep in discourse, they suddenly lifted their gazes. A hush fell over the assembly as everyone turned their eyes skyward, where a radiant pillar of light pierced the night sky. Though it was located far to the southwest from their current position at Yimen, it felt as though the light was within arm's reach. In that moment, they understood that the time had come. Lin Qingwan surveyed the gathered crowd below and was suddenly enveloped by a wave of melancholy. She exchanged a glance with Yihan, and together they rose, bowing respectfully to the venerable elders and juniors below, as well as to the multitude of viewers beyond the lens. As the two exchanged a final bow, Master Mo of the Yimen felt a tinge of sorrow within. He and Minister Su from the management department each presented a small urn of earth to them, saying, "Go now, we shall take care of your family." Yihan accepted the small urn from Master Mo, caressing it gently before storing it in his spatial realm, responding with a nod. Lin Qingwan received her urn from Minister Su, forcing a smile as her gaze swept over her relatives nearby. She bowed once more to them before turning to leave alongside Yihan. Yihan's mother, Xianxia, could not help but take a few steps after them, while Lin Qingwan's younger brother, Lin Qingjun, moved forward as well, though he remained silent, watching as they departed in the blink of an eye. A number of items were left behind in the vicinity, evidently abandoned by those who had disregarded warnings to explore this area over the past few days. Among them were both domestic and international individuals, with the latter in the majority, yet it was clear that none had returned with any rewards. All machinery, including aerial surveillance drones, ceased to function as they approached the light column, as if affected by an anomalous magnetic field. Just days prior, a foreign individual had navigated a helicopter through numerous obstacles to reach this location, seemingly intent on breaching the light column. Regrettably, as his helicopter neared the column, it lost balance and crashed to the ground. At that moment, an electronic eye captured the scene from a distance, serving as a warning to those daring enough to venture here from both home and abroad. Thus, when they arrived today, not a soul was present. Lin Qingwan and Yihan exchanged a glance, sharing a slight smile as they intertwined their fingers and prepared to advance. Suddenly, several voices called out from behind, echoing, "Wait a moment." Su Xian set off when Lin Qingwan and Yihan stood up. He did not anticipate arriving so much later than them. It seems that the Golden Core stage indeed lags considerably behind the Nascent Soul stage. He patted his chest and lamented, "Why did you ascend so swiftly? Didn't you take a moment to admire the magnificent landscapes?" He hurried to catch up, fearing he might fall behind. Upon seeing the trio of spirits, Lin Qingwan and Yihan were rather moved. "Why did you come all the way here to see us off?" Su Xian, one of their good friends, differed slightly from them. While they were righteous cultivators, he was the leader of the heavenly evil sect, thus considered a villain, though he had not had the opportunity to engage in any villainous deeds in recent years. Lin Qingwan and Yihan believed their guidance had been quite effective. As for the 3 spirits, Jingfen, Mingyue, and Beitongthi were friends they had rescued from an ancient tomb. They were pleasantly surprised that the spirits had specifically chased after them from the ceremony of conception. Xian cleared his throat and rummaged through his spatial pouch, producing a clean piece of cloth. Observing the three spirits, he suspected they shared his intent and inquired, "Would you like some? I can spare a bit for you." Mingyue and Beitong were still puzzled, but Qingfeng nodded eagerly, "Yes, please." With a swift motion, Xian divided the cloth into 4 equal parts and then turned to scoop up some earth from the mountainside. Upon seeing this, Mingyue and Beitong understood and crouched down to gather soil as well. They collected a considerable amount before bundling the cloth and finding a clean container to store it. Lin Qingwan stared in astonishment. "You traveled all this way just to deliver us a bag of hometown soil?" "Not at all," Xian replied, carefully placing the container into his spatial storage. "This is meant for ourselves." Lin Qingwan's expression darkened, and Ihan could not help but change his countenance as he said sternly, "Do not jest." Xian spoke earnestly, "I am serious. Had I known you 600 years earlier, perhaps I would not have created this technique, nor would I have practiced it." Xian is the longest-lived individual in the realm of cultivation, owing to a unique technique he mastered. Unless he were dismembered before the technique's reset, he would not meet death. Before Lin Qingwan's new technique emerged, who did not envy him? But that envy has faded with the advent of a new cultivation method. Even though the spiritual energy in the world remains thin, the presence of sunlight significantly accelerates everyone's cultivation speed, especially with so many practitioners now. Conversely, Xian's former advantage has transformed into a disadvantage. In another 25 to 26 years, Xian will once again enter seclusion, having reached the 3rd layer of the golden core stage. Upon rebirth, he will directly attain the golden core, but 50 years later, he will face rebirth once more, leading to another decline in his cultivation. Such repetition was once a source of pride, but now it has become a torment. Xian gazed intently at the two, stating, "I am resolute in my decision to venture forth. If you are indeed friends, lend me your assistance." Lin Qingwan looked at him and replied, "You're not ascending in the usual manner, accompanying us upward. No one knows what may transpire. What if you perish? I have long feared death, which is why I practice this art. Yet, having lived for over 6 centuries, I have had enough of life. I would never treat my existence lightly." Han inquired, "What about the heavenly evil sect?" Xian smiled, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. "I have divided my essence into 3 parts, one entrusted to Zhu Dan, another to my disciple Hu Kai, and the last bestowed upon the management department." "How grand a gift is that?" "The management department is where Lin Qingwan works, and as a former successor, this gesture was clearly intended for her. He plans to unleash chaos, a chaos of monumental proportions." The two exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qingwan stated, "You must think this through. Rest assured, all you need to do is help me ascend. If I meet my demise there, it is merely fate." Upon hearing this, Han gritted his teeth. This was nothing short of coercion. Though Qingwan often found herself in precarious situations, who could deny her loyalty? Over the decades, their relationships had flourished, and Xian had provided them with ample assistance. They could not simply stand by and watch him perish. It was uncertain whether the heavenly Tao would grant them leniency. No, it was uncertain whether the heavenly Tao would show any favor to Lin Qingwan. Lin Qingwan then turned her attention to the 3 ghostly cultivators. Before she could speak, Qingfeng chimed in with a smile. "I recall that you owe us a substantial favor. You once promised to fulfill a request, provided it does not contravene the law or morality. Assisting us in our departure should certainly meet those criteria. Wouldn't you agree?" Lin Qingwan regarded them thoughtfully. Bai Tong grinned widely. "Sister Qingwan, rest assured, we would never place you in a difficult position. Look, we have even prepared everything." Having spoken, he retrieved the soul-nourishing vine, smiling as he said, "This soul-nourishing vine has been our companion for over a millennium, entwined with us in a profound bond. We shall reside within it. You merely need to carry the vine." Lin Qingwan blinked and inquired, "Wasn't this thing burned?" "Oh, it inadvertently revived. Lin Qingwan rubbed her forehead, conceding that this was not a challenge for Qingfeng and the others. But what about Su Xian? Surely, he could not hide within the space like a living person? Su Xian took a step back and declared, "Do not look at me. Even if I were to perish this instant, I would not immediately transform into a ghostly cultivator, nor could I find a suitable soul-nourishing vine. Most importantly, I have no desire to become a ghost." Qingfeng cast a languid glance at him and remarked, "Even if you wished it, it may not be within your reach." Everyone turned their attention to Han and Lin Qingwan. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qingwan stated, "Time is of the essence." Indeed, it was running short. The heavenly Tao was repelling them. Qingfeng and the others each handed the soul-nourishing vine to the two individuals before entering the vines themselves. Lin Qingwan and Han secured their belongings and turned to Su Xian. Su Xian glanced at the expanse of mountains and rivers, now cloaked in night, yet he could still discern the undulating peaks. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his robe and knelt, offering 3 bows to the heavens and earth. Lin Qingwan and Han paused momentarily before they too knelt and bowed thrice, bidding farewell and hoping that the heavens, specifically the heavenly Tao, might bless them. Each took hold of Su Xian's arm, and together, propelled by the force of repulsion, they soared into the sky. The radiant column enveloped them, and just as the 3 were about to touch the opened barrier, Su Xian felt a force of descent, accompanied by an increasingly oppressive pressure. His complexion gradually turned pale. Had it not been for Han and Lin Qingwan holding onto him, he would have been crushed to the ground by the weight of the Tao of Heaven. Seeing his distress, Lin Qingwan and Han could not refrain from employing their spiritual energy to shield him. Su Xian's eyes began to glow with a crimson hue as he caught sight of the barrier within arm's reach. He could not help but stretch forth his fingers, desperately grasping the already opened breach in the barrier. Instantly, the pressure upon him lightened, and the 3 of them swiftly surged forth, almost as if they had been ejected by the Tao of Heaven itself. Then, the breach sealed behind them. This realm was not shrouded in darkness. A beam of light guided their path, yet the winds howled fiercely around them. Han and Lin Qingwan swayed in midair, and Su Xian, entirely closing his eyes, sought refuge beneath Lin Qingwan's star disk to evade the onslaught of the slicing winds. Following the guiding light, they advanced, with Su Xian struggling against the pressure and the relentless winds. Han and Lin Qingwan endeavored to protect him, inadvertently neglecting their own safety. By the time they finally beheld the barrier of another world, both were visibly fatigued and bore wounds. With a pale face, Su Xian urged, "We must hurry. We cannot endure much longer." They sensed a force of repulsion, uncertain whether it stemmed from Su Xian's presence or their own alien status in this world. Nevertheless, the couple clasped hands and together broke through the barrier, descending into the unknown, only to find themselves surrounded by a throng of people below. The onlookers witnessed 2 individuals plummet and instinctively recoiled. However, these 2 did not fall. Instead, they landed gracefully. Han and Lin Qingwan focused their gaze and soon discerned Su Xian sprawled on the ground, having created a small crater upon impact. Alarmed, they hurried over to him, only to find that he had merely fainted and sustained no serious injuries, which brought them a sigh of relief. Turning their attention back to the spectators, they noticed their traditional garb, prompting a moment of silence. Was this the realm of cultivation? Chapter 2. The Ascension Feast. Su Xian coughed, struggling to rise from the ground. Upon seeing Han, he spat out the mud from his mouth and inquired, "Could you not have given me a heads up before you stuffed me?" The luminous columns behind the 2 had gradually faded, and the onlookers realized that these 3 were the individuals who had ascended from the small world. However, their cultivation. At that moment, someone stepped forward and asked, "May I inquire which of the 3 is the ascendant?" Han and Lin Qingwan exchanged a glance, supporting Su Xian as they replied, "All 3 of us have ascended." A bystander couldn't help but snicker, having never heard of anyone ascending together, especially when one among them was a golden core. "Surely, It could not be that two of you are spirit beasts who have signed a life and death contract with their master, could it? According to the universally accepted rules of the cultivation world, only spirit beasts bound by a life and death contract could slumber within a spirit beast pouch while ascending alongside their master. Even contracted servants were not permitted to do so. The cultivation realm had never witnessed more than one ascendant appearing simultaneously. The crowd pressed closer to the trio. Lin Qingwan asserted, "We are fated companions recognized by the heavenly Tao, advancing together, facing tribulations together, and naturally ascending together." The trio remained silent, yet they questioned, "And who might you be? Why should we disclose our identities to you?" Lin Qingwan's tone was somewhat brusque. It was evident that all present were at the nascent soul stage, yet none possessed a cultivation level lower than hers. Xian coughed blood. Leaning against Yihan to recuperate. While regaining his strength, he remarked, "Fool. Can't you see? They are merely here for the spectacle. This is the ascension platform." The injuries sustained by Xian were considerable. Although the celestial laws of Earth had posed a challenge for him, his wounds were not grave. The true peril lay in his attempt to traverse the barrier here. Ultimately, he had not gained the approval of the celestial laws in this realm, which resulted in severe repulsion upon contact with the barrier, leaving him gravely injured. The others, hearing Xian's ungracious remarks, felt a twinge of anger. However, given that he was a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, capable of ascending alongside two nascent soul practitioners, none dared to provoke him, uncertain of his true capabilities. The leader soon chuckled, softening his tone. "Friends, please do not misunderstand. This is the Ascension platform, and we're here to welcome you." Lin Qingwan and Yihan remained skeptical. They found themselves in a completely unfamiliar world, devoid of any prior knowledge. The leader presented a jade slip to Yihan, stating, "Those who have ascended must first register and pay the entry fee." Yihan accepted the slip, inquiring, "What is the entry fee?" "It is the cost of entering this world. As ascendants, you must register, and an identity jade token will be created. Subsequently, the Cultivators Alliance will announce your presence to the world, informing all of the addition of 3 ascendants." Yihan pressed further. "How much is it?" 10 high-grade spirit stones." A silence enveloped the 3. Observing their lack of response, the leader raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Is there something else troubling you?" Although they possessed spirit stones, they were primarily of low and medium grades, with Yihan and Lin Qingwan sharing a glance, each bowing their heads to look at Xian, who only had 3 medium-grade stones. Xian immediately closed his eyes, seemingly feeble as he leaned against Yihan. Yihan felt an overwhelming urge to cast him aside. Lin Qingwan interjected, asking, "May I inquire about the names of the esteemed friends?" The leader, harboring suspicion, scrutinized them for a moment before responding, "I am Xiaoda." The individual standing to his left and slightly behind added, "I am Xian." The one on his right echoed, "I am Sunseng," with a smile gracing her face. Lin Qingwan inquired, "Are you 3 here on official business?" "Indeed, we are all members of the Cultivators Alliance. Please proceed with your registration," Xiaoda remarked, presenting the jade slip once more towards Yihan. Yihan accepted it, yet instead of entering information, he posed a question. "Might I ask if you possess any identification documents? We would like to take a look." Xiaoda frowned in displeasure, retorting, "What? Do you suspect us of being imposters?" "Humph. We are cultivators of the nascent soul stage, hailing from the great world. Is it necessary for us to deceive you here at the Ascension platform?" Yihan replied with a smile, "Xiaoda, you misunderstand. This is merely my habit, and as newcomers, we wish to exercise caution. Pray, do you not possess identification documents?" Zhao Da's imposing aura intensified, his gaze icy as he addressed the trio. "Is this how your sect instructs you to converse with your seniors? This place is not your small world, where one can ascend merely upon reaching the nascent soul stage. This is the upper realm, where nascent soul cultivators abound." At that moment, Xian, leaning against Yihan's shoulder, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back as he completely lost consciousness, effectively silencing Zhao Da's unfinished words. Yihan and Lin Qingwan were taken aback, both supporting him as they exclaimed, Old Su, are you all right? Lin Qingwan quickly added, Daoist Zhao, please do not take offense. We mean no harm. It's just that our friend is gravely injured, and we are unsure if there's a nearby place where we might rest for a while. Having studied Su Xian, Yihan was about to depart when Qian and Sun Sang stepped forward, blocking their path. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. They were no match for the opponents. Not only had they just ascended, expending nearly all their spiritual energy, but the other party consisted of 3 nascent souls, and the onlookers nearby were predominantly golden cores. Who could ascertain whether they were allies? Thus, Lin Qingwan appeared pained as she produced a jade pendant. Daoist Zhao, we come from a rather desolate small world, devoid of resources. I have hardly encountered even a medium-grade spirit stone, let alone a superior one. Therefore, I am uncertain if I can offer anything of value.
I do possess a special artifact.
Zhao De cast a disdainful glance at the low-quality jade, inquiring, how large is it? Well, the units differ, so I am unsure how to convey its size. Perhaps you might take a look? It is about this large, she gestured, indicating a substantial area. Everyone's hearts raced to her words, and a few individuals behind them could not help but step forward. Zhao De was momentarily taken aback, then cast a warning glance at the others before accepting the jade pendant to examine it. Observing the spatial dimensions, he raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping across them with the intensity of lightning. This one is hardly sufficient. Lin Qing, having been attentive to their expressions, realized its considerable value. She lamented, Senior Zhao, this is the most valuable item we possess. Beyond this, we only have our personal spatial artifacts, which are far inferior. Yihan added, this was intended as our offering for apprenticeship, as we've heard of the many grand sects and esteemed seniors in the upper realm.
Yihan post, tuning to Lin King.
You shouldn't have revealed it. 10 superior-grade spirit stones are a mere debt to be repaid. Now that it's gone, where shall we find another such offering? Chapter 3. Escape. Lin Qing retorted, pointing to Su Xian in his arms. Wasn't he severely injured and in need of rest and healing? Now you blame me for offering our apprenticeship gift, but had I not, you would have blamed me for not saving him. You two are close, so I'm the villain. These words. Yihan paused, his face twitching before he composed himself. Don't speak nonsense. Su and I are brothers. Mutual care is only natural. The others focused on Yihan and Su Xian, noticing Su Xian limp in Yihan's embrace. It dawned on them why the 3 ascended together. Sympathetic gazes turned to Lin Qing, wondering how a nascent soul female cultivator could live so humbly. However, is the celestial order of their small world truly so peculiar? How could a partner, recognized by him, be so fickle? Shouldn't a distraction invoke a bolt of heavenly thunder upon the errant? Lin Qingwan let out a soft huff and turned her head away. Zhao De was uncertain whether to believe it or not. In any case, he accepted the jade pendant and said, very well, you may register first and leave a trace of spiritual energy. Once we have prepared your identity documents, we shall deliver them to you. Lin Qingwan replied with a smile, there's no need for you to send them. I believe the Cultivators Alliance has a branch nearby.
We shall retrieve them ourselves.
She snatched the jade slip from Yihan's hand and quickly inscribed her information upon it. Then she inquired, might I ask which direction the nearest city lies? My friend needs to find a place to recuperate swiftly. Zhao De pointed in a direction and chuckled. The closest is Dawn City, which is still a 2-hour journey away. I suggest you find a nearby place to rest first. Lin Qingwan cast a glance at Su Xian and said, thank you for your concern, Senior Zhao, but I believe old Su can manage. Can't you, my dear? Yihan wore a sour expression, remaining silent as he lifted Su Xian into his arms, stating, let us be on our way. Xian and Sun Sang stepped aside, allowing the trio to depart. Lin Qingwan graciously bowed to everyone before hastening to catch up with Yihan. As soon as they were out of sight, they took to the skies. After breaking through to the nascent soul stage, they no longer needed to rely on flying devices. The two soared towards the direction Zhao De had indicated, and after a few breaths, they confirmed they were far enough away before releasing their spiritual senses to scan the surroundings further. Surrounded by towering mountains and lush vegetation, this place resembles a primordial forest. However, for those at the nascent soul stage, exploration merely requires a fleeting moment. China is vast, and with their abilities, they can traverse from the northernmost reaches of Mo to the southernmost points within just 2 hours. Therefore, they find it hard to believe that it would take such a prolonged flight to reach a single city. Although the area is fraught with danger, time is of the essence. Beneath Lin Qingwan's feet, a celestial disk appeared, shifting to the forefront of the trio. Lin Qingwan grasped Yihan, who held Su Xian, and they stepped directly into the disk. In an instant, the three vanished from sight, the celestial disk spinning away and disappearing without a trace, as though they had never been there at all. Just as the disk was on the verge of vanishing completely, two figures manifested in midair, Qian and Sun Sang. Qian gazed at Sun Sang in astonishment. They've fled? Sun Sang frowned, pondering. What kind of spell was that? It's only just been formed. Even if one could teleport, it should not have been so swift or so far. Our spiritual awareness couldn't even detect them. Let's search again, Qian suggested, observing the mountains below. Foolish people often believe that the depths of the forest are the safest. We shall scour every inch. I refuse to believe we cannot find them. They knew nothing of this world. The path Zhao De indicated could very well be a dead end. Thus the most perilous places might indeed offer the greatest safety. As soon as the trio stepped out of the celestial disk, Lin Qingwan and Yihan immediately suppressed their cultivation to the peak of the golden core stage. Lin Qingwan possessed a shinju, making her disguise quite simple, while Yihan's ability to conceal himself was uncertain. They dared only to extend their spiritual awareness within a radius of about 200 meters, ready to detect any approaching presence. If the consciousness wanders too far, it could attract the attention of those on the ascension platform, resulting in dire consequences. Lin Qingwan produced a vial of water and remarked, "He truly has lost consciousness." With that, she poured a small amount of water over his face, and Su Xian gradually regained his senses, glancing around and inquiring, "Are we safe now?" Yihan had already set up 3 formations at their location, including a protective barrier and an array to isolate sound and consciousness. He then seated himself opposite Su Xian and stated, "We are only temporarily safe. We are still about 50 miles away from them."
Su Xian sighed. "Akno wen."
We are indeed under their very noses. Taking a deep breath, he reveled in the abundant spiritual energy of this world, exclaiming, "No wonder so many Yuaning are born here. Even the ambient spiritual energy in this wilderness surpasses that of our world's spiritual lands." Lin Qingwan responded, "Zhao De mentioned that Yuaning are ubiquitous here, but I believe he is exaggerating. It is more likely that golden cores are common while Yuaning are as abundant as dogs." Su Xian chuckled, "So it seems that the two of you hold little value here. By the way, what were you discussing earlier? How did you manage to escape?" Yihan replied, "Do you not possess the turtle breathing technique? How did you truly manage to feign unconsciousness?" He had just been unfairly blamed and was somewhat displeased. However, Su Xian laughed heartily. "I trust your integrity. You are not the type to abandon me." Lin Qingwan rummaged through her space and retrieved a vial of medicine capable of healing internal injuries for him. Su Xian opened the bottle and inhaled its fragrance, exclaiming that the elixirs from their management department were decidedly superior to those purchased externally. Unceremoniously consuming 2 pills, he subsequently closed his eyes to cultivate. Seizing this opportunity, Yihan recounted the earlier events. Su Xian, momentarily distracted, only opened his eyes after fully assimilating the effects of the elixirs, remarking that it seemed they possessed an abundance of spirit stones. Those space artifacts must be exceedingly valuable. Yihan and Lin Qingwan shared the sentiment and inquired whether he believed they were affiliated with a certain cultivators alliance. Perhaps, Xian replied nonchalantly. But do not dwell on that too much. We are likely viewed merely as lambs to be slaughtered during our passage. Judging by their attire, speech, and the assembly of golden core and nascent soul practitioners observing from the sidelines, I would wager that their political system is more advanced than ours. I'd stake my name on it. Chapter 4. Signal receiver Lin Qingwan nodded in agreement, asserting that there could hardly be a necessity for a cultivators alliance to register ascendant practitioners. Given the advanced nature of our Earth's technology and political framework, compiling a comprehensive list of all cultivators would require a decade, without guaranteeing the inclusion of every last individual. The trio concluded that they were indeed ensnared in a trap specifically laid for them. Having handled numerous cases and interacted with a multitude of suspects, Yihan possessed a deeper understanding than Lin Qingwan and Xian. Did you notice the golden elixirs and nascent souls behind them? They must all be here to partake in the spoils, or perhaps the more powerful among them will feast while the others savor only the broth. Yihan's gaze deepened as he remarked, the cultivators who have just ascended from the lower realm are utterly oblivious to this world, yet in their previous domain, they were undoubtedly revered as supreme beings. Before their ascension, they would have amassed as much wealth as possible to bring with them.
Xianxia.
They are nothing but plump sheep. Lin Qingwan added, having just passed through the boundary, they are at their most vulnerable, drained of spiritual energy. So, what shall we do? The three exchanged glances and promptly seated themselves to diligently restore their spiritual power. Without further ado, they resolved to replenish their energy to perfection before considering anything else. The trio closed their eyes in meditation for the better part of a day, only pausing as night fell. Given that they had all attained the golden elixir and nascent soul stages, they were no longer timid enough to fear igniting a fire. Thus, Yihan beckoned, summoning the nearby dead wood to kindle a fire in their midst. They were situated 50 miles from the ascension platform, unless someone specifically probed their location with divine consciousness. They would remain undetected. Moreover, there was a formation in place to obfuscate divine sensing, and as a nascent soul, Yihan would certainly be aware if any divine consciousness approached. With this assurance, the three felt at ease and began to retrieve provisions from their respective storage spaces. Yihan and Xian set about preparing a meal, while Lin Qingwan examined the transmitter that Minister Su had entrusted to them. Upon opening it, she discovered there was no signal and turned to Yihan. After pondering for a moment, Yihan speculated, could it be that the sphere is ineffective? Before ascending, the management department expended considerable resources to hastily construct 3 signal receivers, hoping to establish contact with the legendary realm of cultivation via telegraph. Prior to their departure, Lin Qingwan and Yihan underwent rigorous training. However, we were unable to capture even the signals from the spherical device in this world.
Yihan pondererte tåtfull.
Tilting his head and remarked, as soon as I entered the barrier realm, I discarded it. It possesses a formation and should be floating in midair. The Academy of Sciences conducted experiments and found its signal strength to be quite robust. It could be received from distances far beyond just 50 miles, even up to 5,000 miles. Xian, feeling hungry, was adding ingredients to the pot while intensifying the heat, commenting, "Did you perhaps forget to turn on the sphere switch?" Yihan fell silent. Lin Qingwan widened her eyes slightly, hoping it was not true. Xian, feeling disgruntled, retorted, "With the way you tossed it, do you dare claim you were trying to retrieve it rather than merely stepping on me further?" I refuse to take the blame for this. Yihan regarded him as overly petty, casting a disdainful glance his way. Lin Qingwan, on the other hand, defended Yihan, explaining that since it was a new world, none could predict what lay below. If he fell, of course, They would want to follow closely to see what happened. In truth, she too had been anxious. Had the ground below been level, Xian, a golden core cultivator, would likely have emerged unscathed. But they had just breached the barrier realm. Who could tell what awaited them below? Xian grudgingly accepted this reasoning, tossing various mushrooms brought by Han into the pot, saying, "All right then, we must seek another opportunity to ascend and check it out. If it is broken, will you be able to repair it?"
remarkerat.
The basics are manageable. Professor Su and the others have already trained us. However, the more complex matters pose a challenge. Xian could not suppress his grievances, exclaiming, "What if something critical goes awry? The management department seems rather stingy. Couldn't they have provided a few more?" Lin Qingwan responded candidly, "There simply isn't enough money." She continued, "Do you have any idea how costly that spherical device is?" Xian was unaware, but he could surmise that the signal transmitters connecting two spaces would undoubtedly be expensive. He placed a hand over his chest and said, "I must first tend to my wounds. We can discuss this further once I've recuperated." Naturally, Lin Qingwan and Han complied. In terms of experience, despite having lived through 2 lifetimes, they still could not compare to Xian. Han felt quite confident in matters of reconnaissance.
Xian not dead.
Noticing that the dishes were nearly ready, and called them over to eat, though regrettably, there was no staple food available. Despite years of cultivating, he had never mastered the art of restraint. Just as he lamented, Han produced a steamer of small buns and a pot of rice from his spatial storage, offering them to Xian, still warm. Xian was taken aback and inquired, "How did you manage to prepare this?" It turned out that his grandmother, Xianxia, had prepared it for them. Xian felt a twinge of envy. Having an elder to care for one was indeed a blessing. Unlike him, who had to carefully consider and pack everything for his journeys. Lin Qingwan was not one to easily soften. She had not noticed any missing items from him. However, she added, "This time, you've truly kept things under wraps, dividing the Xianxia sect into 3 without us catching wind of it at all." Xian broke into a smile, remarking that while you may not have heard, Minister Su is certainly aware of it. His silence suggests he is hoping for either my survival until this point or my untimely demise along the way. "No, do not think ill of our minister," Lin Qingwan interjected. "He does not possess such malevolent intentions. I believe he genuinely wishes for your well-being." Xian chuckled softly. Indeed, Minister Su would hope for his safety. The more individuals who arrive, the greater the security for Han and Lin Qingwan. Once the 3 had feasted and quenched their thirst, Lin Qingwan cleared her throat, producing the soul-nourishing vine, and struck it gently. Han and Xian had already tidied up the pots and dishes with a wave of their hands. And with another gesture, the aroma of the food vanished in an instant. The soul-nourishing vine remained silent for a while before 3 ghostly figures emerged. Upon touching the ground, they transformed into corporeal forms, curiously surveying their surroundings, which were filled with towering trees and lush foliage. The spiritual energy in the air more potent than it had been over 1,600 years ago. The 3 of them exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement, and inquired, "Did we succeed?"
No did.
Bai Tong looked around, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "Is this truly our landing place? It is all just trees." "That is not the case. When we landed, the area was filled with people." Chapter 5. The Covenant. Upon hearing Lin Qingwan's words, Bai Tong, who still appeared to be a mere 9 years old, brightened up, asking, "And then what?" "Then we fled." Bai Tong's eyes widened in surprise. "Fled?
Why?
Were they trying to kill us? Why did you not release us? We could have assisted you." Lin Qingwan, "Not so fast. It costs 10 high-grade spirit stones for an individual's entry. Do you possess such wealth?" Bai Tong choked momentarily and inquired, "They said if we have it, we should provide it." Lin Qingwan proceeded to describe the scene. Before us stood 3 nascent soul cultivators, their exact cultivation levels beyond our discernment. yet undoubtedly superior to both mine and Yihan's. Behind them trailed a line of golden core practitioners and 2 more nascent souls, summing up to about 17 or 18 individuals. Bai Tong shrank his neck, cleared his throat, and remarked, "We should prioritize peace. After all, we are Chinese." Lin Qingwan nodded appreciatively, patting his shoulder. "You possess awareness. Strive to maintain this mindset in the future." Qingfeng then asked Yihan, "How far is it to your resting place?" Yihan replied, 50 miles. Qingfeng nodded, pondering the potential dangers lurking nearby. "Have you scouted the area?"
No.
Yihan answered, "Our spiritual energy is severely depleted, and we have only just regained a fraction. Thus, remaining still is wiser. We shall seek a more secure and concealed location once I have fully recovered." MASU-MANHUA widened her eyes. "Are we still to stay here? Shouldn't we hasten our departure?" Yihan gestured towards the transmitter. "It has not received any signals. It seems the sphere in this world is malfunctioning, and I must ascend to investigate." Despite the inherent risks, miraculously, Qingfeng and the others did not object. Instead, MASU-MANHUA took out her phone, glanced at it, and asked, "If the sphere is functioning, do you think our phones could connect to their signals?" The onlookers silently observed her, as Lin Qingwan stifled a laugh and reassured her, "Do not worry. We have plenty of time ahead. Right now may not be the moment, but in 2 or 3 decades, perhaps even a century or so, it could be possible." Upon noticing their expressions, MASU-MANHUA huffed, "I knew you were laughing at me. I refuse to believe you aren't thinking the same. Having grown accustomed to our phones, I feel uneasy without them, even for a moment." She caressed her phone with a sense of reluctance, saying, "Leaving Earth, this is what I will miss the most. I find it difficult to adjust, so once we find a secure place to land, I shall indulge in binge-watching dramas." MASU-MANHUA continued, "Before I came here, I downloaded every video I could find, regardless of whether it was domestic or international. I believe I could watch for 2 or 3 centuries.
Indeed.
I have an entire shelf dedicated to USB drives filled with such content, along with various types of computers and televisions. Just plug in the USB, and we can watch. I even have a sound system, so you're all invited to my home theater for viewing," she added. As their conversation grew increasingly animated, Xian felt it was time to cease his meticulous training. He decided to withdraw and said to Yihan, "All right, let's quickly search for a suitable location. I need to tend to my injuries." Yihan stood up, followed by Qingfeng, who declared, "I shall accompany you." Yihan nodded, advising Lin Qingwan to be cautious. The two wandered nearby and, to their surprise, stumbled upon a most agreeable spot. In a secluded valley, a stream cascades down the mountainside, leading to an expansive flatland ahead. Remarkably, on either side of the ascent to the ascension platform, there are hills that, though not particularly lofty, naturally obscure any divine perceptions from beyond. Yihan promptly resolved to establish their base here. The group relocated, and Lin Qingwan strolled along the river, remarking, aside from a few more insects, "There are no other issues." Moreover, being close to the water makes it convenient for everyone to fetch supplies. Bai Tong, filled with enthusiasm, ventured to the riverbank to play with the fish, joyfully exclaiming, "We haven't had anything to eat yet. Why not catch a few fish and see how they differ from ours?" Xian cleared his throat and chuckled, "That sounds splendid. I have plenty of seasonings." Mingyu, intrigued, hurried over to join him in fishing. Meanwhile, Qingfeng, having confirmed their lodging arrangements with Yihan and Lin Qingwan, summoned forth his dwelling. Ever since witnessing Yihan and Lin Qingwan's wooden house on the snowy mountain, Qingfeng and his companions had prepared portable, simplified housing for themselves upon descending. Thanks to a spatial array, these structures could expand and contract at will. Though labeled as simple, they were anything but. Each was grander and more luxurious than the wooden abode of Lin Qingwan and her companions. Except for Qingfeng's wooden house, the others were crafted from lightweight steel, each a 3-story villa, easily overshadowing the modest wooden cabins in between. Yihan glanced around, feigning ignorance of their smug expressions, and pulled Lin Qingwan into their residence. "All right, when the food is ready, just call us. We shall begin our cultivation in the meantime." Xian also clutched his chest as he entered his own house, declaring, "I shall tend to my injuries first." During their ascension, 3 individuals, without a hint of reluctance, took it upon themselves to manage all the chores at hand. They prepared meals and tended to the grass in front of their abode, ensuring ease of passage and enhancing the aesthetic appeal. This particular meal was crafted by the hands of Qingfeng and Mingyue, who, having recently returned to the mortal realm, found themselves particularly intrigued by contemporary culinary techniques. During their idle moments, the two had enrolled in cooking classes to refine their skills. Regardless of the taste, the dishes were visually appealing and fragrant, evoking a sense of deliciousness at first glance. Thus, Lin Qingwan and her companions quietly enjoyed another meal, treating it as a late-night snack. As the night deepened and tranquility enveloped the surroundings, the stars twinkled in the sky. The 3 individuals, along with the 3 spirits, sat on the open-air terrace of Qingfeng's 3rd-floor residence, gazing at the heavens. Observing the celestial display, they realized that this world bore a striking resemblance to their own, with its moon and myriad stars. A flicker of confusion crossed Qingfeng's eyes as he pondered, "Have we truly ascended? Perhaps you merely found a secluded forest and mistook it for ascension." Ihan relaxed in his lounge chair, his gaze fixed on the stars, commenting, "We should have thrown you out to experience the world back then." Lin Qingwan smiled reassuringly. "Fear not, you shall witness it soon enough. It is said that here, yuaning abound." Xianxia, did you not speculate that they are as numerous as dogs?
She teased.
"I believe it is better not to disparage oneself." Xian laughed heartily. Ihan, with a subtle smile, turned to Qingfeng and inquired, "Have you determined the path you wish to follow henceforth? We remain oblivious to the world outside. It is perhaps best for us to journey together." Qingfeng turned to Lin Qingwan and remarked, "I believe that following Qingwan will not lead us astray." Bai Tong nodded vigorously, recalling how their previous hasty decision had resulted in a setback with Sister Qingwan. Ihan interjected, "Let us not be ungrateful. Had it not been for Qingwan's careful consideration, would you have integrated so swiftly over the years?" Lin Qingwan added, "Indeed, indeed. I even brought you to the upper realms. Let us consider past grievances settled. Yes, let bygones be bygones. From this day forth, we shall be comrades in mutual support," Qingfeng declared, extending his hand with a gentle smile. Lin Qingwan returned the gesture, placing her hand atop his, followed by Ihan, while Xian, of course, joined in. And soon Mingyue and Bai Tong hastily placed their hands as well. Chapter 6. Confrontation. Upon entering this new world, not only did Xian diligently attend to his injuries, but Lin Qingwan and Ihan also worked fervently to restore their spiritual energy. Qingfeng and the others devoted themselves to their cultivation. Even a slight enhancement in their abilities would increase their chances of survival. Despite the looming peril, they felt no despair. Rather, their spirits soared with determination. This invigorating sensation had long eluded them, perhaps dulled by the comforts of modern society that had eroded their once ardent ambitions. After bidding farewell on the rooftop, no one slept that night. All immersed themselves in a state of cultivation. Once they entered a meditative trance, the passage of time became imperceptible, leading to an entire day lost in their fervent practice. Ihan and Lin Qingwan's cultivation speed surpassed that of their peers by a considerable margin. Time slipped away, and after an indeterminate period, they emerged from their meditative state, casting a glance at the mobile device resting beside them. Although the phone was devoid of signal, the clock continued its relentless march, revealing that 3 days had elapsed. While Lin Qingwan no longer felt the pressing need for sustenance, the realization that she had gone 3 days without food stirred a sense of hunger within her. With renewed enthusiasm, she busied herself gathering ingredients for Ihan. He smiled at her eagerness and decided to join her in preparing a meal. With utmost discretion, they set about crafting a sumptuous lunch, mindful not to disturb their neighbors. After savoring their meal, they ventured into the depths of the dense forest, hoping to explore further afield. Encountering others and gleaning information would be an added bonus. As they wandered, Lin Qingwan stumbled upon an array of mushrooms, seemingly edible, and eagerly began to harvest them. Knowing her fondness for such delicacies, Yihan produced a large basket to collect their finds. Hand in hand, they continued their journey, taking strides forward. When the surrounding scenery failed to captivate their interest, they pressed on, swiftly covering a distance of 2 to 3 miles. Out of courtesy, they adhered to the customary practices of Earthlings, confining their spiritual awareness to their immediate vicinity, refraining from venturing too far. After all, the population on Earth was vast, and extending their awareness could easily lead to an inadvertent intrusion into someone else's privacy. This principle was also part of the local regulations promulgated by the Cultivators Association, representing one of the courtesies expected of practitioners. Thus, when they took another step forward and found themselves amidst a scene of conflict, the three parties involved fell silent in astonishment. No one believed that Yihan and Lin Qingwan had arrived here by mere happenstance, as they had not been seen before. The two parties engaged in fierce combat had already detected their presence from 2 li away. As they approached with an air of nonchalance, the question arose, who could possibly believe their claims of unintentional arrival? Caught in the midst of the fray was a severely injured Yuanying cultivator, surrounded by 3 Jindan practitioners. At that moment, the 4 assailants squinted at Yihan and Lin Qingwan, their expressions tinged with skepticism. Did the 2 companions intend to intervene? Suppressing their cultivation, Yihan and Lin Qingwan appeared as mere Jindan completions. The encircled Yuanying, casting a dismissive glance at them, could not contain his derisive laughter. With eyes ablaze with indignation, he scorned the onlookers, declaring, "I have dominated the cultivation realm for over 3 centuries. After finally ascending, I anticipated the upper realm to be a paradise replete with resources and esteemed mentors. Yet, I find myself among you wretched beings who resort to such despicable acts of robbery, despite having reached the realms of Jindan and Yuanying." Just as Yihan and Lin Qingwan contemplated clarifying the misunderstanding and departing, they turned their attention to the 3 Jindan cultivators and the Yuanying. In matters of recognition, Lin Qingwan was no less adept than Yihan. After a cursory glance at the assailants, she looked towards Yihan, who slightly shifted his stance, shielding her behind him. His gaze settled on the Yuanying in the center as he remarked with a light chuckle, "Is it true, Senior, that you have only just ascended to this realm?" The Yuanying, evidently misinterpreting Yihan's intent, glared back fiercely, retorting, "Had I known the upper realm was filled with shameless scoundrels such as yourselves, I would never have aspired to ascend." Yihan gently grasped Lin Qingwan's hand, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he unsheathed his sword. "What a coincidence, I too." The native nascent soul, without a moment's hesitation, turned and fled, shouting at the 3 golden cores to run. The 3 golden cores followed suit, but suddenly, 2 star charts manifested before and behind them. They halted abruptly, preparing to flee, only to find yet another star chart appearing above their heads. His strategy leaned heavily on offense rather than defense. He merely aimed to push Yihan back a step before making his escape. It dawned upon him that Yihan was a sword cultivator. In encounters between spellcasters and sword cultivators, the latter often found themselves at a disadvantage. The severely injured nascent soul was dumbfounded by the unfolding events, while Lin Qingwan skillfully contained the 3 golden cores. Casting a glance at him, she remarked, "There are numerous nascent souls at the ascension platform. If you wish for us all to survive this encounter, it would be prudent to retain that nascent soul." With his addition, Yihan felt even more at ease. The native nascent soul, infuriated and bleeding profusely, ultimately made a decisive choice. spitting out a mouthful of blood and opting for a blood escape. He disregarded the attack from behind, only to be struck by the nascent soul's palm. As he executed his blood escape, the nascent soul's eyes blazed with fury. Yet, Ihan remained undeterred, stepping into a whirling star chart, vanishing in an instant. The nascent soul was momentarily stunned, only to witness Lin Qingwan wave her hand, summoning a star chart beside her. In but a fleeting moment, Ihan re-emerged from the star chart, clutching a small nascent soul bound in his grasp. With the demise of this nascent soul, it was evident that only one remained. The three golden cores, who had been evading the star chart's assault and seeking to escape, were now gripped by sheer terror. The ascended nascent soul, upon witnessing the scene, hesitated no longer and decisively eliminated the three golden cores. With a solemn gaze, he turned to Ihan and Lin Qingwan, clasping his hands in gratitude. "I extend my heartfelt thanks to both of you for your assistance today." Ihan replied, "There is no need for such formality. Our aid in rescuing you was, in truth, also a means of self-preservation. My wife and I have only recently ascended ourselves and have only just managed to escape. Given that they hunt ascended cultivators, they are undoubtedly familiar with us." Ihan lowered his gaze to the small nascent soul that was still thrashing and roaring in fury, inquiring, "Am I not correct, esteemed friend?" The local nascent soul, clearly agitated and fearful, attempted to placate Ihan. "My dear friend, this is all a misunderstanding. On the day you arrived, we did not make a move against you. We are not malevolent beings. We were merely following orders to capture this individual, who has proven unruly and disrespectful since his ascension. The notion of robbery is entirely unfounded." "Is that so?" Ihan retorted, shaking the ropes that bound the nascent soul. "While we may possess little knowledge of this world, we are certainly not fools. Given your audacity, it would be far more advantageous to conduct a soul search. This way, I could glean some insights into this realm." The local nascent soul's countenance turned pale. Although he had perished, his nascent soul remained intact, whether through possession or cultivation. He effectively had an additional life. However, should his nascent soul be crushed or subjected to a soul search, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 7. The Kill. Why are you rambling on, fellow cultivator? As soon as I touched down, they coerced me into surrendering 20 premium spirit stones as an entry fee. When I hesitated and dared to question them, they assaulted me, and in the end, I relinquished the funds. Yet they still refused to let me go, relentlessly pursuing me with the intent to annihilate me. Is this not robbery? Lin Qingwan was taken aback. The entry fee can increase? Yuaning paused and inquired. Isn't the entry fee for both of you 20 stones? No, Lin Qingwan replied. We each paid 10, and there were 3 of us who ascended together. Yuaning fell silent, casting a more unfriendly glance at the diminutive Yuaning. Ihan and Lin Qingwan exchanged glances, and before they could react, the restrained young Yuaning let out a piercing shriek, breaking free from their bindings and darting away like lightning. Clearly, the opposition had been on high alert the entire time. With a soft sigh, Ihan sat cross-legged alongside Lin Qingwan and recited a sutra for soul salvation. The Yuaning across from them appeared utterly speechless, saying, "Fellow cultivators, they are robbing us, and they are all above the golden core stage. If they die, their souls will scatter, and there is no chance of reincarnation." However, Ihan countered, all beings possess a spirit. Even if their souls dissipate, their former will remains. Our recitation is not for naught. Firstly, it serves to dispel the malice within the cosmos, and secondly, it helps mitigate our own karmic burdens. This phenomenon had been discovered during their time on Earth. Even the unjustly slain, whether their souls descended to the underworld or scattered into nothingness, left behind a certain energy in the world. After years of diligent research, the Institute ultimately discovered that this peculiar energy not only affects humans, but also exerts a subtle influence on nearby organisms, such as plants and passing animals. They designated this phenomenon as malice. Consequently, the enforcement officers of their management department cultivated a habit. Whenever they ventured out to apprehend suspects, should they inadvertently cause the demise of a suspect or encounter a crime scene imbued with the lingering malice of previous victims, they would recite a purification chant. This practice was deemed a modest contribution to their celestial overseer. After all, reciting a few verses with sincerity sufficed. They would need to rest after any skirmish. Although the nascent soul was not entirely in agreement with their views, he refrained from further opposition and introduced himself. I am Jin Lifu, with the Taoist title Jin Yuanzai. May I ask how my fellow Taoists are addressed? I am Ihan, and this is my wife, Lin Qingwan, Ihan replied, pausing slightly. We ascended 3 days ago. And you, fellow Taoist? I flew up this very morning and was immediately surrounded upon landing. My spiritual energy was considerably depleted, and there were numerous adversaries, forcing me to retreat. I had initially thought I had ample time, yet it became apparent they had no intention of letting me go. I am grateful to have encountered fellow Taoists Yi and Lin. Though still harboring a sense of vigilance, Jin Yuanzai settled down to recuperate, contemplating how to extricate himself from Ihan and the others. However, he soon realized that Ihan had no intention of accompanying him. After inquiring about the circumstances of their descent, Ihan sought an excuse to take his leave. Ihan and Lin Qingwan were exceedingly intrigued by the intelligence presented to them. When Jin Yuanzi observed their inquiries were solely about the name of the lower realm, the reigning authority and local customs, neglecting to ask about his own background, he felt at ease to share some information with them. After all, they had recently met, and it was inappropriate to delve too deeply into personal matters. Ultimately, the two parties exchanged communication talismans before parting ways. Ihan and Lin Qingwan continued their leisurely stroll through the forest, their baskets in hand, while Jin Yuanzi discreetly vanished upon witnessing their departure, hand in hand. Lin Qingwan nodded in acknowledgement. Within the verdant woods, the couple stumbled upon a peculiar rabbit, boasting exceptionally long ears and a corpulent body, roughly the size of a piglet. Given the rich spiritual energy of this realm, it was only fitting that the sustenance here would surpass that of their homeland. A celestial star chart materialized before them, and as they stepped into it, they were instantly enveloped in a flurry of information. A delicate butterfly fluttered in the space where the star chart had appeared, flapping its tiny wings, spinning momentarily, like a headless fly before gracefully departing. Suddenly, Ihan reappeared in the living room of the wooden cottage, dragging the long-eared spirit rabbit outside to prepare it for a meal. How would you like it? Braised, clear soup, or stir-fried with chili? Lin Qingwan swallowed hard and replied, I desire all of them.
Yi hummed chocolate softly, inviting her to assist.
Lin Qingwan eagerly followed suit. When Su Xian, Qingfeng, and the others eventually emerged, they were greeted by the sight of the couple crouched by the riverbank. One was skillfully skinning the rabbit while the other washed vegetables and mushrooms, their laughter resonating in the air. Unbeknownst to them, Ihan had uttered something amusing, prompting Lin Qingwan to splash water playfully, which splattered onto Ihan's face. In the minds of Su Xian, Qingfeng, and Bai Tong, a thought simultaneously flickered. What a pity, with such glaring lights around them. With this realization, their spirits lifted considerably. Su Xian cleared his throat, leaning against the railing of his home, and inquired, What shall we have for dinner tonight? Qingfeng, intrigued, remarked, This rabbit is remarkably large. Bai Tong had already dashed down, lifting another unskinned rabbit, which was nearly the size of a piglet. One should be sufficient, right? Ihan nodded, saying, We shall keep this one for roasting later as a midnight snack. No one objected, and the group joined in to assist. With a collective effort, they swiftly prepared dinner and gathered the ingredients for the evening's barbecue. Su Xian felt a surge of curiosity about their newfound enthusiasm. Lin Qingwan, not wishing to conceal the truth, explained, We took a stroll today and encountered a few individuals. Everyone perked up, inquiring, "What news did you gather?"
Ye hanne plead.
We met a lower realm cultivator who was being pursued. He claimed to have ascended this morning with a nascent soul and 3 golden core cultivators on his tail. We managed to eliminate them. The group gasped in astonishment, asking, "Did you extract any intelligence from him?" Ihan shook his head, "Unfortunately not. But we did acquire 7 spatial rings. Shall we sort through them after dinner?" The prospect of such an activity excited everyone, and they eagerly expressed their willingness to assist. Chapter 8. Division of Spoils. Ihan not only ransacked the storage spaces of the nascent soul and 3 golden core cultivators, but he also collected their clothing, weapons, and accessories. Anything that remained intact was gathered. Finally, the corpses of the 4 were reduced to ashes. Jin Yuanzi was astonished when he saw Ihan stripping their garments. Indeed, they had all cultivated from a young age, engaging in murder and plunder, or retaliatory theft. Yet, considering their status as nascent souls, Jin Yuanzi felt they should maintain some decorum. Ihan gathered the 7 rings and placed them on the table, stating, "Each of them possessed 2 rings. Finders keepers." Moreover, Jin Yuanzi contributed, so I allowed him to choose one. "These 7 are ours." Xian casually picked up a ring, erased the residual divine consciousness, and upon inspection, raised an eyebrow, remarking, "The spatial dimensions are quite typical." Lin Qingwan examined one as well, disdainfully commenting, "Typical? It's minuscule." Ihan concurred, finding it small. Qingfeng clarified, "This is the norm." He paused before adding, "Qingwan, I've long intended to say this. Your ability to create such expansive spaces with ordinary jade is likely due to your refining methods or formations. From what I recall, even in ancient times, few could fashion such large spaces from ordinary jade." Xian nodded, recalling the pair of rings he had gifted them. "Those were the most spacious pair aside from the one I possess, supposedly left behind by a nascent soul elder from ancient times." MASU-MANHUA had already emptied the contents, observing, "Although the space is somewhat limited, the items are abundant and precious." A cascade of spiritual stones materialized before them, causing their eyes to gleam with delight. The resources for cultivation on Earth are scarce, and spirit stones have long ceased to be a hard currency, making it increasingly rare to encounter such an abundance of them. However, MASU-MANHUA remarked, "These are merely medium-grade spirit stones. Within, there lies a plethora of low-grade spirit stones. Truly, this is the upper realm. And the quantity of spirit stones is astonishing." She refrained from extracting more items, but handed the ring to Ihan, inviting him to examine its contents. Each ring contained a considerable assortment of items. Undoubtedly, one ring was dedicated solely to spirit stones, while another housed a variety of other treasures. This explains why each individual possessed 2 rings. Although Lin Qingwan expressed disdain for the limited space, it stemmed from the modern era's capability to mass-produce expansive storage spaces, rendering her unimpressed with the current rings. Nevertheless, the space was not insignificant. It measured approximately the size of a living room, and in the past, such a capacity would command a hefty price in the cultivation market on Earth. There were a total of 3 rings containing spirit stones, and Ihan realized that the one chosen by Jin Yuanzi also contained spirit stones, which brought him a modicum of joy. 4 spirit stones are simply spirit stones. The contents of the other ring not only hold monetary value, but may also encompass a wealth of additional information. Each person selected a ring, extracting items such as books, manuscripts, and jade slips inscribed with text, while categorizing the remaining items, such as weapons, elixirs, medicinal herbs, and materials for refining, into another space. Bai Tong's ability to sift through information paled in comparison to theirs. He was tasked solely with segregating the low-grade spirit stones into one space, the medium-grade spirit stones into another, and taking a moment to admire the exceedingly rare high-grade spirit stones. The bright moon could hardly bear to see him so leisurely. She playfully tapped his head, cautioning him not to deplete his spiritual energy. "Come, Let us examine what is inscribed upon these manuscripts. No, let him count the spirit stones. Lin Qingwan interjected. I noticed that their space is filled with numerous boxes, some empty, while others brim with spirit stones. I surmise that the boxes are numbered. So if you count them and store them accordingly, we shall not have to recount when we spend large sums next time. Bai Tong's eyes widened in surprise. Count money? Indeed, since this space lacks the counting feature of a mobile phone, it is imperative to tally the stones. Bai Tong found himself rather enjoying this task and cheerfully set to work. However, after less than an hour, he found himself overwhelmed, his eyes sparkling with exhaustion. He longed to collapse upon the pile of spirit stones, lamenting, "This is too arduous. Why must these bumpkins use spirit stones as currency? Renminbi would suffice. Or any other form of currency, one merely needs to swipe a phone, does one not?" No one paid him any heed, and upon glancing up, he discovered the 5 of them gathered, engrossed in something. Curiosity piqued, he abandoned his counting to stealthily approach. Their findings were far from ordinary. Yihan had laid out the clothing, accessories, and weapons they had collected before uncovering something intriguing. Notably, each of their spaces contained identical tokens, differing only in the inscriptions. They all hailed from prominent sects, and upon a mere glance, Yihan declared, "These are identity jade tokens of the Cultivator Alliance, Li Si." Yihan and Lin Qingwan fell into silence, prompting Su Xian to turn and inquire, "What is the matter?" Lin Qingwan shook her head, remarking that there was nothing amiss. Merely recalling the encounter with Zhao and the other two, wondering if their names were indeed genuine or mere fabrications. Yihan, contemplating their identity tokens, decided to cast them into a box, which he then placed into his spatial storage, stating, "Given that we possess identity tokens, we must exercise greater caution henceforth. We should isolate any items bearing distinctive marks and gather them all together, using them only in dire circumstances to avoid detection." Qingfeng, acknowledging Yihan's authority as a member of the management department, readily acquiesced, understanding the necessity of adhering to his counsel in matters of counter-surveillance. Mingyue unfolded a booklet, exclaiming, "Look, this contains the 8 trigrams." The group immediately gathered around, intrigued. The booklet was folded, and upon unfolding it, they were greeted by gleaming characters that read, "In the year 256 of the Zhao era, on the 15th day of the 7th month, the esteemed Yuan Zun Chu Ming of the Tianqing sect and the revered Yuan Zun Xian Wenjia of the Mingxin sect are to hold a grand matrimonial ceremony at the Mingxin sect, cordially inviting all esteemed Yuan Zun to witness." The assembly exchanged glances, with Su Xian appearing contemplative. "Yuan Zun, we have 2 of them," he mused. However, Lin Qingwan's attention was drawn to another aspect, pondering whether Zhao was a year title, and if so, did the realm of cultivation have an emperor?
Xian responded, "Indeed.
There exists an emperor, one who can also cultivate. Note the year 256. Yet, Qingfeng interjected, "July is the ghost month. Is there no notion of ghost month here? Who would choose to wed during this month, especially on the 15th day?" Yihan closed the booklet, stating, "Regardless, we have gleaned some insights. Let us proceed to the Mingxin sect and investigate further." "Not at all. How can you be certain that the time has not passed?" asked Mingyue. "This might very well be a discarded invitation," she continued. "In the realm of cultivation, it is merely 2 Yuanying practitioners tying the knot. Is there truly a need to preserve such an invitation?" Lin Qingwan interjected, "I believe the time has not elapsed. Unless one of those Yuanying practitioners happens to be the beloved or rival of this Li Si. Otherwise, such a notice is hardly worthy of preservation." Chapter 9. Dividing the spoils. The crowd was silent. A Yuanying practitioner marrying should be able to invite all the Yuanying practitioners across the land. Their influence and status must be considerable. Surely, they would not deign to associate with a Yuanying who survives by thievery, someone mused. "By the way, is Li Si handsome?" Lin Qingwan offered a subtle smile, her demeanor whimsical. Everyone understood the implication. Su Xian, with a grave expression, declared, "Could you refrain from referring to Yuanying practitioners in such a manner? If Yuanying are indeed commonplace, what does that make of my Jindan status? Very well. Let us divide the items. You must ensure your own survival," he continued. Yihan generously invited them to select items that suited their needs. Su Xian and Qingfeng hesitated for a moment. Seeing the seriousness on Yihan and Lin Qingwan's faces, they decided to forego politeness. They owed this favor, which they would repay in the future. Yihan smiled slightly, hopeful that such a day would not come. The moment when Su Xian and Qingfeng would need to repay this debt would undoubtedly be when Yihan and Lin Qingwan found themselves in grave peril. Su Xian smiled faintly and began sifting through the assortment of items. He was human, while Qingfeng and the others were spirits. Their suitable items perfectly diverged from one another. Everyone selected a few items, and Yihan also picked out some defensive talismans and weapons for Lin Qingwan. The remaining materials, which they might find useful, were packed away, while the miscellaneous items were evenly divided among them. Yihan was always generous, willing to part with these priceless items, and he certainly wouldn't hesitate to share the wealth. He understood that everyone had ascended from Earth with limited spirit stones, so he generously distributed the low and mid-grade spirit stones equally, while he discreetly handed a small box of high-grade spirit stones to Lin Qingwan. Thus, they counted spirit stones until their eyes grew dizzy, and by dawn the next day, they looked out to see a dazzling expanse of spirit stones, reminiscent of countless stars. Yihan turned to Su Xian and suggested, "Let us rest for another day. Tomorrow we shall explore the heavens." Su Xian's injuries had nearly healed during these 3 days. He had consumed ample medicine, and the abundant spiritual energy here accelerated his recovery. Yihan and Su Xian intended to ascend, while Qingfeng planned to accompany them, given his innate advantages in stealth and escape as a ghost cultivator. Lin Qingwan and MASU-MANHUA by Tong would provide support from the ground. The following day dawned bright and sunny, and Yihan, with Su Xian and Qingfeng in tow, soared into the sky, concealing their presence.
Su Xian inquired,
"Can we truly evade the numerous nascent souls below?" Yihan, with a straightforward demeanor, replied, "I do not know, but we must investigate." In a fleeting moment, the trio reached the skies above the ascension platform, where Yihan, equipped with a detector, swiftly located the concealed orb. A few cultivators of the nascent soul sat below, frowning as they gazed up at the sky. Lin Qingwan stepped forward, subtly emanating the oppressive aura of her own nascent soul. Naturally, the individuals over there were drawn to her presence, turning their attention towards the forest. After a moment of waiting and realizing that no one emerged, the leader, Zhao De, furrowed his brow and called out loudly, "Which fellow Taoist graces us with their presence, but chooses to remain hidden?" Lin Qingwan remained silent for a considerable time. It was not until Zhao De began to show signs of impatience that she activated her voice modulator and replied, "I am merely seeking a junior, passing through this area, and shall depart shortly." Zhao De felt a twinge of skepticism. However, the firmness in her tone suggested that she, too, was of the nascent soul realm, possibly affiliated with a major sect. Despite his domineering demeanor towards newly ascended cultivators, he was cautious around local practitioners. Uncertain of Lin Qingwan's concealed identity, Zhao De's group refrained from taking any action for the time being. Meanwhile, Yihan had seized the opportunity to retrieve a spherical device, only to discover that its switch had been deformed and damaged, rendering it inoperable. Yihan frowned slightly, suspecting that it had been compromised during their entry into this world. After contemplating the matter, he stowed the sphere away, signaling to everyone to depart. Upon receiving Yihan's message, Lin Qingwan, along with MASU-MANHUA and Bai Tong, made their exit. The unfamiliar aura within the woods dissipated, and the faint presence that lingered in the sky vanished as well. Zhao De paused momentarily before suddenly widening his eyes and pivoting to give chase. No, it's that couple. Quickly pursue them. Xian, watching intently, inquired, "What is the maximum transmission distance of your star disk?" "It's practically a miniature teleportation array." Lin Qingwan cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "I have yet to test its limits." With a pensive air, Xian contemplated, if one could fix this principle within a talisman, might it then be possible for others to wield its power? Yihan chuckled, prompting Xian to inquire, "What is it? Have you experimented with it?" Lin Qingwan nodded with a touch of frustration. "We tried, but it didn't work." After a pause, she added, "At least my current abilities are insufficient."
Susi and the Mac?
"Your mastery of formations must be lacking." "Yihan, you mustn't indulge her so. Begin with the fundamentals, adopt a comprehensive approach, and only then can you innovate, understand?" Lin Qingwan retorted, "Isn't it you who covets this escape tool?" Xian, "I won't take it for free. I'll pay for it." Qingfeng also encouraged Lin Qingwan, "Research it, and while you're at it, explore formations capable of teleporting ghost cultivators. We are lighter, so it should be easier. We will also purchase it when it's done." Yihan retrieved the sphere, noting, "The switch is broken. Let's see if I can fix it." Professor Su had provided them with a toolbox. After considerable deliberation, Yihan discerned the mechanism to open the switch. Upon replacing it and activating the device, a red light flickered. Everyone watched with bated breath as the light at the signal connection point flashed red intermittently. After a long while, it briefly turned green, but before anyone could rejoice, it reverted to red. The group exchanged glances, turning their attention to Yihan. "What's the problem?" they asked. Yihan remained silent, striking the sphere with his hand. The sphere vibrated, but the green light only flickered once. Yihan struck it again, but this time, the green light didn't even bother to flash. Lin Qingwan intervened, likely due to the issue of distance. "Take it up to the heavens and observe. The closer you are to the boundary, the stronger the signal should be." Yihan then stood up, declaring, "I shall give it a try. Please retrieve the transmitter for testing." Ascending into the sky with the sphere, Yihan soared above the clouds, and at last, he spotted a green light flickering in the distance. A wave of relief washed over him, and he could not suppress a smile. Casting a glance towards the ascension platform, he flew in its direction but halted 20 miles away. Only then did he release the sphere and activate the protective mode. Chapter 10. Established contact. The transmitter emitted a series of electromagnetic sounds as Lin Qingwan meticulously adjusted the settings. Suddenly, she heard a familiar call and could not help but exclaim in joy, "We've made contact." This was a matter of latency. Meanwhile, members of the management department in another realm also erupted in cheers. The four-eyed supervisor instructed their subordinates, "Quickly notify Minister Su, informing him that we've established contact with them." The subordinates promptly initiated an internal communication, while the supervisor began inquiring about the safety of the other side. The telegram was transmitted in coded text, and since only the two of them had ascended, both parties had agreed to use plain code for communication. This method was exclusive to their management department, while only Yihan and his companions possessed transmitters and understood how to utilize them. Given the slow speed of transmission and the complexity of the information, it needed to be simplified, otherwise, sending and receiving would prove difficult. Minister Su soon arrived, accompanied by Professor Zheng, and his first words were to request a signal check to determine if audio and video could be transmitted via the signal. With a blink of 4 eyes, one wonders if our technology has indeed reached such impressive heights. Professor Zheng cast a disdainful glance at him, remarking that if humanity can transmit video between space and the ground, why not share audio and video across another realm? The technology behind this signal sphere was originally designed for astronauts to communicate swiftly and efficiently in space, encompassing interactions both on Earth and among various celestial bodies. Professor Zheng asserted that these transmissions traverse countless light years and obstacles. At the time, we thought, since this signal tower operates in the cosmos, it should also be applicable in the so-called upper realm. Furthermore, after our research institute acquired this technology, we optimized it, and after 14 years, surely some results must have emerged. In the presence of these scientists, for eyes could only bow in reverence. Yet, how could they still resort to telegraphy? That would be the worst possible outcome. Professor Zheng explained that telegraphic messages were initially transmitted through wires, but as distances increased, and in the absence of satellites, telegrams began to rely on reflections between Earth and the heavens. Although the underlying principles were not fully understood, they could gradually explore through experimentation. Professor Zheng's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he clenched his fist, proclaiming that the telegraph represents the most primitive yet safest means of communication. Other methods may not suffice, but perhaps this one could. And now, it seems it has succeeded. Who knows, perhaps other methods could as well. If audio and video transmission between both sides were indeed feasible, that would be utterly astounding. The crowd, captivated, turned their gazes toward the four-eyed one. The four-eyed individuals swiftly approached the telegraph machine, instructing Lin Qingwan and her companions to experiment with the transmission of audio and video. Professor Zheng also began urging his assistant to bring forth a computer. Upon attempting to connect with the signal ball, the assistant joyfully turned to Professor Zheng, having successfully established a connection. Meanwhile, the 6 individuals from another realm gazed despondently at the computer. Qing Feng remarked, "It seems it hasn't connected, has it?" Su Xian pointed at the 5 signal bars, stating, "Do you not see? The signal is connected. Yet, the video transmission has failed." Ihan noted the error mode and commenced sending telegrams for inquiries. Professor Zheng, having discerned the situation, acknowledged that although they had connected to the signal tower, the video transmission had indeed failed. Upon learning that their predicament was similar, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "It must be an issue with the signal tower at the center." The four-eyed individuals lamented, "Then it is over. Outside the barrier, Ihan cannot exit, and neither can we." Yet there seemed to be a contradiction, for the telegraph machine was operational. "Is it a programming error?" Professor Zheng inquired of his assistant, pondering whether it might pertain to a vacuum zone, suggesting that perhaps the mode of information transmission required alteration. The assistant nodded in agreement, asserting that since text transmission was functioning properly, it indicated that a certain frequency aligned with that of the planet. The discrepancy lay solely in the frequencies for audio and video, thus warranting self-examination. "Can you also inspect the signal tower's programming?" they inquired. "Certainly," replied the assistant. "Our research institute possesses a computer capable of remote control. Since your telegraph machine can send and receive messages, our computer should undoubtedly be able to control them as well." Minister Su said to the four-eyed, "You and Professor Zheng should make a trip in person from now on. The matters concerning communication with the cultivation world will be entrusted to you." Upon seeing that enormous computer, the four-eyed finally comprehended why Professor Zheng could transport one device, but not this colossal machine. It was so massive that it occupied half of the room, surrounded by an array of wires and instruments. Numerous technicians moved about, and as the four-eyed entered, he refrained from making any sudden movements, fearing the accidental displacement of something critical. "Professor Zheng, when do you anticipate the completion of that program?" The professor replied, "There is no need for haste. If fortune favors us, it might be ready by tonight. If not, it could take 10 or even 8 years. The four-eyed responded, "Well, I suppose we cannot hold too high expectations. We shall wait. As Professor Zheng mentioned, it could be as short as today, or as long as a century." Lin Qingwan translated this clearly for Su Xian and the others. Su Xian pondered thoughtfully. "We have lived long enough to afford the wait, yet once the program is completed, we still lack a computer like yours to establish contact with them." Lin Qingwan shot him a glance, saying, "The signal is directly connected to the management department. It isn't for internet access. What would you do once connected? Isn't it permissible to converse with them if I find myself bored?"
Su Xian veto.
expressing his discontent about the management department's favoritism, which seemingly only provided Lin Qingwan and her group with computers and programs, neglecting others. Lin Qingwan could not help but defend her colleagues. Master Su, please do not forget, you came here illegally. Su Xian's body stiffened at her words. The astute Qingfeng could not resist interjecting, albeit rather opportunistically. Su Xian glanced at them, remarking as though they had arrived with the utmost integrity. Qingfeng replied earnestly, thus, I have refrained from complaining. After all, I am merely a nominal employee of the management department, and I have kept my silence. Su Xian retorted, you have abandoned your post without submitting a resignation and fled. Qingfeng Mingyue and Bai Tong remained speechless. In Chapter 11, as they attempted to install the program on their phones, Yihan ignored their banter, choosing instead to sit beside Lin Qingwan and delve into the intricacies of the software. While it was not surprising that the computer could connect to the signal towers of this world, the ability to link to a signal tower across a different space-time continuum was indeed remarkable. As Yihan contemplated this, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Observing the full signal displayed in the lower right corner of the screen, a spark of realization flickered in Lin Qingwan's mind, prompting her to glance at Yihan. Coincidentally, he was also looking her way. Their eyes met, and they could not help but blink in unison. After Su Xian and Qingfeng had finished their playful banter, they turned to see the two of them in this silent exchange, causing a slight shiver to run down their spines as they remarked, really, is it necessary? How long have you two been married? Qingfeng found their display excessively sentimental and inquired, shall we make room for you? Lin Qingwan, narrowing her eyes with a smile, replied, I was going to offer you an additional piece of information, but I shall withhold it now. The four of them grew curious, yet Su Xian, believing himself to be quite proud, stated, since it is merely an additional offering, it is evidently of little value. Mingyue nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed. Yihan observed with a gentle smile, saying nothing at all. Lin Qingwan offered them a fleeting smile before turning to send a message to Four-Eyed. She succinctly recounted their observations upon arrival and informed him of their intention to venture outward in search of a populated area to further comprehend this world. If circumstances permit, they aspired to attend a wedding at the Mingxin sect, thereby deepening their understanding of their surroundings. Four-Eyed acknowledged her message and synchronized their time. Realizing it was already morning on their side, Lin Qingwan glanced at the sun outside and remarked, there is a time difference between us, approximately 6 hours. It was around 2 or 3 in the afternoon at their current location. This information proved crucial, and everyone took note of it. Lin Qingwan then established a schedule for future communications with Four-Eyed, suggesting that they exchange messages preferably in the evening, around 10 o'clock. Four-Eyed also conveyed some updates from their world to Lin Qingwan, assuring her that any information they received would be disseminated by noon through news broadcasts. A smile crept onto Lin Qingwan's lips. With communication established, her family back on Earth would have a semblance of support, even if relationships grew cold over time. Four-Eyed's willingness to say this not only aimed to reassure Lin Qingwan and Yihan but also reflected the significant advantage their nation gained from having two ascendant cultivators connected internationally. The standing of a nation is invariably determined by its strength, just as the status of families and clans is dictated by their respective power. During the midday news, the broadcast station deliberately announced this wonderful piece of news. At that moment, Zhou Mingyu felt a warmth in his eyes and turned to Aunt Zhou, saying, with this news, our family will be safe for the next century. Aunt Zhou was equally excited, adding, as long as our son does not break the law. They had married late, and their son was now in a rebellious phase, which was particularly worrisome. Although Uncle Zhou wished to defend his son, he found her words to be true and nodded in agreement. That, however, was a matter for later. At this moment, Lin Qingwan had finished receiving the telegram and put away the telegraph machine. Yihan also stowed away the computer and looked at the other four, saying, let us pack our things. We are leaving now.
Now?
ISN, Tizhao is still searching for us? Someone interjected. It's been half a day. He is a nascent soul, not a mere mortal, and wouldn't he take his time inch by inch? Yihan then turned to Lin Qingwan with a smile, saying, You go change your clothes. I'll handle the phone and see if it works. I'll change in a bit, Lin Qingwan replied, pulling out her phone, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Yihan. With a hint of exasperation, Yihan picked up the computer again. Transferring the program would require unlocking and installation. It would take at least 20 minutes to set up, so it was better to change clothes first. Yihan had already retrieved 2 large boxes from his space and inquired, What kind of outfit would you like to wear? This was something they had specially arranged with her mother before their departure, as ancient attire had gained popularity since the rise of cultivation practices. Especially, certain prominent sects have preserved their traditional attire. Back in the day, the 100 Herb Hall and the Yi sect garnered a number of disciples due to their respective Taoist robes. Yihan, an adherent of the Yi sect, possesses a plethora of the sect's raiment. However, Lin Qingwan, not being affiliated with the Yi sect, had a considerable number of ancient costumes tailored. Considering the likelihood of encountering ethereal immortals in the cultivation world, Lin Qingwan arbitrarily chose a less intricate ensemble, retiring indoors to change. While Yihan assisted her in coiffing her hair, Lin Qingwan, observing him through the mirror, could not help but suppress a smile, remarking, I shall dress your hair momentarily. Yihan responded with a gentle smile, very well. Her hair gradually elongated, soon cascading into a full head of flowing locks. Lin Qingwan's smile faltered. Yihan could not resist bursting into laughter. Lin Qingwan, pivoting, pinched him lightly. Yihan, seizing her hand, declared, But you have pledged your word to me. You cannot renege. Coiffing her own hair posed no challenge for Lin Qingwan, but assisting another. She rather clumsily combed his hair upwards. Yet before the jade coronet could be properly positioned, the hair began to loosen. This pattern repeated itself several times, causing Lin Qingwan to glare in exasperation. Yihan offered her guidance, and in the end, Lin Qingwan resorted to artifice, initially securing his hair with a rubber band before donning the jade coronet. Nevertheless, it still appeared somewhat disheveled. Lin Qingwan raised her hand, intending to undo it, but Yihan clasped her hand, smiling, Let it be as it is. It is already quite satisfactory. Lin Qingwan could not help but cover his eyes, exclaiming, Are you indeed a male? How have you mastered this so swiftly? Anyone who has observed for a decade would have acquired the skill. Yihan chuckled as he held her hand, saying, Back in the other world, I would witness them styling your hair every morning. With time, I grasped the nuances and naturally learned the art. Moreover, across 3 lifetimes, excluding the time in the other realm, I was a complete ancient being. Even in the modern era, I wore my hair long, styled in a bun, and donned traditional robes. It was only when I officially entered military school that I had my hair cut short. The two exchanged smiles, hands intertwined. Outside the wooden cabin, a solitary figure accompanied by 3 spirits had been squatting on the ground for quite some time, waiting patiently. When he noticed the lack of movement from within, he could not help but stand and pace a few circles. Beitong turned to Mingyue and asked, Sister Mingyue, do humans always dawdle when it comes to romance? Mingyue replied, Don't ask me. I am no longer human. Beitong then looked at Su Xian, who also gazed down at him. You were once human. You can imagine for yourself. Beitong protested, but I'm still a child. You are tempting a child to commit a crime, you know? A child over 1600 years old, perhaps?
Su Xian the Mac?
I have never been in love, but I can assure you, I would not be so indecisive. It has been nearly an hour already. The sun is almost setting. Are we going to leave or not? Chapter 12. Departure. His voice was raised just enough for the two inside to hear. Yihan glanced outside, squeezed Lin Qingwan's hand, and stepped out to retrieve the 2 mobile phones that had been programmed and ready. After gathering the belongings from inside, he finally prepared to dismantle their little wooden cabin. Su Xian inquired, Have you finally decided to come out? Yihan remarked, Master Su, you are no longer young. It is time for you to establish a family and a career. Su Xian scoffed. Even if I were to settle down, I would not engage in such sentimental banter as you all. Qingfeng interjected, seeking to diffuse the tension. All right, let us be on our way. By the way, how shall we proceed? Yihan replied, allow me to guide you. Everyone turned their gaze towards Su Xian. As he rummaged through his spatial pouch for a flying artifact, he grumbled, you are a Yuan cultivator, affluent, and a pillar of the management department. After all these years, haven't you crafted a flying vessel? Yihan retorted, the military possesses aircraft. I see no need to play the pilot. Who, in their right mind, would create a large-capacity flying artifact for mere leisure? Among those present, only Su Xian seemed capable of such a feat. Su Xian eventually produced a moderately priced flying vessel, casting it forth to enlarge before boarding. I haven't used this in years. I must warn you, I will not be responsible if it malfunctions. Lin Qingwan surveyed her surroundings, assuring herself and Yihan that they would not plummet from the vessel, though the same could not be said for the others. Sensing her malice, the group pressed Su Xian to inspect the vessel's condition before they dared to board. The vessel soared into the sky, quickly finding its course without pause. Relishing the prospect of not having to labor, Su Xian gleefully set up a table and tea set within the cabin, preparing to brew tea and enjoy snacks while admiring the scenery. Yihan, being a Yuan cultivator, did not need to actively pilot the vessel. A mere fragment of his consciousness was sufficient. Without needing to infuse excessive spiritual energy due to a sudden windfall, Yihan immediately placed spiritual stones within the formation as soon as he boarded the flying vessel. Su Xian observed this with a twinge of regret, deeming it a waste. Yihan replied, it's south not like our place. Here, each spiritual stone merely equates to currency. Su Xian turned to Lin Qingwan, aren't you going to intervene? Lin Qingwan poured herself a cup of tea and smiled, we are not lacking in funds. Su Xian then addressed Qingfeng, I believe we should not linger here for too long. Qingfeng nodded in agreement, suggesting they assess the situation in a more populated area to gauge the status of the golden core cultivators here. If it proves to be satisfactory, they should part ways. As they gazed outward, the flying vessel hovered not high above the dense forest. Although they had been traveling for quite some time, there was no sign of any city. Beneath them lay an endless expanse of mountains and woods. Su Xian remarked, this place is indeed vast. Lin Qingwan added, the population must be sparse. Yihan noted, yet the spiritual energy seems to be intensifying. Qingfeng expressed his confusion, pondering why the area of the ascension platform would have diluted spiritual energy. Lin Qingwan found it quite reasonable, pointing out the absence of any residences in sight, indicating that the spiritual energy there was indeed mediocre. People tend to gravitate towards favorable conditions. During the agricultural era, regions with fertile soil and abundant water would naturally harbor larger populations, forming towns. In modern times, areas with convenient transportation flourish with activity. However, here in the realm of cultivation, spiritual energy is fundamental, is it not? With a collective epiphany, they concluded that their course should lead them toward regions rich in spiritual energy. Yihan promptly retrieved the aura detector produced by the Research Institute. Although cultivators can perceive the intensity of aura themselves, it pales in comparison to the capabilities of the Institute's device. This detector boasts multiple functions. It not only measures the concentration of aura in the air but also generates graphical representations and assesses the aura concentration within various objects. Initially designed to aid cultivators in seclusion for protective duties, the device was later enhanced by the Institute specifically for the benefit of farmers cultivating spirit plants. It determines which soil is suitable for which spirit plant, the appropriate density for sowing based on local aura concentrations, and whether the cultivated spirit plants meet the required standards, all achievable with a single aura detector. The device in Yihan's possession, however, is even more advanced. having been specially modified by Professor Su and his team to include several additional features. For instance, the aura concentration guidance function, which, when activated, directs users towards the areas with the highest aura density. As they soared through the air, the group found their trajectory somewhat erratic, prompting Ihan to frown and promptly disable the guidance, opting instead for a straightforward flight in one direction. The group fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter. The nature of aura is dynamic and not fixed. Within such a vast expanse, some areas are rich while others are sparse. If they were to chase after the shifting aura, they would likely not locate their destination town by day's end. As they turned their heads to admire the scenery outside the boat, they noticed the sun gradually descending towards the west, casting a warm orange hue that painted the clouds at the horizon in shades of gold and crimson, a breathtaking sight. Their hearts began to settle into a tranquil calm. Lin Qingwan sighed. It is increasingly rare to witness such vistas on Earth. Xian remarked, perhaps such sights are still observable. It is merely that you traverse too swiftly to notice them. Ihan, however, was intrigued, pondering, why is it that, despite inhabiting such a disparate world, the sun we behold remains the same, as does the moon? The topic piqued everyone's interest, and they eagerly shared their speculations. Lin Qingwan suggested, once we can communicate with the management department through audio and video, perhaps the research institute will uncover something remarkable. It is best to leave professional matters to the experts. As they soared through the skies, they watched as half of the sun dipped behind the mountains and the fiery clouds above diminished in number. As they contemplated whether to hasten their journey under the cover of darkness or to pause and camp for the night, Ihan and Lin Qingwan seemed to sense something simultaneously, raising their gazes towards the left. Before Xian and the others could inquire, Ihan had already altered their course. Understanding the implication, the group straightened in their seats, and Xian cleared his throat, casting a sidelong glance at Ihan's hair. Are you not going to tie it back again? Lin Qingwan's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully poked Ihan. He grasped her finger and stated earnestly, this is perfectly fine. Let us proceed. After a brief flight, a majestic city emerged within their line of sight. It was indeed magnificent. Lin Qingwan had seen the ancient capital city walls, yet none were as towering as those before them. Moreover, as far as the eye could see, the city was adorned with lofty towers that reached for the heavens. Unacquainted with the local customs, Ihan, exercising caution, decelerated his pace as the group began to scrutinize the approaching city. Prominently displayed above the city gate were three large characters. Ningwu City. Chapter 13, Ningwu City. Xian cast a fleeting glance, only to feel a sharp sting in his eyes. His consciousness trembled, compelling him to avert his gaze hastily. Ihan observed for a moment before lowering his eyes, instinctively tightening his grip around Lin Qingwan's hand. Lin Qingwan, meanwhile, gazed at the four grand gates below the city tower, noting a pattern after a brief observation. The mortals and those cultivating qi and foundation establishment entered through the same gate, seemingly clutching items that allowed them to pass effortlessly through the gate guards. Conversely, the entrance for the golden core and nascent soul practitioners was scarcely populated, devoid of the queues that plagued the adjacent gate. They could enter and exit at will. They, too, carried similar items, yet no guard dared to inspect them, instead standing resolutely at their posts, allowing the golden core and nascent soul individuals to pass unimpeded. It appeared that possessing an identity jade token was indeed requisite. Lin Qingwan quietly cautioned Xian, instructing him not to speak, while advising Qingfeng and the others to conceal themselves. Qingfeng, Mingyue, and Baitong had never appeared before others, serving as a concealed advantage. As soon as her words fell, the three spirits of Qingfeng vanished into the soul-nurturing vine, which Lin Qingwan then stowed away as Ihan descended the flying vessel. Indeed, there were numerous individuals who had halted their flying vessels not far from the city gate. Upon witnessing two Yuanying and one Jindan disembark from their flying vessel, A figure who had just stowed away their own craft turned to glance at them, his expression inscrutable. With a group of companions in tow, he proceeded towards the city gate. Yihan paused momentarily, casting a glance at Lin Qingwan, who nodded and remarked, "Indeed, we have been looked down upon." Standing behind them, Su Xian sighed softly. "How could we not be? 2 Yuanying are piloting a 5th-grade flying vessel. Well, did you not notice that the craft they just put away was at least of the 8th grade? Yihan retorted, "That flying vessel belongs to you."
Indeed.
"Even I, a mere Jindan, possess a 5th-grade vessel. Yet you two, as Yuanying, cannot even produce one of that caliber," Su Xian replied. Yihan and Lin Qingwan exchanged silent glances, contemplating whether to endure such remarks. Once Su Xian had stowed away the flying vessel, they joined the throng ahead, their pace unhurried, as if they were part of the group, yet distinctly separate. Yihan and Su Xian were accustomed to such undertakings, while Lin Qingwan felt somewhat unaccustomed. However, with Yihan's presence, she felt reassured. He maintained a close proximity, their sleeves brushing against each other, creating an illusion of intimacy amidst the considerable distance that separated others. Even the guards stationed at the city gate couldn't help but cast a glance at the pair. As the leading figure produced a jade slip to scan at the circular platform for entry, the individuals behind him solemnly followed suit. Once the first individual took a step forward, Yihan led Lin Qingwan onward, turning to furrow his brow at Su Xian, inquiring about his senior brother. Su Xian nodded in acknowledgement, gracefully sidestepping Yihan to catch up with the pace of the individuals ahead. With a mere diversion, the three followed the group ahead into the entrance. The guards were caught off guard and unable to intervene, for within the group were 2 esteemed Yuanzuns, and a mere foundation establishment cultivator would not dare to provoke them. Su Xian did not truly chase after the individuals in front but maintained a distance just behind them, appearing as if he intended to speak. Gradually, the trio slowed their pace, creating a clear distinction between themselves and the group ahead. Ever since Su Xian joined them, they remained on edge, fearful that the 2 Yuanzuns might seek trouble due to their master's disdain. Unbeknownst to Lu Zichen, who walked ahead furrowing his brow, he thought that next time he should bring a flying cloud beast. Otherwise, after entering the city gates, he would still have to walk to the immortal tower, which seemed rather undignified. Yihan and Lin Qingwan, meanwhile, were curiously observing the shops on either side. Aside from the significantly wider roads and taller buildings, the scene appeared quite similar to a different realm, reminiscent of ancient times. However, upon closer inspection, Lin Qingwan discerned subtle differences. For instance, most of the vendors squatting by the roadside were at the qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, and the patrons in the shops were all cultivators. This observation led Lin Qingwan to realize that genuine mortals appeared to be exceedingly rare within the city. The trio exchanged glances and decided against shopping for the moment, opting instead to follow the group ahead to see where they would settle and what activities they would partake in. They leisurely trailed behind the procession, and due to their unhurried pace, Yihan and his companions managed to peruse several stalls along the way. There was a stall dedicated to roasting long-eared rabbits. Lin Qingwan paused momentarily, and Yihan smiled and inquired, "Would you like to try some?" Su Xian, standing behind them, chimed in, "I would like to." Yihan cast a sidelong glance at him, disregarding his comment, and proceeded to purchase one from the vendor. The vendor was a qi refining practitioner. While he could not discern the cultivation levels of Yihan and Lin Qingwan, he sensed that Su Xian was likely at the golden core stage. Standing behind the two of them, generally, cultivators above the golden core stage seldom indulged in food, particularly from roadside stalls, which excited the qi refining practitioner. With a swift motion, he drew a knife, and like threads of silk, the flying blade effortlessly sliced the entire rabbit into pieces, leaving no trace of division. It remained whole in appearance. The qi refining practitioner shyly smiled at the trio, then wrapped the rabbit in an exceptionally large leaf, securing it with twine before presenting it to Yihan with both hands. Yihan accepted it into his spatial storage, returning a friendly smile and asking, "How much?" The vendor, momentarily taken aback, bowed with greater respect and replied, 20 spirit pearls will suffice." Ihan paused for a moment, producing a low-grade spirit stone, and tentatively said, "Let's have another one then." The vendor's eyes brightened and he repeatedly bowed, saying, "Please wait a moment, esteemed one. It will be ready shortly." After receiving the spirit stone, he gathered 60 spirit pearls from Ihan and swiftly prepared a second long-eared rabbit, slicing and wrapping it before handing it to Ihan. It was evident that 100 spirit pearls equated to a low-grade spirit stone, rendering their gold and silver seemingly useless. Ihan and Lin Qingwan exchanged a sorrowful glance, pondering the purpose of their gold and silver in this situation, as the flow of people increased, accompanied by horse-drawn carriages. A myriad of opulent carriages adorned the scene, as Lin Qingwan observed individuals adorning their steeds with blossoms. In addition to the horses, there were also peculiar creatures harnessed to carts. The establishments flanking the street were increasingly towering and majestic. The procession ahead moved in an orderly fashion towards the opposite side of the street. Following their gaze, the trio discovered a grand edifice inscribed with the characters when Xian Ihan raised an eyebrow. Observing the bustling individuals within and the faint fragrance wafting through the air, remarking, "It seems to be an inn or tavern. Let us investigate." Xian expressed mild apprehension, uncertain whether an identity jade token was required. Lin Qingwan and Ihan exchanged no words. Having come this far, they decided to proceed and face whatever may come. Chapter 14. When as the trio stepped into Xian, they were greeted by a refreshing aroma of fine wine. Not only Ihan and Xian, but even Lin Qingwan felt compelled to seek out the source of that enticing scent. The leading figure of the Yuanying had already ascended to the second floor, accompanied by 2 disciples, while the others lingered at the counter. Ihan, with keen ears, caught a mention of Qi Hong sect from a nearby Jindan practitioner. The individual behind the counter, presumably the innkeeper, possessed Jindan cultivation. After inspecting their tokens, he stated, "Your accommodations have been prepared. Would you prefer to proceed now, or?" A reply was promptly given. The innkeeper, having heard, rang a bell beside him, summoning a foundational cultivator who bowed respectfully to them. The Jindan innkeeper then declared, "Allow me to escort these esteemed guests to their quarters." Turning to retrieve a sign from the wall behind the counter for the foundation establishment cultivator, he accepted it with a bow and led the batch of golden elixirs to the backyard. At that moment, Lu Qiuan caught sight of Ihan and Lin Qingwan. He paused briefly, inclined his body in a slight bow, and then departed with the foundation establishment cultivator. Lin Qingwan and her companions couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the industriousness of the foundation establishment attendant. However, they thought, it is not uncommon for many foundation establishment cultivators in modern times to take on delivery jobs. In that sense, they all seemed quite similar. The innkeeper also noticed Lin Qingwan and Ihan, finding them unfamiliar, likely not from Ningwu City, their demeanor even suggesting they hailed from a different realm entirely. The innkeeper displayed his signature smile and inquired, "What may I offer the 2 esteemed Yuanzuns?" Ihan surveyed the interior of the tavern and replied, "We seek accommodation." "Is it merely a temporary stay, or do you intend to reside long-term?" the innkeeper asked.
Ihan pondered briefly.
"What difference does it make whether it is temporary or long-term?" The innkeeper smiled, explaining, "If it is for a temporary stay, the Yuanzun may reserve a room. However, for a long-term stay, it is preferable to secure an entire courtyard, ensuring convenience for your cultivation and peace of mind when coming and going." After a moment of reflection, Ihan decided, "Then let us reserve a courtyard." He added, "We still need to release Qingfeng and the others. How many rooms does the courtyard have?" The innkeeper glanced at Xian, who followed behind them, hesitating before responding, "At least 5 rooms, so. Then we shall require 5 rooms. What is the quality of the accommodation?" "There are 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. Seeing that Yihan had so many inquiries, the shopkeeper had already come to a conclusion. These individuals were either rustic folk emerging from the depths of the mountains or travelers who had never stayed at the Wuxian Tower. Thus, he took the rare opportunity to provide a detailed introduction. The courtyards of Wuxian Tower are all of superior quality, differing only in the density of spiritual energy, protective formations, and the complementary spiritual wine, tea, and delicacies. The upper-tier courtyard costs 1 medium-grade spirit stone for a 10-day stay in a 5-room guest house. The middle tier requires 80 low-grade spirit stones, while the lower tier is priced at 50 low-grade spirit stones. Yihan thus gained a general understanding of the pricing in this realm. It seems that if the spirit stones were sufficient, inflation was not particularly severe. He neither sought to stand out nor wished to be looked down upon, so he replied, "Let us have a middle-tier courtyard, then." "Very well," the shopkeeper smiled. "Would the esteemed guest prefer to sit in the tower and savor some tea? Or shall I show you to your quarters first?" "Let us first see the courtyard," Yihan responded. The shopkeeper complied, summoning another Foundation establishment cultivator and turning to retrieve a sign to place beside him. Noticing Yihan had no intention of producing his identity jade token, he cautiously remarked, "The esteemed guest's identity jade token." Yihan cast him a glance and produced a medium-grade spirit stone, placing it down with a casual air. "Let us settle the rent for the first 10 days. The shopkeeper paused for a moment before taking up a brush to inscribe something in the ledger. He then handed the nearby sign to the Foundation establishment attendant, instructing him to promptly escort the esteemed guests to their quarters. The Foundation establishment cultivator acknowledged the command, took the sign, and led Yihan and the others towards the back entrance. Upon exiting, they found themselves in a courtyard adorned with a dozen carriages, where an array of unfamiliar yet striking flowers bloomed in the flower beds. The Foundation building cultivator invited the three to board the carriage, taking a seat on the yoke alongside the coachman. Lin Qingwan gently lifted the curtain to gaze outside, witnessing the carriage glide through a grand gate and onward. Traversing a garden-like courtyard, flanked by towering trees and numerous closed gates. Each gate was marked by a wooden sign bearing the name of its respective courtyard, each one fortified with an array of formations and encircled by lofty walls. As they sat within the carriage, all they could perceive were the crimson walls and the climbing plants that had breached the heights. It resembled a solitary villa, complete with imposing barriers. Lin Qingwan lowered the curtain, exchanging a raised eyebrow and a smile with Yihan, finding this Xianxia tower quite intriguing. The carriage moved swiftly along an unimpeded path, soon arriving at their destination. The Foundation building cultivator and the coachman bowed, inviting them to disembark. Before them stood a sign that read Xianxia Pavilion. The cultivator utilized the sign to deactivate a barrier, granting them entry. Upon stepping inside, the scenery transformed dramatically, with unfamiliar trees lining either side. However, the most captivating sight was the clusters of frost-colored flowers in the flower beds, their white petals seemingly adorned with icy crystals. Due to the chill, wisps of vapor rose as the air met them, creating an enchanting spectacle. Unable to resist the allure, Lin Qingwan lingered her gaze, prompting the attendant to bow and inform her, "These are Xianxia flowers, hence the name of this courtyard, Xianxia Pavilion. Please follow the path, esteemed one." The Foundation-laying attendant guided the three individuals to the living room, which was designed in the style of a traditional courtyard. The layout featured 2 rooms on each side, with a central living area, flanked by side rooms and the main quarters. To their astonishment, the rooms were all double-storied. Thus, although there were only 5 rooms, each one had an upper level. According to the attendant, these upper chambers were designated as training rooms for guests. Any alchemical or crafting endeavors had to be conducted on the second floor, while the first floor served solely as a place for rest. Once Lin Qingwan and the others settled down, refreshments and fruits were promptly brought to them. These delicacies were unfamiliar to Yihan and his companions, and it was evident on their faces. The The foundation-laying cultivator, however, took no offense. In such a vast world of cultivation, unfamiliarity was quite normal. He had already sensed that the demeanor of these three individuals was distinct from that of the locals, suggesting they might hail from another continent. Thus, the foundation-laying cultivator earnestly introduced the treats and beverages, assuring them that these were standard provisions provided by the guest house on a daily basis. Recognizing an opportune moment, Xian produced a small pouch of spirit stones, placing it on the table and offering it to him as a tip. The cultivator, visibly apprehensive, quickly shook his head, exclaiming that he could not accept such a gift. Chapter 15. Inquiries. Seeing him so flustered that he could barely articulate his words, Xian turned to Xian. Xian cleared his throat softly, pulling him aside to whisper, "Do not be afraid, my friend. We are merely travelers from afar." Xian then rose and accompanied Lin Qingwan to the courtyard, where they encountered the Xian shuang flower for the first time, igniting their curiosity. Though they had stepped into the courtyard, their ears remained attuned to the conversations taking place in the living room. As soon as Xian and Lin Qingwan, the two nascent soul practitioners, departed, the foundation establishment cultivator felt a measure of relief. Though Xian's cultivation was still superior, the disparity was not insurmountable. The presence of nascent soul masters was undeniably imposing. Xian reassured him, stating that both nascent soul elders had amiable dispositions, so there was no need for concern. The foundation establishment cultivator shared this sentiment, recognizing that the demeanor of these two was indeed pleasant. It was not that the other nascent soul practitioners who frequented this place were inclined to bully him, but rather a general perception. At the very least, he could expect no smiles from the other nascent soul elders when they encountered a mere novice like him. After a moment's hesitation, he discreetly tucked the pouch of coins into his sleeve and addressed Xian, saying, "If the Taoist has any instructions, I shall certainly speak without reservation." Xian smiled and replied, "We are not inquiring about any confidential matters. We are merely newcomers, unfamiliar with the surroundings, and wish to learn more. Please, share with us whatever you deem appropriate." For a brief moment, the foundation establishment cultivator found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, Xian inquired, "Was the nascent soul elder who passed before us just now a senior from the Qihong sect? We encountered him before entering the city." With this prompt, the foundation establishment cultivator found his voice, responding with a smile. "Indeed, that esteemed elder is Yuan Zunlu. His temperament is somewhat straightforward. Unlike the amiable nature of the two nascent soul elders, it is best to keep a respectful distance." The foundation establishment attendant, feeling the weight of the spirit stones in his pouch, became increasingly earnest and added, "This Yuan Zunlu is an 8th-tier artifact cultivator, so his pride is not without foundation." Xian then asked, "What brings them to Ningwu City?" It was evident that they were on a mission, as the Qihong sect was certainly not based here. The foundational disciple remarked, "It seems they are merely passing by. However, I overheard that they intend to wait here for the members of the bipolar sect to journey to the Central Land together." Xian, seizing the moment, inquired, "The Central Land, you say?" "Indeed, we stand at the very edge of Ningwu continent, at its utmost west. Beyond this lies the Central Land, and further still, the Far East." Xian refrained from persistently questioning the disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect. He feared that should any misfortune befall them in the future, he would find himself at a loss for words. Thus, he shifted the topic and asked, "Might there be any recent news of note in Ningwu City? Are there any matters we should be wary of while traveling?" The foundational disciple, still somewhat anxious, had initially suspected a vendetta against the Crimson Rainbow sect. However, upon hearing Xian's change of subject to such a common inquiry, he immediately brightened, eager to provide an answer. After detailing the latest happenings in Ningwu City, he further elaborated on the local specialties and taboos. Xian then poured him a cup of spiritual tea, smiling as he said, "In truth, we, the Yuanzuan, Wish to attend the matrimonial ceremony of Xian Yuanzuan at the Mingxin sect. Our journey is rather hasty, and we must meet a few friends along the way. It would be ill-mannered to arrive empty-handed, thus we seek to bring along some local specialties. The matrimonial ceremony at the Mingxin sect had recently become quite the topic of conversation, and the foundational disciples suddenly understood, exclaiming, "Ah, so both of you Yuanzuan are also heading to the Central Land for Xian Yuanzuan's wedding? What a coincidence! You can await the next intercontinental airship with Yuanzuan Liu." Su Xian's spirits lifted as he asked, "How often does this intercontinental airship depart?" "It operates every 10 days, replied the disciple. "Unfortunately for the Yuanzuan, the timing is not fortuitous. An airship just departed this morning, so the three of you will have to wait until the next 10-day period. Fortunately, the journey from Ningwu City to Mingxin City only takes 8 days, providing ample time." Su Xian genuinely wished to reward him with another pouch of spirit stones. Yet certain inquiries seemed inappropriate to pursue further. He could inquire about the Qihong sect or the gossip of Ningwu City, for their unfamiliarity was excusable due to being outsiders. However, a lack of fundamental knowledge would raise considerable suspicion. For instance, when he casually mentioned the asking immortal tower, the other party expressed astonishment, explaining that asking immortal towers are ubiquitous across the entire Ningwu continent, with branches even on other continents. It would be somewhat understandable if he had never stayed at one, but how could he not have heard of it? Thus, Su Xian refrained from asking about the cross-boundary flying boat, as it was evidently akin to modern aircraft. Noticing that the individual had lingered long enough, Su Xian smiled and bid him farewell. The Foundation establishment attendant left behind a token, informing Su Xian that the Yuanzuan and Daoist could channel a strand of spiritual energy into the token, thereby activating the entrance restrictions. The token could be carried or left behind, though it was advisable to keep it close. He added that should the Daoist or Yuanzuan require assistance, pulling the attached string would summon someone to comply with their requests. Su Xian acknowledged this and escorted the individual out. Upon turning around, he found Yihan and Lin Qingwan had already released the 3 ghosts of Qingfeng. As soon as they emerged, the trio noticed the change in their surroundings and inquired, "Where are we now?" Lin Qingwan explained, "Perfectly, we can utilize these 10 days to familiarize ourselves with this world and seek a place to obtain our identity jade tokens." Yihan nodded, acknowledging that a status jade token was not necessarily required to reside in the immortal's abode. However, he speculated that, given the innkeeper's inquiry, the regulations here were likely quite stringent, and the crossing vessels might indeed necessitate its presentation. Qingfeng then remarked, "Do remember to secure a token for us as well. We do not wish to remain concealed within the soul-nurturing vines indefinitely." Yihan reassured them, "Do not worry." The group then indulged in a delightful feast, while Yihan, Lin Qingwan, and Su Xian abstained, generously offering the fruits, pastries, and wine to their companions. Qingfeng and the others found their humility rather peculiar and inquired, "Why do you not partake?" Yihan smiled and replied, "We have decided to dine outside," while also gathering some intelligence. Upon hearing this, Qingfeng and the others began to perceive the spiritual fruits as less appetizing. Bai Tong exclaimed, "We wish to go out as well." Yihan responded, "You are our trump card. It would be prudent to wait until we acquire the status jade token." Su Xian nodded in agreement, noting that the local sentiment towards ghost cultivators remained uncertain. "What if a Daoist were to appear, seeking to exorcise you?" Lin Qingwan added, "With only the 2 of us, and given the abundance of Yuaniing cultivators here, should you encounter exorcism, I fear we may not be able to assist you." Qingfeng then inquired, "When shall we be able to officially reveal ourselves?" Yihan suggested, "Let us first ascertain the procedure for obtaining the status jade token. If your identities are legitimate, then we shall consider reappearing." He added, "If all else fails, we can discuss it further once we reach the Central Lands." After a moment of contemplation, Qingfeng and the others acquiesced, reasoning that remaining within this courtyard was a minor inconvenience. Having resided in the ancient tomb for over 16 centuries, they were hardly daunted by a few days' confinement. The group reached a consensus, sharing all information until they were certain nothing had been overlooked before rising to depart. Qingfeng and Mingyue stood on the steps, observing as the others unsealed the barriers and exited through the grand door. Mingyue sighed wistfully, expressing, "I once thought being a ghost was quite delightful. Yet now I find life as a human far more appealing." Qingfeng replied, "Once you become a ghost legally, your perspective will surely change." Bai Tong added, "Do not seek fleeting pleasures. True enjoyment lies in enduring satisfaction." Mingyue pondered this and, resolving her inner conflict, turned her gaze towards the wine on the table. "Shall we indulge in some wine?" Chapter 16. Donglan Street. Yihan tentatively rang the bell at the door, and soon a carriage driver arrived to escort them. They were taken to the back courtyard of the Xianlu and, upon entering, immediately inquired about the establishment. Although night had fallen, the area was ablaze with light. Familiar lanterns mingled with unfamiliar luminescent entities resembling flowering trees, illuminating the street in a radiant and enchanting manner. Lin Qingwan, curious, scanned the surroundings with her spiritual awareness, discovering that these were indeed trees, unlike the modern decorations of mere lights. These trees emitted a gentle glow, and as she looked further, she noticed many such trees lining the street, their beauty utterly captivating. As the trio stepped into the interior of the Xianlu, they were promptly welcomed by a server who guided them to a table, recognizing them as esteemed guests entitled to special dining privileges. The three soon realized that the dishes offered were entirely composed of spiritual food, each possessing enhancement effects, with distinctions in grade and price determined solely by their spiritual attributes. Aside from the spirit rice, the three rustic fellows were unfamiliar with anything else, so they decided not to dwell on it and simply ordered a few dishes based on their perceived benefits. The attendant acknowledged their order and soon brought forth the ethereal cuisine. Upon tasting, they found it rather delectable. Not only was it fresh, but the flavors were also quite pleasing. However, their attention swiftly shifted to the other patrons within the celestial establishment. Yihan soon discerned a peculiar phenomenon. Within the private rooms, the conversations were effectively shielded by formations, rendering outsiders incapable of overhearing the exchanges within. Moreover, a significant portion of those outside had also established soundproofing arrays, ensuring that even their immediate neighbors could not discern their dialogues. The discussions of those without soundproofing were rather mundane, such as, "Brother X, your attire is rather fine. Is it a new release from the Celestial Garment line?" Or, "Brother Y, do you still have any of that spirit wine left from our last gathering?" As the trio dined and listened, Yihan finally caught a snippet of valuable information. "How have you fared since your injuries on Donglan Street?" "I have recovered well. Those who dared to provoke me paid dearly. I smashed their 3 shops, and only after they compensated me with elixirs did we settle the matter. With the aid of those elixirs, my wounds healed swiftly." Brother Zhang was indeed too impulsive. Next time, it would be wise to involve more allies. After all, there are formidable entities stationed in Donglan Street, along with several powerful families lurking in the shadows. Do they truly dare harm members of the Tsangyan sect? In my opinion, Ningwu City ought to exert some control over Donglan Street. It has descended into chaos. Yihan and Lin Qingwan exchanged glances, each harboring their own contemplations. They glanced outside and were greeted by a dazzling display of lights, with a considerable number of pedestrians bustling about. Thus, they resolved to venture out and explore Donglan Street. Ningwu City was indeed a vast metropolis. Although the inhabitants of this world lacked modern technology, their capabilities surpassed those of contemporary society. Coupled with the extensive land available, one could assert that the city could expand as much as desired. After wandering for a small part of the day, the trio realized that the areas they had traversed amounted to merely a fraction of the city. Nevertheless, they had gathered a wealth of gossip and insights, enriching their understanding of this world. Zhao De remarked that were ubiquitous here, a statement that held some truth, based on their observations, were indeed plentiful. And they had even encountered two. However, the predominant presence was that of. As they explored this section of the city, most shopkeepers were, with a few running larger establishments. Upon entering, even if they made no purchases, the proprietors were exceedingly courteous. When the shopkeepers were, it was naturally Yihan and Lin Qingwan who engaged in conversation. However, if the individual was, then Su Xian would take the initiative. They astutely discerned that the hierarchical structure here was particularly rigid, with displaying absolute deference in the presence of. If Yihan and Lin Qingwan approached A with a calm demeanor to seek advice, they would be visibly anxious, and those nearby would regard them with watchful eyes. Similarly, when they occasionally encountered two passing, the in the vicinity would respectfully bow their heads in greeting, standing still, while Yihan and his companions, who looked up at the, appeared rather conspicuous. Fortunately, the three individuals were quite astute. Upon sensing the displeasure emanating from one another, they promptly lowered their heads and paid their respects like those around them. Yihan and his companions discerned that a gaze lingered upon them for a moment before it departed. Once the crowd had dispersed, Yihan addressed his companions, stating that they must secure a legitimate identity at the earliest opportunity, for without it, they could not find peace of mind. Lin Qingwan and Su Xian nodded in agreement, resolving to visit Donglan Street the following day, as Zhao De had mentioned that the branch of the Cultivators Alliance was located there. Through their brief exploration, they had come to realize that the Cultivators Alliance was not akin to the comprehensive association of all practitioners as on Earth, but rather a coalition specifically for loose cultivators, capable of standing against the major sections. It appeared that the cultivators in Ningwu City harbored a certain disdain for the Alliance, and recalling the actions of Zhao De and his ilk, the trio began to form a subtle hypothesis. Despite this, they felt compelled to investigate further. As they planned their visit to Donglan Street, they could not leave Qingfeng and the others alone at the inn, should a conflict arise. It would be prudent for Qingfeng to have allies. Thus, Lin Qingwan decided to bring the three along with them. Together, they hailed a carriage in front of the Ask for Immortals Pavilion and set off for Donglan Street. Donglan Street was a bustling tapestry of diverse characters. Numerous cultivators had claimed sections of the area, sitting cross-legged and setting up stalls, with even some yuanying practitioners engaging in such activities. Admittedly, the items on display were infused with abundant spiritual energy, yet Yihan and his companions were unfamiliar with any of them. It seemed they would need to embark on a journey of re-education, akin to being reborn. Exchanging glances, they stepped forward and soon discovered that the interior was alive with the clamor of voices centered around three large stone slabs adorned with a multitude of inscriptions. Upon a glance, Yihan discerned that it was a message regarding a task, which included the acquisition of a certain spiritual object, the hiring of bodyguards, as well as the search for individuals skilled in alchemy and artifact crafting. The trio exchanged glances, pondering whether this was indeed the Cultivators Alliance, how it differed from their preconceived notions. Nearby, 3 windows were occupied by individuals. Those who selected a task would take their identity jade tokens to the respective window for processing. Soon, the tasks inscribed on the stone tablet were checked off, indicating that someone had accepted them, and with a flicker, they vanished. The 3 stood silently for a moment, realizing that one window was for task publication, another for task selection, and the last for task submission. Their conspicuous presence was undeniable, as they were unfamiliar faces in the crowd, and their striking appearances drew attention. At that moment, one person stepped forward, clasping hands in greeting, and inquired, "Are you two newly arrived in Ningwu City?" Chapter 17. Such warmth. I am Zhao. From where do the 3 of you hail? And which sect do you belong to? Yihan smiled and replied, "We have journeyed from a foreign continent. Are you a member of the Cultivators Alliance, Zhao Daoyu?"
Indeed.
Zhao responded, "I serve as a minor steward within the Alliance. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. Our encounter is fortuitous." and I have always cherished the opportunity to forge friendships. Upon first seeing you three, I felt an inexplicable warmth. Unable to restrain his amusement, Yihan remarked, "It seems that you, Zhao Daoyu, possess a similar warmth, as if we have met before." Lin Qingwan and Su Xian could not help but chuckle at this, and thus the trio joyfully followed Zhao Er outside. Upon exiting, they encountered Lu Zichen and his companions, and upon seeing each other, both parties paused in surprise. Yihan and Lin Qingwan smiled and nodded slightly towards him. Although Lu Zichen regarded them as simple country folk, he refrained from being rude and solemnly returned their nod. However, when his gaze fell upon Zhao Er, who stood nearby, he could not help but furrow his brow slightly. Noticing that Yihan and the others intended to follow him, he could not resist voicing his concern. "Hey, if you are unfamiliar with Ningwu City, it's best not to wander about aimlessly." Zhao Er, observing the tension in Lu Zichen's brow, glanced at the attire adorning Lu Zichen and then at the disciples behind him. Beginning to form a vague guess about his identity, he smiled and said, I see that the three of you have friends here. I shall not impose any further." Yihan placed his hand on Zhao Er's arm, smiling. "Lu Daoyu is not an outsider. Moreover, he has matters to attend to, so it would be unkind to impose too much. Since Zhao Daoyu has graciously agreed to guide us, it would be remiss to go back on your word." Both Yihan and Zhao Er were in the nascent soul stage, and this was the realm of cultivation, not earth. It was rare for cultivators to engage in such casual displays of camaraderie. Yihan's hand resting on Zhao Er's shoulder could easily be perceived as a threat, and even Lu Zichen sensed the underlying tension. He raised an eyebrow but chose to disregard it, turning to lead his companions into the cultivators' alliance. Zhao Er's expression darkened. Glancing at Yihan and Lin Qingwan, he did not wish to create an unpleasant scene in front of the people from the Qihong sect. He guided them down another street, but halted shortly thereafter. Zhao Er indeed did not wish to create an unpleasant scene with Yihan. Initially, he presumed they were mere country bumpkins from afar, thus he did not mind taking a small advantage. However, upon realizing that the other party was acquainted with Lu Zichen of the Qihong sect and with his true self present, Zhao Er naturally refrained from making any overt moves. Nevertheless, he did not show any signs of intimidation. With a deft maneuver, he extricated himself from Yihan's grasp and declared, "Since you are a friend of the Qihong sect, we are even better friends. This area belongs to my alliance of cultivators. Should you wish to purchase anything, do let me know, and I shall guide you to the finest options." Zhao Er's expression softened a bit, and with a smile, he inquired, "Pray,
What would you like to ask?"
do you know someone named Zhao? Zhao Er's smile faltered, and Lin Qingwan could not help but chuckle. "Is that truly your brother's name, or is it a pseudonym? It seems rather careless, does it not?" Zhao Er was acutely aware of his brother's shortcomings. The smile vanished from his face as he furrowed his brow, regarding the trio with suspicion. "Are you here to seek revenge?" "Whether or not we are," Yihan replied, "we have a friend who recently ascended, only to be robbed by Zhao Da. We wish to ascertain whether he is in your possession." Given that someone had come to inquire, it was evident that the individual in question was not deceased. Zhao Er quickly responded, "Dear friends, there may be some misunderstanding in this matter." He glanced at the three, forming a conjecture about their identities, and smiled. "Have both of you joined the Qihong sect after your ascension? It is understood that ascension is contingent upon both opportunity and luck. Those endowed with exceptional talent are naturally coveted by all. Our Cultivators Alliance values talent highly. Your friend's ascension at the Ascension platform in Ningwu City signifies a connection with our alliance. Rest assured, once your friend joins, I, Zhao, will ensure his well-being." Yihan remained tight-lipped, his expression stern. Zhao Er, observing his demeanor, urged, "Do not be swayed by the rumors circulating outside. Our Cultivators Alliance is indeed formidable." Yihan merely snorted in response. Zhao Er's expression darkened as he candidly reflected that he was not particularly intimidated by them. His amiable discourse was merely out of respect for the Qihong sect. At an opportune moment, Su Xian interjected, Yuanzun, why not inquire if they have procured their identity jade tokens? Yihan turned his gaze toward Zhao Er, who responded as I mentioned. There have been no new members joining the alliance recently, so it is evident that they have not obtained them. Su Xian promptly added, Yuanzun, as we are traveling, it would be unwise to trouble Lu Yuanzun over this matter. If we locate Jin Yuanzun and he lacks an identity jade token, he will be unable to board the intercontinental flying vessel. Upon hearing this, Zhao Er burst into hearty laughter, saying, Indeed, if your friend does not mind, I can assist him in acquiring an identity jade token which can initially be registered under our Cultivators Alliance. Once he affiliates with a sect, we can amend it accordingly. Given that your friend has already ascended, even if his talent is not extraordinary, he should find it manageable to serve as an outer sect steward in the Qihong sect. Yihan and the others exchanged glances, sensing the underlying implications. Maintaining his composure, he replied, In that case, I must trouble you, Zhao Dao friend. Zhao Er led them towards the Alliance of Cultivators and inquired, Have you brought his communication talisman? I can extract his spiritual imprint from it without his presence. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xian suddenly pointed towards the street corner and exclaimed, Yuanzun, look! Isn't that Jin Yuanzun? Yihan and Lin Qingwan dashed off to pursue, leaving Zhao Er behind. Thank you, Daoist Zhao. We shall meet again another day. We can discuss the matter of the identity jade token later. Su Xian hurriedly followed suit. Two ascended cultivators, without roots or foundation, dared to challenge the alliance of cultivators. Humph. He felt somewhat dissatisfied with his elder brother Zhaoda, since they had already captured someone. Why not resolve the matter thoroughly and prevent any messages from being sent out? The three of them swiftly departed, feeling a sense of relief. Wasn't the acquisition of an identity jade token dependent on spiritual awareness? Lin Qingwan suggested, continuing to search aimlessly like headless flies is not a viable strategy. Perhaps we should publicly declare our identities. Yihan inquired, to whom? To Lu Zichen of the Qihong sect, and also that Zhang Daoist from the Zhongyan sect whom we heard about last night. Su Xian remarked, Neither of them seems particularly agreeable. Lin Qingwan responded, however, They likely are not deceitful individuals. It is certainly a better option than our current exhausting efforts. Yihan concurred, deeming the plan feasible. Although his previous encounter with Lu Zichen was somewhat unpleasant, the latter had just shown willingness to offer them a reminder, indicating he was not a villain. Chapter 18. Making Friends? Upon entering the questioning immortal tower, Lu Zichen immediately sensed that he was being observed. Instinctively, he looked up towards the second floor and met the gaze of three pairs of piercing eyes. Luo Zicheng furrowed his brow and turned to head towards the backyard, only to be intercepted by Yihan, who appeared before him in an instant, blocking his path. Lu Qiyuan, initially believing Yihan had come to stir trouble, stepped forward with his junior disciples, demanding, What do you intend to do? However, Yihan merely smiled subtly at him, then turned his gaze to Luo Zicheng, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, esteemed Daoist Luo. It is a privilege to meet you at last. Might I have the honor of inviting you to the second floor for a gathering? Luo Zicheng responded with visible displeasure, I refuse to dine with country bumpkins. Yihan countered, How do you know we are country bumpkins? With two Yuanying practitioners traveling in a dilapidated, low-grade flying artifact, they could only be deemed as either bumpkins or impoverished souls. Luo Zicheng replied, I dislike both. After a moment of silence, Yihan retrieved an object from his spatial storage and offered it to him, stating, In terms of flying artifacts, we may not compare to you, but there are certain things in which I believe you cannot surpass us. Luo Zicheng accepted the palm-sized item and inquired, What is this? Yihan replied, A mobile phone. He activated it and casually opened a stored Xianxia drama for Luo Zicheng to view. Luo Zicheng's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly crushing the device in his grip. Initially, he questioned, "What manner of demon are you, to imprison a soul within this?" However, after watching for a moment, he discerned something amiss and furrowed his brow, stating, "Is this a recording stone?" As Yihan presented the object, Lin Qingwan and the others were separated by a protective barrier. Thus, while they could observe the two conversing, they were oblivious to the content of their exchange, and the item in Luo Zicheng's hand remained indistinct. Lin Qingwan's eyes reflected concern, prompting Yihan to take the initiative. "We reside in the Xian Shuang Pavilion. May I inquire where our companions from the Qihong sect are staying?"
"Oh,"
replied Lu Zichen, "not far at all. Our courtyard is situated just diagonally opposite." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingwan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Within the confines of the Asking Immortal Tower, he harbored no fears regarding Yihan and his companions, thus he obediently stepped aside. Yihan successfully ensnared Lu Zichen's interest and subtly nodded towards the two individuals above. Consequently, the group proceeded to the guest courtyard. Shi Huiman expressed his apprehension. "Senior brother, do you think Lu Shishu, being so innocent, might be deceived by those three?" Lin Qingwan reassured him, "Do not worry. Although my uncle can be rather straightforward, he is, in truth, quite astute." Indeed, Lu Zichen was perceptive enough to recognize that Yihan's presentation of this unfamiliar object signified a request for assistance. Thus, he directly inquired, "What is it you wish to convey?" Exchanging a glance with Lin Qingwan, Yihan understood that in pursuit of a favor, one must be prepared to relinquish something in return. Lu Zichen, evidently not one for indirectness, necessitated a forthright approach if they were to achieve their objectives. Therefore, Yihan commenced by discussing the mobile device, stating, "This phone is a unique creation from our world. It possesses the capability of capturing images and has considerable storage for video and audio. Lu Daoyu, we hail from the lower realm." Lu Zichen's expression shifted to one of realization. "No wonder. It is perplexing. Despite being two nascent souls, you appear rather modest, only capable of producing low-grade flying artifacts." Yihan remarked on the journey to Ningwu City, having heard tales of Daoist Lu, noted for his integrity and righteousness within the Qihong sect. Today, they have indeed felt Daoist Lu's benevolence and justice, prompting them to seek his counsel. Lu Zichen, flattered by the praise, set aside his intriguing mobile device and replied, "Please, continue." Yihan promptly stated, "Daoist Lu, when we arrived, we encountered an individual who identified himself as Zhao Da from the Cultivators Alliance. He claimed that all who ascend to this realm must register their identity within the Alliance to obtain an Identity Jade token and pay an entry fee. To be frank, we exhausted our treasures just to pay this fee, and our swift escape spared us from capture otherwise." Lu Zichen scoffed, "They are deceiving you. The Cultivators Alliance has grown increasingly outrageous over the years. What entry fee? What necessity to register with them?
"Pa."
The Alliance is merely a loose confederation of rogue cultivators. Any ascended cultivator has ample opportunity to participate in recruitment contests held by other sections. At the very least, with your skills, you could serve as a steward in a prominent family." While this information might hold significant weight for Yihan and his companions, for Lu Zichen, it was simply common knowledge, akin to the understanding that one should rinse their mouth after a meal. Thus, he nonchalantly remarked, "Only those who neither wish to join a sect nor seek the patronage of a noble family would consider registering with the Cultivators Alliance for an Identity Jade token." Lin Qingwan promptly inquired, "What if we do not wish to at all?" Luo Zichen cast a glance at them, perceiving their audacity, and remarked, "If none of you are willing, then perhaps you should procure an Identity Jade token from the nearest lord's mansion. That would grant you the status of a free person, albeit the information would reside within the imperial court." The trio was astonished. Indeed, there exists an emperor in this world? Now it was Luo Zichen's turn to gaze at them with curiosity. What? Does your realm lack an emperor? The three shook their heads, then nodded. Luo Zichen's expression soured as he retorted, if there is, then there is. If there isn't, then there isn't. Why the indecisiveness of nodding and shaking heads? In matters of political structure, Xian and Han were rather unacquainted, hence they both turned towards Lin Qingwan. She cleared her throat and explained, in our nation, there is no emperor, though other countries do possess emperors or queens. There is a multitude of nations, resulting in varied circumstances. Luo Zichen's countenance softened slightly as he inquired, if there is no emperor, then who governs? He furrowed his brow, realizing the contradiction. If you could ascend upon reaching the nascent soul stage, then your realm must be a minor one, predominantly inhabited by mortals. How could there be no emperor? We practice democracy, Lin Qingwan elucidated. Our head of state is elected, with term limits in place. Upon the expiration of a term, a new election must be conducted. Luo Zichen grasped the concept and scoffed. Isn't that quite similar to an emperor, merely transitioning from hereditary succession to elective succession? However, such details were trivial. Lin Qingwan preferred not to dwell on this topic further and continued, are there any restrictions on obtaining an identity jade token from the Lord's mansion? No, said Lu Zichen. As long as you wish to go, you may certainly do so. Having reached the Yuanying stage, no city lord would be foolish enough to refuse you. The three felt a sense of trepidation. Then, do we have any obligations towards the city lord's residence, the imperial court, or this nation? Chapter 19. An irreconcilable conflict. Lu Zichen pondered, furrowing his brow. There should be a fixed annual requirement to undertake certain tasks. However, these tasks are not particularly arduous. They typically involve eliminating a few aberrant beasts or demons. The imperial court provides a certain tribute each year. Having received remuneration, it is only right to exert oneself. After all, joining a sect or a cultivator's alliance does not come without its costs. Han and Lin Qingwan exchanged apprehensive glances, deliberately avoiding looking at Xian, and instead gazing earnestly at Lu Zichen. Are there demons here as well? Indeed, all kinds of races exist. What is the relationship between human cultivators and them? Irreconcilable. Han and Lin Qingwan exchanged looks, their gazes landing on the very individual who epitomized that irreconcilability. Sitting directly in the center, Xian's hand, grasping the teacup, froze as he lowered his head to sip, feigning ignorance of the conversation. You will undoubtedly recognize their differences upon encountering the demons. Xian was the first to regain his composure, asking, if there are demons, does that mean there are also demon cultivators? Being a Jindan cultivator, Xian's inquiry struck Lu Zichen as somewhat impolite. However, seeing that Han and Lin Qingwan remained silent, he chose to endure it in silence. Of course, when humans cultivate in demonic ways, they become demon cultivators. Three individuals engaged in conversation. The relationship between that person and the demonic cultivator is. It depends on the circumstances. The demonic cultivator is ferocious. Should any wrongdoing occur, the imperial court will issue a nationwide warrant and naturally, everyone will seek to eradicate him. A sigh of relief escaped the trio. It was a fortunate turn of events. Lu Zichen eyed them suspiciously. You seem quite concerned about the demonic cultivator. Could it be that he has ascended? The two shook their heads vigorously in denial. How could that be possible? We are, after all, pure spiritual cultivators. Lu Zichen concurred. If the other party were indeed a demonic cultivator, he would have sensed it. As for Xian, who had remained silent, Lu Zichen dismissed him, considering that ascension required at least the Yuanying stage, while Xian, being merely at the Golden Core stage, was regarded as a local. In an instant, a thought struck Lu Zichen, causing him to stiffen and turn towards Xian. You are not from our realm, are you? If so, why would they come to seek your counsel? The questions they pose are rather simple, ones that even a local qi cultivator would know. Mere mortals would find them trivial. Ihan promptly interjected, "He ascended with us, but he sustained severe injuries upon landing." Ihan's words trailed off, yet Lu Zichen filled in the gaps in his mind, his attitude towards Su Xian softening somewhat. To fall from ascension and be met with such misfortune was indeed pitiable. At this moment, Su Xian finally received the title of brother from Lu Zichen, acknowledging his past status as a Yuaning practitioner. This realization led Lu Zichen to understand that Ihan and Lin Qingwan's demeanor towards Su Xian was entirely reasonable. After all, it was uncommon for two Yuaning cultivators to treat a golden core practitioner with such courtesy. It seemed that Su Xian's previous cultivation level had been quite commendable. Inquiring further about the matters concerning demonic cultivators, Ihan subsequently sought clarity on the relationships among human cultivators, demon cultivators, and ghost cultivators. It became evident that, aside from the irreconcilable conflicts with the demonic faction, the Ningwu continent harbored only minor disputes with other sects and races, none of which were lethal or insurmountable. Therefore, it seemed plausible that Qingfeng and his companions could acquire legitimate identification tokens. After a silent exchange of glances, the three had reached a consensus to procure identity jade tokens at the city lord's mansion, armed with compelling justifications. Both Ihan and Su Xian were affiliated with sects and had no desire to join another. Should they choose to affiliate, it would require careful consideration, as they needed to find a sect that aligned with their ideals both mentally and physically, an endeavor that could not be achieved hastily. Presently, however, they required identification tokens for their comings and goings, so it seemed prudent to obtain these tokens first. Lu Zichen had also mentioned that apart from joining a sect, individuals could acquire identity jade tokens through the Cultivators Alliance, the royal court, and various noble families, allowing for future freedom in choosing whether to join a sect. This was contingent on not having already taken a master or enrolled in the Royal Academy, as the cultivation world adhered to the principle of one disciple, one master, and one entrance into a sect. Having already offended a considerable number of individuals within the Cultivators Alliance, they had no intention of seeking further conflict. Additionally, serving a noble family was equally unappealing. The trio preferred a life of autonomy. If they were to manage affairs, it would be under the aegis of the largest noble family, the royal court. Hence, they entrusted Lu Zichen to facilitate their request for several identity jade tokens at the city lord's mansion. Luo Zichen, feeling troubled, waved his hand and said, "Isn't it merely 3 identity jade tokens? You are all ascendants, as long as you go to the city lord's mansion. There's no reason they won't grant you what you seek." Ihan coughed lightly and replied, "Actually, we require not 3, but 6. Luo Zichen squinted at them. "Are you truly ascendants? You aren't deceiving me, are you? Which minor world would send 6 individuals to ascend together?" Ihan explained, "These 3 are not humans. They are spirits." Lin Qingwan then released the trio of Qingfeng. Luo Zichen was taken aback, and after a moment, he remarked, "You mean to say these are your nurtured spirit cultivators? Quite impressive. However, since they are your subordinates, is there any need for identity jade tokens?" "They are not subordinates," came the reply. Luo Zichen narrowed his eyes. Then how did they ascend? Lin Qingwan and Ihan felt that, regardless of the realm, smuggling was hardly commendable. Thus they promptly stated, "We have made a pact. Should we ascend, we shall grant them their freedom." Nonetheless, Luo Zichen remained skeptical. Lin Qingwan added, "Although this celestial law is not the same as the previous one, we still dare not violate our oath." The 3 spirits of Qingfeng stood obediently to the side, appearing remarkably well-behaved. Luo Zichen frowned and said, "The city lord's mansion may not necessarily accept spirit cultivators." Noticing Ihan's gaze on his phone, Luo Zichen paused and said, "Very well, I shall give it a try and inform you tomorrow." Ihan, elated, poured him a drink, expressing his gratitude to Luo Daoyu. First, please enlighten me on how to utilize this device. Xian readily agreed, not only instructing him on how to view the videos stored within, but also teaching him how to take photographs, record videos, and enjoy the single-player games contained therein. Lu Zichen was astonished at the myriad functions of this small device, utterly bewildered, having forgotten when and how he departed from the Xian pavilion. Once they had seen their guest off, the three individuals and their spectral companions huddled together to deliberate. Could Lu Zichen be trusted? The consensus was high. Xian remarked that it was improbable to avoid any risk entirely. They had already navigated the complexities of Ningwu City, and exploring on their own posed even greater dangers. Xian concurred, noting that the villains in this world were even more brazen than those from their own, engaging in blatant robbery and deceit. And it seemed the power of the royal court was rather lacking. Lin Qingwan observed that this situation bore both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that their future allies might be somewhat weak, while the advantage lay in a greater degree of freedom. Xian added that relying on others was less dependable than relying on oneself, thus they should not place their hopes on external support. Everyone nodded in agreement, and thus a consensus was reached. They proceeded to retrieve the royal court's identity badges. Chapter 20. Research. Xian became aware of the activation of the restrictions and immediately opened his eyes. After contemplating for a moment while holding Lin Qingwan, he struggled to rise from the bed and floated towards the door to disengage the barriers. Outside stood Lu Zichen, his expression grave. Upon seeing Xian, he cleared his throat and said, "Today, I will meet with a friend from Ningwu City to gather some information for you." Xian glanced up at the moon still hanging in the sky before lowering his gaze to Lu Zichen, silently inquiring, "And what then?" This was not just a moment ago. No, it must have been last night. Did we not agree upon this last night? Xian gazed at a pile of shattered mobile phone fragments. With an impassive expression, he accepted the broken pieces, stating, "I will do my best." Lu Zichen then revealed a broad smile and inquired, "May I watch you assemble it?" Xian cast a glance at him and stepped aside to permit his entry. Lin Qingwan had also risen, seemingly anticipating Lu Zichen's arrival, as she sat at the table brewing tea. As Xian disassembled the mobile phone, he discovered that the screen remained relatively intact. However, to his astonishment, he had also dismantled the internal circuit board. Alas, it was utterly destroyed, rendering any hopes of restoration futile. Xian held up the circuit board and remarked, "Friend Lu, this is the essence of the phone. You have rendered it useless." Lu Zichen was taken aback and asked, "Does that mean my artifact is no longer functional?" Xian remained silent for a moment, while Lu Zichen stared at him with wide eyes. With no other option, Xian retrieved another device from his storage. Though it was merely a promotional item from his Uncle Zhou's company, an outdated model that had never been utilized. Fortunately, it still possessed the basic functions that he had previously taught. Xian transferred the memory card to this new phone, ensuring that the data would not be lost. Lu Zichen raised an eyebrow and asked, "You cannot do this?" Xian shook his head, stating, "Each profession has its expertise. I am not adept in this." Lu Zichen scrutinized him from head to toe and queried, "Are you not a weaponsmith?" "I possess the ability to forge artifacts, yet I do not yet consider myself a true artificer." After a brief pause, Xian continued, "Moreover, this mobile device is not a magical treasure. It is an earthly product, originally conceived by mortals. It was only after the convergence of realms that certain functions related to cultivation were gradually integrated. However, these functions differ fundamentally from magical tools, which can only be activated by cultivators. The capabilities of a mobile phone can be utilized by anyone." Luo Zichen expressed astonishment. "Not a magical tool? Just recently, I activated a protective shield and an offensive spell on my phone." Xian nodded, affirming that mortals can indeed use these features. Furthermore, the protective shield and offensive spell were specifically designed for the defense of ordinary individuals. When activated, they also dial an emergency number and transmit the user's location to the authorities. The essence of it all lies within this circuit board, a knowledge I do not possess. Luo Zichen widened his eyes in disbelief. As an artificer, have you never considered learning this? After all, he was a transcendent practitioner from that realm, endowed with status and power. Why did he not acquire this technology before his ascension? Luo Zichen's incredulity was palpable, prompting Ihan to respond. Because I am a good person, how could I possibly seize what belongs to others? The crux of the matter is that even if he were to take it, it would serve no purpose. The world is replete with treasures, and why should one aspire to possess or master every single one? Luo Zichen narrowed his eyes. Are you insinuating that I am a villain? Certainly. Those who disrupt others' peaceful slumbers are not virtuous. He glanced at Lin Qingwan and then back at Ihan, smirking. Do nascent soul cultivators still require sleep? It is merely our custom, Ihan replied. Luo Zichen remarked, living among mortals for too long can be quite vexing, as they are riddled with various flaws. Nevertheless, he bid farewell and departed, clutching both his new phone and the old one he had dismantled. Although Ihan insisted that the device was beyond repair, Luo Zichen was eager to explore it further. He first became engrossed in the fantasy dramas contained within, simultaneously mocking the triviality of the cultivation depicted in their world while being thoroughly entertained. After several episodes, he inadvertently exited the app and stumbled upon a previously opened game, which piqued his curiosity, leading him to play it with equal enthusiasm. He found this pastime rather enjoyable and considered it a delightful distraction for his lengthy journey in the realm of cultivation, determining to share this newfound amusement with fellow practitioners. Thus, he resolved to further dismantle the device. The phone Ihan had given him was not the latest model. The screen bore a solitary crack. With his spiritual sense, Luo Zichen pried it open and discovered a myriad of colorful circuit boards within, speckled with numerous black dots and lines. Although he was unfamiliar with their precise function, he discerned that this particular board was crucial. He began to experiment with spells, quickly realizing it was not an array formation. He tinkered and prodded, ultimately disassembling the connections on the board. As dawn broke, Luo Zichen had yet to glean any understanding. He was acutely aware that Ihan possessed knowledge he had chosen not to share. However, he was not perturbed. Among weapon craftsmen, there existed both camaraderie and caution. Humanity often guarded its knowledge jealously, imparting lessons to disciples, but withholding certain secrets. After organizing his findings and donning a striking new outfit, Luo Zichen stepped out into the world. Lu Qiyuan awaited outside, and as soon as he emerged, he was presented with water for washing his face. Once he had completed his morning rituals, he proceeded to breakfast. Lu Qiyuan inquired, "Master Uncle, shall we attend the auction today?" "It is of little consequence whether we go to a minor auction or not," replied Lu Zichen. "However, I must deliver an invitation to Lord Zhongyuan, requesting him to join me at the Asking Immortal Pavilion." Lu Qiyuan lowered his head in acknowledgement, assuming it was merely a routine social call by his master. It was only upon the arrival of Lord Zhong that he realized his master was orchestrating connections for Ihan and his companions, who turned out not to be 3 individuals, but rather 3 spirits. After bidding farewell to Lord Zhong, Lu Qiyuan asked, "Master Uncle, since Yuan and his companions have ascended, why not invite them to join our sect?" Lu Zichen replied, "They are far too cunning. They do not suit our Qi Hong sect." Lu Qiyuan retorted, "Is that merely your personal opinion?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qiyuan considered the youthful appearances of Ihan and his companions, noting that they had not been tested for bone age. If they were not over 300 years old, their potential was commendable. It would indeed be a great pity not to recruit them. Lu Zichen seemed to perceive his thoughts and cast him a sidelong glance, saying, "Do not dwell on it. Even if we regard them highly, they may not desire to join a sect. I suspect they prefer the liberated life of wandering cultivators. In the lower realms, they were either not elite disciples of any sect or were indeed wandering practitioners. Chapter 21. The test Lu Zichen sought out Yihan, stating, Zhang Guangshuan has agreed. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to the city lord's mansion. Yihan inquired, is there anything we need to prepare? No need. Lu Zichen glanced at Su Xian and said, if all three of you have ascended, then the city lord's mansion would be willing to accommodate 3 nascent souls accompanied by 3 golden core ghost cultivators. In essence, it is a policy aimed at attracting talent. Yihan's heart tightened, and he inquired keenly, is it possible for you to ascertain whether someone has ascended? Lu Zichen responded with a knowing smile, indeed, within 3 years of ascension, one will bear the will of the heavenly Tao, which can be detected. Lin Qingwan asked, does this apply to anyone who has crossed the boundary? Lu Zichen nodded and gestured towards the 3 ghost cultivators of Qingfeng, unless they hide like them. The will of the heavenly Tao will invariably remain. The 3 felt somewhat reassured and quietly deliberated. Tomorrow, the 2 of us will be tested first, and you will go last. Despite the covert nature of their crossing, Su Xian still harbored concerns. What if I don't possess the mark? Or they determined that I did not ascend in the usual manner. Then we resort to bribery, Lin Qingwan proposed. If bribery fails, we shall observe their handling of the situation. If the consequences are severe, we must find a way to escape. Thus, everyone prepared items for bribery. Should bribery fail, Lin Qingwan would take the lead, and when it was time to flee, Yihan would act first. They laid out their life-saving possessions, organizing them before awaiting the arrival of the next day. The 3 individuals and 3 spirits sat on the second floor, gazing at the sun as it gradually ascended in the eastern sky. Lin Qingwan could not help but sigh, reflecting on the peculiar nature of their situation. While in the mortal realm, they had all yearned to know what the celestial world was like, with their predecessors incessantly exclaiming about the wonders of the immortal realm. Yet, after their ascension, the heavenly domain revealed itself in such a manner. Su Xian remarked, do you not find it exhilarating? The path of cultivation was always meant to be arduous. How could it possibly be smooth sailing? If the journey were that effortless, would there not be an abundance of those who ascended to immortality? Given the longevity of celestial beings, an influx of ascendants would surely lead to overcrowding in the upper realms. Qingfeng interjected, I hope that when you find yourself pursued and facing peril, you can maintain such convictions. Lin Qingwan and Yihan could not suppress their laughter, offering each other rare moments of solace. The likelihood of that is rather slim. We are merely preparing ourselves for any eventuality, she replied. Yihan continued, the forces in this world are exceedingly complex. Based on the information gathered over the past few days, it appears that the intentions of various factions are not aligned, making talent all the more crucial. Lin Qingwan, deep in thought, stroked her chin and inquired, by the way, do we count as prodigies here? The group exchanged knowing glances, their eyes sparkling with newfound determination. Su Xian and the others could not resist patting Yihan and Lin Qingwan on their shoulders, saying, whether you gain recognition now rests upon your shoulders. Among those present, Lin Qingwan and Yihan were undoubtedly the youngest in terms of bone age, and their status as 2 prodigies bolstered their confidence significantly. Thus, when Lu Zichen arrived to escort them, he was met with their radiant smiles, each adorned in exceptionally fine attire. Though they are mere mortal goods, they still possess a certain charm. Lu Zichen conversed with them as he walked, inquiring whether all the garments in their world were indeed of common quality. Are you suggesting that you inscribe magical arrays upon your clothing? Such attire does exist, but it requires customization and is exceedingly expensive. Lu Zichen interjected, as a nascent soul, do you truly lack funds in this realm? I do not lack, Yihan replied matter-of-factly, but there is no necessity for me to wear such garments. After all, no one can harm me. Why should I feel compelled to don magical robes? Su Xian and the others nodded in agreement, reasoning that it would be wiser to spend their money on feasting and merriment, as clothing should not warrant excessive expenditure. Lu Zichen struggled to comprehend their perspective and turned to the only female cultivator present, Daoist Lin. Do you share the sentiment? I believe attire holds considerable significance, she replied, which is why I opt for common goods. The designs of magical robes are far too limited, whilst mundane garments offer a much richer variety. Lu Zichen and the accompanying Lin Qingwan were momentarily taken aback. The group hired 2 carriages to the city lord's mansion. The front section of the mansion served as an office, where Zhang Yuan had already been awaiting their arrival. Upon noticing Lu Zichen, he greeted him with a smile, immediately recognizing Yihan with an appreciative glint in his eyes. He then turned his gaze to Lin Qingwan, who also appeared strikingly distinguished. With a warm smile, he approached them and said, "You 3 Taoists must be the newly ascended nascent souls. Please come inside." Zhang Guangshuan sighed. Ever since the ascension platform outside Ningwu City came under the management of the Cultivator Alliance, no ascended practitioners have entered the royal court through Ningwu City. You 3 are truly the first of your kind. Yihan furrowed his brow and inquired. When we descended, we were immediately robbed by a man named Zhao Da. I observed their audacious behavior. Can't the city lord's office intervene? The ascension platform operates on a 20-year cycle, and it is indeed challenging for our city lord's office to manage, replied Zhang Guangshuan. It has now been 5 years. We have another 15 years before it is our turn to oversee the ascension platform. Countless cultivators have fallen victim to their nefarious schemes during these years, he lamented. Yihan and Lin Qingwan exchanged glances, their expressions darkening, yet they remained silent. Zhang Guangshuan chuckled and said, "Let us not dwell on the misdeeds of these scoundrels today. I have heard from Daoist Lu that you 3 are honorable and trustworthy individuals, for which I hold the utmost admiration. Our city lord's office is open-minded in employing talents. Thus, despite being ghost cultivators, it will be quite simple for you to obtain your identity tokens. Please follow me." Zhang Guangshuan led the 6 of them to a testing chamber, which, apart from the awaiting staff, was devoid of any other personnel. As Zhang Guangshuan had indicated, no ascenders had come to process their documents, and this place had remained vacant for 5 years. He brought them to a stone platform upon which a circular disc was suspended, with a needle embedded within. He explained, "This is the disc for testing the will of the heavenly Tao. Anyone who has ascended must bear the imprint of the heavenly Tao's will. Thus." Yihan smiled and interjected, "We understand. Daoist Lu informed us of this yesterday. Since it is a procedure, we shall comply. I shall go first." With that, Yihan stepped onto the stone platform. Observing his decisiveness, Zhang Guangshuan's expression brightened, and he promptly instructed his subordinates to commence the testing. As Yihan took his position, he sensed a force rising from beneath his feet, gradually enveloping his entire being. Unbeknownst to him, the needle within the circular disc above his head was slowly moving, ultimately ascending to rest at a particular value. Zhang Guangshuan observed with satisfaction, estimating that their ascension would not exceed a short span of 10 days, as indicated by the residual will of the heavenly Tao lingering in the air. Chapter 22. The residual will. Once Yihan stepped down, Lin Qingwan took her turn to stand upon the platform. The remnants of the heavenly Tao's will within her were slightly weaker than those of Yihan, yet still quite evident. Zhang Guangshuan cast a glance at her, noting the discernible difference in the intensity of her residual will compared to Yihan's. And a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Had they not been meant to ascend together? How could there be such disparity? Yihan nodded towards Lin Qingwan, prompting her to step down from the stone platform, and the group turned their attention to Xian. Clearing his throat softly, Xian approached the platform. Both Yihan and Lin Qingwan instinctively straightened their backs, while the trio of Qingfeng could not help but inch forward, their eyes fixed intently on the disc. As the spiritual energy began to rise from Xian's feet, the needle within the disc commenced its rotation. Once the energy enveloped his entire form, the needle began to quiver violently. The 2 observers below, along with the 3 spirits, felt their hearts race. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the needle jerked to the top, its intensity of residual will leaving Zhang Guangxuan and Lu Ziqin utterly astonished. Su Xian, keenly observing the expressions of those around him, noticed their peculiar countenances, uncertain whether he had succeeded or failed. Nevertheless, dismissing any concerns, he feigned nonchalance as he descended from the stone platform. Glancing up at the disc and seeing the needle in motion, he inquired with a smile, "Are there any further assessments?" Zhang Guoxian was in a state of indecision as he glanced at Yihan and then at Lin Qingwan, ultimately directing his gaze towards Su Xian, cautiously inquiring, "Did the three of you truly ascend simultaneously?" The trio nodded in unison. Yihan pondered for a moment before responding, "If you harbor any doubts, dear friend Zhang, you may inquire at the ascension platform. Our simultaneous ascent to the upper realm was witnessed firsthand by Zhao De and others." Zhang Guoxian chuckled, "I certainly believe you, Daoist. It is merely that the behavior of this disc is rather peculiar. Perhaps the three of you could conduct another test?" The three exchanged glances and agreed. Thus, they took turns standing on the platform once more, discovering that the needle's position remained largely unchanged. However, Su Xian's needle remained taut, and had the disc not been sufficiently sturdy, Zhang Guoxian would have genuinely feared that the residual willpower might shatter it. Although Zhang Guoxian harbored doubts, he recognized that Yihan and the others were, after all, at the nascent soul stage, and he did not wish to impose too heavily upon them, lest it lead to enmity instead of camaraderie. He turned to Su Xian and remarked, "Su Daoist, having fallen from the nascent soul stage, you must have sustained considerable injuries. Would you like me to summon an alchemist to examine your condition?" That would indeed reveal the truth, for Su Xian's injuries had already healed. He silently pondered, wondering if it was too late for him to conceal his internal wounds. Lin Qingwan, being the quickest to respond, whispered an apology to Zhang Guoxian. "Su Daoist is an alchemist himself. He has already concocted medicine for his own recovery and has been improving steadily. However, the process of re-establishing his nascent soul is fraught with difficulties. Hence, Zhang Guoxian expressed his understanding, recognizing that enduring the arduous journey from golden core to nascent soul, only to subsequently fall from nascent soul back to golden core, would undoubtedly be a source of great frustration. It is indeed fortunate for Su Xian that despite the loss of his cultivation, he managed to survive and traverse the boundary wall. Although he is a native cultivator who has never experienced ascension, he has heard that crossing the boundary wall is akin to a perilous endeavor, with some cultivators losing nearly half their lives in the attempt. The loss of cultivation is, under such circumstances, rather commonplace. This is what Zhang Guangxuan thought, and it was also the source of his consolation for Su Xian. The three companions and the three spirits were astonished. Is the boundary wall truly such a formidable barrier? Zhang Guangxuan suggested that the trio take a brief respite while he prepared some necessary items. Lu Ziqin followed him, urging, "You should send someone to inquire further." Zhang Guangxuan turned and asked, "What, do you suspect they are not ascended cultivators?" Reflecting on the mobile devices presented by Yihan and the others, Lu Ziqin shook his head. "Not at all. I am indeed convinced they are ascended. Yet, I remain perplexed as to what transpired after their ascension. There is an undeniable strangeness about them." Zhang Guangxuan replied, "As long as they have ascended, that is sufficient. After all, who cares what they did in the past, provided they are not spies sent from the outside?" He chuckled. "This experience has broadened my understanding. It is intriguing to note that even among those who ascended simultaneously, the remnants of the heavenly Tao's will upon them differ. Historically, there have been varying measurements of the heavenly Tao's will, which can be understood given the diversity of worlds, timelines, and ascension platforms. However, today, these three ascended from the same world and at the same time, yet their tests yield such discrepancies." Zhang Guangxuan's curiosity was piqued. Lu Ziqin shared this curiosity, pondering whether it might be related to their innate talents. Zhang Guangxuan's eyes flickered with curiosity as he inquired, "Have you questioned them about their bone age?" To which the response was, "No. Who would pose such a question upon first meeting? What if they are 500 or 600 years old, on the verge of ascension?" Zhang Guangxuan replied, "That is unlikely. Their youthful countenances suggest otherwise. After reaching a certain stage in cultivation, one can indeed rejuvenate their physical form. Have you not observed the array of ancient beings in the cultivation realm who sport remarkably youthful appearances?" Zhang Guangxuan found himself at a loss for words, then declared, "I shall assess their bone age." Lu Zichen regarded him in silence. With a serious expression, Zhang Guangxuan continued, "This is for the sake of accurate statistical information. It is imperative to clarify such matters when acquiring an identity jade token. You mentioned it as a query, after all. The cultivation realm is not as stringent as Ihan and the others might envision. At least, when obtaining an identity jade token, one is permitted to self-report their age. Whether they choose to inflate or deflate it is entirely at their discretion. As a loose cultivator, one is acutely aware of their own lifespan. However, when seeking to join a sect or take on a master, the first order of business is typically to measure bone age. Any attempt to conceal it would be in vain. Moreover, there are numerous counterfeit identity jade tokens within the cultivation realm. Given the daily occurrences of death, it is not uncommon for individuals to procure a replacement. Yet, they cannot substitute the spiritual energy and consciousness embedded within the genuine identity jade tokens, rendering the capabilities of counterfeit tokens exceedingly limited. Having resolved to ascertain their bone age, Zhang Guangxuan directly seized a large spherical device to approach them. This transparent apparatus, inscribed with age markings, offers the most intuitive and convenient method of measurement. It requires no infusion of spiritual energy. One merely needs to place their hand upon it. Provided the hand is original, the bone age can be accurately determined. The trio, along with the three spirits, were oblivious to the fact that obtaining an identity jade tablet did not necessitate a bone age test. Thus, they cooperated wholeheartedly. After all, when acquiring modern identification, one must input their age. It is not merely a matter of stating a number, as a birth certificate is required. In earlier times, without a birth certificate, mortals needed proof issued by the village or neighborhood committee, while cultivators could simply have their bone age assessed by the Alliance of Cultivators. Consequently, the three of them readily placed their hands upon the sphere. Ihan was the first, and the bone needle pointed to a certain number. Lu Zichen's eyes widened slightly, while Zhang Guangxuan's eyes sparkled with surprise as he turned to Ihan and exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "No wonder, fellow Taoist, he appears so youthful. Truly, he is remarkably accomplished at such a young age." Lu Zichen pursed his lips, while Lin Qingwan, observing from behind, was utterly astonished and instinctively glanced at his master. A flicker of regret flashed in his master's eyes, yet he remained silent. Unable to contain himself, Lin Qingwan prodded him, urging, "Come on, master. The identity jade tablet process has yet to commence. Hurry up." Lu Zichen stood still, unmoving. "You have no shame. I still have my dignity," he thought. He had established this connection, and since Zhang Guangxuan was his friend, how could he go back on his word? Lin Qingwan hastily transmitted, "Master, substance is more important than appearance." As the two disciples argued, Lin Qingwan had already stepped forward, placing her hand upon the sphere, where the bone needle gradually settled on a value even shorter than Ihan's. Zhang Guangxuan felt his heart racing. He clutched his chest and nodded repeatedly at the two, his smile so broad that his eyes nearly disappeared, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent indeed." Lu Qingwan fell silent, and Lu Zichen's expression grew increasingly tense. By the time Xian approached, he had already lost all sensation. However, Zhang Guangxuan stepped forward eagerly to observe.
Xian,
filled with curiosity, placed his hand upon the orb, only to witness the bone needle smoothly advance, gradually surpassing Lin Qingwan's previous value and continuing beyond Yihan's score. Zhang Guangxuan wore a cheerful smile, dismissing it as a mere normality. After all, how many true geniuses could there be? Yet the needle continued its ascent, crossing 100, then 200, 300, and eventually 400, causing the smile on Zhang Guangxuan's face to freeze as the needle showed no signs of halting. Both Yihan and Lin Qingwan also approached with curiosity, and even Qingfeng and his companions could not suppress their intrigue. In the entire cultivation world, who was unaware of Su Xian's unique cultivation method? As they gathered around, they noticed the needles swaying erratically, clearly thrown into disarray, making it impossible to ascertain Su Xian's true age. Those in the know could not help but let a glimmer of amusement flash in their eyes. Zhang Guangxuan swallowed hard and inquired, "What is your actual age, esteemed friend?" Su Xian sighed, "Having lived for so long, I have forgotten." Lin Qingwan cleared her throat and said, "As long as you remember your birth date, I can assist in calculating it." After all, as a history graduate student, this was a skill she possessed. Su Xian shot her a sidelong glance, choosing to remain silent. Lu Qiyuan could no longer contain himself, and, leaning past Lu Zichen, whispered, "Isn't the identity jade token supposed to take 3 days to be issued? Perhaps Yi Yuanzuan and Lin Yuanzuan should reconsider?" Zhang Guangxuan cast a glance at him, and, noticing that Lu Zicheng remained silent, discerned his burgeoning desire for competition. With a smile, he remarked previously, "We would have had to wait 3 days due to the large number of people, but now, with no one else here, we need not wait for 3 days. 3 hours will suffice. You and Daoist Lin may wait briefly. We shall complete this swiftly." Su Xian cleared his throat, and the 3 ghosts of Qingfeng stepped forward. Zhang Guangxuan laughed heartily, saying, "Ah, indeed. Let us not forget these esteemed individuals. Rest assured, we shall have everything ready shortly." He then hastily retrieved 3 jade tokens from his spatial pouch and inquired of the 3 ghosts, "How many years have you spent as ghost cultivators?" Qingfeng was taken aback and asked, "Should we calculate our ages based on our time as ghost cultivators?" Zhang Guangxuan, rarely hosting ghost cultivators, pondered momentarily before responding, "That seems appropriate, yes?" The 3 ghosts exchanged glances and began to deliberate quietly. "When did we awaken, exactly?" MASU-MANHUA interjected, "How am I to know? I suddenly awoke and found myself underground. Who can tell when that was?" Beitong added, "It was only after the ancient tomb collapsed that we were able to venture out. Should we reckon from that time?" Hadn't Zhang Guangxuan mentioned that the identity tokens were not strictly regulated? Su Xian had written down 50 according to his own discretion. MASU-MANHUA, with a playful glint in her eye, twisted her hair and chuckled, "Then I shall declare myself 18. Beitong immediately chimed in, "I shall claim 28. Qingfeng observed the 2 for a while in silence before finally deciding to declare 30. Upon hearing the ages reported by the 3 ghost cultivators, Zhang Guangxuan's smile faltered slightly as he queried, "Is this not subject to change?" 3 specters inquired, "Is it absolutely necessary to amend this?" Zhang Guangxuan took their jade tokens and replied, "It is not obligatory. You may decide for yourselves." "Then let us proceed as is," Qingfeng said with a gentle smile. "I appreciate your assistance, Zhan Yuanzun. Considering the favor of Yihan and Lin Qingwan, it is my pleasure," Zhang Guangxuan responded with a smile. Holding the 6 jade tokens, he prepared to depart when Yihan interjected, "I forgot to mention, Zhan Daoyu, as he embraced Lin Qingwan, we are partners, recognized by the heavenly Tao." Zhang Guangxuan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled in understanding, instructing his colleagues to expedite the production upon his departure. As they extracted the information within and reinforced the formation, one remarked upon their ages. Are they truly so naive as to think that reporting a lower age would make them geniuses? Zhang Guangxuan offered no explanation. Instead, he smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude. "I appreciate your efforts. A friend has entrusted me with this task. I shall treat you all to a drink at a later date." Zhang Guangxuan had established a commendable rapport within the city lord's estate, and his colleagues, respecting his standing, readily agreed to assist. Once he had organized everything, he promptly turned and made his way to the rear of the city lord's residence to seek an audience with the city lord. Though the city lord was in seclusion and thus inaccessible, he was able to report the situation regarding Yihan and the others to the young city lord. A Yuaning under the age of 50 could indeed be deemed a genius, Yihan remarked. They are merely a shade inferior to Su Xianbua of the Tsangyan sect. Zhang Guangshuan lowered his head and acknowledged with a soft yes. However, they were cultivators from the lower realm, where spiritual energy was scarce, and resources were naturally inferior to those in our upper realm. Nevertheless, they managed to attain the Yuanying stage before the age of 50, indicating their exceptional talent. Ku Yuhan pondered for a moment and said, "Then you should inquire further, asking if they would be willing to take me as their master. If they agree, accept them as outer disciples first. Should their aptitude truly prove commendable, we can later promote them to the inner sect." Although Zhang Guangshuan had only interacted with them briefly, he sensed a certain pride within them. Thus, he hesitated to ask, "What if they are unwilling? If they refuse, then so be it. We can still forge a good relationship." Ku Yuhan scoffed. Do not emulate Zhao Qiao, who believes that his widespread influence grants him the right to act as he pleases. Newly ascended cultivators are rootless and foundationally weak. However, those who ascend to our Ningwu continent come from small worlds. Surely, they have predecessors in the cultivation realm. Once significant troubles arise, it remains to be seen whether the Cultivator Alliance can manage the fallout. Zhang Guangshuan nodded in understanding, comprehending how to approach Yihan and the others. Chapter 24. Declining Yihan and Lin Qingwan had no intention of seeking a master, as their understanding of this world was limited, making it improbable for them to easily pledge themselves to a mentor. Thus, they politely declined Zhang Guangshuan's offer. He did not press the issue, but instead presented them with the identity jade tokens he had prepared and explained the rules of the city lord's residence. Upon their arrival, the 6 individuals were tasked with relatively straightforward responsibilities. During the initial 3 years, barring any extraordinary summons, they were permitted to select their assignments at their leisure, provided they completed a minimum of 3 tasks of the lowest rank each year. Zhang Guangshuan distributed a jade slip to each person, stating that it contained the various regulations of the imperial court, with the final entries pertaining to the rules of the city lord's mansion. He explained that for those in the nascent soul stage, the most basic tasks were ranked at level 5, while those in the golden core stage faced tasks of level 3. Lin Qingwan inquired, clutching the jade slip, whether they were required to finalize their tasks at this moment. The 6 understood, realizing why Lu Zichen had remarked that settling in the city lord's mansion would afford them considerable freedom. Indeed, it was quite liberating. If they could accept tasks across cities, they would not be confined to Ningwu City unless exceptional circumstances arose. Elated by this revelation, they readily agreed. Yihan contemplated hosting a banquet at the Asking Immortal Tower, inviting Lu Zichen's nephew and Zhang Guangshuan to join. Although Yihan and Lin Qingwan had declined to take him as their master, Zhang Guangshuan still regarded them highly. Such young nascent soul practitioners, as long as they did not meet an untimely demise, held boundless potential for the future. Lu Qiyuan also consented to attend the gathering. Despite Yihan and the others being associated with the city lord's mansion, there remained a glimmer of hope for the Qihong sect, provided they did not formally become disciples. Though their initial encounter had been somewhat unpleasant, Lu Qiyuan observed that over the past few days, the rapport between them and their master had improved. He believed that with continued effort, he could foster a more favorable impression of the Qihong sect, perhaps even enticing them to join the sect in the future. Thus, Lu Qiyuan exchanged glances with his master, who, feeling somewhat helpless, turned to Yihan and inquired about their forthcoming plans. Yihan did not conceal his amusement and remarked, "I have heard that the Mingxin sect is experiencing a joyous occasion, and we thought to join in the festivities." Lu Zichen raised an eyebrow. "You seem quite well informed." Yihan replied, It was merely mentioned at the Ask the Immortal Pavilion. Such tidbits can be gleaned over a meal, hardly a matter of great insight. Lu Zichen continued. Indeed, it is a coincidence. We are also headed to the Mingxin sect. Would you care to accompany us? Yihan smiled. I appreciate your kindness, Lu Daoist. I was actually hoping to inquire about the best way to get there. Lu Zichen, not believing that he was unaware, noted that even Zhang Guangshuan had figured it out. It was no wonder he had the audacity to seek a status jade token after encountering the pitfalls of the Cultivators Alliance. He had evidently learned that a status token was necessary to board the interborder flying vessel. Lu Zichen stated, a friend of mine will arrive tomorrow. Once they do, we can prepare to set off. By the way, the interborder flying vessel departs in 7 days. You are aware of this, I trust? Yihan affirmed his knowledge and inquired about the cost of the journey. Lin Qingwan and Su Xian observed them quietly. The three of Qingfeng exchanged glances in silence before one of them finally spoke. It will be 8 days. We need some fresh air. Minghua added. We also wish to see the world. Bai Tong interjected. You should ask if there are children's tickets. If so, I would be willing to pay for mine. Yihan retorted. If you are not going to pay for yourself, who do you expect will? The crux of the matter is that the travel expenses are exorbitant. If each of us buys a ticket, we will hardly have any funds left. Before we have secured employment or grasped the intricacies of survival in this world, it would be quite imprudent. The trio from Qingfeng, after much discussion, merely seeks to persuade us into engaging in clandestine activities. Yihan lightly coughed and turned his gaze toward Lin Qingwan. Lin Qingwan stated, 1/3 of the fare is required. If you are unwilling, you may purchase a full ticket yourself. Once we arrive at our destination, you can devise ways to earn money. Yihan and I are not concerned. Even if we exhaust our medium and low-grade spirit stones, we still possess some high-grade ones. The trio from Qingfeng deliberated and haggled, suggesting 1/4, but we cannot be seen, which feels rather stifling. Yihan glanced at Su Xian, noting his lack of dissent, and declared, It is settled.
Qingfeng inquired.
What shall we tell Lu Zicheng and the others? Yihan asserted, simply say we are accustomed to concealing ourselves while traveling. If the topic of fare arises, we shall address the issue of being short on funds. Everyone expressed their agreement, and thus the decision was unanimously ratified. Lu Zicheng was awaiting the arrival of Wu Tsunjian, the esteemed sword cultivator from the bipolar sect, who is a close friend of his. Fortuitously, the sect had dispatched Wu Tsunjian to congratulate Mingxin sect, and the two had arranged to meet in Ningwu City. Since Wu Tsunjian had been delayed due to pressing matters, Lu Zicheng found himself waiting for him. Upon their meeting, Lu Zicheng inquired with genuine concern about affairs within Wu Tsunjian's sect, and upon learning there were no significant issues, he proceeded to discuss Yihan and the others. Luo Zichen did not disclose to him that Yihan and the others were geniuses. He merely mentioned that they were a newly acquainted group of friends who had recently ascended and were also heading to the Central Land, thus deciding to embark on the journey together. Wu Xiyuan Jian had no objections but inquired, which senior's descendants are they? Luo Zichen realized that he had yet to ask Yihan and the others about their predecessors in the realm of cultivation. Upon seeing his expression, Wu Xiyuan Jian understood and chuckled. You are still as careless as ever. Never mind, we have plenty of time on the road. We can inquire then. As fate would have it, they did not even need to wait until the journey. The very next day, the two parties met. Yihan and his companions resolved to thoroughly explore Ningwu City, hoping to glean information about local specialties. Pondering whether they could act as porters to transport some goods to the Central Land and capitalize on the price difference. With 8 days of travel ahead, they believed that such a considerable distance would likely yield some discrepancies in prices, and with a bit of luck, they might earn a profit. This idea had been the result of their discussions the previous night, as the travel expenses were exorbitant. 80 mid-grade spirit stones had completely emptied their pockets. Moreover, this was merely the fare for standard seating. For better accommodations, additional costs were required. Yihan had already inquired in detail with Luo Zichen, and they unanimously decided on third-class seating, which supposedly offered a degree of privacy, making the journey considerably more convenient. However, the price was rather steep at 85 mid-grade spirit stones. As they pooled their travel funds, they couldn't help but lament that the several golden core and nascent soul cultivators they had robbed did not seem to be particularly wealthy. Chapter 25. Yihan remarked, "I suspect their significant wealth is not carried on their person. It is a given who would venture out to commit robbery while carrying their entire fortune." Xian, experienced in such matters, responded, "In the event of death, it would either benefit the enemy or the allies. Therefore, one must discreetly conceal their wealth in a safe location. Those with families should entrust their assets to them, carrying only a modest sum for expenses and items essential for survival." As Lin Qingwan suggested, "Perhaps we ought to express our gratitude to them. Without their sacrifice, how would we procure the funds for our journey?" Thus, the group silently offered their thanks to the 4 departed souls. In pursuit of engaging in trade, it was imperative to ascertain what was lacking in the central continent, which, fortuitously, Ningwu City possessed. They dispersed to inquire with the members of the Red Rainbow sect, intending to gather their opinions before exploring the marketplace. After deliberation, they would decide on the commodities to procure. With 6 days at their disposal, there was no urgency. Thus, they became acquainted with Wu Zunjian. Upon hearing their inquiries, he could not help but ask for the reason. Upon learning of their intent to trade, he chuckled. "That indeed is a viable approach. Are you all in dire need of funds?" Yihan modestly nodded. "Our realm is rather barren, and we possess little currency from the higher realms, hence." It was not merely little, it was nearly non-existent. Had they not encountered the robbery, they might have struggled to afford even lodging. Wu Zunjian and the others were uncertain whether to believe it, but they offered some advice. Although Ningwu City is a large city, it does not possess an abundance of resources. Rather, items from the central land are sold at exorbitant prices here. The cultivators present were not lacking in skill, and if they sought to profit, it would be wiser to find a steward to assist them. Alternatively, they could accept tasks from the Cultivators Alliance or the City Lord's office, which would also yield financial rewards. Yihan curiously inquired about the types of tasks available. The options were numerous: crafting weapons, concocting elixirs, searching for and harvesting spirit herbs, mining spiritual materials, escorting, and even assassination missions, depending on one's expertise. Lu Zichen added, "I excel in weapon crafting. This friend of mine, in his youth, favored escort and assassination missions as a sword cultivator." Everyone turned their gaze toward Wu Zunjian, whose countenance appeared to be in his 30s, pondering silently whether he was indeed older than he seemed. Wu Zunjian met their gaze and gently nodded, stating, "If you wish to know what the central land cultivators covet from Ningwu City, it would undoubtedly be the Xian Shuang flower." Lu Zichen concurred, noting the flower's popularity among female cultivators. Lin Qingwan, intrigued, asked, "What is so special about this flower? We have plenty of it in our courtyard." Lu Zichen chuckled and replied, "If you could take some Xian Shuang flowers to the central land and sell them to female cultivators, you might earn a tidy sum. However, this flower is quite delicate and rarely survives the journey to the central land." "Then, why do you still share this information with us?" they wondered. As neither Lu Zichen nor Wu Zunjian could recall anything that was inexpensive in Ningwu City, yet costly in the central land, a sentiment echoed by the gathered golden core cultivators beneath them, including Lin Qingwan. Yihan and his companions ventured to the market, procuring 2 pots of frost flower, which they then cast into their space for experimentation. In the meanwhile, they sought the opinions of numerous merchants, ultimately discovering that there was indeed nothing in central land that rivaled their prices. Xian could not suppress his sighs, remarking to Lin Qingwan, "It seems your good fortune has waned." Lin Qingwan replied, "We do not rely on luck. We depend on our capabilities." Xian scoffed, fixing his gaze upon her eyes as he inquired, Dare you assert that your ascension was not due to fortune? Having departed from that realm, your luck must have diminished as well. What is there to conceal? Lin Qingwan retorted, I fear I might dazzle you. What could possibly dazzle my eyes? Xian pressed further. Fortune, Lin Qingwan stated. I believe my good luck still resides. If you doubt, merely observe. Prove your prowess by ensuring the frost flowers can survive within the space. Such a feat was unattainable. The 2 pots they had placed inside had withered after merely 2 days. Only when housed in a jade box designed for the preservation of spiritual plants could they remain unscathed. Upon inquiring about the price of this jade box, they found it to be even more exorbitant than the frost flowers themselves. A single jade box could accommodate at most 2 plants, raising suspicions of purchasing the container at the expense of the precious contents. Moreover, they learned that although frost flowers were rare in Central Land, they were merely a Tier 3 spiritual herb, challenging to sustain, and thus their prices were not exorbitant. The meager profits they garnered were hardly substantial.
Consequently,
the group had largely abandoned this notion, opting instead to purchase numerous frost flower seeds and consult various floriculturists, intending to experiment further upon their return to Central Land. If all else fails, one must resort to accepting tasks. Engaging in managerial duties is out of the question, having finally attained freedom, devoid of familial or national constraints. It is only natural for everyone to indulge in leisure as they please. With this thought in mind, they relaxed considerably, continuing to frequent the markets daily, but no longer in the desperate pursuit of suitable goods. Instead, they leisurely wandered here and there, 6 rustic country folk, truly unacquainted with the myriad of wonders. The delicacies, which are quite costly on Earth, are available here at mere bargain prices. Xian possesses commendable culinary skills, and Xian excels at roasting. Even Qingfeng has taken to cooking. Consequently, they procured a considerable amount of goods, realizing that the offerings in the tavern were also rather expensive. Although cultivators ought not to succumb to gluttony, one must not deprive their palate when the opportunity arises. The group amassed quite a haul, indulging in impulsive purchases driven by curiosity. Lu Zichen observed their acquisitions, recognizing them as commonplace items from the cultivation realm, yet they seemed to revel in their novelty. Indeed, they were unsophisticated bumpkins from the lower realm, lacking experience. However, considering their potential as prodigies, Lu Zichen chose to overlook it. Wu Zunjian discreetly instructed his accompanying disciple to inquire further. Yet, before any information could be gleaned, it was time to board the flying vessel. Wu Zunjian then noticed the information revealed by their identity tokens, particularly the line indicating their ages. Lu Zichen felt a jolt within, yet maintained his composure as he replied, Of course. Would you expect me to report instead? Wu Zunjian chuckled. I thought you might have assessed their bone age. Lu Zichen, expressionless, retorted, It is not a matter of accepting disciples. Why would we assess bone age? Wu Zunjian smiled quietly, choosing not to respond further. Chapter 26. On the flying boat in the realm of cultivation, identity tokens are classified into 2 categories. The first comprises those cultivators who are born and raised locally. Their ages are immutable. However, as a precaution, they are required to undergo a bone age assessment upon joining a sect. The second category consists of cultivators who have ascended from the lower realms. When these cultivators apply for their identity tokens, they typically self-report their ages. Long ago, those who ascended did not resort to deception, but at some point, one cultivator claimed a significantly lower age, attracting attention as a prodigy. Over time, various sects, noble families, and independent cultivators became desensitized to such trickery. No matter how absurdly low the age reported on the identity token, they ceased to be astonished, much less alarmed.
Consequently,
when Lu Zichen remarked that the ages were self-reported by Xian and the others, Wu Zunjian was somewhat skeptical. However, his doubts soon dissipated as he noticed an issue. Qingfeng and his companions had vanished, leaving only Ihan, Lin Qingwan, and Su Xian aboard the vessel with him. Lu Zichen also observed this and glanced around, inquiring, "The flying boat is about to set sail. Where are my fellow Taoists Qingfeng?" The flying boat before them was nothing short of colossal, akin to an aircraft carrier, if not even more grand. Before their eyes lay a structure with 4 expansive decks, and the broad deck itself was spacious enough to accommodate all passengers, each of whom was being guided to their designated spots with the tokens they had purchased. Such a colossal airship, drifting upon the sea, is indeed a marvel. As it soars through the skies, Ihan mused on the possibility of them acquiring core technologies to relay back home, which would undoubtedly aid the professors in their scientific inquiries. However, both Lu Zichen and Wu Cunjian were momentarily startled by the trio and, lowering their voices, inquired about the meaning of seclusion. "Are they not departing?" Ihan reluctantly redirected his attention to the two, replying, "Of course, they are leaving. We are accompanying them. Do not worry. By the way, where is our room? Let us head there first." Lu Zichen and Wu Cunjian were yet to grasp his meaning, but seeing the trio marveling while weaving through the crowd, they hastily followed suit. Although the 3 appeared genuinely astonished, they managed to maintain an air of composure that spared the accompanying Qi Hongzong and Shuang Jizong from embarrassment. They had all secured third-class accommodations, each ticket granting access to a minuscule private chamber, truly diminutive in size. Furnished with merely a mat and a set of table and chairs, approximately 5 or 6 square meters in area, where they would reside for 8 days. Naturally, they were free to venture out for leisure. It was said that 4th-class tickets provided only a seat, while the lowest tier, 5th class, merely accounted for a head count on the deck. All their rooms were clustered together, and with the Qi Hongzong and Shuang Jizong boasting a larger number of members, each side numbering around 17 or 18, including themselves, they had reserved the entirety of this corner. This arrangement proved convenient for Ihan and his companions. Lu Zichen, trailing behind, queried, "How do the Qingfeng friends engage in seclusion?" Ihan blinked and responded, "Do you wish to see them? You will have to wait a couple of days until they emerge from their retreat." Luo Zichen was about to inquire further when Lu Qiyuan subtly intervened. Although their master-uncle remained oblivious, Lu had taken notice of the situation, and they ultimately purchased 3 tickets. Luo Zichen furrowed his brow and pondered aloud, "Are you suggesting they are short on funds? How does this relate to Qingfeng and the others being in seclusion?" He paused, his eyes widening slightly. "Are they attempting to evade the fare?" Lu Qiyuan chuckled softly. "It cannot exactly be classified as fare evasion. If fellow cultivator Qingfeng is indeed in seclusion, and given that they were once subordinates of the ghostly cultivator Yuan, it is entirely plausible that they simply overlooked the matter." Luo Zichen's eyes gleamed with a sudden idea as he murmured, "That approach is rather clever, yet it is unfortunate that while ghost cultivators have places to reside, human cultivators cannot simply hide away and be brought along. The Imperial Court holds this border-crossing vessel, and who knows how much profit they are making off us." Lu Qiyuan bowed his head, remaining silent. Opposite them, Ihan and Lin Qingwan released Qingfeng and the others, instructing, "This room is for you. Please refrain from venturing outside for the time being. Wait until we have gathered information before you do so." Curious, Qingfeng inquired, "Was the inspection strict upon our arrival?" Lin Qingwan replied, "There were cultivators at the transformation stage present. We likely underwent a scan of their divine consciousness when boarding the vessel. As for being inside this place, I have not sensed any divine scrutiny monitoring us." Ihan added, "I have observed that each room is equipped with barriers and protective formations. After all, there are many nascent soul cultivators here. Without such isolation from divine consciousness, there would be no secrets to keep." Su Xian nodded, having just glanced around. The number of people boarding the flying vessel was exceedingly high, roughly estimated to be in the thousands. Among them, at least 1/3 were in the nascent soul stage, while the majority were golden core cultivators, with only a scant few being foundation establishment practitioners. The crowd could not help but exclaim, for indeed, golden core cultivators were abundant, and nascent souls were as commonplace as dogs. The cultivators moved swiftly, and approximately half an hour later, a voice echoed through the air. Rather, it was a transmission, informing everyone that the flying vessel was on the verge of departure and requesting all individuals to refrain from moving about to avoid missing the vessel's ascent. Upon hearing the announcement, Lin Qingwan and Xian promptly abandoned their 3 spectral companions and hurried to the deck to witness the spectacle. They were eager to observe how the vessel would ascend. The remaining trio, Qingfeng and his companions, exchanged glances and seized Xian, placing a smartphone into his hands to record the event. "We wish to see it as well," they urged. Xian reluctantly acquiesced. Numerous individuals stood upon the deck, and Lin Qingwan and her group blended seamlessly into the throng. The flying vessel first trembled gently, and then they beheld a radiant light ascending from its base. Unable to resist, they looked up to follow the luminescence, witnessing it converge in midair, enveloping the entire vessel within a protective shield. Once the shield was established, the vessel began to vibrate slowly, wobbling as it lifted off the ground, ascending to a height of approximately half a person's stature. It then commenced its forward flight while simultaneously rising higher. The trio could not help but approach the edge of the deck to gaze downward, observing the ground receding further and further away. They looked up, and in mere moments, the entire flying vessel ascended into the air. The 3 of them, exhilarated, could not help but engage in hushed discussions, speculating whether it could soar into space. They pondered how the circulation of air was maintained. If such a vessel could indeed reach the cosmos, would it not resemble humanity's very own Ark of Noah? Chapter 27. Have faith in us. The 6 of them gathered in Lin Qingwan's room, where Xian produced a transmitter, yet his concerns lay elsewhere. Considering the current speed of the vessel, an 8-day journey seemed daunting. The continent was vast, and how far was the radiation of the central sphere? Xian nonchalantly remarked, "Didn't you say that telegram signals propagate through the heavens and the earth? It might just be a slight delay." Xian cast him a glance, remaining silent, when the telegram suddenly connected, bringing forth information. Xian informed the other side that they had boarded the transboundary vessel and that it would take 8 days to reach the central land. He elaborated on the scale of the vessel. The Four-Eyed had recently received a plethora of intelligence from the realm of cultivation and were not taken aback. They merely inquired if they could acquire the technology to construct such a vessel. Xian replied, "That seems unlikely. Just look at the price and their leisurely schedule of flying once every 10 days. Do you think such technology is accessible to the average person?" The Four-Eyed offered a half-hearted encouragement, "Keep it up." Subsequently, they reported on their progress. The Research Institute has now collaborated with the National Academy of Sciences to jointly explore relevant protocols. Soon, commands for upgrades can be issued directly from the central hub. There are already promising developments, and they are quite optimistic that in the near future, we will achieve the transmission of audio and video. How long is this near future? The Four-Eyed One remarked, "The professors say you must have faith in us. The near future could be as soon as tomorrow." The crowd responded with skepticism. Xian coughed lightly and suggested, "Since the central hub can control the sphere, let them attempt to make the sphere follow our movements to see if we can still maintain contact with your side. I worry that if we go too far inland, communication may become problematic." The Four-Eyed One replied, "But we don't have coordinates." Xian reassured, "We will calculate the direction, speed, and distance. You will only need to input it when the time comes." The Four-Eyed One consented without hesitation. Xian added, "Please inform Fong to encourage their efforts in cultivation, striving for ascension as soon as possible. We will be waiting for them here." Lin Qingwan also urged them, stating that the area where we ascend has thinner barriers, making it easier to ascend. Once the matters were addressed, Xian began to rummage through various items, while Xian and others squatted nearby to observe the spectacle. Xian looked up at them, and Xian waved his hand, saying, We cannot assist with this. We can hardly recognize the machines ourselves. Among those present, only Lin Qingwan had some knowledge. Thus, the couple ushered the four out, as they required the room for their endeavors. The gentle breeze blinked. And we too could venture outside? Ihan remarked. We have observed that the outside is quite lively. No one will pay attention to you. Xian nodded in agreement, stating, essentially, it would be fine even without makeup, as our figures are rather similar. However, everyone collectively lowered their gaze to the petite figure of Bai Tong, who, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "You can't leave me behind." Thus, they decided to take Bai Tong along. In the late evening, the surroundings were brightly illuminated and adorned with vibrant colors. Numerous individuals were either standing or sitting on the deck, engaged in conversation. And some had even set up grills to cook food, not for personal consumption, but for sale. Lin Qingwan, having composed himself, greeted them, inwardly marveling at their audacity to casually stroll about in plain sight. For several consecutive days, Ihan and Lin Qingwan had remained indoors, while Xian took on the responsibility of assisting Bai Tong and the others in procuring various snacks from the deck. As he continued to purchase items, a sense of unease washed over him. With widened eyes, he questioned, "Why are we spending money on overpriced food when we have our own ingredients that we can prepare far more deliciously?" The three ghosts exchanged knowing glances, their delayed realization dawning upon them. Xian rummaged through his belongings, rallying, "Come on, everyone, let us pitch in." One could not help but wonder what Ihan and the others had been occupied with all this time. Were they working, cultivating, or indulging in romance? The trio of Qingfeng cast disdainful sidelong glances at him, with Mingyu retorting, "Do not presume others to be as shameless as yourself." Xian huffed in response, "Who among you can match my innocence? Shall we compare?" This simplicity is certainly not the same as that simplicity. The bright moon blushed, while the gentle breeze settled comfortably. "All right, let's get to work swiftly. We should send them something shortly. It's rather pitiful that they haven't eaten for several days, isn't it?" Next door, the two unfortunate souls were indulging in hot pot, occasionally glancing at the machine to record data. After a hearty meal, Ihan stored the items in his space and then retrieved some post-meal fruits, placing them on the table. He conferred with Lin Qingwan, "We've covered half the journey. And I've checked. The phone signal remains quite strong at this time. It appears the radiation range of the sphere is more extensive than we had anticipated." Lin Qingwan responded, "Shall we report the data again tonight and then let it cease?" Ihan nodded, expressing his concern that being too far from the ascension platform might place them at a considerable distance from the central sphere, risking signal interruption. Recently, their communication with Earth had become increasingly close and frequent, as they had ample time. Often, their conversations lasted 1 or 2 hours. Fong Wen and Hu Xiaohong had even ventured to the transmission room to chat with them. Unfortunately, the Research Institute had yet to finalize the program. Otherwise, it would have been delightful for everyone to converse directly. Xian and the others had prepared some grilled delicacies and sent a plate over, rapping lightly on the door. Ihan and his companions had not yet opened their door, while those next door had already done so. Lu Zichen, having noted that Ihan and his group had not ventured outside since boarding the flying vessel, had been quite concerned. Upon hearing the noise, he immediately came out. Upon seeing the items on Xian's plate, his gaze lingered. Xian hesitated briefly before extending the plate. "Would you like to try some, Daoist Lu? We grilled it ourselves." At this precise moment, Ihan opened the door, glanced at the plate before him, then at Lu Zichen and Xian. A subtle smile graced his lips as he sidled aside and inquired, "Would you care for a cup of tea, my friend Lu?" Lu Zichen nodded in agreement. Thus, the door to Wu Zunjian's room also swung open, and he cheerfully remarked, "I wonder if Daoist would mind my presence as well." Ihan responded with a warm smile, "You're most welcome." Xian, smiling, let them enter first, then promptly thrust the plate into Ihan's hands, winking playfully. You two converse. I shall fetch some delicacies to roast. Chapter 28. The return. As they were all at the nascent soul stage, he certainly would not suffer in silence. Lu Zichen took a bite and found the flavor somewhat peculiar, pausing for a moment. Lin Qingwan glanced over and chuckled. We use spices from our region, which might explain the unusual taste. Lu Zichen coughed slightly, but his eyes sparkled. No, it's actually quite delicious. After acclimatizing to the spiciness, Wu Cunjian also found the flavor appealing, and soon they were engrossed in conversation over the delightful dishes. Yihan shared tales of the culinary delights from his homeland, while Wu Cunjian and Lu Zichen revealed the unique delicacies of Ningwu continent and the most renowned recipes from the central land. Lin Qingwan sighed, reflecting that she had never considered these things to be particularly rare until now, having just departed her homeland. The thought of no longer savoring its exquisite flavors made her heart ache with nostalgia. Lu Zichen chuckled. In theory, it is indeed possible. If you cannot ascend to the upper realm, is it not also feasible to traverse the lower realm? Logically, the barriers of the lower realm should not hinder you. Nevertheless, the entire realm is still governed by the celestial principles, and even if you enter, you must suppress your cultivation. Moreover, as you are now in the nascent soul stage, it is only natural that you long for home after your ascension. After a millennium, when you reach the combined body stage, the nostalgia for your homeland may have already faded. Over countless millennia, numerous cultivators have ascended, leaving behind countless descendants. Yet I have never heard of anyone tearing apart the barrier to return to the mortal realm. Lu Zichen remarked, people strive for higher realms. Our gazes should be fixed upon the celestial domain above, not the mundane world below. Wu Cunjian and Lu Zichen were accustomed to such sentiments. They had encountered many fellow cultivators who, after ascending, remained troubled by the ties to their secular friends and family. Yet, time has a way of diluting all emotions. A century, 2 centuries, or even a millennium later, how much will you still remember? How much of that surging sentiment will remain? The two of them glossed over this topic, and Lin Qingwan continued with her curiosity, saying, I heard that the Tianqing sect and the Mingxin sect are entering into an alliance due to the Zhongyan sect. But why is the wedding taking place at the Mingxin sect? Wu Cunjian remained silent, but Lu Zichen replied with amusement, because Chu Ming is marrying into their family. Be cautious with your words, Zichen warned. Wu Cunjian could not help but cast a glance at him. The implications were rather significant, leaving Yihan and Lin Qingwan momentarily speechless. These matters were not secrets, and Wu Cunjian did not shy away from them, frowning as he said, It seems the ancestor of the Tianqing sect has encountered trouble in the upper realm and has been unreachable for some time. Thus, is it truly possible that none of their many ancestors could be contacted? Lu Zichen scoffed. Shouldn't our respective sects consider downgrading the Tianqing sect and dividing their resources among ourselves? This gossip likely originated from the Zhongyan sect. Wu Cunjian smiled. Yet one cannot deny that the Heavenly Star sect has lost its former glory. Yihan and Lin Qingwan were intrigued by the notion that the cultivators from the upper realm could send items to the lower realm. Lu Zichen remarked to them, Those who ascend to the upper realm are indeed immortals, thus they can send items below. A thought struck Yihan. Could it be that the lower realm can also transmit messages and send items to the upper realm? Certainly, replied Lin Qingwan, her eyes sparkling. In that case, can we not also send items to the lower realm? Yihan and Lin Qingwan felt a tinge of disappointment. Above the nascent soul stage lies the transformation stage, and above that, the integration stage. How many years would that take? It is indeed perplexing that in this world, those who ascend can readily communicate with and send items to the lower realm, while the reverse seems impossible. Has no one studied the technology in this regard over the millennia? Lu Zichen affirmed that there have indeed been studies, which ultimately led to applications in the celestial and cultivation realms. According to Lu Zichen, the higher one progresses in cultivation, the more challenging it becomes to ascend. There are two levels of cultivation that allow for ascension to this world: the nascent soul and the transformation stage. Those who ascend from the transformation stage often come from small worlds rich in spiritual energy, abundant in cultivation resources, and under strong heavenly will. Such individuals typically possess exceptional talent and solid foundations, making the transition to the integration stage achievable within 300 to 500 years. If those ascending from the transformation stage have such advantages, one can only imagine the plight of those ascending from the nascent soul stage. Their worlds are smaller, and they often cultivate from the mortal realm, with their relatives in the lower realm generally not enjoying long lifespans. Typically, their closest kin may only last 300 to 500 years at most. The ascended nascent souls, even after several hundred years, may not necessarily achieve the union of their forms. By the time they do, it is likely that their closest relatives in the lower realms have long since passed away. With such ties severed, they naturally no longer contemplate the lower world. However, those who ascend to immortality differ. They have lived in this realm of cultivation for countless years, some even surpassing 10 millennia. Their direct descendants, particularly those of exceptional talent, can easily endure for extended periods, which is why they exhibit a profound attachment to this world after their ascension. Generally, the transmission techniques are primarily utilized between the immortal realm and this world. Indeed, Xian and his companions have yet to hear of any predecessors in the fusion stage establishing a passageway back to their homeland. Lin Qingwan inquired whether attaining the fusion stage would allow for the creation of such a passage. Xian affirmed this, stating that it was indeed the case, thus implying they must first cultivate to the fusion stage. However, given their innate talents, this should not pose a significant challenge. Wu Xuanjian turned to Xian, who nearly bit his own tongue in realization of his indiscretion, hastily lowering his head to sip his tea. Lin Qingwan and Han exchanged a glance, both overwhelmed with excitement. Achieving the fusion stage requires cultivation, but there is no necessity to await their own progression. With sufficient wealth, no, with ample spiritual stones, what is beyond reach? Unaware of their thoughts, Xian, having finished the delicacies on the grill, suggested, "Shall we go and check on Su Daoyu?" Chapter 29. Hope for tomorrow. Han surmised the reason for Su Xian's absence. He was reluctant to cause any inconvenience, especially with Qingfeng and the other 3 ghosts nearby. Thus, he suggested, he is likely preoccupied. Why don't we venture downstairs for a stroll? After all, we have been here for 4 days and have yet to properly explore the flying ship. Wu Xuanjian rose to his feet and replied, "Then let us be the hosts and invite our esteemed companions to a tour." The deck was bustling with activity. Over the past 4 days, many had displayed the goods they had brought along, transforming what had once been a spacious deck into a crowded marketplace. Han gazed in astonishment and inquired, "Is such trading permitted aboard the flying ship?" "Certainly," replied Xian. "Traveling incurs considerable expenses, and this vessel gathers individuals from various regions. Some may be in need of spiritual herbs, while others happen to have surplus herbs they no longer require, making exchanges here quite commonplace." Despite having roamed the streets of Ningwu City, Han and Lin Qingwan remained captivated by the array of items displayed on the deck. They discovered that the offerings here surpassed those they had encountered in Ningwu City, though they were entirely unfamiliar with the goods. Wu Xuanjian had already deduced that Han and Lin Qingwan possessed considerable talent. Indeed, their ages, as indicated by their identity tokens, seemed accurate. Most importantly, he perceived the essence of a sword cultivator within Han. Hence, he approached them with great patience, eager to foster a favorable rapport. His character is more upright than that of Xian, yet he possesses a gentler demeanor and considerable insight. As they journeyed, he was able to elucidate nearly every item they encountered, greatly enriching Han and Lin Qingwan's understanding, who listened with rapt attention. Naturally, the goods they had brought from the mortal realm might not capture the interest of everyone, so they resolved to sell food instead. Barbecue seemed a fitting choice. Should it not sell, they could simply indulge themselves. Upon reaching this decision, Ihan communicated with the Four-Eyed One that evening, informing them of the open passage between realms for exchanging goods. The Four-Eyed One was elated, immediately pondering whether there were many cultivators in the integration stage on that side, and if they could enlist their assistance. In modern society, one would certainly prefer to pay for tasks rather than toil for several hundred years to achieve them. They could earn money to hire others, or, at the very least, take out a loan for early enjoyment. They had yet to gather information, but their upcoming trip to the Central Land was ostensibly for a wedding, which promised to be a grand and momentous affair. With so many attendees, they could inquire further. It was imperative that those of decent character be ensured, so as not to allow anyone to cause turmoil on Earth. Ihan reassured, "Rest assured, we are well aware of the situation, and they likely do not seek to descend to the mortal realm." The Four-Eyed One replied, "Very well, I wish you prosperous business endeavors. By the way, an additional note, the professors indicated that the program is progressing swiftly, with hopes for completion by tomorrow." Both Ihan and Lin Qingwan discerned a hint of urgency in these words, and together, they silently closed the telegraph machine, storing it away. Two individuals set up a food stall, with Ihan responsible for the culinary aspects while Lin Qingwan handled the skewering at the back. Initially, they anticipated that business would be challenging on the first day. However, disciples from the Qihong sect and the Shuangji sect descended upon them, taking turns in droves. Ihan and Lin Qingwan. They refrained from collecting any payment, silently grilling food for their eager customers. Eventually, a few cultivators took notice of their stall, primarily drawn by the compelling aroma that wafted through the air. Although the ingredients sprinkled atop the dishes were unfamiliar to many, the enticing scent made it impossible to resist. Given the vastness of Ningwu continent, it was not unusual for them to encounter unfamiliar foods. Yet, observing the enjoyment of the diners, it appeared undeniably delectable. After all, these were golden core cultivators. Surely, they would not resort to deceit over a mere morsel, would they? Others shared the same sentiment. What was a few low-grade spirit stones to two nascent soul cultivators? They were unlikely to engage in trickery over such trivial matters. However, who among the nascent soul cultivators would stoop to cooking and selling food? It was evident that most of those engaged in this trade were Foundation Establishment and Golden Core cultivators, with the former being the majority. Ihan and Lin Qingwan held the highest cultivation levels among food vendors present. Once the first customer stepped forward, the hesitation of the others quickly dissipated. Ihan glanced at them with a faint smile, sprinkling a handful of chili powder onto the food. Watching their eyes redden from the spice while they continued to indulge brought him a sense of delight. Su Xian could not help but comment to the three spirits, "It seems Ihan's audacity has grown considerably." Qing Feng, without lifting his gaze, remarked, "Perhaps it is a case of one who stays close to vermilion gets stained red." Su Xian replied, "Indeed, spending time with Lin Qingwan must have thickened his skin." The three spirits finally turned to him, saying, "We were referring to you, Su Xian. I am exhausted. I shall not venture out for food tonight. My hands are weary. I have no desire to grill anything." Mingyue and Beitong turned their gazes towards Qingfeng. "And it just so happened that we have grown weary of barbecuing as well. Shall we partake in some braised rice together?" Qingfeng, although reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and replied, "All right." Observing the expression on Su Xian's face, Qingfeng felt it was worth it. In a lively atmosphere, they all safely arrived at Zhonglu. When the flying vessel landed safely in Mingxin City, everyone exhaled a collective sigh of relief. The cultivators of the immortal realm. Heavenly Tao protects us. This time we encountered neither the demonic clan nor any robbers. Ihan and Lin Qingwan took out their phones to check and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heavens. The signal remained strong. Their deductions were indeed correct. They queued to disembark, and after walking a considerable distance, they realized that no one had noticed Qingfeng and his companions evade the fare. Ihan and his companions could not help but smile. Unfamiliar with Mingxin City, they followed Lu Zicheng and the Shuangji sect ahead. Lu Zicheng and Wu Xunjian exchanged glances and simultaneously spoke. Daoist E. Why not join us in ascending to the Mingxin sect? Wu Xunjian smiled slightly and added, Zicheng, Daoist E is a swordsman. It would be more fitting for him to accompany me. Daoist E may be a swordsman, but Daoist Lin is not. After all, they are a married couple, and it would be rather inappropriate to separate them, wouldn't it? Having traveled together for 8 days, Lu Zicheng had long noticed that Ihan doted on Lin Qingwan. Better yet, he seemed to heed her every word. This was, to him, utterly astonishing, yet the world is vast and full of wonders, especially since they were not even from the same realm. Without waiting for Ihan to speak, Wu Xunjian continued, What is there to discuss? Of course, fellow Daoist Lin will be joining us. Lin Qingwan contemplated briefly and soon realized that Mingxin sect had arranged accommodations for their esteemed guests. Wu Xunjian nodded, explaining that the sects and families that had come were all provided with housing. Only the scattered guests had to arrange their own lodging. Given that you have just ascended, it would be prudent for you to stay together for mutual support as you acclimate to the world of cultivation, he added. Lin Qingwan exchanged glances with Ihan before turning to Su Xian, who responded with a slight nod. She smiled and remarked, This is hardly a matter of concern. Since you two have come together, your lodgings will surely be arranged in close proximity.
We shall be in your care, then.
Wu Xunjian and Lu Zichen shared a knowing look and smiled subtly, signaling that there was no need for formality. Chapter 30. Mingxin sect. Lin Qingwan and Ihan had already discerned that the realm of cultivation was vast, significantly larger than Earth. Consequently, the cities here were immense as well. Upon their arrival in Ningwu City, they had thought it sufficiently grand, only to discover that Mingxin City surpassed it in both size and prosperity. Various types of spirit beast-drawn carriages filled the streets. Lu Zichen could not help but quietly express his grievances to Ihan and Lin Qingwan about the multitude of regulations imposed by the city lord's office. Had it not been for their decree prohibiting cultivators from utilizing flying artifacts within the city limits, any one of us could have summoned a flying vessel to whisk everyone away, rendering the need to queue here unnecessary. Ihan cast a glance at the incessant flow of vehicles and pedestrians, a slight smile curving his lips as he remarked, This single road has undoubtedly sustained countless cultivators of qi and foundation establishment. Lu Zichen exchanged a subtle glance with Wu Xunjian, nodding in agreement. Indeed, not only them, but even the mundane populace reaps considerable benefits. Seizing an opportune moment when no one was paying attention, Lin Qingwan discreetly released the 3 spirits of Qing Feng. The trio did not immediately reveal their forms. Instead, they surveyed their surroundings before gradually materializing. Even Lu Zichen and Wu Xunjian initially remained oblivious until Bai Tong tugged at Mingyu, directing her gaze towards the flower cart that had just soared overhead. It was then that Lu Zichen and Wu Xunjian noticed the 3 spirits standing behind Lin Qingwan, their silent arrival sending a shiver down their spines. Such stealth, if employed for assassination. Yet, it was evident that the 6 individuals remained unaware of the shock they had just instilled. They were presently engrossed in observing the various ethereal beasts flying above, some familiar, others not. Lin Qingwan even spotted a spirit beast resembling a bovine, its hooves seemingly treading upon clouds as it gracefully soared, trailing behind it a carriage adorned with sheer veils. Within the carriage sat 2 individuals, and with her keen eyesight, Lin Qingwan discerned that they were sipping tea, gazing down upon the throngs of mortals below with an air of detachment. Truly, it was a wondrous world. Lu Qiyuan soon arranged for a spirit beast carriage, inviting everyone aboard, and thus they collectively set forth towards Ming-Xian sect, which lay distant from the city's nucleus. Situated in the northern part of the city, where the transboundary flying vessels paused. It is said that the city walls do not completely encircle Mingxin City. as the Mingxin sect is situated to the north of the city. The sect's grand entrance faces north, yet its domain extends over a vast expanse of land, with the mountains in the rear belonging to the Mingxin sect. Throughout countless millennia, despite the eruption of numerous wars, no one has ever succeeded in breaching the defenses of Mingxin City. Although there are no soldiers from a city lord's residence stationed there, the protective formations of the Mingxin sect and the multitude of its disciples serve as formidable barriers. Lu Zichen and Yi Han explained that the Mingxin sect shares a profound relationship with the imperial court, as its founding ancestor was a princess of the royal lineage, thus fostering a long-standing camaraderie. An assault on Mingxin City would only be feasible if all disciples of the sect were to perish. Otherwise, outsiders would find it impossible to penetrate. As Lin Qingwan observed the many female cultivators around her, particularly those traveling alone on celestial cranes clad in nearly identical attire, she belatedly realized that the Mingxin sect could not consist solely of female cultivators. Lu Zichen chuckled, clarifying that while there are indeed male cultivators, they are quite rare. He and Wu Zunjian did not elaborate further, as Bai Tong sought to engage in conversation with Lin Qingwan, naturally bringing Mingyue along. Noticing the two gossiping, Lin Qingwan glanced at his master and quietly remarked, "The core techniques of the Mingxin sect are better suited for female cultivators, which is why the majority who join are women. However, they do not turn away male cultivators should they wish to enter." He continued, "Due to their scarcity, male cultivators hold a relatively high status within the Mingxin sect, akin to that of a phoenix among mythical beasts." "Oh, much like the giant panda," Bai Tong mused, feeling intrigued. "Do they accept ghost cultivators?" Lu Qiyuan gazed at the wide-eyed dwarf and, after a moment of contemplation, inquired, "Does Daoist Bai wish to join the Mingxin sect?" Bai Tong immediately clasped Mingyue's arm and exclaimed, "I cannot bear to part from Sister Mingyue. Look at how splendid this sect is. The name even shares a character with yours, which signifies a fateful connection." Mingyue retorted, "Be silent. I desire to go to a place filled entirely with male cultivators." "Daoist Lu, does such a place exist in the realm of cultivation?" Lu Qiyuan, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Indeed, there is. The Zhongyan sect comprises predominantly male cultivators, as does the Yijian sect, known primarily for its sword practitioners." Mingyue then turned to Bai Tong with a triumphant gaze. "Will you accompany me?" Bai Tong, releasing her arm, feigned ignorance to the question. Mingyue sensed a lingering gaze upon her and turned to investigate. Numerous individuals were soaring nearby, and she could not discern who had been observing her. Disregarding the matter, she resumed her conversation with Lu Qiyuan, primarily to inquire about the Mingxin sect. Unfortunately, Lu Zichen, holding a Yuanying status, found it inappropriate to indulge in gossip, and Wu Zunjian, a notoriously obstinate sword practitioner, would certainly not discuss such matters with Yi Han. Thus, the task of gathering information largely fell upon their quartet. Upon reaching the mountain gate of the Mingxin sect, they were met by the sect's representatives. The Qihong sect and the Xuanji sect were also renowned sects, and the Mingxin sect had already prepared accommodations for them. Aware that Lu Zichen and Wu Zunjian were leading the group and recognizing their close relationship, the Mingxin sect arranged for them to share the same courtyard. Each courtyard was a spacious three-courtyard layout, providing ample rooms. Luo Zichen allowed Yi Han and Lin Qingwan to choose first, yet the two were too courteous to overshadow him, and thus deferred. The members of the Mingxin sect had already noticed Yi Han and Lin Qingwan. Seeing that they arrived with Luo Zichen and Wu Chuanjian, they were intrigued, as they had not previously heard of these individuals within the two prominent sections.
Consequently,
they inquired further. Upon learning that the duo were friends of Luo Zichen and had been invited for the purpose of philosophical discourse and sparring, the Mingxin sect's steward saw no reason to impede their stay. After all, their sect had broadly distributed invitations, and Yi Han and his companions had not taken up any additional space. The steward duly noted this in the ledger. With the addition of 2 Yuanying and 4 Jindan, the quota for the Qihong sect would naturally need to be adjusted. Ultimately, after a bit of gentle persuasion, everyone selected their respective rooms and settled in. Later that evening, as Lin Qingwan and Yihan entered a meditative state, they were enveloped by the rich, unyielding spiritual energy surrounding them. They couldn't help but marvel at the profound vitality of the celestial realm. They speculated that beneath the guest house lay a spiritual vein. With their thoughts fluctuating, they emerged from their meditation, exchanged a knowing glance, and broke into smiles. They resolved not to continue their cultivation and instead opened the window, soaring to the rooftop to admire the stars and the moon. Shoulder to shoulder, Yihan remarked, the stars in this world are indeed more beautiful than those back home. Lin Qingwan nodded, though she couldn't suppress a twinge of homesickness. Yihan softly added, I miss home too. Chapter 31. The Heart Lotus. The two sat quietly, their heads leaning against one another as they gazed at the heavens. Luo Zichen and Wu Tsunjian occasionally caught sight of something from the window, both momentarily silenced before shutting it, adhering to the principle of not witnessing the indecent. Luo Zichen felt a twinge of envy, observing the affection between the couple. Wu Tsunjian, with a heart as unyielding as iron, remarked, the ways of heaven are harsh. The fact that they could ascend together signifies an unbreakable bond.
What is so astonishing about that?
Is it truly the case that their fate is so peculiar, favoring simultaneous ascension? Such matters are not worthy of deep contemplation, and besides, Luo Zichen was not particularly intrigued. He swiftly shifted to the matter at hand. You must have received news as well. The members of the Songyan sect have arrived, and unexpectedly, Chao Chumbwa has come alongside Su Xianbua. If he dares to challenge you again, Wu Tsunjian scoffed. Do you think I fear him? 30 years ago, I was able to defeat him once. 30 years hence, I can certainly do so again. Wu Tsunjian held a firm confidence in himself. While Luo Zichen interjected, the Songyan sect has always acted with tyranny, and with Su Xianbua present, should Chao Chumbwa lose, he may well challenge you next. Let them come. Who fears whom? Luo Zichen found it utterly futile to deliberate such matters with him. He waved his hand dismissively. If you wish to fight, then fight. If I concern myself with you any further, I shall write my name, Luo Zichen, in reverse. If your intentions are truly for my benefit, then simply inform me whether Yihan and the others have undergone bone age testing. Luo Zichen vehemently denied. No, that was merely a casual mention of their age. Wu Tsunjian snorted, rising from his seat. And you claim to be a friend? I have already sent my disciples to inquire with Su Xian. They indeed conducted the bone age assessment. The words of Su Xian are evidently untrustworthy. He insists that their ages are genuine, which is a blatant deception. How could a mere 18-year-old ghost cultivator like MASU-MANHUA exist? What a misfortune it would be for the lower realms to produce such a youthful ghost cultivator. Therefore, when friendships are entangled with the interests of sex, one cannot take their words at face value. High above, on a distant and lofty tower, stood a radiant beauty clad in crimson. Her eyesight was remarkably keen, even in the depths of night, despite the considerable distance from the guest house of the Qihong sect. She fortuitously found herself gazing in their direction while stargazing. Thus, she witnessed the entire scene of two individuals ascending to the rooftop and embracing one another. As she observed this seemingly frozen moment, Xian Wenjia remained silent for a long while. A disciple beside her, who had been attentively listening, could not contain his curiosity and glanced up. Following her gaze, he too beheld the couple nestled together. After a brief moment of contemplation, he remarked, "That is the guest house of the Qihong sect." Today, the steward reported that the esteemed Lu Yuan from the Qihong sect has brought a group of friends, among whom two are a married couple, both Yuaning, and they appear quite youthful. Xian Wenjia responded, having reached the stage of marriage. Who wouldn't he wish to appear youthful? It is simply a rarity for them to spend the night together stargazing and enjoying the moonlight without engaging in other activities. The disciple jested, The young lord and the esteemed Xian Yuan will surely share such tender affections in the future. A subtle smirk graced Xian Wenjia's lips as she turned away from the disciple, her face betraying a hint of mockery. She nodded with a smile and said, "Perhaps. Tomorrow, I shall instruct someone to send them a jar of heart lotus." Observing the affection between others brings a sense of joy. The disciple acknowledged with a yes and inquired about the arrangements for the meeting the following day. "Let us keep the Zhongyan sect and the Shuangji sect apart," Xian Wenjia stated. "Though they may encounter one another later, it is preferable that such occurrences do not unfold under my watchful gaze, nor in a public setting of my Mingxin sect." The disciple acquiesced and continued to report, "The members of the imperial court have arrived, specifically the cousin of the young master. Would you like to meet her?" Initially, Xian Wenjia intended to pay a visit, but upon catching sight of two distant figures, she suddenly felt weary. Thus, she declared, "Everyone is quite fatigued this evening. Let us allow my cousin to rest well. We shall visit her early tomorrow morning." Prior to the arrangements with the Zhongyan sect, the disciple complied, observing that Xian Wenjia had no further instructions, and bowed before departing. Xian Wenjia cast one last glance at the two figures in the distance before turning and descending the stairs. The following day, a maid entered to tidy the room and brought with her a jar of blooming lotus flowers, the likes of which Lin Qingwan had never seen before. Lin Qingwan merely gathered her hair in a simple manner before curiously approaching for a closer look. The maid introduced, "This is the heart's lotus." It was not mentioned that this had been specially instructed from above. Yihan chuckled. "The name is indeed fitting. Do you have seeds?" The maid paused for a moment before responding with a smile. "Yes, we do. If the esteemed one desires, I can bring some to you shortly." "That will not be necessary. If it is readily available, we can procure it ourselves when we visit the market in the city," Lin Qingwan replied. The heart's lotus is merely a third-grade spiritual plant, primarily for ornamental purposes, and indeed, there are vendors selling them at the foot of the mountain. After the maid pointed out the direction, she exited the room to tend to the courtyard. She heard the male Yuanzun say, "Come, let me help you with your hair. What style would you like today? I think the style you did for me the day before yesterday was beautiful. Let us do that."
All right.
The rest of their conversation was lost to the maid. Indeed, as the higher-ups had mentioned, they were a deeply affectionate couple. She wondered if sharing more about them might afford her an opportunity to ascend to the main courtyard.
Today,
Lu Zichen and his companions were to visit the leader of the Mingxin sect, so Lin Qingwan and the others decided to venture down the mountain for a stroll. While flying was permitted within the confines of the Mingxin sect, they had to cease once they reached the mountain gate and take a transport to the city. Su Xian glanced at Yihan and Lin Qingwan, then at the three ghost cultivators, and dutifully approached to inquire about the fare. Subsequently, they secured a spirit beast carriage with 2 rows of seats and transparent sides. The driver appeared to be a foundational cultivator, accompanied by a qi refining practitioner, who seemed to be father and son. The two approached Yihan and Lin Qingwan, bowing deeply, their backs nearly touching the ground. They asked, "Is this your first visit to the Mingxin sect, esteemed Yuanzuns?" Lin Qingwan smiled and nodded. Noticing the Yuanzun's amiable demeanor, the two felt a bit more at ease and respectfully added, "For your information, our spirit beast carriage fare is 1 low-grade spirit stone per trip. However, if you hire the carriage for the day, it is only 5 low-grade spirit stones, allowing you to travel anywhere, which is far more economical than visiting one place and then hailing a carriage on a whim." This was their usual pitch, though it rarely met with success. 4 Yuanzuns typically did not concern themselves with the trifling cost of a few low-grade spirit stones. However, as soon as they finished speaking, the amiable female Yuanzun before them nodded and said, "In that case, we shall hire your carriage for today." This left the father and son in a state of astonishment. Chapter 32. Mingxin City. Yihan assisted Lin Qingwan into the carriage and then extended his hand towards Su Xian. Just as Su Xian was about to reciprocate, A fleeting thought made him reconsider. After glancing at the two individuals and then at the spacious seat behind, he decisively declared, "Never mind. I shall not play the third wheel. I will sit in the back." As Qing Feng helped Mingyue into the carriage, he extended a hand towards Su Xian and complimented him, acknowledging his newfound self-awareness. Su Xian, displeased, retorted as though he had once been oblivious. Qing Feng replied, "We have heard a rumor that speaks of an individual who devoted several years to undermining others, yet never succeeded. It was said that Su Xian had set his sights on Lin Qingwan's exceptional cultivation talent, persistently pursuing her with hopes of forming a partnership. Yet his affections were non-existent. He merely sought to entice her with the promise of cultivation." Bai Tong and Mingyue evidently recalled the tale, erupting into laughter. Yihan and Lin Qingwan, seated in front, could not suppress their chuckles, their eyes crinkling in mirth. With a darkened expression, Su Xian swatted Qingfeng's hand away and climbed into the carriage himself. The coachman, aware that Lin Qingwan and her companions were visiting Mingxin City for the first time, warmly began to provide explanations about the city, detailing the finest taverns, restaurants, inns, the most entertaining places, the liveliest streets, and various important customs to observe. The father and son duo answered every inquiry with thorough explanations. They had no particular destination in mind, which prompted the father and son to slow their pace and leisurely admire the scenery along the road. Whenever they spotted something intriguing or wished to explore a certain place, they would instruct the coachman to pull over, allowing them to disembark and wander. Indeed, having a dedicated carriage proved to be quite convenient. There were numerous locations that the father and son had no opportunity to enter. But having been born and raised in Mingxin City, and with the father working as a coachman, they were well informed and able to share various insights with Yihan. Their journey brought joy to the six of them, although they exercised restraint. Despite their delight in what they encountered, they refrained from making any purchases. Instead, they began to inquire about the ways in which cultivators in Mingxin City earned their livelihoods. The information they gathered was largely consistent with what Lu Zichen had previously mentioned. Artificers could forge magical instruments for consignment in shops or set up their own stalls, and high-quality finished products, such as those rated above the 8th tier, could even be submitted to auctions. Similarly, alchemists, talismans masters, and formation masters operated under the same principles. Yihan examined the talismans available in their vicinity and discovered that the formations he mastered could indeed be sold here, albeit at a lower grade. Naturally, they did not regard the meager earnings as insignificant, yet it was evident that, considering the rate at which yuaning practitioners earned money and the local cost of living, Yihan's estimates barely scratched the surface of what was customary. They had long abandoned aspirations of attaining the highest echelons. But there was no reason to descend to such a dismal state. Thus, as they continued their stroll, they sought to gauge the market and even visited the city lord's mansion to peruse the task listings. Why not venture to the Cultivators' Alliance, one might wonder. Due to Lin Qingwan and his companion's stubborn belief that they bore a grudge against one another, they naturally felt that visiting was out of the question. Yihan generously rewarded them with 2 inferior spiritual stones and inquired, "We shall descend the mountain tomorrow. Would you be willing to wait for us?" The father's eyes brightened, and he repeatedly bowed, saying, "It is an honor for us to be regarded by a Yuanzun. Rest assured, we will be waiting at the foot of the mountain at dawn." Yihan nodded and handed him a communication talisman, stating, "Once you arrive tomorrow, please send me a message and we will come down." This father and son had never encountered such a cordial Yuanzun before. Their hands trembled slightly as they received the talisman. They watched as Yihan and his companions walked away, when the son hesitantly asked, "Father, do you think the Yuanzun might have intentions towards us?" The father quickly covered his mouth and reprimanded, "Do not speak recklessly. Yuanzun and his group are not of that nature." He then discreetly transmitted his thoughts to his son, saying, "With 2 nascent souls and 4 golden cores among them, it would be quite easy for them to take our lives. Just today, with a mere command to exit the city, who would notice the absence of two individuals in Mingxin City. You saw how amiable they were, and I detected no malice in them. Then shall we return tomorrow? The son inquired. The father clenched his teeth and nodded vigorously. Indeed, not only shall we return, but we must also make a particularly good impression. If the two Yuanzun take a liking to us and choose to accept us as their servants, we will have truly turned our fortunes around. Especially you. You are no longer young, approaching your coming of age, yet you have yet to prepare for the foundation-building elixir. This cannot continue. Thus, the father and son engaged in discussions about their future. Yihan chuckled. It's quite delightful. Mingxin City is even more bustling than Ningwu City. This was undoubtedly true, for Mingxin City, located in the central region, was inherently prosperous. Moreover, with the recent grand event hosted by the Mingxin sect, cultivators from various locales flocked to join the festivities. MASU-MANHUA could not help but exclaim, to have a wedding that stirs the entire world is indeed a mark of happiness. The disciples nodded in agreement. Fairy Xian and Lord Chu, both gifted and beautiful, have been childhood sweethearts. Their union has been destined for decades, so happiness is only natural. Previously, the Cultivators Alliance had evaluated the top 10 enviable celestial couples, and Fairy Xian and Lord Chu were among the chosen. Indeed, I cast my vote as well. Back in the Ludong secret realm, I had the fortune of witnessing the two lords. At that time, they were merely golden elixirs, while I had just begun my foundation. Watching them soar above me hand in hand filled me with envy. I heard that within the secret realm, they supported each other through life and death. I was profoundly moved. On the arduous path of cultivation, having such a partner by one's side is truly a blessing. Indeed, Xian interjected, and you were moved by that? I find it hard to believe that true affection is so abundant in this world. A wedding of such grand scale might well mask a superficial union. Lin Qingwan replied, my wedding with Yihan was quite grand as well. Do you consider us to be mere appearances? Xian retorted disdainfully, you too are an exception. After more than a decade of marriage, you still cling to one another. Aren't you tired of it? In any case, I only have this one storage ring. I lack any excess. This time, the gift was proposed by Xian, as none of them possessed anything of notable value. Upon their descent, Xiaoda had hinted that the storage space in this world was likely limited. After a brief discussion, they decided to present a storage artifact as a gift. Lin Qingwan and Yihan had already relinquished one during their arrival, so it was now Xian's turn. Xian extended his hand, saying, if you wish to exchange, return my storage ring. Chapter 33. Storage Artifact. Yihan retrieved the small box and returned it, remarking, you are quite stingy. Xian retorted, do you think crafting artifacts requires no time, materials, or effort? There are no auxiliary machines available now. Do you know how much time it takes to refine a spatial artifact? Yihan and Lin Qingwan exchanged glances and cheerfully declared, we know what to give them, a pair of heart-shaped storage jade rings. Xian inquired, do you have them? Yihan smiled lightly and replied, we can make them on the spot. Xian and Qingfeng could not help but give the two a thumbs up, acknowledging, you are truly putting in a lot of effort. Just the carving of the jade into heart shapes will require considerable labor. Lin Qingwan laughed. It won't be a hassle. Tomorrow we will go down to see if we can purchase some jade. I've noticed that the spiritual jade here isn't expensive, and ordinary jade might be even cheaper. Since they were giving a gift, wouldn't it be too frugal to use ordinary jade? You may not fully comprehend this, but Lin Qingwan displayed the jade bracelet adorning her wrist, remarking with a smile, have you not noticed? Perhaps it is merely a matter of habit. They exhibit little interest in items devoid of innate spiritual energy. Despite the multitude of storage artifacts that Yihan and I possess, aside from the space ring gifted by Old Su, they failed to recognize any of the others. The group pondered this notion, realizing the value was indeed considerable. Lin Qingwan nodded in agreement. Xian then stated, "Very well. When you wish to forge, do let me know. I shall lend a hand." As a small gesture of goodwill, Qingfeng and others expressed their willingness to assist, but Lin Qingwan and Han politely declined, as their assistance was unnecessary. Han rummaged through their space and retrieved the apparatus for crafting, presenting it to the astonished quartet. "This was gifted to us by Minister Su. It is operable once connected to electricity. This machinery, invented by the Academy of Sciences, was specifically designed for the creation of spatial artifacts. In the past, Lin Qingwan and Han had endured considerable demands from the Academy's esteemed figures during the research of this machine. Prior to their ascension, Minister Su had bestowed this soon-to-be-retired device upon them, as its value was substantial." Lin Qingwan stated, "Thus, it would be prudent to take the solar panels outside to bask in the sunlight before we depart tomorrow." Xian absent-mindedly wiped his mouth, disregarding any residue, and eagerly inquired, "May I borrow it?" Lin Qingwan replied, "There will be a fee." Xian retorted, "Is this how friends behave? Can we not engage in mutual support?" Han gently touched the machine and remarked, "This is an antiquated device, originally discarded by the Research Institute. Once it malfunctions, there will be no one to repair it. Therefore, should you wish to utilize it, not only will I charge a fee, but should it break, I will impose a repair cost as well. Yet, if no one can be found to perform the repairs, what is the purpose of a repair fee?" He retorted, "This is precisely a precaution against such an attitude, ensuring that you cherish my treasure." Xian clicked his tongue in sympathy and reached out to caress the machine, nostalgically saying, "As I ascend to the higher realms, the one thing I shall miss most is the array of machines. They are so convenient." Qingfeng and the others nodded in agreement, lamenting that they had emerged from the ancient tomb too late, having barely enjoyed a few good days before their ascension. The four began to feign tears of pity before Han and Lin Qingwan, determined to soften their hearts. After indulging in their antics, Han and Lin Qingwan reluctantly relented. Consequently, the four rejoiced and eagerly assisted in arranging the solar panels, stating, "Let us set them up tonight. By dawn, we shall harness the sun's energy." Grateful for the assistance, Han and Lin Qingwan welcomed their help, relieved from the burden of labor. They didn't even need to provide the panels themselves, for everyone had brought ample supplies, particularly this essential equipment. Their mobile residences required electricity, the television needed power, the computer required energy, and even the smartphones were essentially solar panels themselves. Observing the disciples of the Qi Hong sect as they arranged items atop the roof, connecting them to a box-like apparatus, curiosity piqued, and they inquired, "What is this?" Xian replied, "These are solar panels, specifically designed to capture the sun's energy." Lu Qiyuan and the others collectively gazed up at the moon in the sky, then turned their attention back to the four individuals. Xian cleared his throat and suggested that they make some preparations before the sun rises tomorrow. Lu Qiyuan inquired about the purpose of this endeavor. Xian responded, "It has significant utility. Do you understand electricity?" The group shook their heads, hesitating momentarily, wondering if it was related to lightning. This time, it was Xian who fell silent. After reflection, he conceded that this assertion was not entirely incorrect and nodded in agreement. However, he questioned, "Did you not say this involves absorbing solar energy? How does it relate to lightning?" Thus, Xian began to enlighten them, explaining that electricity holds immense value in their world. It can be used for illumination, bathing, and seemingly for any conceivable task. After listening for a while, Lu Qiyuan and the others lost interest and remarked, "Isn't this quite similar to spiritual energy? We use spiritual energy for lighting, bathing, and even for starting fires. It appears to be applicable to everything." Both sides exchanged bewildered glances. Qingfeng pondered for a moment and clapped his hands, exclaiming, "This notion is indeed accurate. It is the fault of mortals who have mingled with the mundane world for too long. I nearly forgot that I once accomplished these tasks using spiritual energy." Xian nodded in agreement, confessing he too had forgotten. Consequently, the group dispersed in a flurry. Observing the considerable effort Xian and his companions expended to procure a mere bit of electricity, they mused that indeed, the lower realms could not compare to the simplicity of their upper realms. In the realm of illumination, a mere technique suffices. When one desires a bath, water can be summoned effortlessly, and fire ignited with a mere flick. It is indeed a task of simplicity. Yet, to harness the sun's energy into electrical power requires an elaborate arrangement. The process of converting energy and utilizing it again seems excessively cumbersome. Lu Zichen paid little heed to this. The myriad peculiarities of the lower realm had given rise to various amusing anecdotes regarding ascended cultivators encountering diverse challenges. Such occurrences were not outlandish, for they posed no harm, merely occupying a bit of rooftop space. Let them be. The following day, a group of 6 stood in the courtyard, gazing at the rising sun, anticipating a day of resplendent sunshine, and thus they descended the mountain with satisfaction. Along the way, Yihan received a message from the carriage driver and his son, indicating their arrival at the mountain gate. As before, they boarded the carriage together, but this time, their destination was not the bustling trading venues, but rather the scenic vistas. Before the carriage even reached the lakeside, a subtle fragrance of blossoms wafted through the air. Not long after, they beheld the sight of pink flowers. The towering mutan trees were adorned with blossoms in full bloom, resembling grand pink hats. An exquisite sight to behold. Yihan signaled for the carriage to pull over and assisted Lin Qingwan in alighting, saying with a smile, "We shall walk from here. You may wait for us or wander about a bit. We will send word when needed." The driver promptly bowed in acknowledgement. In the depths of Mingxin Lake, a plethora of hardy lotus flowers thrived, and upon observing the abundance of spiritual flora of grade 3 and above in this world, the 6 deduced that the medicinal pills here were likely not exorbitantly priced. By the lakeside, a throng of pedestrians bustled about, yet the vendors of food were few, while the sellers of various enchanting flowers and mystical beasts were abundant. Without exception, these creatures and blossoms were charming and exquisite, seemingly favored by female cultivators. Yihan inquired about the prices and decisively took Lin Qingwan away. Behind them, Xian chuckled, deliberately raising her voice, remarking on the peculiarity of a frugal male cultivator being admired. The flower-selling young lady also perceived Yihan as stingy, for it was merely 20 low-grade spirit stones. Yet he hesitated to part with them. Lin Qingwan turned to Yihan, expressing her disdain for the individual. Yihan nodded in agreement, suggesting they separate from that group. Xian and Qingfeng could not help but smile, opting not to follow them, instead wandering aimlessly. After all, they were merely strolling by the lake, certain to encounter one another eventually. Indeed, by noon, they reunited near a large ship, where Yihan remarked, "I have heard the cuisine aboard this vessel is delightful, though the seating is limited. They have summoned another ship, though we must wait a while. I have already secured a number for us to enjoy shortly." They were always willing to spend on food, and thus all nodded in agreement. However, the wait grew tedious. Minghua noticed a nearby shop frequented solely by female cultivators. Upon seeing its name, she recognized it as a clothing store and urged Lin Qingwan to accompany her. Yihan glanced at the establishment, noting the absence of male cultivators, and chose not to follow, allowing the two of them to venture in alone. Hand in hand, Lin Qingwan and Minghua entered, where the attendants were also female cultivators, each with at least foundational cultivation. Upon encountering Lin Qingwan, a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, a golden core practitioner promptly approached to extend her hospitality. She smiled and cast a discerning glance over Lin Qingwan and Minghua's garments, attempting to gauge their preferences and financial standing. After a brief moment of contemplation, her demeanor faltered slightly, yet her smile remained unwavering as she invited the two to peruse the exquisite finished garments available. The array of clothing was dazzling, truly remarkable. and each piece possessed inherent enhancements of celestial attributes. Lin Qingwan, possessing a keen sensitivity to the nuances of human emotion, quickly deduced the reason for the earlier hesitation from the female cultivator. It was undoubtedly due to their mundane attire. MASU-MANHUA, equally perceptive, leaned in to whisper to Lin Qingwan, suggesting they purchase a few items. Attributes are of little consequence. What matters is their beauty, far surpassing anything we encountered in Ningwu City. Lin Qingwan concurred, acknowledging the allure of the garments. After all, no girl could resist beautiful attire, especially when it bore the elegance of celestial craftsmanship. With the decision to buy made, they enthusiastically began to try on various outfits. Initially intending to acquire merely 1 or 2 sets each, they soon found themselves captivated by each exquisite ensemble. Standing before a clear water mirror, MASU-MANHUA twirled and inquired of Lin Qingwan, "Do you think it looks good?" Lin Qingwan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is beautiful. Which do you prefer, this one or the previous?" After a moment's reflection, Lin Qingwan replied, "Both are lovely." The two exchanged silent glances, and Lin Qingwan, with a smile, declared, "Since we both adore them, let us purchase them all." MASU-MANHUA hesitated, questioning whether it might be too extravagant. However, both Yihan and Qingfeng, seasoned in such matters, along with the astute Bai Tong, chimed in, "For girls, it is quite normal." Thus, the four of them exchanged glances, ultimately directing their attention towards Yihan, urging him to summon assistance. Yihan had grown accustomed to such dynamics. However, the servant, who had entered to deliver the dishes, found himself taken aback at being directed by 4 golden core cultivators to attend to a nascent soul practitioner. He stole another glance at Yihan's position, realizing that it was indeed the seat of authority which lent these 4 golden core practitioners their audacity. Yihan remained seated, only retrieving his phone after the servant had set down the dishes and exited. The trio observed intently as Yihan dialed a number before being astounded by the swift reply from Lin Qingwan on the other end. Lin Qingwan acknowledged, stating, "All right. We shall head over immediately." She glanced at her attire and, addressing the astonished MASU-MANHUA, remarked, "Let us keep what we are wearing. No need to change." The maid, equally surprised, cast a quizzical look at Lin Qingwan but didn't dwell on it, as her lower cultivation level prevented her from comprehending the artifact in question. It was plausible that it was something she had never encountered before, and her limited abilities made her ignorance understandable. While the maid remained oblivious, MASU-MANHUA was fully aware and gazed at Lin Qingwan with gleaming eyes. "The phone is operational? It can transmit data across distances?" she queried, her excitement palpable.
No.
"It can only function within this realm?"
But why?
I mean, why is it limited to this realm? Lin Qingwan chuckled softly. "It is because the orb also possesses satellite capabilities, did you not know?" MASU-MANHUA's eyes sparkled with intrigue, yet she retorted through gritted teeth, "You never mentioned it." Lin Qingwan replied, "Oh, is that so? It appears we were simply too preoccupied to remember." With onlookers present, MASU-MANHUA refrained from pouncing on Lin Qingwan to tease her, though she dearly wanted to scold her for either forgetting or acting deliberately. While restrained here, she would not be elsewhere. Xian and the others, after their initial shock, were a mixture of joy and resentment, unable to resist reaching out to pinch and shake Yihan, exclaiming, Yihan, you deceived us." Yihan chuckled heartily and extended his phone, warning, "Touch me again, and I won't help you." Yihan then elucidated, "Downloading a source data and connecting it to the sphere allows information to be transmitted within this realm through the sphere. Qingwan and I tested it. Phone calls and video work perfectly." Xian clutched his chest and lamented, "You kept this from us so diligently. No wonder you had the sphere follow us. You mentioned before that telegraphic information could be reflected by the heavens and earth to reach the sphere. It turns out it was for this signal." Yihan's lips curled into a smirk as he inquired, "Well, are you pleasantly surprised?" "More startled than surprised," Qingfeng retorted. "What if we want to beat you up?" Su Xian Beitong, what do you think? Beitong responded, I have no objections, but I can't win. I'll cheer you on. Qingfeng and Su Xian both inwardly and outwardly scorned Beitong before retrieving their phones and smiling at Yihan. Fine. We'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Reluctantly, they put away their phones, only to become even more covetous. If only we could use WeChat here as well. Yihan remarked that the current program is unsupported unless the research institute can develop a relevant program. Su Xian encouraged him to communicate with the institute, suggesting that while other programs may pose challenges, this particular one should be manageable. Qingfeng expressed some regret, reflecting that during his university days, he should have opted for programming courses. Perhaps he wouldn't have to rely on others now. Bai Tong pointed out that the crux of the matter was that at that time, they did not anticipate such a swift ascension, believing it would take at least a century or two. Given the rapid evolution of computer knowledge, they thought that what they learned would become obsolete in a century or two. Four Eyes, somewhat exasperated, commented on their situation. There are only 6 of you. 6 individuals. Hasn't telephone communication and video conferencing sufficed? Why resort to WeChat? Nevertheless, he noted the request and prepared to report it. Minister Su found amusement in the suggestion, stating, This is indeed a good idea. It can enhance their connections. Moreover, there will inevitably be other cultivators ascending in the future, and they will find it useful. I will instruct the professors at the Research Institute to develop this with ease. It should not be too difficult since it will be limited to this realm. Four Eyes concurred, adding, I anticipate they will face difficulties as well. According to Yihan, the upper realm does not use gold or silver, rendering their funds useless. It is said that low-level spiritual herbs are abundant there, yet they cannot cultivate any to sell, as only those that have matured for over 50 years are deemed valuable. Four Eyes concluded, they are merely 6 individuals, and this is just a simplified version of WeChat. Aside from chatting, it serves no other purpose. Surely, they will not lose their aspirations over trivial matters. Unable to resist a moment of jest, the minister remarked, I believe this is of little consequence. After all, they are currently together, merely separated by a wall. How could they not communicate? Let us first focus on establishing the connection between our side and theirs, considering the vast distance that separates us. Minister Su erupted into hearty laughter, patting his shoulder. All right, I understand. I will convey this to the Research Institute. As evening descended, the group began to utilize the video function with increasing frequency. With the original program downloaded, they could communicate without incurring costs for calls or messages. Moreover, with only 6 individuals sharing a single spherical device, the signal transmission was remarkably robust. Su Xian reclined on his bed, video calling Qingfeng from the adjacent room, stating, Tomorrow, I will descend the mountain to gather some materials. We must begin earning a living. Qingfeng, having just been informed by Mingyu that her spiritual stones were nearly depleted, felt a sense of urgency. Then we shall go tomorrow. Just as they were speaking, Bai Tong's phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, Bai Tong recognized it wasn't for him and tossed the phone to Qingfeng, complaining, Your line is busy. Why call me? Ignoring him, Qingfeng answered, Yihan? With a brief acknowledgement, Yihan replied, Tomorrow, I will descend the mountain to purchase materials for refining tools. Will you be joining me? Of course. Qingfeng and Su Xian exchanged glances filled with excitement as they confirmed their plans with Yihan for the descent the following day. Yihan, too, felt the pressing urgency of financial constraints, experiencing for the first time in his life the realization of his own impoverishment. Today, Qingwan has exhausted all the inferior spirit stones and the few remaining medium-grade spirit stones, leaving them with only superior spirit stones and a meager supply of inferior and medium-grade spirit stones in Yihan's spatial realm. Up until now, they have not acquired a single asset, and they lack even a place to settle down, which is decidedly unfavorable. For the first time, Yihan has genuinely embraced the responsibility of providing for his family. allowing Lin Qingwan and the others to remain on the mountain while he and Su Xianqingfeng descend again the following day. Lin Qingwan sits in meditation atop the roof, perhaps accustomed to it. She relishes the view from above, surveying the surroundings of her cultivation. Mingyu and Bai Tong are engaging in conversation and play with the disciples of Qi Hong sect in the courtyard, where Bai Tong is teaching them how to play poker. Lu Qiyuan and the others have lost 3 rounds in a row, yet their spirits remain high. Lin Qingwan smiles gently, glancing at the solar panel beside her, contemplatively observing Lu Zichen's room below. Today, Lu Zichen has also stayed indoors. After his morning meditation, he opened the door to behold the lively disciples in the courtyard. Just as he was about to speak, he sensed a gaze upon him. Following it, he discovered it was Lin Qingwan. He paused for a moment before soaring towards her. Lin Qingwan rose, smiling as she addressed him. "Good morning." Taoist Lin Qingwan continued. "He has gone down the mountain." Lu Zichen inquired, "Oh, why didn't Taoist Lin accompany him?" "He went to procure some materials for refining tools." Lin Qingwan replied with a smile. "Qingfeng and Old Su are with him, so we need not concern ourselves with these matters." Lu Zichen, intrigued, asked, "Is Taoist a craftsman?" "One cannot be considered a master craftsman," Lin Qingwan chuckled. "Merely someone who is somewhat more adept at forging tools, thus desiring to try their hand at it." "Are you attempting to create a magical artifact akin to a mobile phone?" She shook her head. "We are not pursuing that." Lu Zichen appeared somewhat disheartened. "What kind of magical artifact do you intend to forge then? Perhaps a spatial artifact? Did you not mention that spatial artifacts are in high demand?" Lu Zichen's interest waned, yet he maintained a smile. Indeed, in recent years, whether due to the abundance of newly discovered spaces or material deficiencies, the capacity of these open spaces has been diminishing. Lin Qingwan observed, "The multitude of cultivators in the immortal realm presents both advantages and disadvantages." Lu Zichen, seemingly indifferent, remarked, "Yet it is still preferable to the mundane world, where mortals possess but a few decades of life, and in the blink of an eye, everything is lost." Lin Qingwan nodded. "Thus, mortals deserve even greater respect, for they achieve so much within their fleeting lifetimes." Lu Zichen appeared perplexed. "What have they accomplished? Are they not merely cultivating spirit grains for us cultivators?" Lin Qingwan smiled. "I speak of the mortals from my world, where they are the true essence of existence. Nevertheless, the mortals in the immortal realm are equally commendable, surviving amidst cultivators. Every form of life is worthy of reverence." Lu Zichen did not ponder as deeply as Lin Qingwan, engaging in casual conversation with her. Noticing his inclination to depart, Lin Qingwan inquired, "Lu, what do you believe would be the appropriate price for a spatial artifact the size of this courtyard?" Luo Zichen gestured towards the courtyard before him and inquired, "Is it like this one?" "No, it encompasses the entire 3-section courtyard. Then it could be sent to the auction. At the very least, it would fetch 30 exquisite spirit stones." After a brief pause, Luo Zichen smiled and added, "If you wish to sell spatial artifacts, you might consider offering them to me first. I shall provide you with a fair price." His gaze swept over the ring on Lin Qingwan's finger, discerning that it was a spatial ring, seemingly of considerable size. Chapter 36. Arrangements. Lin Qingwan also glanced at the spatial ring adorning her hand, remaining silent. This was the first spatial ring she and Yihan had received, a gift from Su Xian as a token of their meeting. Following the refinement of her techniques and the spatial formation left by Lin Jiang, the spatial artifacts they crafted surpassed this ring in quality. Yihan and Lin Qingwan had even personally forged a pair of spatial rings as their wedding bands, which now rested around their necks. However, out of habit, they frequently relied on this pair of rings, especially upon realizing that the practitioners in this world scarcely valued mundane items, oblivious to their possession of numerous spatial belongings. The 6 of them discreetly secured those items, leaving only what was easily discoverable exposed. It was evident that spatial artifacts held significant value in this realm, and they could easily deduce that those crafted from ordinary materials would undoubtedly be even more precious, as they remained inconspicuous. After deliberation, the 6 individuals had resolved to adopt it as one of their trump cards. Consequently, the materials they procured during their descent were infused with spiritual energy, yet appeared to be of modest value. For instance, the low-tier spirit jade and spirit wood they acquired. The disparity between their world and another was profound. These items may not necessarily facilitate the expansion of space. Nevertheless, the fact that their spatial artifacts functioned in this realm indicated a potential connection to the spatial world they sought to cultivate. Given this, the prospects for success seemed promising. To prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, Lin Qingwan even sought counsel from Lu Zichen regarding the spatial formations and techniques for crafting spatial artifacts in this realm. It became apparent to her that the variety of spatial formations and crafting methods in this world was exceedingly vast. Unlike their Earth, where a singular crafting method and spatial formation was employed, along with machinery capable of mass-producing spatial artifacts, here, each individual possessed their unique approach. Of course, the fundamentals remained unchanged. Thus, Lu Zichen generously gifted her a book on the basics of crafting methods and formations, which was reportedly ubiquitous and could be acquired for merely 10 low-grade spirit stones. Whether she could master the content depended on individual talent. Upon learning from Lin Qingwan that their world-esque crafting formations for spatial artifacts were standardized and that there was only one technique employed, Lu Zichen's expression softened with sympathy, leading him to harbor diminished expectations for their spatial artifacts. Certainly, he also informed Lin Qingwan that their spatial formations were numerous, and each individual possessed slightly different crafting techniques. Even the spatial array points could occasionally differ. Furthermore, it was conceivable that a single individual might master various spatial formations rather than merely one. Though Lin Qingwan was initially astonished, she swiftly acclimated to this revelation. After all, they were in a higher realm where the lineage of cultivation seemed to have never faltered, unlike their own, where the transmission had been interrupted. At the outset, they were even bereft of spatial formations, with the sole one they knew being a remnant of her own cultivation method, supplemented by Lin Zhong's annotations, which enabled her to comprehend it. Nevertheless, she harbored great confidence in their spatial formations. In recent days, the energy storage device had accumulated a considerable amount of power, sufficient for their needs. Thus, Lin Qingwan and Han resolved to craft a congratulatory gift for the Mingxin sect. After some contemplation, Han selected a piece of spiritual jade, configured the data, and created the design, allowing the machine to carve it into their desired shape. They had to ensure that the internal structure of the jade remained intact while achieving the desired exterior form. Their previous creations had always been quite rudimentary, and this was their first endeavor to inlay a heart-shaped jade, making them somewhat inexperienced. Once the jade had been shaped, Han commenced the machine's operation for the refinement. The formation was inputted into the machine, which could even regulate the temperature. He merely needed to focus his consciousness on eliminating impurities from the jade, rendering the refining process exceptionally convenient. It was precisely the advent of this machine that enabled many in their cultivation realm, who lacked knowledge of spatial formations, to independently forge spatial artifacts. Conversely, numerous individuals who studied spatial formations might not possess the skill to craft artifacts, yet they were intimately familiar with the subject. With the machine in operation, the refining process became remarkably swift and convenient. The spatial artifacts were swiftly severed and subsequently dispatched from the apparatus. Lin Qingwan and Han each seized one, probing it with their divine consciousness, only to discover that not only had they succeeded, but the outcome surpassed the dimensions of the spatial realms they had previously crafted from jade. Their expectations materialized. Lin Qingwan and Han exchanged glances and presented the jade rings to Su Xian and the others. Su Xian and his companion's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Rolling up their sleeves with fervor, declaring their resolve to forego sleep that night and seize the opportunity to refine. The days of financial struggle were indeed arduous. Xian asserted his readiness, placing his hand on the machine, stating, "I'll begin today, and by this time tomorrow, I shall return it to you." However, Qingfeng interjected, also placing his hand on the machine, suggesting they draw lots instead. Ihan remarked, "What is the rush? The next auction is still 7 days away. We have ample time." Lin Qingwan inquired with curiosity, "Is there an auction down the mountain?" Ihan nodded and explained, "I gathered this information while purchasing materials today. It is the final grand auction before the wedding banquet. However, I suggest we refrain from presenting too many spatial artifacts at once. 2 or 3 at a time would be optimal." Xian and Qingfeng agreed, without hesitation. The two, disinterested in drawing lots, opted for a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine the order. If Xian emerged victorious, he would go first. If he lost, he would wait until all three had their turn before it was his. Xian's luck had rarely favored him, particularly under the disdain of the heavenly laws. He lost the moment he made his move. He silently watched them depart before turning back to Ihan and Lin Qingwan. Lin Qingwan smiled and remarked, "It is merely luck, and there is little we can do about it." Xian hummed, "I am willing to accept the outcome." He was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he settled down in the room, poured himself a cup of tea, and inquired, "Are you also planning to send a spatial artifact over?" Ihan glanced at Lin Qingwan, who replied, "We are not in a rush. We will observe the results of this auction. If it proves successful, we will seek another seller." Xian asked, "Luo Zichen?" Lin Qingwan nodded affirmatively. Xian felt reassured and remarked, "Indeed, with the support of the Qihong sect, even if we are targeted, we are not in immediate danger. In that case, I shall make another visit to the city lord's residence to find a seller." "How about that?" Engaging in conversation with astute individuals is always refreshing. A few words suffice. Lin Qingwan smiled and nodded. Then, "Sect Master Su, you may take on more responsibilities. Should you require our assistance, do not hesitate to call upon us." Xian lifted the corners of his lips, saying, "Well said, well said." Chapter 37. Xian with us. The members of the Qihong sect discovered that after descending the mountain for several consecutive days, the last 6 individuals had grown fond of staying in the guest house. Each day, they either practiced diligently in their rooms or occasionally visited to engage in conversation or tinker with the boards on the rooftop. Lu Qiuan inquired, having heard that they had nearly explored Mingxin City, and smiled knowingly, instructing the disciples remaining in the guest house to treat them well. Lu Qiuan also hoped to attract Ihan and Lin Qingwan to join the Qihong sect. In this atmosphere of camaraderie, Xian, Qingfeng, and the others each crafted numerous spatial artifacts, while Lin Qingwan and Ihan diligently finished reading the texts provided by Luo Zichen. They crafted a spatial artifact using machinery, and upon personally forging another, they discovered that the latter was of superior quality. Consequently, they set aside the finest piece and meticulously placed it within an exquisitely ornate box. Meanwhile, Xian and Qingfeng approached Ihan, requesting his company as they descended the mountain. They decided to part ways. Qingfeng intended to take 2 pieces to the auction house as a trial, while Xian aimed to visit a steward from the city lord's estate whom he had fortuitously met a few days prior. Naturally, Lu Zichen and Wu Cunjian also wished to partake in the excitement, with Lu Zichen thoughtfully presenting them an invitation to the auction a day in advance. However, Lin Qingwan suspected that such considerations were not typical of Lu Zichen, and it was likely that Lu Qiuan had orchestrated it under his name. This auction was grand, organized by Baoshintang specifically for a wedding banquet. It was said that although Baoshintang hosted an auction every other day, the items were not particularly comprehensive or rare. Larger auctions occurred once a month on the first day. This event, however, was not scheduled for the first. Its prominence stemmed from the fact that Bao Shintang had gathered exceptional items from the eastern, central, and western lands expressly for this occasion. The influx of guests from Mingxin's sect contributed to the heightened anticipation. The items for the auction had been submitted a month in advance. An Qingfeng and his companions approached the event with a spirit of experimentation, ultimately achieving unexpected success. This underscored the immense popularity of the spatial artifact in this context. A considerable number of individuals descended the mountain to attend the auction, and the spirit beast carriages at the foot of the mountain had long been fully booked. Fortunately, Lin Qingwan and his companions had made prior arrangements, and Yihan had also coordinated with the carriage driver in advance, allowing them to board the carriage promptly upon their arrival. However, as soon as they settled in, a group of individuals nearby displayed discontent on their faces. The leader maintained a calm demeanor, yet the individuals standing in the second position cast a cold glance at Lin Qingwan and her companions, emitting a disdainful snort. Lin Qingwan looked at Yihan in confusion, to which he subtly shook his head, indicating unfamiliarity.
Consequently,
she paid them no further attention and assisted Yihan into the carriage. Xian and others also boarded the carriage with impassive expressions, dismissing the pretentious display of the opposing group. Did they consider their status as Yuanian cultivators to be so formidable? Were they not also in possession of 2 such cultivators? Clearly taken aback by their indifference, the opposing individuals widened their eyes slightly, their nostrils flaring in indignation. The leading youth cast a fleeting glance at them, but chose to remain silent. Wu Xuanjian was even more resolute, sitting in his hired spirit carriage with unwavering focus. It was Lu Zichen who paused momentarily to greet the opposing group with a fist salute, inquiring if Su Daoyu was still lingering. Su Xianbo responded, "Please, Lu Daoyu. We need to wait a little longer." Lu Zichen smiled and nodded, acknowledging Chao Zhongbo behind him before boarding the carriage with their disciples. Upon arriving at the entrance of Baosheng Hall, Lu Zichen turned to Yihan and his companions, saying, "Those we encountered earlier were from the Tsongyan sect. Su Xianbo is a prodigy of their sect, hailed as the foremost genius in the realm of cultivation. Since you are new here, you may not recognize them, but truthfully, there is scarcely anyone in this world who does not know of Su Xianbo." Behind him, Shi Huimin could not help but exclaim, "Even if one is unfamiliar with Su Xianbo, one should certainly recognize the attire of the Tsongyan sect. There are hardly a few individuals in this world who would dare to disregard them, such as Yi Yuanzun." Noticing Wu Xuanjian walking beside him, Shi Huimin added with a grin, "Wu Yuanzun is one of them." Lu Qiyuan shot a glance at his junior, softly admonishing, "If you cannot articulate your thoughts, it would be better to remain silent." In response, Shi Huimin huffed defiantly, "I fear not the Tsongyan sect. Just the other day, I encountered their disciples who, with their spirit beasts in tow, strutted around with an air of superiority. Yet today, they appear no different from anyone else." As they spoke, the Tsongyan sect finally made their entrance, albeit belatedly. Shi Huimin's eyes sparkled upon sighting their vehicle, and he whispered excitedly, "Is that not their spirit beast carriage? It seems to be rented as well." Lu Shichen cast a warning glance in his direction, prompting Shi Huimin to retract his neck and fall silent. This senior uncle was both proud and headstrong. He dared not provoke him. Lu Shichen merely glanced over at the Tsongyan sect before leading everyone to queue for entry into the Baosheng Hall. Lin Qingwan and Yihan exchanged glances, and then turned to leave together. Su Xian directly transmitted a message to Yihan, inquiring, "As the foremost prodigy of the cultivation world, what are your thoughts on the first prodigy who once stood alongside you?" Yihan, who had also been recognized as the top talent during his time on Earth, replied, "He pales in comparison to me." Su Xian could not help but exclaim in surprise at such audacity. Yihan retorted, "If you do not believe me, ask Qingwan." Su Xian cast a glance at Lin Qingwan, who, without hesitation, affirmed, "He cannot measure up to Yihan." Su Xian could not help but exclaim, You two truly embody the essence of a couple. They married at 30, which surely surpasses your achievements by a considerable margin. Ihan remained silent. But Lin Qingwan replied with a smile. Ihan resides in the lower realm. Had he been in the higher realm, it would be uncertain whose innate talent would prevail.
Moreover, Jihannes disposition för exits.
This was one of the pivotal reasons Lin Qingwan believed the other party did not measure up to Ihan. After a moment of contemplation, Xian remarked, "Your swift progress in cultivation is undoubtedly aided by favorable circumstances, yet in this world, such fortune may not be guaranteed. On Earth, they enjoyed the favor of the heavens, leading to a life akin to cheating, but this world may not afford them the same grace." Lin Qingwan nodded in agreement, stating, "Ihan lacks such fortune, yet I perceive that the other party also lacks this aura of luck. Thus, cultivation must emphasize the fortitude of one's character, would it not? Consequently, Ihan triumphs unequivocally." Xian sought to challenge them, suggesting that perhaps this world places greater importance on resources. Lin Qingwan and Ihan exchanged knowing smiles. Xian faltered slightly, realizing that the path from Yuanying to Deshang encompasses several significant realms, possibly requiring a millennium or more of cultivation. Such a lengthy endeavor renders the notion of relying solely on resources rather foolish. It is the fortitude of one's character that remains an invincible asset. Xian began to ponder, contemplating whether he too should reflect on the future path he wishes to tread. The thought was daunting. He had no desire to start anew. Chapter 38. Enlightenment. Noticing the unusual aura surrounding Xian, everyone paused momentarily, including the other cultivators who were queuing, all drawn to glance in his direction. Ihan and Lin Qingwan immediately positioned themselves on either side of Xian, while Qingfeng and the others stood behind him. Their expressions tinged with a slight unease as they surveyed their surroundings. One couldn't help but wonder what peculiar affliction had befallen Xian, who had been strolling along so serenely only to suddenly embark upon a path of enlightenment. However, considering their long-standing acquaintance, this marked Xian's inaugural experience of such a revelation, did it not? Lin Qingwan often received the favor of the heavenly Tao, occasionally grasping profound truths from its ancient wisdom, while Ihan's journey of enlightenment had been distinctly different. For others, the pursuit of enlightenment was a formidable challenge. Qingfeng and his companions had only managed to achieve enlightenment a couple of times through sheer serendipity during their time on Earth, one instance even being broadcasted live. Typically, the events surrounding enlightenment were not subtle. In an era of such advanced communication, enlightenment could hardly remain a secret. Thus, they were aware that Xian had never experienced this phenomenon during his earthly existence. Qingfeng once received an invitation to a clandestine gathering of Golden Core practitioners, which was essentially a blend of commerce and gossip concerning other Golden Core entities. Xian was frequently the subject of much speculation. Many cultivators believed that due to the unique nature of his cultivation method, Xian had forsaken the will to pursue the Tao. After all, he possessed the ability to regulate his own cultivation, enabling him to undergo cycles of rebirth and cultivation indefinitely, as long as he wasn't obliterated or his soul dispersed. Thus, he could essentially attain immortality. They speculated that in such a cyclical existence, Xian had likely long forgotten the essence of his Tao. Given that he had lost sight of this essence, it seemed implausible that he could achieve enlightenment. So, what thoughts had crossed his mind just moments ago that led him to this epiphany? Although Ihan and Lin Qingwan were somewhat curious, they had grown accustomed to such situations. After all, did they not often find themselves lost in thought while walking, ultimately leading to moments of enlightenment? With their wealth of experience, they guided Xian into the private room, where they produced a chair for him to sit upon. Subsequently, they set up protective and isolating formations beside him, allowing him the space to contemplate life. Observing Ihan and Lin Qingwan's adeptness, Lu Zichen and Wu Cunjian could not help but fall into silence. "Are you quite familiar with each other?" Lu Zichen inquired. Han, puzzled, replied, "Indeed. We are quite familiar. We ascended together." "I meant, are you well acquainted with this practice of achieving enlightenment while walking?" Han chuckled. "It's manageable. I've encountered it a few times, so I know how to navigate it. Now that I've established the isolation formation, he won't hear us even if we scream at the top of our lungs, so there's no need to worry about any interruptions." Lu Zichen and Wu Zunjian exchanged glances. Shouldn't we be concerned that we might disturb him? Nevertheless, such concerns were trivial, as it was their first time attending an auction in this world. They discovered that the auction here bore remarkable resemblance to their own, albeit shrouded in greater mystery. It was said that between the staircases and corridors lay illusionary formations, making the entry to each private room a secret. Moreover, the bidding process was entirely anonymous, unless one intentionally chose to flaunt their wealth or had other motives, thereby revealing their identity during the auction, a matter beyond the control of Bao Xingtang. In the room, there exists a mirror that reflects the happenings in the lobby and at the auction stage, alongside another mirror that intermittently displays the names of the items soon to be auctioned. The two spatial rings brought by the gentle breeze are rather inconspicuous among the myriad treasures, yet their names flickered onto the screen with a brief flash. Han and his companions exchanged subtle glances, roughly estimating their value. Engaged in hushed discussions about these unfamiliar items, they remained oblivious to the fact that others in different compartments were conversing about them. The individuals who had just walked in together were likely from the Qihong sect and the Dual Extreme sect, correct? Was that person who attained enlightenment from their sect? It seemed unlikely. Lu Zichen was notoriously proud, and since he was present, his fellow disciples would not accompany him. At that moment, besides Wu Xian, he was flanked by two other nascent soul practitioners, suggesting that the one who attained enlightenment was likely more familiar with them. To achieve enlightenment under such circumstances indicates a remarkable aptitude. I wonder how he compares to Lu Zichen. Given Lu Zichen's temperament, if the other was not more gifted, a connection would only be plausible if their dispositions aligned. It appears that the Qihong sect and the Dual Extreme sect are poised to gain yet another distinguished disciple. No matter how exceptional they may be, they remain inferior to the Zhongyan sect. Do they truly believe they can contend with us within the confines of the Ningwu secret realm? Xiao Zhongbo, who had just entered, could not help but interject. The individuals within the compartment promptly rose to pay their respects, acknowledging Senior Brother Su and Senior Brother Chao. Representing the group were only Su Xianbo and Qiao Zhongbo as the leaders, yet the actual number present exceeded this. Some disciples had received news during their travels, prompting them to join in the excitement. Before their arrival, several of the more distinguished members of the sect, who shared a close rapport with Su Xianbo and Qiao Zhongbo, had already secured this private room. Apart from them, no one else was privy to the number of members from the Zhongyan sect present in the bustling hall or the various private rooms on the upper floors. The situation was no different for the other sections. Lu Zichen observed the continuous stream of individuals entering and remarked to Wu Zunjian, "This auction is proving to be as splendid as the one preceding the Ningwu secret realm." Wu Zunjian replied, "One is a disciple and descendant of Master Tianzi, while the other is the young master of the Mingxin sect, and there is even a possibility that he is the heir to the imperial court. Wouldn't their matrimonial affairs be grand?" Han and his companions had already gathered a significant amount of information about this world, as the imperial court currently tenuously aligned with their interests. Naturally, they were particularly attentive to the news concerning it, and thus were aware that the current emperor of Zhao Da had no offspring, nor even a consort. This was not particularly alarming, for he had just attained the stage of spiritual transformation, possessing ample time ahead to advance further. Living for 10,000 years was hardly a challenge. The notion of marriage could certainly be deferred to the future. Consequently, the court ministers urged the emperor to select a consort and to consider establishing a lineage. This was the realm of cultivation, not the mundane world. Even if the emperor were to father a child, should he pass away prematurely, That child would be unlikely to ascend to the throne, as it was evident that they would lack the necessary stability. However, should a formidable alchemist be found, it might be possible to extend the emperor's life by 300 to 500 years, allowing for the birth of a child who would likely reach the levels of the nascent soul or even spiritual transformation. Both Yihan and Lin Qingwan perceive the competition within the realm of cultivation as exceedingly ruthless. The successor emperor must be at least 300 years old, or possess a cultivation level beyond the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, they would struggle to command the various city lord offices. To illustrate, take the young lord of Ningwu City, who has already attained the nascent soul level, not to mention his father, the city lord, whose cultivation is at the tribulation stage. Moreover, the city lord of Mingxin City has reached the Great Ascension stage. Chapter 39 Bidding. Having gleaned such intelligence, Yihan and Lin Qingwan resolved to be particularly prudent, refraining from any erratic pursuits. They are committed to diligently cultivating, with aspirations of acquiring a residence in this world for a settled life filled with leisure and continued practice. Their current ambition is to ensure financial stability, allowing them to explore the world extensively and gain a thorough understanding of their surroundings. Their cultivation remains rather low, with many formidable realms yet ahead, and it is conceivable that even a millennium of effort may not suffice to reach the pinnacle of this world. 1,000 years is an interminable span. Who would choose to make battling against heaven and humanity their life's ambition? Naturally, everyone aspires to a life of beauty and fulfillment. Additionally, unlike the barren resources of Earth, they have discovered that there are over 100 cultivators at the Great Ascension level alone. What does this signify? It implies that even if this group of 6 were to receive the favor of the heavens, glowing with divine light, a millennium hence, they would still be merely 6 individuals. Should they attempt to encroach upon others' boundaries, their adversaries could easily band together to annihilate them. Thus, the approach here diverges from the tumultuous struggles on Earth. Everyone simply wishes to live a discreet and tranquil life. Moreover, Lin Qingwan had strived through 2 lifetimes, and upon ascending to this world, she felt as though she had been reborn. She yearned to experience a life of ease and tranquility. Yihan also sensed that his previous existence had been somewhat burdensome. The current state of affairs was just right. Minimal power and responsibility, a complete sense of freedom, bringing him immense joy. The shift in mindset for the 2 of them was utterly incomprehensible to Su Xian and Qingfeng, let alone to Lu Zichen and the others. Hence, he still entertained the notion of recruiting them into their sect. While introducing various items, he subtly promoted their sect, believing he was doing so discreetly. For instance, upon encountering a particular magical artifact, he would mention their esteemed artifact master at Qihong sect, and when he saw a certain elixir, he would refer to their renowned alchemist. In essence, he sought to showcase the prowess of Qihong sect, enticing them with the prospect of studying under distinguished masters. Wu Tsunjian, having perceived his intentions, was more forthright, directly addressing Yihan. "My master is a grandmaster of the sword arts. Your sword intent is profound, and you have already begun to grasp the essence of the path. Have you not considered taking on another sword master?" Yihan smiled in response, saying, "It all depends on fate." Wu Tsunjian nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Lu Zichen was seething with indignation, nearly fuming at the thought of their Qihong sect lacking a sword master. The auction was soon to commence, and the attendees shifted their focus to the screen. No, rather, to the mirror. Lu Zichen cast a glance at the first treasure presented, having no intention of purchasing it, and inquired of Yihan and the others, "What do you wish to buy?" With rapt attention on the bidding, Yihan and the others shook their heads without a second thought. "We are not interested in buying anything." Due to financial constraints and seemingly lacking in material desires, Lu Zichen and his companions gazed at them in astonishment. Although no words were spoken, their intentions were unmistakable. "What brings you here, if not to purchase?" Before they could inquire further, Yihan and Lin Qingwan confidently declared, "We have come to broaden our horizons." As they spoke, the first item was already auctioned off. At that moment, a protective artifact of considerable quality was presented. Lu Zichen remarked, "Your collection of magical tools is rather sparse. Perhaps you should consider acquiring some. This artifact appears commendable, and since you have reached the nascent soul stage, you are certainly eligible to utilize such treasures." The three from Qingfeng glanced at the price and promptly turned away. Yihan and Lin Qingwan also took a cursory look at the cost, deeming it beyond their means, and thus inquired about the materials used for the item, subtly implying that they might wish to craft something similar in the future. However, Lu Zichen misconstrued their interest and began to elaborate on the item. Yihan diligently took notes, resolving to seek out these materials during their future ventures. Lu Zichen, noticing their lack of bidding, continued to provide explanations for subsequent artifacts and treasures, as he was a skilled craftsman well-versed in such matters. After several instances, he remained oblivious to the underlying sentiments, while Lu Qiyuan quietly observed and discreetly communicated with his master. "Master, it seems that Yuan and his companions are not inclined to make purchases, perhaps due to financial constraints?" Lu Zichen dismissed the notion casually. Which nascent soul ascendant has not brought the finest treasures from their realm? Are they truly financially constrained? Has my master forgotten the earlier incident where the three from Qingfeng concealed their votes? Luo Zichen furrowed his brow slightly, pondering whether it was merely an evasion of bids, or perhaps it was an overthinking on their part. Though he spoke thus, his enthusiasm for recommending items had diminished somewhat. The next item up for auction was two spatial artifacts presented by Qingfeng. The two artifacts, while differing in the spaces they created, were auctioned together, starting at a base price of 50 high-grade spirit stones. Yihan and the others exchanged glances, preparing for the bidding to commence. Luo Zichen glanced at the description in the mirror and remarked to Wu Xiyuan Jian, "These spatial artifacts are quite impressive. They offer substantial space." Wu Xiyuan Jian also took an interest, but upon seeing that Luo Zichen had spoken first, he set down his bidding device, saying, "You go ahead." He waved his hand dismissively. Although the space offered by these artifacts was considerable, it did not reach a level that would cause him distress over relinquishing it. Many participants were eager to bid, primarily because such large spatial artifacts were suitable even for cultivators at the integration stage. They served well as gifts for the younger generation, or for personal use. While items at auction carried the risk of failing to sell, in most cases, the prices tended to soar beyond their actual worth, particularly for essential items like spatial artifacts. The price soon surged to 85 high-grade spirit stones, and Luo Zichen discerned that the current bidder was merely a person from a private box. Unable to resist, he reached for the bidding device again. Pausing for a moment, he recalled a question Lin Qingwan had once posed to him and inquired, "Is this your offering?"
Yi har merrily smilet in silence.
Consequently, Luo Zichen refrained from bidding. Nodding in agreement, Wu Xiyuan Jian promptly interjected, "If there are any extras, do sell one to me as well."
Jian expressed no objections.
The two could not help but feel intrigued. Was this magical artifact crafted by you? There was nothing to conceal, and Yihan nodded, further promoting. "All 6 of us are capable of forging spatial artifacts. Should you require any in the future, we can customize them for you." Lu Zichen recalled what Lin Qingwan had mentioned. In their world, there existed but a single spatial formation, and even the crafting techniques were interconnected. He could not help but twitch his lips and remark, "Surely not all the cultivators in your world can craft such artifacts, right?" Yihan nodded in affirmation. Lu Zichen found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't shake the feeling that the circumstances in their world were rather peculiar. The relationship between seniors and juniors was strange, as was the dynamic between masters and servants, evident in the interactions among Yihan, Lin Qingwan, and Qingfeng. Setting aside their past as subordinates, one would expect a chasm between a nascent soul and a golden core practitioner. Yet such was not the case. At times, He even sensed that Lin Qingwan was indulging Qingfeng and the others. Chapter 40. Settling the bill. Han and his companions claimed they were merely here to broaden their horizons, and indeed, from start to finish, regardless of the treasures presented, their demeanor remained remarkably composed. If they were unaware of the treasure's significance, it could be excused. However, even after Lu Zichen's explanations, they maintained their equanimity, prompting some to ponder. In truth, they were captivated by the items, for such treasures were non-existent on Earth, with only a handful of them existing in legends. Regardless of whether it is the young Han and Lin Qingwan or the older trio of Qingfeng, they have all grown accustomed to the notion that cultivation is a personal journey, an endeavor of self-discovery, absorbing spiritual energy, and perhaps consuming a few pills to expedite their power growth. For instance, practitioners from the higher realms often maintain a protective barrier of spiritual energy around themselves at all times, serving to shield against dust, prevent probing of their bodies by divine consciousness, and act as a safeguard. In contrast, Lin Qingwan and her companions, donned in ordinary attire, seldom employ such protective barriers. Even during specific occasions, Luo Zichen had rarely witnessed them manifesting such defenses. How splendid this world is, with its abundant spiritual energy, even in commonplace areas. The atmosphere is rich with it. One can only imagine the ecstasy they would experience should they discover a sacred ground. Thus, whether it be Han Lin Qingwan or Qingfeng and his companions, they brim with confidence, convinced that consuming too many medicinal pills could lead to pill toxicity, and that absorbing spiritual energy independently is far safer. They are merely spectators, observing with great interest, yet refraining from making any purchases. Naturally, certain items do pique their interest. Han and Qingfeng have taken a liking to several refining materials. However, while they may recognize the materials, they are not well acquainted with their uses, rendering any purchases futile. Consequently, they collectively ponder that what they truly require at this juncture are various tomes of knowledge. Serendipitously, the auction is indeed featuring secret techniques, alas. The techniques pertain to cultivation methods rather than refining arts, and the prices are exorbitantly high, so lofty that they scarcely dare to entertain the thought of acquiring them. After some deliberation, they conclude that their immediate priority should be to earn money. Indeed, the matter of refining tools can certainly be discussed among individuals. For instance, there is Lu Zichen, who, despite his frugality, hesitant even to purchase a single spiritual beast, spares no expense when it comes to refining materials, almost engaging in a brawl with outsiders. Although he has acquired numerous items, he remains greatly vexed. He turns to Wu Xian and remarks, "I know exactly who is competing with me for the bids. It must be those despicable individuals from the Zhongyan sect. They always meddle, regardless of whether they have any use for the items. It's as if all the treasures in the world ought to belong to them." Wu Xian nods in agreement, sharing the sentiment about the Zhongyan sect's unscrupulousness. Lu Zichen, still unsatisfied after berating the Zhongyan sect, adds, "And what about Bao Shenghao? I suspect there might be collusion between the Zhongyan sect and them, deliberately driving up the prices to ensnare us." Wu Xian casts him a warning glance, advising, "Be cautious with your words." Lu Zichen scoffs, "Do they dare eavesdrop?" Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qingwan inquires, "Considering that Bao Shenghao can host such an auction, their backing must be formidable, correct?" Lu Zichen responds, "The Xiao family of Shilu, the proprietors of Bao Shenghao, is a renowned cultivation family. They have 2 ascended cultivators registered, and currently there are 2 in the Great Ascension stage within the family, rivaling a major sect. Do you think their influence is insignificant?" Lin Qingwan and Han nod in agreement, deciding to keep their opinions to themselves. Even if they must speak ill of others, it is prudent to do so from a distance. The auction has concluded, yet none of the attendees have departed, for soon the attendants will arrive to collect payment. After all, following a grand auction, the period often witnesses a surge in thefts and plundering. Esteemed sects like the Qi Hong sect remain unfazed by such lawlessness, but Su Xian remains seated, engrossed in contemplation, nay, in the pursuit of enlightenment. Thus, Lu Zichen and his companions are in no rush to leave either. Lu Zichen and Wu Xunjian settled their payments, and shortly thereafter, their acquisitions were delivered. Meanwhile, Qingfeng produced a token and tapped it against a stone within the room, prompting another attendant to soon arrive with a pouch of spirit stones, this being their earnings from the auction, naturally minus the handling fees. After confirming the contents, Qingfeng affixed his signature, thereby concluding this transaction. Once the attendant had departed, Lu Zichen, sensing that they had no pressing engagements, inquired of Yihan. "You have your spatial artifacts on you, I presume?" Lin Qingwan retrieved a pouch from her attire, producing a jade ring for him, and curiously remarked, "Did you not exhaust your funds?" Lu Zichen, unperturbed, replied, "The Qi Hong sect possesses assets in Mingxin City as well. I shall retrieve them for you upon our exit." He examined the jade ring, discovering its spatial capacity to be quite ample, at least comparable to the 2 items auctioned earlier, which brought him joy at the successful deal. Wu Xunjian observed them quietly, while Yihan chuckled, "I carry only one with me. I shall provide you with mine on another day, Wu Dao friend." Satisfied, Wu Xunjian nodded in agreement. The group sat in anticipation for Su Xian to awaken, and Yihan expressed a desire to explore the materials Lu Zichen had procured. Luo Zichen pondered briefly before agreeing. Consequently, a group of individuals gathered to observe the items he produced, eager to touch them and note their characteristics. Busily engrossed in their activities, thus oblivious to the passage of time. When Su Xian awoke, he found a throng of people intently surrounding a table, absorbed in their examination. Feeling a slight dryness and itch in his throat, he could not help but cough. Lin Qingwan was the first to speak. "Su Zongzhu, have you reached a conclusion?" Luo Zichen and the others noted Lin Qingwan's address, maintaining their smiles. Su Xian nodded. Yihan inquired, "Are you about to break through?" Su Xian cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "It is a restoration of my cultivation." He was mindful of his persona as a former nascent soul cultivator who had fallen due to a breach in the realm after ascending. Yihan and the others exclaimed, "Congratulations!" As Su Xian spoke, he was looking at Luo Zichen, who then remarked, "There are secluded places within the Mingxin sect. I can convey your request to them on your behalf, Daoist Su." Chapter 41. An ominous premonition. Luo Zichen found this suggestion agreeable and nodded. "Shall we retreat for seclusion after the wedding?" "Indeed," Su Xian replied. "Moreover, as we are outsiders, it would be improper to trouble the Mingxin sect too much." Daoist Luo, "I wonder if there are any unclaimed areas outside Mingxin City, albeit slightly enriched with spiritual energy, where I might find a suitable location for seclusion." Luo Zichen and the others were astonished. "Daoist Su, this is excessively courteous. It is merely a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. And considering you are merely restoring your cultivation, there is no need to venture outside the city. Even the inns within Mingxin City offer chambers for guests to engage in secluded breakthroughs." Wu Xiyuan also advised that the guest house would not only be constructed near the spiritual vein, but would also be equipped with a gathering array, greatly facilitating breakthroughs. Why venture into the wilderness? The safety of the location aside, the spiritual energy there pales in comparison to that of the guest house.
Su Xian Bisaga,
asserting that he found the spiritual energy in the wild abundant, far surpassing that found on earth. He believed it posed no issue. His primary concern lay in the inability to break through in public view. Yihan shared this sentiment. Both he and Lin Qingwan speculated that Su Xian's obstinacy might stem from a flaw in his cultivation method, which prevented him from advancing in front of others. They sided with Su Xian, albeit expressing it differently. They concluded that there was no rush and suggested they should first attend the wedding ceremony of the Ming Xian sect. Exchanging glances, Yihan and Lin Qingwan resolved to inquire with Lu Zichen after the ceremony about nearby locations rich in spiritual energy. If that failed,
They would have to seek out such places themselves.
Lu Zichen and Wu Xian found their behavior somewhat peculiar, yet they understood that every cultivator harbors secrets. Choosing not to pry further, they decided to take their leave. Both Lu Zichen and Wu Xian headed to their sex assets in the area, utilizing their identity tokens to secure a loan for Yihan, intended for the purchase of spatial artifacts. 30 pieces. This was significantly cheaper than what they would have paid at Baoxingtang, where they calculated it was at least a quarter less expensive. Qing Feng also advised Yihan that if they became familiar with certain individuals, it would be preferable to sell to acquaintances, as Baoxingtang would extract a 30% fee. Ultimately, the amount they received would be less than what they could privately sell to Lu Zichen. Yihan inquired whether Baoxingtang had considered directly purchasing the spatial artifacts in their possession. Certainly, I have contemplated it, yet I am reluctant. As their offer is far too meager, they are only willing to provide 18 superior spirit stones. Is it not true that such a spatial artifact ought to be valued at no less than 30 superior spirit stones?
Yihan nodded,
concluding that they indeed seem rather exploitative. Xian remarked that he had already communicated with the steward of the city lord's mansion and would seek him shortly. Lin Qingwan cautioned him to prioritize his safety, since he was on the verge of a breakthrough. It would be prudent to remain at the Mingxin sect for the time being and refine his mental state thoroughly. Xian acknowledged her concern. The group collectively settled their accounts, feeling considerably lighter with the burdens that had weighed upon them. Subsequently, each produced some superior spirit stones to exchange for inferior ones. Upon witnessing their entry into the money house with the intention of exchanging superior stones for inferior ones, Lu Zichen and his companions immediately interjected, suggesting that they had erred in their choice of establishment, and proceeded to usher them out. Lu Zichen asserted, "If you wish to exchange spirit stones, do so with me." Yihan, holding a superior spirit stone, retorted, "Did you not claim to be out of funds?" Immediately, Lu Qiyuan, standing behind Lu Zichen, interjected, "Our master uncle possesses more than we do. Yuanzun, how many superior spirit stones do you wish to exchange? Who would be foolish enough to trade superior spirit stones for inferior ones? Even if 200 were surplus, one would hesitate to part with them." The disciples of the Shuangji sect, not to be outdone, also expressed their willingness to engage in exchanges. After a moment of silence, Yihan and the others considered the necessity of inferior spirit stones for meals, lodging, and various purchases, ultimately deciding to proceed with the exchange. However, they also became cautious, each exchanging no more than 2 pieces, while the surplus was collected again. "No, we do not use spirit stones in the lower realm," Yihan remarked. "For spirit stones are exceedingly rare, low-grade ones are scarce, mid-grade ones are few, and high-grade ones exist only in legends." Lu Zichen and Wu Kunjiando could hardly believe it. Consequently, all 6 of them nodded earnestly, and Lu Zichen could not help but curiously inquire, "Then what do you use to trade?" How could this be explained? Everyone unanimously turned their gaze towards Lin Qingwan. After pondering for a moment, Lin Qingwan felt that mentioning electronic currency would be too fantastical for them to comprehend, and explaining paper currency would take too long. Thus, she produced a handful of gold and silver from her spatial pocket. "This is hard currency," Lin Qingwan declared. Before Lu Zichen and the others could express their astonishment at the perfectly cut gold and silver ingots, Qing Feng and the others gasped in surprise. "How did you bring gold and silver with you?" Lin Qingwan shot them a glance. After a brief silence, Qing Feng asked, "You didn't bring a lot, did you?" Lin Qingwan inquired, "Did you not bring any?" They then recalled the gold and silver piled up in their spatial pockets, now rendered useless, and fell silent. Observing the expressions on their faces, Lu Zichen could not help but burst into laughter, saying, "Such items are meant for mortals in the mundane realm, are they not? By the way, do you cultivators also require them?" Yihan sighed. "In our world, resources are scarce and cultivation materials are nearly depleted, thus cultivators coexist with mortals." While it sounded rather pitiful, they appeared to be living quite comfortably. Su Xian and Qing Feng exchanged a glance, remaining silent. Lu Zichen gazed upon them with sympathy. Yet Wu Cunjian remarked, "The fact that you three are able to cultivate and ascend in such a resource-poor world speaks volumes of your innate talents." Lu Zichen felt a chill run down his spine. Yihan humbly replied, "It is merely the favor of the heavenly Tao." Were it truly the favor of the heavenly Tao, without the benevolence bestowed upon them by Lin Qingwan, their ascension might have been a distant dream. Su Xian silently shared a look with them before sighing, "I have an ominous premonition." Such as? "For instance, I might be struck down during my tribulation, leaving my soul in tatters." It then dawned on everyone that he had crossed over surreptitiously, and quite brazenly at that. The heavenly Tao of this realm might not hold him in high regard. Lin Qingwan hesitated, suggesting, "Perhaps you should suppress your cultivation a bit more, and we can perform some good deeds for a few years?" Su Xian disagreed, stating, "How many good deeds must one accomplish to gain the recognition of the heavenly Tao? I am not a native cultivator." They all regarded him with sympathy. Chapter 42. I am simply delighted this day marked the auspicious occasion for Xian Wenjia and Xu Ming. And early in the morning, Lin Qingwan and the others followed closely behind Lu Zichen to partake in the festivities. The wedding of the century in the cultivation realm was indeed captivating from the outset. Before the auspicious hour arrived, the entire Mingxin sect was adorned with drifting pink peach blossoms, the fragrance delightful and the visual spectacle utterly enchanting. It was said that Mingxin City, situated at the foot of the Sex Mountain, was showered in red envelopes, a true city-wide celebration. Amidst the fluttering petals, numerous female cultivators donned in ethereal gowns soared into the air, dancing gracefully. In the air, they danced gracefully, eliciting exclamations of awe from Lin Qingwan. Upon closer inspection, she realized that all of them were cultivators at the Golden Core stage. With a blink, Yihan leaned in to whisper in her ear, urging her to observe their footwear. As Lin Qingwan looked down, she noticed that their shoes were identical, realizing that only those in the nascent soul stage could truly soar through the skies. Nonetheless, how exquisite they appeared. Lin Qingwan's eyes sparkled with wonder, mirrored by Mingyue. As the female cultivators around them were filled with envy, such a wedding was undeniably ethereal and blissful. The aerial cultivators guided the gathered cultivators into the Mingxin Sect's plaza, where each sect's designated area was clearly marked, making it easy for attendees to find their places. Moreover, the aerial dancers formed pairs, with each duo responsible for a specific section, using their melodic voices to lead everyone to their respective spots. As Yihan and his companions, who were independent cultivators, hesitated about following the dancers' guidance, Lu Zichen stopped them, insisting they join in. The 6 of them promptly complied. The position of the Qihong sect was quite prominent, affording an excellent view. When the auspicious hour arrived, the elders of the Mingxin sect and the Tianqing sect appeared on the high platform. After a brief exchange of courtesies, they settled into their seats with smiles. Following this, ceremonial name-calling commenced, announcing the entrance of the newlyweds. All eyes instinctively turned towards the entrance, where, at the edge of the crowd, a handsome male cultivator with sword-like brows and starry eyes held a crimson silk ribbon, leading forth a stunningly beautiful woman, reminiscent of a snow lotus atop a mountain. Lin Qingwan could not help but exclaim her admiration for her beauty. Yihan wrapped his arm around her waist, smiling silently without uttering a word. The bright moon also found the other party quite appealing. However, as she observed the slowly approaching newlyweds and then glanced at the openly affectionate old couple before her, she mused quietly. The newcomers resembled the old couple, while the old couple appeared like newcomers. With this thought, the approaching pair seemed to lose their charm. All 6 were eager to witness the rituals of a wedding in the realm of cultivation, only to find that as they reached the elevated platform, the ceremony consisted merely of bowing to the high hall and to each other, without even a tribute to heaven and earth. Lin Qingwan blinked, Yihan followed suit, and Su Xian and the others exchanged glances, unable to suppress their whispers, wondering if this was all there was to it. Lu Zichen had already prepared to close his eyes for a moment of respite, anticipating the lengthy speeches from Mingxin sect and Tianqing sect that would follow. He nodded and replied, "Indeed, it is over. Do you expect to witness their bridal chamber? Do not hold your breath. Shortly, they should emerge to offer a toast at the banquet." This bore little difference from a mundane wedding. The group felt greatly disappointed. Su Xian could not help but whisper to Yihan, "It's even inferior to your union. At least you both paid homage to heaven and earth and sought the acknowledgement of the Tao." However, he quietly inquired through sound transmission, "Is your bond a Heart-S contract?"
Yihan nodded.
"Is that a Heart-S contract exclusive to your realm? Or does it encompass all realms?" Yihan blinked. "Does it matter? Indeed, if it solely pertains to your world, then within this realm, you shall be unbound by the constraints of its celestial laws. Should your gaze fall upon another female cultivator, you comprehend, upon ascending to the higher realms, one may, of course, seek a different companion. Yet, if it is the latter, disregard my prior utterances." Yihan promptly inquired, "How does one discern?" "Observe the mark left by the celestial Tao," Lu Zichen elucidated. "Your celestial Tao should have left an imprint, should it not? Examine yourself upon ascension to ascertain if any augmentations have manifested, such as a line or a dot. If such exists, it signifies that at the moment of your ascension, this celestial Tao, too, acknowledges your bond of shared heart. In all likelihood, it is the latter scenario." Lu Zichen discerned the anxiety beneath his composed facade and, unable to suppress his curiosity, queried, "Pray tell, do you aspire for the former or the latter?" Yihan responded, "The latter." He mused inwardly. This betrothed pair dares not invoke a celestial oath. Many in this world dare not. In millennia of cultivation, affection may be a fleeting novelty, a decade of profound sentiment. Can it truly remain unaltered for centuries, millennia? Time is the most virulent poison in this world, yet also the most efficacious remedy. Yihan cared not for such matters. His sole preoccupation at present was discerning the nature of the bond of shared heart between him and Lin Qingwan. As the discourse concluded and the attendees dispersed to partake in the banquet, Yihan contrived an excuse to change his attire and furtively examine the mark upon his shoulder. He discovered that, unbeknownst to him, a faint crimson trace had appeared upon his half of the shared heart imprint, resembling a minute, scarlet leaf. Lin Qingwan perceived his evident elation and, drawing near, inquired in his ear, "So joyous?" Yihan nodded, acknowledging the joyous occasion. Lin Qingwan regarded him with suspicion, noting that he hadn't appeared so elated during the couple's ceremonial bow. Leaning closer, Yihan whispered in her ear, "Have you noticed the subtle change in our bond?" Lin Qingwan, of course, had not observed it. After all, the emblem of their unity had been etched on her shoulder for many years, making it hardly noticeable. Yihan then recounted Lu Zichen's words, softly asserting, "I initially thought our celestial vow held significance solely on Earth, yet it seems it resonates across various realms." Witnessing his unrestrained joy, Lin Qingwan couldn't help but smile, teasingly inquiring, "If it were ineffective, would you not fear that we might part ways in the future?"
Yihan,
taken aback, promptly shook his head, "No, that won't happen." Lin Qingwan clinked her cup against his, smiling as she remarked, "Then what is the source of your exuberance?" Yihan replied simply, "I am simply happy." Chapter 43. A facade of harmony. The spiritual cuisine and beverages prepared by the Mingxin sect were exquisite, though Lin Qingwan and Yihan could not discern whether the newlyweds were intoxicated. They themselves had indulged slightly. After just 2 cups of spiritual wine, Yihan remained relatively sober, while Lin Qingwan felt a gentle flush on her cheeks, rendering her somewhat tipsy. Though they exchanged no words and sat at a distance, an unspoken understanding pulsed between them. creating an atmosphere brimming with tacit connection. Their occasional shared glances and smiles elicited a sense of sweetness that made the other guests at the table feel an unusual discomfort as the entire ambience grew strangely charged. Xian, Wenjia, and Chu Ming approached to toast, and the banquet was well attended, though not every table warranted their salutation. Only their close friends and representatives from various sects deserved a drink. Both wore serene expressions, accompanied by polite smiles, resembling a corporate annual meeting rather than a wedding celebration. Lin Qingwan and Yihan rose with the crowd. After exchanging a few words with Lu Zichen, Xian Wenjia glanced at the couple as she lifted her glass, offering a faint smile upon meeting Lin Qingwan's gaze. Everyone raised their glasses to wish the couple everlasting love and unity, downing their drinks in unison. Lin Qingwan instinctively turned to exchange a smile with Yihan. Yihan set down his glass and assisted his increasingly flushed wife back into her seat. Xian Wenjia and Chu Ming turned to depart. Upon returning, Su Xian couldn't help but comment, "Such a grand wedding, yet they seem so distant. With all the tales of their beauty and talent, I thought they were deeply in love." Yihan replied, "Mind your own business. Once the banquet concludes, we shall leave to seek out a secluded mountain for your retreat." Su Xian sighed, placing a hand on his racing heart. That ominous premonition is resurfacing. Lin Qingwan began to doubt, is this truly a premonition, or mere imagination? Su Xian insisted, it is indeed a premonition. Lin Qingwan and Yihan exchanged a knowing glance and decisively concluded, "Tomorrow, you shall accompany us to inquire about Lu Zichen and Wu Tsunjian."
Why?
To ascertain their experiences during tribulations and see if we might discover any useful items to prepare ourselves. Yihan expressed the belief that there should be magical artifacts or treasures capable of assisting in withstanding the tribulations of thunder. Su Xian remarked that such items would not come cheaply. Yihan responded confidently, asserting that financial concerns should never hinder one's cultivation journey, reassuring that wealth could always be earned. Lin Qingwan wholeheartedly agreed. Observing the two, Su Xian and the others remained silent, reflecting on the notion that life should not be compared, especially in terms of financial resources when juxtaposed with Yihan. However, Yihan's current standing was not too dissimilar from theirs, as this world does not solely value gold and silver. With unwavering confidence, Yihan maintained that wealth could invariably be attained. The following day, Yihan and his companions sought out Lu Zichen and Wu Kunji to inquire about the tribulations. They were candid, sharing all that could be disclosed. It was evident that they were assisting Su Xian in gathering information, prompting questions. Didn't T-Su Daoist fall from the nascent soul stage? Logically, one should not undergo tribulations again after re-establishing the nascent stage, correct? Yihan and his companions exchanged anxious glances. Lin Qingwan cleared her throat and added, "The situation at that time was exceedingly chaotic, making it difficult for us to ascertain whether old Su fell after breaking through the realm, during the process, or before. Thus, we pondered. If it were before breaking through, would the heavenly laws perceive old Su as having always been at the golden core stage, and then?" Before she could complete her thought, Lu Zichen and his companions seemed to grasp the implication. Their understanding of the heavenly laws stemmed from experience, as they were not privy to the innermost workings of the celestial order. After a brief contemplation, they concurred that this possibility was indeed quite plausible. Consequently, they inquired, then, does Su Daoist need to prepare for the tribulation? The two individuals, without a trace of doubt, enthusiastically assisted in compiling a substantial list of items, though whether they could procure them depended solely on their fortune. According to what Lu Zichen had conveyed, Yihan and Lin Qingwan conducted a data analysis. Although their study was based on merely a handful of cases, they managed to discern certain insights. In this world, the celestial order is not as harsh on cultivators as it is on Earth. Perhaps this leniency stems from the fact that it is a realm of cultivation, inherently favoring human practitioners. Unlike Earth, where the celestial order, while favoring humanity, exhibits a particular fondness for mortals and occasionally harbors disdain for humanity in light of the flora and fauna, rendering its temperament somewhat capricious. Lin Qingwan and Han, having previously encountered the celestial order of Earth and even having experienced it up close, could sense its emotions. However, their understanding of the celestial order in this world relied entirely on analysis. Here, the celestial order permits the use of various items to shield against heavenly tribulations, yet it forbids any substitution of individuals, which would only exacerbate the punishment, according to Lu Zichen's words. Essentially, those who sought to have others endure the heavenly tribulations on their behalf, as well as those who attempted substitution, ultimately did not survive the ordeal. However, the celestial order appeared indifferent to the use of objects, showing no particular ire regardless of the items employed. Thus, the 6 of them convened, pooling their thoughts to enumerate various methods and items capable of aiding Su Xian in resisting the heavenly tribulations. Upon reflection, they realized that the items they had brought were somewhat inadequate for this world and might prove ineffective against the heavenly tribulations. Consequently, they decided to pool their resources to acquire some magical artifacts that could offer protection against the heavenly onslaught. In truth, Han yearned to procure materials for his own crafting, yet his knowledge of weapon forging was evidently insufficient at present. With limited spirit stones, they could not afford to waste them. Thus, they were compelled to consider purchasing finished products instead. Even so, after pooling all their spirit stones together, they managed to acquire merely 2 magical artifacts. They found this somewhat precarious, yet Lin Qingwan alleviated Su Xian's concerns, assuring him that they would handle the matters of earning and purchasing artifacts, while he need only seek a place to enter seclusion and cultivate. Although they were accustomed to Lin Qingwan's coaxing, they were equally accustomed to following her guidance. And thus they reached a consensus, bidding farewell to Ming Xian's sect and Lu Zichen among others. Lu Zichen and Wu Xian remained in Ming Xian city for other matters, knowing that Su Xian was eager to enter seclusion for a breakthrough. They did not impede him, but instead provided him with their communication talisman for future contact. Even now, the 2 could not comprehend why Su Xian could not undertake his breakthrough within the Ming Xian sect or Ming Xian city. It was such a splendid location, abundant in spiritual energy and fortified with arrays to ward off heavenly tribulations. Yet, they were resolute in their departure. Lu Zichen could not help but question Wu Xian. Do we, the inhabitants of Ningwu continent, appear so formidable? Surely, it cannot merely be a precaution against the cultivators of the immortal realm. Perhaps there is a hidden secret within Su Dao's cultivation method? Chapter 44. A plan. This place, rich in spiritual energy, was also rife with malevolent aura. Indeed, the essence that Han and Lin Qingwan identified as malevolent had another name: demonic energy. It was precisely due to the presence of this demonic energy that, although the spiritual energy remained abundant, there was not a single soul within 1,000 miles, rendering it an exceptionally suitable location for Su Xian to weather his tribulation. Recently, Su Xian has been suppressing his cultivation, driven by an overwhelming sense of urgency, as though he were on the brink of being struck by lightning. He is diligently crafting spatial artifacts and selling them through various channels. Indeed, when it comes to adaptability to one's environment, none among the 6 can rival Su Xian. He has now established a steady, albeit not entirely secure, channel for his endeavors which, in the short term, provides a measure of safety while enabling him to amass wealth swiftly. Su Xian has converted all his resources into artifacts capable of withstanding lightning strikes and ensuring his defense. As he continues to acquire more, he begins to organize the items he brought with him. Ultimately, after being led by Han and the others to a suitable location for seclusion, Su Xian hands over the sordid spatial artifacts to them and states, "If I cannot survive this tribulation, consider these items as my legacy to you. I have already divided them accordingly." He pauses before adding, "Just remember to erect a monument at the place of my demise. There is no need for any offerings, as my soul will have already departed, and I shall not receive them. Ihan and the others are left speechless. Given that his soul is destined to depart, they ponder the necessity of a monument. Yet, no one voices this thought aloud. Instead, they comfort Su Xian, assuring him that he will be fine. Perhaps it is merely a false alarm. And after living for over 600 years, with such extensive experience, heaven may very well be reluctant to strike him down. Although aware that these words are meant to console him, Su Xian feels somewhat reassured and begins to examine the location Ihan has found for him. It is indeed a fine place, suitable for cultivation, yet hardly hospitable for human habitation. Su Xian cannot bear the thought of losing his home. What if he survives the strike, only to have his house destroyed? Lin Qingwan and her companions turned to leave, while Su Xian stood on the grass, sighing repeatedly. Ultimately, he retrieved his house and placed it carefully, then rearranged the spirit-gathering array around it. Of course, his array could not merely attract spiritual energy. The pervasive demonic energy in this area would also be drawn in. Lin Qingwan and her companions did not venture far. Instead, they sought a relatively elevated spot to settle, ensuring they could safeguard Su Xian. However, this location was indeed unsuitable for human habitation. Without a protective formation to isolate the demonic energy, prolonged stay would surely lead to irritation and vexation, as if a tempest of discontent brewed within them. Ihan and Qingfeng meticulously arranged the formation in their chosen spot, and upon turning around, they noticed Lin Qingwan, accompanied by Mingyue and Beitong, placing tables and benches against the cliff. Due to the elevated position and the lack of shade under the blazing sun, Mingyue produced a large sunshade and set it up beside the table. Observing everyone's gaze upon her, Mingyue then retrieved several more from her spatial storage, inquiring, "Would you like some?" Lin Qingwan, intrigued, asked, "Why did you specifically prepare these?" Mingyue replied, "It wasn't intentional. One year, our entire class vacationed on a remote island. A wealthy third-generation heir had ordered more than 10 sunshades to be delivered, but when we departed, they were carelessly left on the beach. I thought it detrimental to the environment. Surely, the heavens would be displeased, so I decided to collect them." As the crowd waited, Su Xian, having finished his tasks in the forest at the foot of the mountain, wiped the sweat from his brow and looked up to locate Ihan and the others. To his surprise, he spotted vibrant colors in the distance atop the cliff, colorful sun umbrellas. Beneath these umbrellas lay individuals. From his vantage point, he could not discern their forms, but his spiritual sense revealed them lounging and sitting in small groups. To his astonishment, beverages adorned the table before them. This was hardly a gathering for guardianship. It appeared more akin to a holiday retreat. Sensing Su Xian's spiritual presence, Lin Qingwan greeted him, inquiring if he would like to partake in some food first. In truth, even if he suppressed his cultivation, he could live for 1,000 years, perhaps even 10,000. Yet, was that the life he yearned for? Why should he place greater emphasis on indulgence than others? Perhaps it was the bitterness of his past life that compelled him to treat himself with kindness. After all, it seemed a disservice not to.
Now,
He faced a choice: to take a step forward and discover whether the path ahead revealed flourishing willows and blooming flowers or a bottomless abyss, or to remain stationary, closing his eyes while enduring 6 centuries of accumulated joys and sorrows. Su Xian opened his eyes, his gaze gradually firming as he looked to the heavens and silently declared, "O heavens, I shall survive." After all, they were his companions, and to claim he felt no concern would be disingenuous. Ihan, reclining beside her, offered comfort. "We have done our utmost. Now it is up to him." Qingfeng suggested, "Shall we earn some more money to acquire additional magical artifacts to help him withstand the thunder?" The trio turned their heads, amused by Ihan's relentless adherence to the habits of a wealthy heir, pondering why he did not consider purchasing spiritual treasures instead. Lin Qingwan gazed thoughtfully at the sky. her eyes fluttering as a notion struck her. Everyone turned their attention toward her. Lin Qingwan hesitated, stating, "It may not necessarily be effective, but what do you think about creating a lightning rod?" The four others exchanged glances, speechless. Lin Qingwan continued, "Haven't the professors mentioned that the path of cultivation can intertwine with science? Perhaps a lightning rod could be beneficial against the heavenly tribulation." Ihan pondered this, contemplating, what if it instead provokes the will of the heavens? Thus, it should only be employed as a last resort. If he were destined to perish, why not attempt this method before meeting his end? Noticing Ihan's intrigue, Qingfeng could not help but exclaim, "You don't actually agree with this, do you? The heavens are not foolish. If this method were viable, would we still fear tribulation?" Ihan made a decision. "Let us prepare for dual outcomes. We shall find a way to earn money to purchase a magical artifact for him and construct a lightning rod as well. We will act accordingly when the time comes." In Chapter 45, Lin Qingwan made the necessary arrangements. She and Ihan took turns guarding the location, simultaneously refining spatial artifacts and the lightning rod, while alternating in escorting one person to the nearby Mingxin city to sell artifacts for funds. After some reflection, Ihan decided to reduce his previous frequency of visits, for at their pace, it would take an entire day to fly from their current location to Mingxin city, even when traveling through the night. Thus, the distance was indeed considerable. Forging a lightning rod is not a daunting task. Such an endeavor poses no challenge to Ihan and Qingfeng. After reducing their time spent outdoors, they entrusted these responsibilities to the two of them. Meanwhile, Lin Qingwan strolled about with Mingyue and Bai Tong, not merely wandering, but conducting an investigation. By chance, they discovered that the forest was home to numerous spirit beasts and magical creatures, some of which possessed considerable rank. Within the span of a mere month, Lin Qingwan descended the mountain to assist Su Xian in dealing with several sixth-level spirit beasts and magical creatures. Lin Qingwan observed that, although these beings had not transformed, the majority exhibited a degree of sentience. Consequently, she predominantly opted to drive them away rather than exterminate them entirely. Lin Qingwan believed that the world is fundamentally fair, perhaps because spirit beasts on Earth are exceedingly rare. It is far easier for Hu Xiaohong and her companions to awaken their intellect, with transformation presenting a myriad of opportunities. This contrasts sharply with the spirit and magical creatures of this realm, where awakening is arduous and transformation even more so. However, these beings also boast a vast population and prolonged lifespans. According to Lu Zichen, even the most rudimentary spirit and magical creatures can live for 300 to 500 years without issue, their lifespans inherently surpassing that of humans. Recently, Lin Qingwan has developed a fondness for the diverse culinary methods of spirit beasts found on this continent, which prompted her and Mingyue Bai Tong to engage in their explorations with enthusiasm and diligence. During their wanderings, they stumbled upon a city closer than Mingxin City, albeit not in the same direction. This city was considerably smaller, but teeming with a transient populace. Lin Qingwan discreetly guided Mingyue and Bai Tong through its streets and gleaned that the inhabitants were primarily there for hunting and gathering rare resources. The locale is defined by the continuous expanse of mountains and forests that lie beyond the city's outskirts, from whence Lin Qingwan and her companions have unfortunately emerged. In this place, the value of goods oscillates between extremes. Some individuals procure demon cores and spiritual herbs from within, with numerous trading houses eager to acquire such items, thus rendering the prices significantly lower than those found outside. Conversely, items from the outside world are exorbitantly priced here, including various healing potions, elixirs for replenishing spiritual energy, and an array of magical artifacts. This also encompasses spatial artifacts. Having gathered their belongings, Lin Qingwan and Ihan clasped hands and promptly departed from the city, vanishing into thin air shortly after passing through the city gates. The pursuers, who had been tracking them, sensed their abrupt disappearance and hastened to give chase. only to find the air devoid of any trace. They were astonished. How could two individuals in the early stages of the Yuaning realm vanish so swiftly? The pair then retrieved a device designed to measure spiritual souls. A brief scan revealed a signature of a soul associated with the artifact. Han, with an impassive expression, cast the artifact into the spatial realm and, subsequently, took out his phone to summon Qingfeng. Erasing a soul's consciousness is a task best suited for ghostly cultivators, and given that his opponent's cultivation level surpassed his own, Han deemed it prudent not to attempt obliteration immediately. Far, far away in the city, three individuals were intently observing the one seated at the center. The central figure opened his eyes and remarked, "They must have stowed their belongings in the spatial realm. For now, we cannot ascertain their whereabouts. However, I shall remain vigilant. The moment they retrieve it, I will investigate immediately." The other three were unconcerned, as they were certain that the artifacts they had purchased would eventually be employed, at which point they could pursue them again. It is indeed a matter of great regret. Initially, one would have thought it merely a straightforward transaction. Who could have anticipated their swift escape? If only they remained in the vicinity, it would have been far better. But if they have fled with the treasured artifact, or worse, crossed the border, must we then pursue them? This is a precious item. Thus, it should never have been used as a bargaining chip. At the time, my senior brother did not voice any objections. After all, there were merely two in the early stage of the nascent soul, and did you not desire the remaining spatial artifacts in their possession? Enough of this quarrel. What purpose does it serve now? We must locate them promptly, for that artifact is worth far more than a mere 12 spatial tools. As the conversation unfolded, the individual seated in the center suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with rage as he bellowed, "You insolent wretches!" The other three were equally taken aback. Had they truly erased your soul sense?
How could that be?
Were they not merely in the early stages of the nascent soul? Qingfeng had expended considerable effort to eliminate the soul sense from the artifact, and his face turned a shade pale. This person possesses at least the cultivation of the transformation stage. One must wonder, do you possess such audacity to provoke a practitioner of that level? Lin Qingwan remarked, "There are indeed tribulation stage seniors within that city. They are assuredly aware that their actions would not go unnoticed there." It then dawned upon them, belatedly, to ponder an intriguing question. If this region is deep and resource-rich, why has no one ventured in? Indeed, why is that? They exchanged glances, perplexed, ultimately deciding to set the matter aside. Xian glanced at him, waved his hand, and claimed everything, then turned his gaze towards the others. The bright moon bestowed upon him a mystical realm, capable of constructing his dreams, allowing him to behold the people and things he yearned to see. In his final days, may he find joy and contentment. The gentle breeze spoke. "I have borne grave wounds for your sake, and wish not to bleed further. Therefore, may you journey well, and take care." Xian then turned his gaze towards Han and Lin Qingwan. Lin Qingwan remarked, "We shall deliver meals to you punctually. Furthermore, we have a gift to present, which, albeit perhaps not of practical utility, we firmly believe can serve as a foundation for your desperate hope." Xian rose, clasping his fists in respect. "Farewell, dear friends." Chapter 46, The Thunder Awakens, a special edition for book friend He Chiao. On a fateful night 2 months later, the winds of change swept in. Lin Qingwan, deep in slumber, sensed a disturbance in the atmospheric pressure. Upon opening her eyes, she found Han beside her, who too had awakened. They gazed out the window, perceiving an increase in the surrounding spiritual energy, while their barrier against demonic qi teetered on the brink of collapse. The two promptly rose and ventured outside, looking skyward to witness ominous clouds swirling, realizing the moment had arrived. Qingfeng and the others emerged as well. Observing the formation and extent of the darkening clouds, the group silently retracted their dwelling, watching as the spiritual and demonic energies intertwined below, so dense that the houses became nearly invisible. Yihan proposed. Shall we prepare a sumptuous meal for him? Lin Qingwan nodded in agreement. Let us brew a pot of soup. We shall include whatever he fancies, and once it is ready, we will deliver it to him. The gentle breeze could not help but remark, have you two perhaps gone a bit too far? He is about to face his tribulation. Does he truly have time to eat? Yihan and Lin Qingwan replied, in fact, there is time. However, during their own tribulations, they had little desire for food, and both sensed that they were likely to succeed in their endeavors. They thought it better to eat after successfully overcoming the tribulation, yet this time. Not only Xian, but even Yihan and Lin Qingwan felt a deep unease within. Though they were not native cultivators of this world and had just ascended recently, their instincts remained strong.
Danger.
This was their initial and only feeling thus far. Qingfeng, Mingyu, and Bai Tong exchanged glances, silently offering the finest ingredients from their space. Yihan personally prepared a delightful meal for Xian, mindful that he might not be in the best mood at the moment, opting for dishes that were easy to consume, demonstrating remarkable thoughtfulness. However, Xian felt a pang of melancholy upon seeing the food. Despite the discomfort of being in such a heavily infused demonic atmosphere, the five were not overly concerned and decided to share a late-night meal with Xian. With a heavy heart, Xian picked up his chopsticks and asked, "Is this the last meal?" "It is meant to motivate you," Yihan replied. "If you succeed, I will prepare the same meal for you again." Lin Qingwan added, "Being well-fed will give you more motivation to face the tribulation. Just think of all the exquisite delicacies this world has to offer. Can you truly bear to miss out?" With a resolute bite, Xian devoured a bone, crunching it into fragments without a hint of hesitation, utterly disregarding its texture. "I am not reconciled," he declared vehemently. Having finished his meal, Xian transferred the dwelling into another storage ring, subsequently tossing it to Yihan. "Should I fail to surmount this tribulation," he instructed, "heap this entire area into a massive mound and erect a grand monument for me." His eyes were tinged with crimson, for the impending trial weighed heavier on him than on Yihan. In the past, he had encountered numerous perils, yet always discerned a glimmer of vitality amidst the danger. Now, however, he could scarcely perceive any path to survival offered by the heavens. Consequently, his heart was filled not only with discontent but also with indignation. He glared at the gathering storm clouds with bloodshot eyes, snarling, "That monument must pierce the very firmament." Even in death, he would continue to prick at the conscience of the heavens, though the celestial powers might scarcely deign to notice such an insignificant ant. Incredibly, Yihan solemnly assented to this audacious request. Qingfeng cast a sidelong glance at him, then another. The group dispersed, observing the tribulation from a respectful distance. Xian composed himself, retrieving a cherished prayer mat upon which he settled into a meditative posture. He sought to refine his cultivation, to condense it further still, in the hope that even a fraction more spiritual power might grant him a sliver of life. A mere 2 hours elapsed before the sky began to brighten, yet the burgeoning storm clouds had already enveloped the area. Yihan and the others remained at the periphery, their gaze fixed on the churning clouds, within which danced streaks of violet lightning. Lin Qingwan's heart pounded in her chest, for the tribulation's formation had been unnaturally swift. Yihan nodded, recalling that during their tribulation, the thunderclouds took a whole week to fully form, and they were not of this ominous, ink-like hue. Qingfeng subtly sensed the oppressive aura and furrowed his brows, questioning whether half a night would suffice. Lin Qingwan turned to him and said, "You are specters. Perhaps it would be wise to retreat a bit further." Upon glancing at Xian, whose presence was barely discernible on the ground, Qingfeng and the others exchanged knowing nods with Yihan and Lin Qingwan, then retreated to a safer distance. Spirits fear thunder. After all, it was unavoidable. Observing from a distance was acceptable, but being caught in the aftermath would be perilous. He could only hope Xian would not need to rely on such forces. The formation of the tribulation thunder was alarmingly swift. Just as the sun began to rise, it merely swirled above Su Xian's head, and within the span of less than an hour, it rumbled ominously, ready to unleash its fury. Yihan and Lin Qingwan's expressions grew increasingly tense. Such rapid thunder heralded impending failure. Simultaneously, other cultivators who had been approaching the scene halted in their tracks, realizing that if this individual failed in his tribulation, their efforts would be in vain. Perhaps some spatial artifacts might be left behind? Yet, such thoughts were futile. If the individual were reduced to ashes, what remnants of spatial artifacts could possibly remain? Even if something were to survive, what valuable items could they possibly yield? Seasoned cultivators remarked, given the circumstances, he must have a sense of his fate. During his tribulation, he will surely cast forth his most treasured possessions in a desperate bid for survival. Thus, there is little reason to pursue. They initially intended to join the commotion, hoping that if the individual lacked protection during the tribulation, they could seize some valuable items during his moment of vulnerability. However, given his certain failure, their visit seemed unnecessary. Furthermore, the location he had chosen for the tribulation lay at the heart of the desolate forest, suggesting he was either not foolish or perhaps a demonic cultivator. Yet, some still quietly approached, only to find that while the tribulation clouds appeared close, the actual distance was deceptive. It took them quite a while to arrive. Just then, the first bolt of heavenly lightning struck with a resounding crack. As it was the initial strike, Su Xian chose not to shield himself, but instead faced it head-on. The force of the lightning exceeded his expectations, injuring his internal organs and causing him to spit out blood, his flesh tearing painfully. Nevertheless, Su Xian paid little heed to his injuries, focusing instead on absorbing spiritual energy to restore his powers while simultaneously mending his bodily harm. Both Yihan and Lin Qingwan had meticulously advised him on the precautions for the tribulation, and he followed their guidance diligently. Yet, it appeared that this heavenly path did not adhere to the norms of earth. Chapter 47. The tribulation, just as his spiritual energy had completed a small circulation and the bleeding from his wounds had nearly ceased, the second bolt of lightning was already poised to strike. At this moment, even Lin Qingwan could no longer contain herself. Stepping forward with tightly pressed lips to gaze at the ominous clouds above, it seemed as though the heavenly will harbored a disdain for Su Xian, unwilling even to feign leniency, intent on obliterating him entirely. Did they believe that crossing over could be so effortlessly achieved, or that it could be done openly? Despite the trials, Su Xian possessed his own rationale. After enduring the second strike of lightning, he lay prostrate upon the ground, summoning his strength to rise after an extended period. With gritted teeth, he tenaciously resumed replenishing his spiritual energy. By this juncture, his form was scarcely recognizable as human, his entire being charred and mingled with blossoming flesh, exuding a scent akin to roasted meat. With eyes firmly shut, he appeared indifferent to the machinations of providence, seizing the opportunity to cultivate. As the third bolt of celestial lightning descended, he finally cast forth a defensive magical artifact, attenuating the potency of the strike. Yet it still inflicted considerable damage. Su Xian spat forth a mouthful of blood, smearing it upon another magical artifact, employing both to jointly withstand the ensuing fourth strike. Precisely as he had foreseen, perhaps owing to his utilization of magical artifacts for defense, the fourth bolt of celestial lightning was markedly more substantial and formidable. Su Xian had all but ceased cogitating on such matters, focusing solely on absorbing spiritual energy to mend his corporeal form. As one accustomed to rebirth, the agony inflicted by the lightning strikes was scarcely more intense than the process of reshaping his very bones and flesh. Consequently, his mind remained remarkably composed. Thus, despite the relentless and ferocious nature of the celestial lightning, he was still capable of recuperating his physical vitality and overall condition. The lightning, too, was nurturing and fortifying his meridians and flesh, albeit in a manner that appeared exceedingly wretched. Xian perceived the intent of annihilation, prompting him to unreservedly cast forth his magical artifacts, one after another. By the time the seventh bolt of celestial lightning struck, all of his artifacts had been rendered unusable. At this juncture, Xian possessed scarcely enough strength to stir a single finger. He retrieved his final treasure from his interspatial storage, gazing skyward with luminous eyes. He beheld the gathering storm clouds descending ever lower, with dense networks of electricity flickering within their depths. The oppressive force emanating from above threatened to overwhelm him entirely. Xian could not help but break into a silent smile, blood frothing between his lips. He yearned to utter fierce words, yet found himself utterly devoid of strength, unable to voice even a final defiant statement. He sensed the presence of death approaching, yet he was unwilling to succumb to fate. Although he believed his last struggles were in vain, he questioned, why must it be so? Why is it that others find cultivation so effortless, while he must endure such hardship? Was this path truly one he wished to tread? Is being the embodiment of heaven truly so remarkable? After all, I am not a wicked person. Xian could not suppress a bitter smile, though he hardly qualified as a virtuous one. He lifted his gaze toward the distant cliff, instinctively extending his consciousness forward. Yet before he could communicate with the two figures standing atop the precipice, the eighth bolt of heavenly lightning crashed down with a thunderous roar. It formed a dense electric net, striking down in almost uninterrupted succession, a dark and dazzling spectacle that rendered Yihan and the others unable to discern the situation within. The two could only perceive and sense through their consciousness. Yihan's fingers tightened around a spatial ring, his lips pressed together in focused observation. Xian summoned the protective artifact, curling himself beneath its shield, yet the circumstances remained bleak. While the artifact successfully deflected a considerable number of attacks, many of the lightning strikes still found their way to Xian. Most critically, the relentless onslaught caused the artifact to fracture gradually, until a final bolt shattered it into pieces, raining down upon Xian. Yihan and Lin Qingwan rushed forward without a moment's hesitation. Xian was no longer recognizable. His eyes were open yet devoid of awareness, his breathing shallow and nearly imperceptible. The ninth bolt of tribulation thunder was forming, and like the previous 8, its speed of manifestation was astonishingly rapid, leaving Xian with no opportunity to react. It seemed to sense the presence of two newcomers below, perceiving its authority as affronted. The dark clouds churned ominously, descending ever lower, poised as if to shatter the two intruders into fragments. Yihan understood that, at this moment, not to mention the ninth bolt of heavenly thunder, even a mere footfall could spell his demise. With a grim expression, he retrieved a lightning rod from his spatial storage and positioned it near Xian. This rod stood 18 meters tall. Once secured, Yihan swiftly buried the grounding wire underground. As the two distanced themselves from the storm of thunder, the fury of the clouds seemed to diminish. Yet their terrifying presence remained. They swirled ominously, as if gazing down upon the fallen ant below, observing the nascent primordial infant forming within Xian's dantian, now shattered and barely breathing, as if a mere flicker of lightning could completely rend him apart. However, the clouds were not inclined to exhibit understanding. Like a colossal dragon, the lightning struck downward, shaking half the sky. Yet, the bolt did not descend upon Xian. Instead, it was drawn to a nearby spire. The lightning redirected into the depths below. Clearly, the dark clouds were devoid of contemplation, diligently unleashing their wrath upon Xian. Amidst the clamor of thunder and lightning, whether it struck or missed, the clouds paid little heed, nor did the distant onlookers among the other cultivators dare to probe too closely. After all, their courage was not so great as to extend their consciousness into the fray. With mere naked eyes, the scene appeared shrouded in a veil of lightning. as if it were being struck relentlessly. Upon the precipice stood Yihan and Lin Qingwan, their hands tightly interlaced. They were acutely aware that the heavenly thunder had been diverted by the nearby lightning rod. Their only hope was that the celestial forces would remain oblivious to this fact, and that the two lightning rods would prove resilient. The ninth bolt of thunder was as fearsome as the eighth, and as it crackled and unleashed its fury, it sensed a stir from the figure sprawled upon the ground, awakening to the breath of life. The ominous clouds, clearly taken aback by his survival, churned restlessly, refusing to dissipate or grant the auspicious clouds and spiritual rain. Yihan and Lin Qingwan, their hearts racing, observed that although the clouds roiled, the lightning within the layers had indeed vanished, emboldening them to fly forth. They paused beside Xian, assessing his condition and realizing that without immediate treatment, he would not endure much longer, regardless of the thunder's wrath. Lin Qingwan, noting the delay of the auspicious clouds and spiritual rain, surmised that the ominous clouds had yet to comprehend why Xian remained alive. After a moment's contemplation, she knelt and gazed skyward, addressing the heavens. "I do not know if you can hear me, but if you can, I beseech you to grant him a chance at life. Though he may seem defiant in his actions, he is, at heart, a good person. His 6 centuries of existence bear witness to the merit he has accumulated, which attests to his character. Otherwise, with his cultivation, he would have committed countless misdeeds." The dark clouds swirled, seemingly pondering Lin Qingwan's words. Their tumultuous motion quickened, and after a prolonged moment, they reluctantly began to disperse, allowing the sky to unveil orange auspicious clouds as a gentle spiritual rain began to fall.
Yihan, Lin Qingwan,
And the newly arrived Qingfeng all exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Chapter 48. Procrastination. The 5 individuals lowered their heads, gazing at Xian, who was rendered incapable of even moving a finger. Their hearts ached, for he was once a cherished companion in their playful escapades. Particularly now, Xian was in a pitiable state, his body charred, with exposed arms, thighs, and even his chest marred by ghastly wounds. Lin Qingwan felt a pang of pain at the sight, and for a moment, none of them dared to reach out and touch him. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qingwan settled into a cross-legged position, extending her hand to grasp his, intending to channel her spiritual energy into him to mend his wounds. Xian, however, did not possess the composure of Yihan and instinctively resisted her energy. Yihan then sat down on the opposite side, taking Xian's hand in his own, reassuring him, "Relax. Qingwan and I will help you absorb the spiritual essence from the rain to heal your body." This spiritual rain was a manifestation of his successful tribulation, and absorbing it would greatly benefit his primordial spirit. Xian's eyes flickered sluggishly before he gradually closed them, striving to relax and attune himself to the energies of Yihan and Lin Qingwan. Lin Qingwan activated her cultivation technique, drawing in the rich spiritual energy from the rain, while Yihan did the same. Their techniques swiftly intertwined to form a circulating circle, with Xian at its center. Consequently, Lin Qingwan's energy, Yihan's energy, and the energy from the spiritual rain flowed through his being. Delicate raindrops fell upon his gaping wounds, which began to mend at a visibly slow pace. This healing was evident to the eye, yet beyond sight, Xian's battered meridians were also undergoing restoration. As Lin Qingwan and Yihan's spiritual energies coursed through him, tiny glimmers of golden light emerged, gradually repairing his meridians bit by bit. Xian's consciousness sank into his dantian and meridians. He was the first to notice the anomaly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, glanced at Lin Qingwan and Yihan, then slowly closed them again, commencing the operation of his cultivation technique. He refrained from interrupting Lin Qingwan and Yihan's practice, instead integrating the residual lightning within his body into his flesh and blood, refining his physique and tendons. Just as the 3 of them reached a state of profound immersion, others began to arrive one after another. It was utterly astonishing, wasn't it? Everyone was convinced that this would culminate in a failed tribulation, yet clouds of auspiciousness emerged. What did this signify? It indicated that the person undergoing the tribulation had successfully conceived. Their curiosity piqued. They wondered how this individual had navigated through the heavenly tribulation. Previously, they had been too distant to discern anything more than two figures erecting tall objects, oblivious to the nature of those artifacts. As the first group of 5 appeared, the others, unwilling to lag behind, soon followed suit. In a mere moment, several groups arrived simultaneously, yet the overlapping presence left everyone uncertain about each other's intentions, making it unwise to act recklessly. Qingfeng and the others sensed the approaching auras, instinctively tensing their spines. Without hesitation, he set up a protective formation for the 3 who were cultivating, standing alongside MASU-MANHUA to shield Lin Qingwan and her companions. First, a Yuan-ing manifested, followed by 2 others, also Yuan-ing. They were aware that 2 more were lurking in the shadows. However, they could perceive the cultivation levels of their counterparts, and thus knew they were inferior. Both groups paid no heed to one another, instead focusing their attention on the trio of Lin Qingwan, Xian, and Yihan, who sat together. At this moment, Xian had already propped himself up. The wounds upon his body appeared less grievous than before. It was evident to all that these 2 individuals were attending to his injuries, their gazes flickering slightly as they observed the nature of their actions. Furthermore, considering their earlier willingness to risk being struck by lightning to deliver magical artifacts, it was clear they were fellow disciples. Although tempted by the prospect of gaining an advantage, they recognized that both Yihan and Lin Qingwan were of the nascent soul stage. Unless their trio could unite their strengths, it was uncertain whether they could manage to retain all of them. Contemplating this, the 3 onlookers of the nascent soul stage began to confer amongst themselves. Qingfeng was the first to shatter the silence. Cupping his hands in a gesture of respect as he addressed them, "I express my gratitude to the esteemed seniors for gracing us with your presence. My brother has deliberately chosen this secluded spot to undergo his tribulation, and it is indeed fortuitous to encounter you. Might you consider remaining for a while? Once my brother has changed his attire, I would be honored to host a feast in your honor." The first nascent soul practitioner narrowed his eyes. A smile barely concealed as he replied, "You are quite the hospitable one, my friend. Pray tell, to which sect do you belong? We observed that the heavenly tribulation was exceedingly fierce. It is remarkable that you managed to withstand it." Qingfeng chuckled in response. "The fortune of my brother is not attributable to his cultivation technique, but rather to this magical artifact." Both Qingfeng and MASU-MANHUA, being ghost cultivators, possessed a heightened sensitivity to the human heart. The moment their gaze swept over them, the 2 tensed their spines, while Bai Tong stealthily prepared talismans behind them, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Noticing their attention repeatedly drawn to the lightning rod, Qingfeng, disregarding any semblance of propriety, began to imagine how Lin Qingwan might respond in this situation. Indeed, she exhibits a remarkable lack of shame. Her sole aim is to stall for time, to compel them to temper their malice. Qingfeng's heart raced, for it had been quite a while since he had engaged in such shameless conduct. Yet this time, he felt as if he were the very embodiment of Lin Qingwan. Even the curvature of his smile mirrored hers. He chuckled as he patted the lightning rod beside him, exclaiming, "This artifact is known as a lightning rod. Though it may appear devoid of spiritual energy fluctuations, it is a remarkable object. It has the capacity to absorb lightning and channel it into the ground, thereby safeguarding those beneath the tower from lightning strikes, hence its name. My brother's previous tribulation was foreboding, and we exerted considerable effort to acquire these 2 lightning rods." The onlookers gazed eagerly at the lightning rod, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Is this truly a rod?" Qingfeng offered an awkward smile. Although it may be somewhat large, its pointed tip resembles that of a needle, thus the name lightning rod. The three Yuan cultivators exchanged glances and stepped forward, their imposing presence casting a shadow, inquiring, "Where did you procure this item?" Qingfeng maintained a composed demeanor, responding, "I acquired it aboard a cross-border flying vessel, but the identity of the seller remains unknown to us." Observing their unfriendly expressions, Qingfeng hastily added, "If esteemed seniors desire them, these 2 rods are yours. It is a fortuitous occasion that my brother can transcend the heavenly tribulation, so let it be a shared celebration with you." However, the 3 Yuan cultivators hesitated. The second one sneered, "Young man, we are not merely 2. You possess only 2 lightning rods. How shall we divide them?" "Then let us forego division," a voice interjected unexpectedly. Yihan had also awakened from his meditative state, while Xian was in the midst of concluding his efforts. The gentle rain continued to fall, yet he had successfully healed the severe injuries to his dantian and meridians. However, he estimated that it would take no less than 6 months for the other wounds to mend. The heavenly Tao had truly shown him no mercy. Chapter 49. Breaking free, Xian coughed as he rose from the ground, casting a glance at the lightning rod that had aided him in overcoming the thunder tribulation. He felt a pang of reluctance, thus he prodded Lin Qingwan in the lower back, signaling her to stow the item away. He would rather see it damaged than allow it to fall into the hands of others. Lin Qingwan harbored a strong disdain for those who took advantage of misfortune. Having been nurtured under a socialist regime and once serving as a public official, she found such criminal behavior utterly intolerable. It was perplexing that, despite being in an upper realm, a place of beauty, robbery and murder had somehow become legitimate acts, which greatly displeased her. With a decisive flick of her wrist, she promptly stored away both lightning rods. The 3 nascent souls stared at her in astonishment, yet they were momentarily quelled by her imposing aura, rendering them motionless. Firstly, despite their numerical advantage, the 3 golden cores were uncertain of their ability to subdue everyone present. If they could not eradicate the threat completely, it was wiser to avoid making deadly enemies. Secondly, they were unaware of their opponents' backgrounds. These individuals were organized and possessed an array of impressive items, who could ascertain whether they were disciples of a major sect. Thirdly, the 3 groups present did not recognize one another, and their alliance was tenuous. Moreover, 2 individuals had yet to reveal themselves, remaining uncommunicative. Who knew who they truly were? Consequently, they hesitated to take any action. The gentle breeze enveloped the trio as they quietly retreated behind Lin Qingwan, sandwiching Xian in between. They exchanged hushed whispers, expressing their astonishment. "It is remarkable. I thought she would once again feign weakness to deceive the strong, yet unexpectedly, she exhibits such rare assertiveness." Lin Qingwan, however, cast her gaze towards a certain point in the void, slightly bowing her hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Taoist Xian, for safeguarding us." A light chuckle resonated from the emptiness, followed by a voice that replied, "No need for thanks. The Xian couple has specially come to attend my wedding. Our meeting is indeed a matter of fate. The Mingxin sect and the Qihong sect share a profound friendship. It is merely a slight protective gesture." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the first 3 nascent soul practitioners shifted, and they began to retreat discreetly. Lin Qingwan and Yihan paid them no heed as they turned to slip away unnoticed. It was only then that Xian Wenjia, hidden in the void, revealed herself, accompanied by another female nascent soul practitioner. As they descended to the ground, everyone promptly offered their respects. Xian Wenjia glanced at Xian and, with a smile, remarked, "Why have you chosen such a location for your seclusion? Although the spiritual energy here is abundant, the demonic aura is also quite heavy. Cultivating in such an environment yields little benefit. Why not retreat to Mingxin City instead?" Lin Qingwan's heart raced, uncertain if she had discerned Xian's identity as a demonic cultivator. With a wry smile, she responded, As Taoist Xian has observed, his heavenly tribulation is exceedingly formidable. We fear that it may inadvertently damage the city's property, and the reparations would be beyond our means. It is far more prudent to seek a secluded place. Xian Wenjia, unsure whether to believe her, smiled faintly and said, "You must be Taoist Su, indeed fortunate to have such a group of friends by your side." Su Xian smiled politely at her, yet secretly communicated to Lin Qingwan through gritted teeth, "Do you not see my state of undress? Hurry up, conclude the conversation. I must bathe and change." Yihan glanced at the tattered remnants of his clothing, silently removing his outer garment to cover Su Xian. Xian Wenjia happened to witness this. Casting a discerning gaze at Su Xian before offering a faint smile, then diverting her attention to converse with Lin Qingwan a short distance away. Those who chanced upon her knowing smile murmured amongst themselves, "This smile carries profound significance." Lin Qingwan promptly led Xian Wenjia aside for a private discussion, while MASU-MANHUA averted her gaze and departed from Su Xian's side to join Lin Qingwan. Yihan quickly restrained the irate Su Xian, urging him in a hushed tone, "Go wash and change your clothes quickly. Your injury is not yet healed. Behave yourself for a while." Su Xian was incensed, pondering the meaning behind her earlier glance. In the obscurity, where nothing was visible, what could she possibly imply? Su Xian retorted, "Your statement is quite ambiguous. What do you mean by in the dark? Where nothing is seen?" Qingfeng and Beitong could no longer suppress their laughter, while Yihan, disinterested in further banter, unceremoniously ushered him into the room. Xian Wenjia introduced the female cultivator behind her. "This is my senior sister and close friend, Gu Wenxi." At this, Gu Wenxi acknowledged Lin Qingwan with a cold demeanor, her expression as aloof as Mingyue's. Although Lin Qingwan attended the wedding, apart from exchanging congratulations, they had yet to engage in any meaningful conversation. Even the congratulatory words were spoken alongside the other members of the Qihong sect. Lin Qingwan remembered Xian Wenjia because Xian Wenjia was the protagonist. She had passed by her while toasting, allowing her to imprint the essence of her presence. However, she was astonished to discover that Xian Wenjia could recall her. Even remembering everyone in their group, Lin Qingwan could not help but admire such a disciple from a prominent sect. Yet, their mutual understanding was limited, making conversation somewhat challenging. Fortunately, her concerns soon dissipated as Xian Wenjia's attention was captivated by the suddenly appearing house. She gazed in wonder at the structure that had materialized out of thin air. "This is our portable dwelling," Lin Qingwan explained with a smile. "To celebrate Taoist Su's successful tribulation, we intend to prepare a delightful feast. Since fate has brought us together here, would you care to join us for a drink before you depart, Taoist Xian?" After a moment's contemplation, Xian Wenjia nodded in agreement. Very well. Su Xian had been keeping his spiritual awareness attuned to the outside world and had naturally overheard their exchange. While he felt somewhat perturbed by Xian Wenjia's words, he chose to overlook them, grateful for her timely intervention. Soon, he cleansed the soot from his body and donned a fresh outfit. After packing away the house, they quickly departed from that location. Their new destination had already been prepared in advance. In truth, even if Xian Wenjia had remained silent, Lin Qingwan and the others were untroubled, as they could instantly traverse the distance thanks to Lin Qingwan's star plate left behind. Nonetheless, given Xian Wenjia's initiative to speak, they deemed it unnecessary to engage in conflict, opting instead to conserve their strength and retain a strategic advantage. The new location is situated at a slight distance from the bird forest, by the riverbank. The magical energy is faint, and the spiritual essence is not abundant. However, for them, it serves as a suitable place for temporary respite and habitation. Upon arrival, Su Xian felt an overwhelming fatigue and pain coursing through his body. Since they needed to prepare a meal, they would require the use of Lin Qingwan's residence. Yihan retrieved their house, and then turned to Qingfeng. Yihan cast a glance at him, disregarding the veracity of his words, and proceeded to prepare the meal regardless. Chapter 50. The Secret Realm of Xuanma. Seeing that it was Han and Xingfeng, two men who were taking charge of the cooking, not only Gu Wenxi, but even Xian Wenjia fell momentarily silent. The two men observed as Lin Qingwan and MASU-MANHUA waved their hands, effortlessly arranging tables and chairs on the ground, inviting them to sit and enjoy tea, seemingly with no intention of entering the house to assist.
Curiously, sin when da inquit.
Daoist Lin, is it customary in your world for men to cook? Xian Wenjia had specifically arranged for someone to deliver a heart lotus to the couple. So even without direct instructions from her, the discerning members of Mingxin's sect would certainly investigate their identities and background. Lin Qingwan paused, glancing at the busy figures in the kitchen before smiling. Not quite. In our realm, whoever possesses superior culinary skills tends to take on the cooking duties more frequently. Of course, it is preferable for couples to share household responsibilities. Xian Wenjia raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was astonishing that two esteemed Yuaning did not have servants to attend to them. Lin Qingwan contemplated for a moment and realized they had indeed never hired help, subsequently replying with a smile, "For tasks within our capabilities, we seldom engage assistants." She had lived in ancient times and understood the meaning behind Xian Wenjia's words. Thus, she added, "In our land, there are no lowly classes. Legally, all are equal." This left Xian Wenjia and Gu Wenxi momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, they remarked, "Such a world has indeed never been witnessed. Can it be that an emperor is on par with commoners?" Lin Qingwan replied, "In our nation, there is no emperor. Our leaders are elected by the people, and they may serve a maximum of 2 consecutive terms." As Lin Qingwan poured tea for the two, she inquired how they had ended up here. One would presume that Xian Wenjia, newly married, should be celebrating her honeymoon with her husband. Yet, Xian Wenjia smiled and reminded her, "Lin Daoist, my marriage took place 4 months ago." Lin Qingwan and MASU-MANHUA were taken aback, both glancing towards Su Xian, who was seated nearby, meditating and healing. Su Xian was equally surprised, opening his eyes to gaze at them. Has time truly passed so swiftly? Lin Qingwan sighed, lamenting the waste of time. MASU-MANHUA echoed, "In these 4 months, we have achieved nothing." Su Xian could no longer continue his meditation and declared, "I have successfully transcended the tribulation." He cast a sidelong glance at his phone and remarked, "Can't you take a break? Since arriving here, you have not ceased playing games." Bai Tong retorted indignantly, "I have wasted 4 months. I haven't played in that time and have grown rusty." Then he chastised Su Xian, "You have been undergoing tribulation for so long and still have the audacity to complain?" Xian Wenjia observed their playful banter, and there was no trace of the previous tension that had existed between them. However, she failed to detect any underlying anger in their words. It was evident that they were merely engaging in a verbal spar. A faint sense of envy stirred within her. Han and Qingfeng displayed commendable culinary skills, swiftly preparing the meal. Most of the ingredients were spirit materials they had acquired after ascending, while some were brought from Earth. However, all the seasonings were sourced from Earth, resulting in a slightly distinct flavor in the dishes. After tasting a dish, Xian Wenjia found it quite delightful. She had not anticipated that a Yuaning cultivator, particularly a male one, could not only cook but do so exceptionally well. As she lifted her gaze, she noticed Han deftly peeling a shrimp and placing the succulent meat into Lin Qingwan's bowl. Lin Qingwan reciprocated by offering him a handkerchief to wipe his hands, and their exchanges were remarkably natural. With her eyes cast downward, Xian Wenjia took a bite of fish and invited, "In half a month, the Xuanma secret realm will open. Would you all care to explore it?" Lin Qingwan had been curious about how Xian Wenjia and the others came to be there, and upon hearing her mention the Xuanma secret realm, she expressed her confusion, as they were unaware of what it entailed. Xian Wenjia smiled and explained, This vast expanse of mountains is known as the Xuanma Forest. She pointed in a direction, saying, "There lies a city, formerly known as Xuanma City, now referred to as Xian City." She continued, "In the past, many demons inhabited this region, and Xuanma City was their territory. The Xuanma secret realm was left behind by an ancestor of the demon race. However, the demons have since retreated to the eastern edge of the continent, and now it is primarily cultivators of the human race who traverse this area." According to Xian, although the demon clan has vacated this place, the demonic energy within the Xuanma forest remains dense. Human cultivators frequently encounter this energy, which can lead to a shift in their disposition and discomfort, resulting in few individuals choosing to linger for extended periods within the forest. The Bunyao forest lies at the heart of the Xuanma forest, where the demonic energy is even more pronounced. It was in Bunyao forest that Xian underwent his tribulation, and even now, Xian harbors some confusion regarding Xian's choice of this location for his trial. While the spiritual energy in the area is indeed abundant, the heavy demonic energy is typically detrimental to a cultivator's passage through the heart demon tribulation. The question arises as to why Bunyao forest remains largely deserted. The answer is the overwhelming density of demonic energy, which significantly impacts the mental state of cultivators who linger too long. Practitioners below the nascent soul stage would generally refrain from stepping foot there. However, she has observed that Lin Qingwan and Han, not to mention Qingfeng, who remained here for 4 months without any harm, seem to defy this notion. Xian does not perceive their isolation formation as particularly formidable. It must be attributed to their own resilience. Could it be that the cultivators from their realm possess a higher tolerance for demonic energy? While she refrained from inquiring further, she did express that they could accompany her into the Xuanma secret realm. This realm only permits entry to cultivators of the nascent soul stage or higher, while those below the integration stage are restricted from passing through the boundary gate. Without the formidable physical prowess characteristic of a nascent soul, one cannot enter the gate, and cultivators above the integration stage exert too much pressure, leading to rejection by the gate. Nevertheless, should cultivators outside this designated range find a way to enter, the secret realm would not expel them. It is merely that those below the nascent soul stage would not venture inside to meet their demise, and those above the integration stage would find little of interest within. Thus, there have been no previous instances of cultivators disregarding these established regulations. However, Xian cast a glance at Qingfeng and the others, who seemed less persuaded. Lin Qingwan, showing her gratitude, smiled at Xian and raised her cup in acknowledgement. Xian returned the smile, saying, "Although the Xuanma secret realm does not require a key and is accessible to anyone, it is still preferable to enter with familiar companions. The world of cultivation is rife with thieves who resort to murder and plunder, and within the secret realm, fate often hangs by a thread." Generally, such decisions were made by Lin Qingwan, so the others refrained from interjecting. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qingwan politely declined, "Thank you, Daoist Xian, for your kind offer. But Daoist Su has just undergone tribulation and has yet to recover. We have not yet decided on our course of action." Understanding Lin Qingwan's reluctance to accompany them, Xian did not press the matter further. With a gentle smile and a nod, she took her leave after their meal. Before departing, they exchanged communication talismans. Lin Qingwan had grown accustomed to this practice. On Earth, people exchanged phone numbers, while here they exchanged talismans, which required inscribing names to avoid confusion. She found mobile phones to be more convenient. Chapter 51. Program update. As soon as Xian and her group departed, Xian turned to Lin Qingwan. "The secret realm is undoubtedly a place filled with treasures. Shall we not go?" Lin Qingwan replied, "Indeed, we shall." Minghua then inquired, "If so, why did we not agree to join her? After all, we are unfamiliar with this place, and having the Mingxin sect as a backing could alleviate many troubles." Lin Qingwan smiled. If the Mingxin sect can come, why not the Qihong sect and the Shuangji sect? Yihan remarked, they are most likely stationed in Xian City. We should head there directly to seek them out. Compared to Xian Wenjia, we are certainly more acquainted with Lu Zichen. Lin Qingwan nodded, realizing they would need Lu Zichen to accompany them in procuring essential items, such as a compendium of celestial herbs and a guide to rare treasures from the realm of cultivation. As they prepared to enter the secret realm, it would be imprudent to wander blindly, mistaking celestial herbs for mere weeds. The group found her reasoning quite compelling and thus resolved to remain here for the night, intending to gather their belongings and depart for Xian City at dawn. Xian retorted with irritation, I appreciate your concern, but my injury will not heal within half a year, so there is no need to squander your spiritual energy on me. Lin Qingwan acknowledged that his internal injuries could not be rushed and chose to disregard his words. Minghua, ever the gossip, chimed in, I can't shake the feeling that the young lord of Mingxin sect is not enjoying his newlywed life. Even though 4 months have passed since their marriage, there seems to be an unnecessary distance between them. Look at that couple. After so many years of marriage, they remain so inseparable. Meanwhile, Gu Wenxi, drifting further away, engaged in conversation with Xian Wenjiao about the young lord, expressing, they do not seem appreciative. Why bother detailing the situation to them? Xian Wenjiao laughed. Who says they are ungrateful? Just wait and see. They will undoubtedly go, just not alongside us. Xian Wenjiao added, did not Lu Zichen arrive just a couple of days ago? Gu Wenxi frowned, pondering, is it possible that our Mingxin sect is inferior to Qihong sect? Not at all. They are simply more familiar with the situation, Xian Wenjia explained. Is the young lord merely sewing garments for others? Gu Wenxi's discontent with those individuals only deepened. XNW and JI remarked, I hold great affection for them. Their personalities, the atmosphere they create, and the manner in which they interact. She continued, did you not notice? They are not of the same origin. They are merely friends. Yet, such camaraderie allows a group to stand by one individual during a tribulation for 4 months, willing to brave the dangers of heavenly tribulation to offer assistance. 3 golden cores even stand resolutely before 3 nascent souls. GW and S pondered over her words and fell silent. X and W and JI soared gracefully through the air and soon caught sight of the city gates of Su and Xieching, along with the enormous flying vessel hovering above. She paused momentarily. GW and S spoke, young sect master, that is the flying vessel of the Tianqing sect. Daoist Q must have arrived as well. A smile crept onto X and W and JI's lips as she replied, what a coincidence. Let us go and pay a visit to my husband. GW and S opened her mouth as if to offer words of caution but ultimately refrained, reflecting on X and W and JI's lingering gaze upon the couple. YHNLN and L and Q and GW and S mused privately, could it be that the young sect master, too, is envious of them, prompting her to undertake so many endeavors? With the departure of 2 unfamiliar faces, the atmosphere grew even more jubilant. They decided to officially celebrate Xian's successful birth of the nascent soul that evening. Naturally, it would not be YHN and L and Q and GW and who would toil in the kitchen. The couple stealthily ventured into the woods to select a particularly appetizing spirit beast, something resembling a sheep, yet not quite. After dispatching it, they resolved to roast it for their feast. And of course, no celebration would be complete without wine. Xian had previously stocked his space with an ample supply of liquor, predominantly white spirit, but various other types were also plentiful, including beer. He generously took out a little of everything, intending to barbecue, converse, and enjoy some drinks simultaneously. Naturally, they did not forget to report this delightful news to the management department. Thus, while the barbecue and revelry were in full swing that evening, 4 pairs of eyes toasted Xian with water instead of wine. However, this was not the primary message he wished to convey to Yihan and the others. He particularly wanted to inform them that after nearly 5 months of research, the institute had finally developed a program capable of transmitting audio and video between the two realms. At present, this program had only undergone simulated trials on Earth, and its efficacy would require confirmation following the Signal Tower's update. As you may know, the forthcoming update of the Signal Tower will entail a program update. Once you activate the original computer you brought, it will automatically connect to the Signal Tower's update program. At that point, you will simply need to update your software from your mobile device. It is important to note that the Signal Tower's update process will require a certain amount of time, which we estimate to be approximately 5 days. Lin Qingwan, will it really take that long? She inquired. What if the program fails or the update does not succeed? In such a case, we will initialize the Signal Tower. Rest assured, the original computer here can be controlled remotely. After 5 days, you may check the transmitter. If there is still no news, it indicates a failure or an incomplete process. Regardless, we will contact you at 10 o'clock each evening as soon as we receive any updates, so please remain attentive. Lin Qingwan acknowledged her understanding. The four-eyed individual ultimately remarked, "Please convey our heartfelt congratulations to Master Su. Moreover, inform him that his disciple has successfully ushered the Xianxia sect into the entertainment industry. The Xianxia sect is no longer merely white, it has now become quite red. Let him rest assured." The four-eyed one sensed that this statement was unlikely to have originated from Su Xian, but rather reflected the sentiments of Lin Qingwan or Yihan. He recorded the message with little sincerity, intending to capture a photograph and share it with Hu Kai later. The following day, when awakened and summoned onto the flying boat, he feigned a meditative posture, claiming to engage in healing practices. MASU-MANHUA handed him an apple, saying, "Eat up, there's no need for pretense. No one holds it against you." Su Xian grasped the apple, casting a furtive glance at Lin Qingwan and Yihan, who were seated at the bow, engrossed in conversation. He then lowered his head to bite into the apple, a wave of melancholy washing over him. He had sustained injuries, and entering the secret realm would undoubtedly require protection. If he did not strive to improve, those two might indeed grow weary of his presence, casting him aside as an unnecessary burden. Chapter 52. The Discovery Xian city was bustling with activity. This city posed no obstruction to the flying boats, allowing them entry wherever they could find a suitable place to land. Yihan and the others preferred not to intrude upon other space, so they halted at the city gates, stowing away their seemingly dilapidated vessel before blending into the throng. This city exuded the essence of a border town, although it was located inland. Perhaps due to its former affiliation with the demonic clan, many areas emanated a rugged and desolate aura. Yihan and Lin Qingwan had previously visited this place to gather information, and they were well aware that this city was quite small. In comparison to Mingxin City, it was minuscule, and even when placed alongside Ningwu City, it was less than a quarter of its size. It was said that the former Xuanma City was once vast, with a considerable expanse surrounding it. However, following the retreat of the demon clan, the area fell into desolation until adventurers ventured into the Xuanma forest, emerging with a plethora of spiritual herbs, spiritual mines, and high-grade demon cores, which eventually attracted people back here. The inhabitants at that time chose a relatively well-preserved section of Xuanma City for reconstruction, while allowing other areas to succumb to rampant vegetation and wild beasts. Consequently, the current scale of Xuanma City is limited. Due to its size, they easily located Lu Zicheng and his companions, for with Lu Zicheng's temperament, finding him would merely require seeking the most comfortable and expensive inn in the city. Indeed, as they stepped inside, they were greeted by an exceptionally distinctive voice emanating from upstairs. Although the speaker was unseen, the tone was unmistakably mocking, and the scornful words painted a vivid picture of disdain upon his face. The six exchanged glances and ascended the stairs with smiles. Lu Zicheng was shaking his folding fan, embroiled in a quarrel with a member of the Zhongyan sect at the adjacent table, specifically with Chao Zhongbua. Although you may not fully comprehend human speech, alas, I am limited to such communication. I shall reiterate. Senior Brother Wu has no intention of engaging you in a duel. Should you insist on a competition, then issue a formal challenge, and we may arrange a time to settle the matter on the arena, where only one shall emerge alive. Chao Zhenghua, visibly incensed, retorted, Can your Qihong sect truly claim dominion over the bipolar sect? Luo Zichen's folding fan swayed gracefully as he chuckled. There is no need for your insidious provocations. I am the master of Brother Wu, who is right here. You may inquire of him whether he acknowledges my words. Without requiring any prompting from Chao Zhenghua, Wu Tsunjian nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Chao Zhenghua was taken aback, and the members of the Tsongyan sect behind him began to mock, suggesting that Wu Tsunjian lacked the courage to engage in battle and that Luo Zichen and Wu Tsunjian shared an extraordinary bond, even disregarding the dignity of their sect. Luo Zichen, unfazed, wore a cold smile. He had never been one to suffer in silence, and with a short roll of his sleeves, he was prepared to engage in a heated argument. Lu Qiyuan felt utterly exhausted. This matter had nothing to do with their Qihong sect, yet after a few exchanged words, the Tsongyan sect had completely forgotten their original intention of challenging Wu Tsunjian to a duel, and instead, they were fixated on Luo Zichen and the Qihong sect. The primary conflict had now shifted to one between the Qihong sect and the Tsongyan sect. Lin Qingwan and Yihan walked at the forefront, and it was Lu Qiyuan, seated beside Luo Zichen, who first spotted them. He had been at a loss for how to stop his master uncle when he suddenly brightened at the sight of them and exclaimed, Master Uncle, it is Yi Yuanzuan and the others. Chao Zhenghua recognized them and understood that they were friends of Luo Zichen and Wu Tsunjian. Thus, they could not possibly be his allies. With a cold smirk, he prepared to speak. Lin Qingwan cast a glance in his direction and directly addressed Luo Zichen. We were just looking for a place to settle. Where are you staying? Luo Zichen replied, right here. Though I'm afraid there are no courtyards available for you at the moment. You will have to make do with individual rooms. Wu Tsunjian remarked, Our 2 courtyards are quite spacious. We are not lacking in room. If everyone squeezes together, we can manage just fine. After a brief contemplation, Lu Zichen found the arrangement feasible, considering they were all male disciples. A little crowding would suffice. Yihan concurred, stating that they did not require many rooms. 3 would be adequate, 4 would be even better. Lin Qingwan interjected, Yesterday, we hunted a spirit beast in the Su-N-M forest, resembling a sheep, and we roasted the entire creature. Since everyone has reached the golden core stage, we are not in dire need of sustenance. Our primary purpose here is not to eat. Consequently, they all rose and departed in a flurry, leaving behind a bewildered Chao Zhenghua, who remained speechless, his face pale with frustration. The courtyards of the Qihong sect and the Shuangji sect were interconnected. Before Lu Zichen could utter a word, Lu Qiyuan swiftly directed several junior disciples to the adjacent Shuangji sect courtyard, accommodating them in the rooms vacated by their disciples, thus freeing up 4 rooms for Yihan and his companions. As a result, Lin Qingwan and her party were entirely housed within the Qihong sect. Wu Tsunjian cast a glance at the warmly welcomed disciples of the Qihong sect and sighed deeply. Lu Zichen had already urged Lin Qingwan to bring forth the food. The barbecue grill was readily available, and their space even contained firewood. The 6 of them arranged the items one by one, while Lu Zichen marveled and drooled. What else do you possess in your space that you lack? Yihan replied, Spirit stones. Lu Zichen assumed he was jesting and found the quip amusing, erupting into laughter, prompting both the disciples of the Qihong sect and the Shuangji sect to join in merriment. The 6 individuals, devoid of any spiritual stones, gazed silently at one another, entirely oblivious to how those 2 words had triggered their laughter. The disciples recalled vividly the barbecuing skills of their companions, having enjoyed numerous meals aboard the intercontinental flying vessel. When they had disembarked, they had already feasted considerably, so nostalgia did not weigh heavily upon them at that moment. However, after enduring over 4 months without such delights, The mere mention of it caused their mouths to water even before the flames were ignited. Truly, they longed for it immensely. Qingfeng and Mingyue generously distributed several barbecue grills among them, allowing everyone to roast their own food. After all, there remained ample marinated dishes from the previous night. And should they find themselves lacking, it would be effortless to venture out and hunt a beast or procure one from a nearby eatery. As Yihan and his companions grilled their food, they engaged in conversation. How did you end up quarreling with the members of Songyan's sect again? Don't even mention it. It was that mad dog, Chao Zhongbo, who pounced on us without provocation, replied Lo Zichen nonchalantly, though he was curious about where they had been hiding during their tribulation. Where did you take refuge? Lin Qingwan chuckled. Not far. We were merely within the Xuanma forest. Wu Cunjian remarked, the Xuanma forest is rife with demonic energy. How could you have chosen to undergo your tribulation there? Yihan replied with a smile. At that time, we deemed it safe, and although there was demonic energy, the spiritual essence was also abundant. Besides, as cultivators of demonic arts, we naturally absorb demonic energy quite well, don't we? Su Xian added, indeed. The upper realm lives up to its reputation. The spiritual essence here is 100 times denser than in our lower realm. I shouldn't have advanced to the nascent soul stage so early. Oh, I meant to say, restored my nascent soul cultivation, but the overwhelming spiritual essence of this realm propelled my progress significantly. Wu Ciyuan Jian pondered. Could this individual also be a genius? Meanwhile, Lu Zichen thought, what does a 600-year-old old monster have to flaunt about speed? However, the peculiar performance of the bone needle suggested otherwise. He certainly could not be of the age he claimed. He had been observant of Yihan and the others' expressions. This topic was somewhat vaguely brushed aside. And before they could delve deeper, Lin Qingwan continued. We encountered Xingyuan Zun of the Mingxin sect yesterday, and even the Songyan sect was present. Is this mysterious Xuanma secret realm truly formidable? Indeed, it is remarkably powerful. Lu Zichen elaborated more than Xian Wenjia, directly highlighting the crux. The Xuanma secret realm is a place bequeathed by an ancestor of the demon clan for the training of its disciples, existing for millennia. Subsequently, the demon clan continuously added to its contents. When the demon clan retreated eastward, they intended to take this secret realm with them, thus depositing numerous items inside. However, they lost the key, and unforeseen events transpired within the Xuanma secret realm, transforming it into a domain accessible to anyone. Inside, one can find the demon clan's collected techniques, various jade slips, magical artifacts, treasures, as well as an array of rare materials and training realms. Would you not deem it impressive? Lu Zichen remarked, the items within may be of little use to those at the tribulation stage, yet prior to merging, everything inside is invaluable. Wu Ciyuan Jian nodded in agreement. This secret realm is intended for demon clan disciples to advance to the divine transformation and merging stages, with entrance needing to be, at least at the nascent soul level. It is evident that the treasures bestowed by the demon sect for nascent soul and divine transformation are of extraordinary worth. The 6 individuals understood the situation and, seizing the opportunity, expressed their desire to purchase jade slips and books that recorded the rare treasures of the mysterious Xuanma forest, preferably illustrated and richly detailed, as they might struggle to comprehend them otherwise. Lu Zichen, having anticipated this, chuckled and rummaged through his own space. Retrieving an illustration and a jade slip, he said, you may replicate the illustration and the jade slip as well. Both are verified genuine artifacts. The market is rife with forgeries, and even I occasionally find it challenging to discern the authentic from the counterfeit. Yihan took a glance at the jade slip before handing it over to Su Xian. Although he was capable of replicating the slip, he was not particularly adept at it, so he decided it was best left to Su Xian. Meanwhile, Yihan and Lin Qingwan perused the illustration together. The image marked various geographical locations and potential treasures, reputedly derived from the archives of the Qihong sect. It had been elaborated upon by successive seniors, and Lu Zichen had also added several annotations based on the maps from the Shuangji sect. In a reciprocal exchange, his map had been shared with the Shuangji sect as well, ensuring mutual benefit. Thus, Yihan and his companions were fortunate to receive it without charge. Curious about the cost, Yihan inquired, to which Lu Zichen waved his hand generously, stating, "Discussing money between us feels rather pedestrian. Are you not considering entering with us?" Yihan glanced at Lin Qingwan and smiled, replying, "If Daoist Lu does not find us burdensome, we would be delighted to join." Lu Zichen responded with a grin. "Not burdensome at all. How could I possibly think that?" His fellow disciples were uncertain about their participation, should they choose not to attend. He would be the sole representative of the Qihong sect. Wu, however, would undoubtedly accompany him, albeit with a hint of danger. Along with Yihan and the other three, they could form a small team, thus alleviating the necessity to remain with the senior disciples of the sect. Lu Qiyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier, the elders had communicated their intention to join, but midway through their journey, they encountered some difficulties and advised not to wait for them. To be frank, if only the elder and Wu Yuanzuan were to enter, he would feel uneasy about the elder's safety. The elder's sharp tongue had likely offended countless individuals, and he feared their journey might lead to an ambush. With everyone agreeing on their departure, the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. Lu Zichen and Wu Cunjian generously shared various insights regarding the Xuanma secret realm, as well as the current status of the different factions. Lu Qiyuan supplemented this information, for he was typically the one gathering news and was well informed, rivaling even the elders. Entering the secret realm required ample preparation, including array discs, talismans, magical artifacts, and elixirs. Lu Zichen and Wu Cunjian frequently ventured out to procure supplies, while Lin Qingwan and the others observed them. After 2 days of watching, Lin Qingwan turned to Yihan and inquired if they should also prepare some items. Yihan was at a loss, and Lin Qingwan was even less knowledgeable. However, contemplating the prospect of purchasing supplies, they exchanged a glance at the few meager low-grade spirit stones scattered in their possession and sighed in unison. Not a single medium or high-grade spirit stone remained, as they had all been expended to acquire magical artifacts for Su Xian, which had subsequently been destroyed by lightning. Su Xian diligently practiced in the adjacent room, feigning ignorance of their sorrow. Yihan remarked, "I inquired with Lu Zichen and Wu Xiyuanjian. They both expressed a reluctance to purchase space artifacts for the time being, preferring to defer the matter until they emerge from the secret realm." Lin Qingwan added, "They do not believe we lack spirit stones and persist in thinking we are jesting." Bai Tong, standing behind them, quietly interjected, "The Golden Core disciples, such as Lu Qiyuan, are indeed interested in purchasing, yet they are unable to produce such a quantity of high-grade spirit stones unless we voluntarily reduce our prices. However, I believe this would be detrimental to our long-term development." Qing Feng and Mingyu nodded in agreement. "So what shall we do?" Lin Qingwan decisively waved her hand, saying, "Never mind. The formation disc is for defense. I shall use the star disc as a substitute when the time comes." Yihan replied, "The talismans serve for attack and escape. If attacked, I shall confront them, and if it proves unfeasible, we shall flee." Lin Qingwan continued, "Once we enter, I will bury star discs in several locations. As long as there is sufficient spiritual energy, I can lead you out whenever needed. However, Qing Feng, you must be cautious and discreet. Transporting you requires a different expenditure of spiritual energy compared to the soul-nurturing wood that you inhabit." Yihan added, "Qingwan can also heal injuries. Her spiritual energy has remarkable restorative effects, rivaling that of certain medicinal pills. Thus, what we currently lack are pills to replenish spiritual energy, especially since Qingwan expends a considerable amount and must prepare accordingly." The group turned their gaze towards Su Xian, who was meditating with his eyes closed. Su Xian opened a narrow slit of his eyes, noticing their attention, and with a slight cough, declared, based on my 600 years of experience. It is time for us to resort to robbery. The gentle breeze was met with agreement from three, yet Lin Qingwan and Han furrowed their brows.
See.
Xian remarked, I knew you would not consent. You too are public servants. How could you possibly engage in such matters? That is precisely why I dared not even suggest it. Lin Qingwan regarded him thoughtfully and inquired, Are you attempting to fish for something? Xian nearly choked on his own words, exclaiming, Do not speak nonsense. Have you not observed my diligent training each day? Lin Qingwan retorted, With your current lack of spiritual energy and injured meridians, how can you hope to counter such forces? Xian cast a sidelong glance at the trio of Qingfeng. Qingfeng gazed skyward, Mingyue focused intently on the ground, while Bai Tong blinked innocently with wide eyes. Han interjected, Do you truly not require assistance? The four of them simultaneously widened their eyes in shock, regarding Han with disbelief, only to find Lin Qingwan's expression unperturbed, which intensified their astonishment. Chapter 54. The performance Xian and the trio of Qingfeng were considerably shaken, unable to readily accept the transformation in Lin Qingwan and Han. Thus they refused to engage in conversation with them. The four retreated to a secluded room for clandestine discussions. Qingfeng expressed his suspicions regarding the couple's motives, pondering whether they were indeed trying to ensnare them. Mingyue echoed this thought, questioning if a mere nod from them might result in their own downfall. Even Xian, who prided himself on his worldly experience, found himself at a loss, remarking, Your arguments hold considerable merit, yet I cannot shake the feeling that they were not jesting. Bai Tong, however, was filled with excitement, clenching his fists and declaring, Every individual harbors a demon within. Even the righteous are not exempt. Surely, it is the demons within them that have emerged. Everyone believed that he had watched too many animated shows, which led Qingfeng and Mingyue to each take him by the arm and push him to the back, effectively excluding him from their circle of communication. However, the remaining three were equally indecisive, primarily due to the inscrutable expressions displayed by Han and Lin Qingwan moments ago. They sighed in unison, rendered speechless by the stark contrast between the duo's behavior and their preconceived notions of Han and Lin Qingwan. In their minds, Han was a scion of a prestigious family, heralded since childhood as the most prodigious talent in the cultivation realm, embodying the very essence of righteousness synonymous with swordsmanship. His upbringing was impeccable, and after descending the mountain, he joined the military consistently at the forefront of combating crime. To them, he epitomized the integrity of the armed forces. As for Lin Qingwan, the four viewed her as cunning and astute, having previously ensnared them in her ploys. Yet her intentions were never driven by personal gain. Throughout their acquaintance, she had never committed any egregious act for her own benefit, dedicating herself wholeheartedly to the greater good. She was not only raised under the banner of communism but also hailed from a renowned family known for its loyalty and righteousness. Given the character of her grandfather and two uncles, who could possibly believe she would engage in deceitful schemes? Thus, after much deliberation, they concluded that this couple was not endorsing their fishing expedition but rather attempting to ensnare them in their own trap. They understood their own circumstances well. In an alternate world, Lin Qingwan had not hesitated to deceive others for personal advantage, and while some were guilty, others were innocent. Yet, they remained oblivious to this truth. With a sigh, Lin Qingwan spoke to Han, Let us not dwell on this any longer. Given Xian's nature, he will inevitably succumb to the temptation to venture out. At that point, we shall follow suit and intervene at a critical moment. I hardly believe they would have the audacity to withhold a share from us. Han also deeply agreed, observing that Han and the others were solely focused on their cultivation, neglecting to indulge in shopping or leisure. Lu Zichen assumed they had completed their purchases and were now diligently engrossed in their practice. He reflected upon himself, realizing that he had recently become overly reliant on external distractions, prompting him to calm his mind and resume his cultivation. After a period of tranquility, Xian, noticing the lack of communication from Lin Qingwan and her companion, discreetly approached Qingfeng and the others, stealthily slipping away. Such activities could hardly remain concealed from Yihan, who hailed from a background of reconnaissance. Consequently, Yihan roused Lin Qingwan, and the two stealthily trailed behind. Understanding the wisdom of not consuming the grass by one's own nest, Xian was acutely aware of this principle. They ran a considerable distance before taking refuge in a thicket at a crossroads, a vital route to Xian City. Qingfeng procured a spirit beast, drew a small amount of blood, and applied it to Xian, instructing him to act as bait. Remember, choose the vulnerable ones. Even if the three of us manage to flee swiftly, we are merely at the golden core level, he advised. Xian readily accepted the task. Why would Xian personally serve as bait? Because his aura was unmistakable. Any nascent soul cultivator would discern that he bore internal injuries, perceiving his evident weakness. The four of them crouched at the intersection, observing the flow of people passing by. Finally, as dusk approached and impatience began to set in, a man and two women approached, gliding in on flying artifacts. At a glance, Xian assessed their cultivation levels, 1 nascent soul and 2 golden cores, a formidable challenge. As Qingfeng and the others withdrew, Xian leaned weakly against a tree with a sword in hand, suppressing a cough just as they were about to pass overhead, seemingly expelling a mouthful of blood. The gentle breeze stirred their admiration as they marveled at Su Zongzhu's remarkable acting skills, convinced that he must have engaged in such acts of robbery before. However, Lin Qingwan held a different perspective. In her experience on Earth, Xian was a domineering figure, having accumulated considerable wealth over a long life. Thus, he had no need to resort to thievery. After observing for a while, she remarked he learned this from Hu Kai. It seems he has gained a worthy apprentice. Yihan couldn't suppress a smile, recalling that Xian had once made a cameo in Hu Kai's films and television shows. Indeed, there were recurring scenes where he would assault Hu Kai's character, inciting the ire of Hu Kai's fans, who would vent their frustrations each time a new film was released. Yihan stifled his laughter, refraining from interrupting Xian's ongoing performance. As the trio, clad in their customary attire, descended, they recognized Xian as a nascent soul cultivator. The leading man stepped forward with courtesy, inquiring, "What has befallen you, fellow Taoist?" Xian took 2 steps back, struggling to maintain his stance against the tree, and warily questioned, "Who are you?" The three exchanged glances, and the man continued with a smile, "We hail from the Cultivators Alliance. Fellow Taoist, you appear injured. Would you like me to assist you?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xian shook his head, asserting no need. "You may leave. My injuries are not sassy with good intentions. We extended our kindness. Yet he disregarded it and regarded us as villains. I find him highly suspicious. After all, we are on the outskirts of the Su and M forest, where high-level demon beasts are absent, so how could he have sustained injuries? Perhaps he was overestimating his own prowess and attempting to act unscrupulously, only to be wounded by another." Another female cultivator remarked, "Indeed, brother, it is our duty to uphold justice." Xian and the ambushed Qingfeng, along with others, were left in shock. Lin Qingwan and Yihan were equally taken aback, but they quickly realized that the multitude of excuses seemed uncharacteristic of seasoned practitioners or members of the Cultivators Alliance. However, before they could piece together the situation, the 3 assailants charged at Xian, evidently intent on a swift resolution. The male cultivator launched a lethal attack, and although Xian narrowly evaded it, he was still caught in the fray, sustaining further injuries. Qingfeng and the others could no longer remain passive. They immediately armed themselves and rushed to his aid. Bai Tong and Mingyu each targeted a golden core, while Qingfeng went to assist Xian. As they fought, they called out to him, "Brother, are you all right? How is it that we left for just a moment, and you've already encountered trouble?" Chapter 55. The heist. The male cultivator's demeanor shifted as he sensed that Su Xian was not alone. With a steely resolve, he escalated his aggression. Yihan observed his malicious intent and let out a cold laugh, drawing his sword and launching an overwhelming assault with tremendous force. Both were in the early stages of the Yuaning realm, yet Yihan, as a sword cultivator, possessed formidable strength. Concerned that a prolonged confrontation would be detrimental, Lin Qingwan also joined the fray. With 3 Yuaning cultivators and 3 golden cores against a single Yuaning and 2 golden cores, the odds were overwhelmingly in their favor, making the encounter seem almost trivial. Due to the adversary's immediate employment of lethal force, Yihan responded with comparable ruthlessness, directly resulting in the demise of his assailant and the obliteration of their nascent soul. The 2 female cultivators also perished. Lin Qingwan seldom personally engages in lethal acts, but she is not unacquainted with them. Su Xian and the others were witnessing this facet of Yihan and Lin Qingwan for the first time, and they stood together, trembling. Lin Qingwan, finding the situation somewhat absurd, subtly adjusted her demeanor. Su Xian, ceasing his trembling, regarded them with suspicion, questioning their true identities. Lin Qingwan cast a sidelong glance at him, inquiring if he wished to witness their communication via telegraph that evening, the appointed time to contact Four Eyes. Su Xian's countenance assumed a composed expression as he remarked on their swift transformation. Lin Qingwan pondered for a moment before stating that if she were to assert they had not changed, would they believe her? Before anyone else could respond, Bai Tong nodded emphatically, affirming his belief that Qingwan was still herself, merely having unleashed the demon within her heart. This assertion was hardly pleasing to the ear. Lin Qingwan could not resist tapping his head, admonishing him not to speak carelessly, as she harbored no such demon.
Yihan interjected,
urging them to expeditiously gather the spoils and expunge any traces of their actions. He turned to Lin Qingwan and Su Xian, announcing that he had conceived a novel idea. Upon returning to the guest quarters, Su Xian and his companions silently trailed Yihan into their room. After establishing a soundproof barrier, they seated themselves at the table, directing their gazes toward the pair. Yihan stated that entrapment, despite its effectiveness, could have adverse repercussions. More importantly, their unfamiliarity with the denizens of the cultivation world could inadvertently lead them to antagonize individuals they should not, as exemplified by their recent encounter. Yihan presented the waste token he had taken from the male cultivator, who had intended to speak but was swiftly silenced by Yihan's lethal strike, leaving no room for pleas for mercy. Yihan's sudden appearance and the male cultivator's preoccupation with engaging Xian and Qingfeng had resulted in his untimely demise after merely exchanging a couple of blows. Had he been afforded the opportunity to utter a word, Yihan would have inevitably slain him, though the ensuing complications would have been far greater. As Yihan gazed at the cloud patterns on the waist token, a sense of familiarity washed over him. He sighed, remarking that he had encountered such tokens among the disciples of the Zhongyan sect. Simultaneously, Xian and his companions felt a sense of foreboding. They had unwittingly killed a disciple of a significant sect. They pondered whether there existed any unique markers on the disciples that might enable tracking, and to avert further unforeseen incidents, they concluded that rescuing individuals directly was preferable. Xian, deep in thought, proposed, for instance, instances of robbery are certainly prevalent in the Xianin forest. We could traverse the area, sharing locations and information when we find something. We might save someone, eliminate the bandits. And aside from the robbers' ill-gotten gains, the rescued individuals should also offer a token of gratitude, should they survive. This notion had occurred to Yihan during his earlier engagement. Furthermore, this approach would facilitate the identification of the bandits' identities. Xian gestured affirmatively. I concur with this plan. However, could you elucidate why you present yourselves as this version of Yihan and this version of Lin Qingwan? Is this how you conduct yourselves on Earth? Yihan fell silent, uncertain of how to respond, while Lin Qingwan interjected, We do not behave this way on Earth. Why have you all transformed in this manner while claiming there has been no change? Lin Qingwan responded, there has indeed been no change. If there were a government here, with laws in place, and someone to oversee matters such as robbery, murder, and vendettas, we would undoubtedly refrain from exhibiting such behavior. We must adhere to regulations, but first, regulations must exist for us to follow. Mustn't they? Han then interjected, consider us as merely adapting to local customs. The four individuals departed in a state of bewilderment. Bai Tong remarked, how terrifying. It turns out they have always been demons. MASU-MANHUA added, this adaptation to local customs is rather swift. Isn't there any period of adjustment? Su Xian and Qing Feng concluded, they must harbor significant secrets unknown to us. Secrets only they are privy to. Otherwise, as a couple, they would have had no opportunity to display such behavior on Earth. How is it that they exhibit it here, without any surprise? Clearly, they are both in cahoots with Han. Thus, Su Xian and the others mustered their resolve to confront them again. Han remarked, I thought you had decided against it. The four chuckled in response. Han retrieved the items from their storage rings, and they divided the money equally among themselves. The remaining items were placed in a single ring, intended for sale on the black market, though not immediately. That would occur after the secret realm concluded, and they had distanced themselves from Xian city. Su Xian entrusted a share of the money to Han, requesting him to purchase spirit-enhancing elixirs for Lin Qingwan. Han accepted, and upon reflection, Qing Feng and the others also handed their funds to Han, realizing that they would rely on Lin Qingwan for their survival within the secret realm. Therefore, it was essential to sustain her spiritual energy. However, Han and Lin Qingwan were not as exalted as they had imagined. In fact, there was a hint of excitement in their thoughts, for this signified that they could engage in a multitude of endeavors in the future. Of course, not of a nefarious nature. They were, after all, virtuous individuals. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the 6 good souls retrieved the transmitter to summon the management department, only to discover that they were unable to establish a connection, leading them to conclude that the celestial orb had yet to be restored. They were uncertain of the efficacy of the protocols in place. After a brief moment of concern, the group devised a duty roster commencing the following day. Han realized that robbing was indeed a swift means of acquiring wealth. In just one venture, not only had they amassed a considerable sum of money, but they had also collected numerous elixirs and magical artifacts. While they were hesitant to utilize the artifacts for fear of recognition, the elixirs posed no such dilemma. He could exchange them for healing potions and energy-restoring elixirs, suggesting that with just 2 more successful endeavors, they would be fully equipped for their upcoming expedition into the secret realm. Chapter 56. Rescuing others in the minds of Han and Lin Qingwan. The realm of cultivation appeared to be a peculiar world, devoid of regulations. Whether on Earth or in other realms, acts of robbery were strictly forbidden. Even in places where governance was lacking, a semblance of order was maintained, and the chaos evident in the cultivation world would not be tolerated. Here, while robbery remained morally reprehensible, the imperial court refrained from intervening in conflicts occurring beyond the city's confines. It could be said that the imperial court only enforced regulations within the city. Once outside its borders, whether one engaged in robbery or murder, it would be of no concern to them. Thus, those who committed robbery needed only to avoid the disciples of major sects or individuals with substantial backing. Indeed, if one possessed the skill to cover their tracks, they might even dare to target such individuals. Each year, numerous disciples from various sects meet their demise in the outside world. Thus, although Lin Qingwan and Han aspire to adapt to local customs, they find themselves somewhat disoriented. They anticipated a chaotic environment beyond the city limits, yet the reality exceeded their expectations. On the first day, Su Xian and Bai Tong ventured forth in search of their target, assuming little would be achieved on their inaugural outing. However, shortly after their departure, Han received a phone call. Upon answering, he was met with the sounds of a fierce battle. Xian, hidden away, urgently whispered to him, "Hurry." 80 miles southwest of Xuanma Forest, 3 golden core cultivators are being beset upon. They appear quite feeble, while the assailants are 2 nascent soul cultivators. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Yihan and Lin Qingwan promptly made their way there together. Xian, resolute and unyielding, watched as the 3 golden cores teetered on the brink of death, refraining from intervening. Bai Tong, crouched nearby, did not act until Yihan and Lin Qingwan arrived, at which point he intervened to deflect a lethal blow from the nascent souls, thus preserving the lives of the 3 cultivators. Following this rescue, Xian swiftly scavenged the belongings of the 2 nascent soul attackers, turning his attention to the 3 golden cores who lay exhausted on the ground. Realizing Xian's adeptness at stripping their possessions and collecting their artifacts, the 3 understood they were mere pawns in this cruel game, their faces drained of color. Unfortunately, they found themselves devoid of any spiritual power, unable even to stir, left at the mercy of their captors. Determined to continue her mission of salvation, Lin Qingwan stepped forward to tend to their injuries. As she employed her rejuvenation technique, her gentle green energy swiftly mended their damaged meridians, simultaneously replenishing a modicum of their spiritual power. The 3 cultivators gazed at Lin Qingwan in astonishment, to which she responded with a friendly smile. The hearts of the 3 women suddenly relaxed, and they felt an urge to weep. Lin Qingwan, possessing both beauty and grace, radiated the aura of someone well-educated. Her smile instantly made them feel a sense of familiarity, and the lingering fear from their near-death experience rendered them utterly vulnerable. Sensing Lin Qingwan's kindness, their tears could no longer be contained and began to flow freely. As Lin Qingwan tended to their wounds, she advised, "One must remain vigilant when venturing outside. Given your low cultivation levels, it is prudent to travel with a merchant convoy or a large sect." One female golden core cultivator attempted to respond, but was gently pulled back by her companion. She then altered her words, saying, "Indeed, we shall heed the elder's guidance. We are immensely grateful for your rescue." Lin Qingwan smiled, saying, "We have always held a disdain for bandits. If we encounter them, we cannot simply turn a blind eye." She continued, "There is no need for such formality. If you truly feel indebted, a small offering of spirit stones would suffice as a token of gratitude." The 3 golden core cultivators instinctively stiffened at the suggestion, suspecting that Lin Qingwan might be attempting to rob them as well. With a reassuring smile, Lin Qingwan clarified, "It's merely a matter of formality. A simple sum will do, either 10 low-grade spirit stones or 10 mid-grade spirit stones. If you provide this, our karmic ties for today will be resolved. Should fate allow us to meet again in the future, we can start anew." The 3 women grasped Lin Qingwan's intent. She sought to sever the karmic bond, and it seemed to them that the advantages far outweighed the disadvantages. Yet, they remained uncertain as to whether Lin Qingwan spoke the truth. However, after casting a glance at Yihan and Xian, as well as the figure of Bai Tong standing behind them, the 3 of them exchanged bitter smiles. With 3 Yuaning cultivators and 1 Jin Dan practitioner, would they truly attempt to deceive 3 Jin Dan cultivators on the brink of death? Contemplating this, they shared a glance and each produced 10 mid-grade spirit stones from their respective storage spaces, presenting them to Lin Qingwan. With a smile, Lin Qingwan accepted the stones, observing as Yihan incinerated the corpse and obliterated the scene. She then led them onto the flying vessel, saying, "We shall escort you beyond Xian City." The 3 expressed their gratitude hastily, though their hearts remained heavy. In a mere moment, they were set down outside Xian City. Despite still appearing disheveled, they had regained some spiritual energy in their dantians, and importantly, their damaged meridians had improved significantly. The trio gazed at Lin Qingwan, somewhat dazed. Lin Qingwan smiled and gestured politely, "Feel free to take your leave." As she turned to depart, they called out to her, "Senior, might you leave us your name so that we may express our gratitude in the future? Lin Qingwan chuckled and replied, "There is no need. You have already compensated me, and the matter is settled. Should we meet again, it will be under different circumstances, hopefully when you are not being robbed." With that, she departed. Xian questioned her. "Are you truly letting them go like this? Aren't you concerned that their vengeful kin might come after us?" Lin Qingwan clarified, "If you are killed for robbing them, I will not avenge you." Xian grasped her meaning. Bai Tong, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Sister Qingwan, I believe we ought to adopt a resounding name for ourselves. It would be splendid to use it when we embark on our righteous adventures," he said. "Since Lu Yuanzuan and the others have gone out claiming to be from Qihong sect, perhaps we should adopt a name as well. How about calling ourselves the Earth Grand Alliance?" Lin Qingwan nodded in agreement. "It's quite fitting, though it lacks aesthetic appeal." Xian also expressed his dissent, suggesting, "Have you watched too many cartoons? I believe we should be called the Heavenly Righteous Sect, as we are acting in accordance with the heavens." Yihan interjected, "I have no intention of betraying Yimen to establish a sect with you." Xian encouraged, "There is no Yimen in the cultivation world. What harm is there in founding a new one? With your cultivation level, you would be the sect leader right from the start." "Thank you, Sect Master Su. But I believe you would be more suitable. The Xianxia sect can be slightly modified to become the Tianjing sect. However, I am confident my master will ascend in the future, along with my fellow disciples. Until then, I think Qingwan and I would prefer the freedom of being solitary cultivators." Lin Qingwan nodded in agreement, appreciating the rare opportunity for unrestrained freedom. "Why create unnecessary troubles for ourselves?" Xian scoffed, "You are merely being lazy. It seems you have even lost your aspirations in life." Nonetheless, he did not press further on the matter of the Tianjing sect. However, they indeed required a name. Otherwise, it would be impossible to turn their acts of thwarting robbers and rescuing individuals into a meaningful endeavor. The 6 of them racked their brains, each holding different opinions, making it difficult to persuade one another, thus temporarily setting aside the matter in dispute. Chapter 57 update completed. With no name established yet, Yihan and the others continued to take action several more times, each time eliminating the robbers entirely, extracting all their possessions, then asking the rescued individuals for a sum of spirit stones, providing them with basic healing, and escorting them to safety. In less than 10 days, they achieved remarkable fame. And news spread both within and beyond the Xian city about a team dedicated to combating banditry and rescuing those in peril within the Xian demon forest. Although the surge in robbery incidents, prompted by the influx of individuals venturing into the secret realm, had somewhat abated, numerous lives were still lost daily within the forest. As the opening of the secret realm loomed closer, Yihan and his companions ceased their activities to procure a batch of elixirs and magical artifacts. Business had been thriving lately, yielding considerable profits, particularly since each encounter with bandits involved practitioners of the nascent soul stage, who possessed a wealth of valuables, especially spirit stones. However, their own possessions were not extensive, or else their gains would have been even greater. After sorting through the elixirs and artifacts they required, Yihan once again attempted to contact the management department via the telegraph machine, only to find it still unresponsive, prompting a frown. Lin Qingwan shared her concerns, noting it had been 12 days. Yihan acknowledged her with a sound. Wasn't it stated that if the connection failed, one could simply revert to the initial settings? How could it still be unreachable? Lin Qingwan remarked that since their phones were operational, it indicated that the spherical device was not malfunctioning. Perhaps the issue lay with the other 2 spheres? Just then, the previously silent telegraph machine emitted a crackling noise, causing everyone to perk up and gather around. Yihan adjusted the frequency and began transmitting calls. Four-eyed Yan exclaimed, "First, let's update the system and set the serial numbers. Qingwan as number 1, Yihan as number 2, and Xian as number 3. Once the update is complete, We will access the applications that accompany the system release and attempt to dial. Yihan translated the telegram, and Lin Qingwan, glancing at it, retrieved the source computer to connect to the sphere and proceed with the system update. The speed is quite remarkable, suggesting optimization has been undertaken. Once the programs on the computer were updated, Lin Qingwan connected her own phone to begin updating the applications on it. Following the instructions provided by the four-eyed individual, she configured the serial number on the computer. After updating her phone, she took Yihan's device. The familiar ringtones startled everyone in the room, causing them to lower their heads and glance at their phones. Lin Qingwan swiped her phone, revealing a notably large face on the screen. The person on the other end shouted loudly, "Can you hear me?
Can you see me?"
Lin Qingwan reached for her phone, focusing on the individual on the other side. Upon seeing Lin Qingwan's image on the screen, the person gasped and leaned back, their face no longer appearing as large. Fong Wen was teary-eyed, exclaiming, "We finally meet again, Sister Lin. You've become even more beautiful." Secret realm? Fong Wen quickly turned to converse with someone else. Shortly thereafter, Professor Su, his face adorned with stubble and bloodshot eyes, appeared on the screen. He inquired slowly, "Is the location of the secret realm within your world, or in another spatial dimension?" Having never ventured into the secret realm, Lin Qingwan was at a loss. Professor Su continued, "If it exists within the same spatial dimension, theoretically, it is accessible. However, if it lies in another dimension, access is impossible. The secret realm will open in 3 days. We shall test it then." Professor Su nodded slowly, stating, "This function has been newly developed and has various shortcomings. We will strive to improve it. Should you encounter any issues during usage, please do not hesitate to communicate with us." Lin Qingwan expressed her understanding and inquired, "The cultivators from our shared world can also utilize such functions, correct?" "Indeed, the data transmission among your world is even more secure and rapid than ours." Observing Su Professor's languid speech and weary countenance, Lin Qingwan softened her tone, saying, "Professor Su, while research is indeed crucial, your health is of utmost importance. Please ensure you take adequate rest." Su Professor chuckled lightly, responding, "I am aware. I shall retire for the night now." 2 soldiers approached to assist Su Professor as he departed, while Ji and Fong Wen reappeared on the screen. They remarked, "There was a slight issue with the previous data update. Professor Su and his team believed they had made significant progress and were reluctant to concede defeat. They have been working overtime for the past 10 days and only completed the repairs early this morning. Minister Su stated that if we are still unable to contact you, we shall reset the system and the data development can be addressed later. Fortunately, we have succeeded now. With the video connection established, everyone could converse freely without the cumbersome process of typing each word like telegrams." Enthusiasm filled the air as they engaged in lively discussions. Su Xian, Qingfeng, and others clamored to access the computer first, eager to update their mobile devices. Lin Qingwan cast a glance at them, remarking, "There is but one primary computer. Should you break it, your updates will be unattainable." The 4 then refrained from their earlier eagerness, dutifully lining up to wait. The connection with Earth is akin to possessing a telephone number. Although a card is unnecessary, the sequence number is defined during the update process. This is tantamount to a telephone number. Henceforth, to contact someone, one merely needs to dial the corresponding number. The numbers on this side of the Earth are distinct from theirs. Fong Wen and Ji Yan reported their numbers. And then Fong Wen relayed the names of those already possessing numbers to Yihan. Lin Qingwan took notes beside them. On this day, the 6 individuals remained indoors, engrossed in conversations over their phones. Even Hunyo made her way to the computer room to greet them. As evening fell, Lu Zichen felt a pang of hunger. Upon stepping outside, he noticed their door was still firmly shut, prompting him to inquire of Lu Qiyuan whether they had not dined that day. Lu Qiyuan shook his head, noting the absence of any sounds from within. Lu Zichen asked, "Did they go out?" To which Lu Qiyuan replied in the negative. The guest house was quite small, and whenever Ihan and the others ventured out, the members of Qi Hong's sect were always aware. At that moment, Ihan was instructing Xian to send a sequence number to his mother, stating that one was sufficient for his family. He then turned to Lin Qingwan, who pondered briefly before replying, "There's no need for one on my side. If my brother needs to reach you, he can contact me." Xian nodded in understanding, his eyes glistening with eagerness as he asked, "Aren't you going out?" Fangwen joined in, saying, "Indeed, it must be evening there now. What a pity not to stroll about at night. Why not take your phone and explore a bit?" Ihan and Lin Qingwan could not help but chuckle lightly. Chapter 58. Experience the world. Wow, their streets are so bright. They use electric lights? From the moment Ihan and the others stepped onto the street with their phones, everyone in the management department, one and all, rushed over to join the excitement. The four-eyed individuals swiftly connected their mobile devices to the aerial camera, projecting the images into the sky for all to behold the scene involving Ihan and his companions. As the camera hovered above, its exceptional audio capabilities allowed the 6 individuals, adorned with Bluetooth headsets, to eavesdrop on the animated discussions, even without glancing at their screens. They maintained a facade of composure, turning to face their immediate companions while conversing with those in their headsets, attempting to conceal their naivety. The personnel from the management department, unabashed, remarked on their lack of worldly experience. "Oh, raise the camera a bit higher. Their lights are simply exquisite," one exclaimed, recalling the beauty of a passing lady.
Is that so?
"Which one are you referring to?" another inquired. "Lower it a tad. I spotted a particularly familiar spiritual herb at the nearby stall." A voice chimed in, expressing curiosity about the food vendors. "Is there any distinction between the delicacies sold in the cultivation realm and ours?" Lin Qingwan interjected. "Indeed. Their offerings are infused with spiritual energy, rendering consumption akin to cultivation." A wave of envy swept over the group, yearning for ascension. "We share the same sentiment," they all echoed. "Their garments are stunning, especially those worn by the ladies." The management department, renowned for its austere demeanor, had seen a decline in the number of beautiful women since Lin Qingwan's departure, causing them to find even the most ordinary appealing, not to mention the enchanting female cultivators from the cultivation realm. Frustrated, Ihan slammed his phone down, plunging them into darkness. The sound of jubilant cheers resonated through the headphones as everyone repeatedly acknowledged their errors. "Captain E, we were mistaken. We should not view passers-by through tinted lenses."
Indeed.
It was not merely the beautiful young ladies that should capture our attention, but also the dashing young gentlemen. The group recoiled slightly from the comrade who uttered this statement, casting him bewildered glances. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he inquired innocently. Among the 6 listening to their antics, Ihan remarked, "While you may perceive them as lovely ladies and handsome gentlemen, their ages might very well surpass that of your grandparents." However, this comment did not dampen their spirits. Instead, they became even more animated, proclaiming, "How splendid!" This clearly indicates that when we ascend a century from now, the beauties we encounter will not be our descendants, but our peers. Our peers. Xian turned to Ihan and asked, "Are your subordinates always like this?" Ihan could not help but rub his forehead, correcting, "They were not this lively before." "No, Captain E, we have always been this spirited. Have you forgotten how we were in our youth together?" Ihan swiftly ended the video call. Lin Qingwan turned to look at him, and the others followed suit. Ihan maintained a stoic expression, though the tips of his ears betrayed a slight flush. He then addressed Lin Qingwan. "These rascals are adept at sowing discord. It must be that the recent training from the management department has been insufficient, leaving them with unspent energy." Lin Qingwan nodded in agreement. "Please inform Lei Tao to intensify their training. By the way, what was the serial number given to Lei Tao by the 4 eyes just now?" As he spoke, Ihan's phone chimed once more. He surmised that the group of youngsters had regained their composure and proceeded to unlock the device. Indeed. The individuals on the other end were arranged in formation, dutifully gazing into the camera. Upon noticing Yihan's presence, they saluted in unison, solemnly apologizing, "Captain, we were wrong. We should not have spoken so recklessly. Director Lin, please do not heed our foolishness. The captain truly did not accompany us to admire the beauties." Yihan cast them a cool glance, causing a shiver to run down their spines, and they instinctively tightened their legs, cautiously inquiring, "Captain E, it must be tiring to always hold the phone. Perhaps you could connect to the aerial camera instead?"
Xian replied, "No." "What?"
"Who neglected to prepare the aerial camera for Captain E?" they exclaimed. Although the current smartphone cameras had vastly improved compared to their predecessors, they still paled in comparison to specialized cameras. A few years ago, internet celebrities who engaged in live streaming had already switched to aerial cameras, which were quite affordable. The military's versions were even more advanced, capable of invisibility and automatic flight under various conditions. How could such equipment not have been provided to the captain? The group glared at the four-eyed individual in frustration. While they felt a twinge of regret, it was still preferable to the meager descriptions relayed over telegrams. They earnestly appreciated the splendor of the Xianxia realm city. Yihan then informed them that Xuanqing was merely a small town, reminiscent of a border settlement, and that far grander cities existed beyond this one, which he would reveal to them in due course. Despite his disdain for their antics, Yihan nonetheless held up his phone and guided them on a brief tour of Xuanqing, allowing them to gain a fundamental understanding of the cities within the world of cultivation. Lin Qingwan's heart was tranquil as she strolled hand in hand with Yihan down the street, moving at a leisurely pace, occasionally pausing to take in the surroundings. Xian and the others, lacking interest, had already wandered off with their Bluetooth earphones, their voices mingling through the air, separated by two worlds yet engaged in lively conversation. They experienced a profound sense of belonging, one that anchored them both, allowing Yihan and Lin Qingwan to remain untouched by the customs of their surroundings, walking together as if in their homeland. Numerous passers-by noticed their tightly clasped hands, but, out of politeness, merely cast a glance before averting their eyes. Their shoulders brushed against each other, arms lightly grazing, hands firmly intertwined. The camera on their phone faced backward, concealing their actions from the onlookers, who animatedly discussed the sights of the street while inquiring of Yihan whether the individuals over there possessed remarkable skills, or if there were celestial beings among them. He gently urged Qingwan forward, purchasing a pot of flowers for her. In Chapter 59, titled Affectionate Love, Lin Qingwan could not suppress her laughter as she held the blossoms, her spirits soaring. She inquired, "How do I carry this?" Yihan tenderly plucked a mysterious spiritual flower, glanced at her hair, and carefully adorned her with it. The flower vendor and passing cultivators alike could not help but exclaim, calling out, "Captain, let us have a glimpse of Director Lin. Just one look. Director Lin will surely look stunning with that flower in her hair." In Yihan's eyes, it seemed as though stars were twinkling as he gazed at Lin Qingwan, an uncontainable smile gracing his face. "Indeed, it is quite beautiful," he murmured, "but I shan't allow you to see it." A cacophony of excited voices echoed through the earphones. Unable to suppress a light chuckle, Yihan reached out to gently smooth Lin Qingwan's hair. Her eyes sparkled with a similar radiance as she lowered her head, a soft laugh escaping her lips, her cheeks flushed as she glanced up at him. Meanwhile, Xian and the others, having just purchased an assortment of snacks, paused upon witnessing the affectionate exchange between the two. They felt that even if they approached, their presence would disrupt the intimate atmosphere, so they simply turned to leave. Xian remarked with a hint of envy, "In the late hours of the night, such displays of affection, be cautious, lest it ends swiftly." Qing Feng nodded in agreement. "There are still thousands of years ahead. Let us observe." Baiyu shot them a disapproving glare. "Cease your ominous words. It's rare for a pair of lovers to be found. Must they not be allowed a happy conclusion?" Bai Tong offered a candid observation. "After all these years, if they can maintain such a bond, I surmise the likelihood of their separation in the future is quite slim. Yet, they were not the only witnesses to the couple's tender exchange. Not far away in the tea house, Xian Wenjia stood with her hands clasped behind her back, silent for a considerable time. She gazed at the pair below, unable to stifle a soft laugh. What did my senior sister say? We are allied with the Tianqing sect, not adversaries. Moreover, as she watched the couple depart hand in hand, she mused, how many couples in this world can parallel their bond? Just because I am single does not mean I can easily find my match. Chu Ming is unworthy of you. Gu Wenxi mused. Even if compromises must be made, he should not be the one. However, Xian Wenjia shook her head and replied, I believe he is quite commendable. Let it be as it is. Senior sister, as we enter the secret realm this time, let Mingxin sect remain Mingxin sect and Tianqing sect remain Tianqing sect, enabling the disciples to distinguish clearly. Gu Wenxi stepped back, bowing her head in acknowledgement. Yes, young sect master. At a distance, Lu Zichen, who was purchasing medicinal pills, had already spotted the couple. It was only when Yihan approached, leading Lin Qingwan by the hand, that he stepped out of the shop. Smiling at them, you two seem to be in high spirits tonight. Are you finally willing to engage in cultivation? The chatter in the earpiece abruptly ceased, and an eerie silence enveloped the scene as everyone turned their attention to Yihan and Lin Qingwan, hesitant to intrude. Unbeknownst to Lu Zichen that he was being observed, he gestured for Yihan and Lin Qingwan to enter the shop, saying, A new batch of medicinal pills has just arrived. Would you care to take a look? As he spoke, his gaze flitted over the intertwined hands of the couple. Lin Qingwan instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand, but Yihan firmly grasped it. Smiling at Lu Zichen, thank you for your kind introduction. Lu Zichen couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of their clasped hands as he invited them inside, remarking, In our cultivation world, it is rare to witness couples such as yourselves. He was aware of the strong bond between Yihan and Lin Qingwan, yet he had not anticipated it to manifest in such an overt manner as holding hands in public. Of course, those on the other end of the phone were long past considering customs and romance. Their sole focus was on the shimmering spirit stones. Seeing their captain pull out handfuls of spiritual stones for payment, the expressions on their faces could only be described as heart-wrenching. Spiritual stones, objects they could only glimpse within the confines of the research institute, were being spent by their captain as if they were mere currency. Was there no sense of justice left? Was there no humanity? Upon returning to the inn, before they could voice their grievances, Yihan spoke first. Did I not inform you? In the realm of cultivation, gold and silver hold no value. The currency is spiritual stones. The 4 pairs of eyes nodded solemnly. They had been told, but witnessing it firsthand evoked an entirely different sensation, a pang of sorrow in their hearts. The others echoed, Our hearts ache as well. However, your sorrow could never compare to mine. Having concluded their research, Professor Su, who had also come to join the commotion, clutched his chest, profoundly distressed. We expend so much in our pursuit of a single spiritual stone for our research, yet you treat them as if they were mere coins. I have never even laid my hands on a medium-grade spiritual stone. Other researchers soon gathered, and after a brief observation, began to discuss animatedly. If only we could establish a passage between the 2 worlds to facilitate the transport of goods. Professor Su, do you believe that is possible? Theoretically, it is feasible, as we have now ascertained its spatial coordinates. However, if we could indeed open the barrier, would it not allow for human passage as well? Professor Su replied, The power required to breach the barrier is immense, and based on our studies of Yihan and the others enduring the tribulation lightning, the focal points of power are also significant. Overcoming these 2 hurdles could take countless years, not to mention ensuring that items can safely traverse the spatial passage and emerge beyond the barrier of the other world. Professor Su shook his head, stating that based on our calculations and the trajectory of modern technology, it would be at least 2 centuries before such advancements could be realized. As he spoke, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed through the air, and a bolt of lightning struck the playground of the administration department. At that moment, Lin Qingwan sat cross-legged on a mat, attentively watching Professor Su on the screen. The brilliant flash of lightning illuminated half the sky, startling her. She immediately exclaimed, "Professor Su, the heavens are displeased." Professor Su looked bewildered. "What?" Lin Qingwan continued, "If we misuse energy, it could inflict irreversible damage on Earth, and the heavens would be quite angered." Recalling the moment she and Yihan concurrently grasped the principles of the heavens, she glanced at Yihan, who nodded in agreement. Before addressing Professor Su once more, "The Earth is in decline. Our mission is to save it, not to destroy it. If technology alone could open a portal for cultivators to traverse freely, what then would be the essence of cultivation?" Lin Qingwan emphasized, "Cultivation, cultivation. The crux lies in the Tao. Technology may be applied within cultivation, but we must not lose sight of its true purpose." The professors fell into contemplation, and after a moment, they nodded in acknowledgement, conceding, "We have indeed been obstinate." However, they were not prepared to abandon their research. Regardless of the outcome, they decided to proceed with their investigations, as any findings could be applied elsewhere. Secretly, the professors pondered, if we can tear open the barriers to reach the realm of immortality, could we not also access other worlds? They mused about the vast universe, contemplating how many planets and realms existed beyond the limits of their naked eye. Chapter 60. Entering the secret realm at the break of dawn, Lu Zichen roused Yihan and the others, declaring, "Let us proceed to the Xuanma forest. The Xuanma secret realm should be opening soon." Qingfeng and the others were somewhat reluctant to conceal themselves in the soul-nurturing vine at this hour, as they wished to witness the lively spectacle of the realm's opening. Thus, they were engaged in a discussion with Yihan. Yihan, in a rather ruthless manner, brandished the soul-nurturing wood, insisting, "If you wish to enter, do so quickly, otherwise I shall not take you along." How would it look in plain view for you to burrow into the soul-nurturing vine? With no alternative, Qingfeng and his companions reluctantly complied and concealed themselves. Once Yihan had secured the soul-nurturing vine, he proceeded to join the Yuanian cultivators from the Qihong sect and the Shuangji sect. A considerable number of Yuanian cultivators had arrived from both the Qihong sect and the Shuangji sect, with over 70 making their presence known. Those who had not yet approached were likely to enter on their own or in pairs, with an even greater number anticipated. Of course, not all 70 intended to accompany Lu Zichen. Having too many participants in the secret realm's trials could be counterproductive. After all, they were all brothers and sisters of the sect, and they could easily form their own groups. Lu Zichen had met Wu Kunji after descending the mountain for foundational training, and they had grown accustomed to partnering together during their journey. After conferring with their respective companions, the two decided to separate, yet they found themselves reunited once more. Naturally, they chose not to include others in their party, as Yihan and his companions were already with them. Lu Zichen was aware that he had brought along Qingfeng and his friends, which made their group quite sizable. Adding more would only complicate matters. While Lu Zichen had not witnessed their combat prowess firsthand, he knew that Yihan was a sword cultivator. And Wu Kunji had privately mentioned that Yihan's sword intent was as profound as his own. Considering his age, Lu Zichen had no objections to their decision to follow along. Upon their arrival in the Xuanma forest, they encountered a vast clearing occupied by numerous cultivators, while the surrounding woods and the skies concealed many more. Most of these practitioners were at the nascent soul and transformation stage. Yet Lin Qingwan could sense a few piercing gazes that instinctively made her withdraw her aura, holding onto Yihan's hand as her breathing slowed.
Su Xian,
perceptive as ever, noticed their subtle shift and diminished his own presence. Lu Zichen was engaged in greeting acquaintances when a series of ripples appeared in the air ahead, heralding the imminent opening of the Xuanma secret realm. It was then that he realized he had inadvertently overlooked Ihan and the others. Scanning his surroundings, he was surprised to find the trio quietly standing beside him, their presence almost imperceptible. In awe, Lu Ziqin glanced at them, but before he could utter a word, towering mountains and dense forests materialized in the air before them, accompanied by the distant roars of beasts. Hastily, he produced a length of white silk and handed it to them, instructing, "Tie this around your wrists. There is a random teleportation array at the entrance, and only those bound together can be transported as one." Ihan and the others promptly secured the silk around their wrists. Lu Ziqin added, "If you happen to get separated, don't fret. Just send me a message, and I will come to find you." Ihan interjected, "If the distance is too great, you should proceed with your training. Don't waste time searching for us." Lu Ziqin acquiesced, and as they secured their bindings, they awaited the complete opening of the secret realm's gateway. First appeared the lofty peaks of the mountains, followed by dense thickets of forest, within which elusive beasts seemed to dart about. Next came the grassy plains and shimmering lakes, the scene in midair becoming increasingly vivid and proximate. Suddenly, the grand gate materialized before the onlookers, gradually swinging open. As it revealed a narrow passage, a few figures swiftly darted through the opening. Lu Ziqin lowered his voice, remarking, "Those are seniors in the harmonization stage. I wonder what they seek within." Every year, a handful of them come to join the excitement. With the keen eyes of Lin Qingwan and the others, even the silhouettes were imperceptible. Following the harmonization stage, numerous transformation stage cultivators soared into the entrance, while the Yuaning practitioners awaiting below were visibly tempted, yet dared not stir. In the realm of cultivation, a hierarchy exists, governed by the law of the jungle. They would not risk contesting this fleeting moment with those of a significantly higher realm. The transformation stage cultivators surged forward in pursuit of one another. As the last group entered, realizing that no one remained behind, Lu Ziqin and Wu Cunjian reacted swiftly, pulling out silken banners and shouting, "Go!" Ihan and the others hastily followed suit, as the other cultivators quickly ascended to seize the opportunity. A multitude of Yuaning practitioners arrived at the gate, just as they were about to step into the teleportation array, when they sensed a formidable pressure approaching from behind. A thunderous shout echoed through the air, "Get out of the way!" Lu Ziqin could not help but curse under his breath. Where did this incompetent transformation stage cultivator come from, arriving late to a secret realm? However, he reacted swiftly, almost instantly sidestepping, yet he forgot that the five of them were bound together. As he darted to one side, Ihan and the others veered in the opposite direction. In but a moment, the oppressive force behind them surged forward, disrupting many others in a similar plight. They were filled with indignation, yet dared not voice their grievances. One unfortunate soul stood directly in front of the transcendent figure, only to be struck aside with a single palm. Before even entering the teleportation array, they fell, spitting blood. Even if they survived, they would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries. Ihan was the quickest to respond, sensing the pull of the silken cord and realizing that he and Lu Ziqin had miscalculated their direction. With a swift slash of his sword energy, he severed the cord and turned to embrace Qingwan, leaping towards the teleportation array.
Xian,
still tethered by the silken cord, leaped in alongside them. Lu Ziqin and Wu Cunjian barely had time to exchange a glance with them, unaware of the multitude left behind. Denied entry into the secret realm due to this transcendent miscalculation. A muffled curse echoed among them, aimed at the accursed Mei Shuangming as the trio entered. They were met with a dizzying whirl, and before they could regain their bearings, they were hurled forth. Lin Qingwan caught a fleeting glimpse of water below and prepared to channel her spiritual energy, only to find her limbs weak and unresponsive, unable to summon even a hint of power. Ihan, of course, could not bear the weight of another living soul, so he cleverly severed the remaining silken cord. Xian, caught off guard, fell awkwardly. Dazed, he nearly plunged into the lake. only to look up and see Yihan clutching Lin Qingwan. His ire flaring as he pointed accusingly, "You forget loyalty in the face of beauty." Yihan set Lin Qingwan down and replied, "Beauty and loyalty are both hers." Xian felt a twinge of discomfort and promptly settled onto the grass, waving his hand and exclaiming, "Quickly release Qingfeng and the others. I feel dizzy and nauseated. Honestly, this is a secret realm, not a selection process for pilots or astronauts. Why must we perform flips?" Chapter 61. The Secret Realm. Yihan released Qingfeng and the others, and they searched the vicinity, discovering that for the moment they were the only group by the lake. This situation had its advantages and disadvantages, but evidently, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Yihan, feeling somewhat lightheaded as well, sat down beside Xian to recuperate. After a while, he rose and inquired, "Which direction should we take? Let us consult the map to determine our location." The map, generously provided by Lu Zichen, had been photographed with their phones. In addition, they had sketched a hand-drawn version for convenience. Yihan took out a large map and unfolded it for everyone to examine. Having studied this map extensively, and being its creator, he had a clear recollection of its details. He ascended and scanned the surroundings, swiftly identifying several prominent mountain ranges, which allowed him to deduce the location of the lake. Descending, Yihan pointed to a small lake on the map and declared, "We should be here." Next to the lake, there was a note indicating the presence of 7th-grade Duanchong grass and warning of poisonous ice snakes. The group exchanged glances, fully aware that high-level spiritual herbs were typically guarded by beasts. Why had they ventured into the secret realm? Could Yihan and the others be defeated by mere guardian beasts? Such a notion was simply inconceivable. Thus, everyone rolled up the map and resolved to seek out the elusive heartbreak herb. Naturally, they were unaware of its appearance, for the extensive records compiled by Lu Zichen contained no descriptions of this particular herb. Lin Qingwan inquired if anyone had information on the poison ice serpent. Bai Tong immediately raised his hand, exclaiming, "I know. The poison ice serpent is a 7th-tier demonic beast that can spit ice arrows, each laced with venom. And it is entirely white. Its venom, bones, and skin are all highly prized." Bai Tong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "There are no animal protection laws here. We can hunt it, can't we?" Yihan replied, "Only if you are capable of slaying it." Given that a mere golden core cultivator like Bai Tong stood no chance against a 7th-tier beast, tears welled in his eyes as he looked longingly at Lin Qingwan. She smiled reassuringly. "Let's proceed and see if we can find it, while also keeping an eye out for any other treasures nearby. Everyone should remain vigilant. After all, the realm of cultivation is abundant with spiritual materials and treasures." In addition to the information gathered from Lu Zichen, they had procured numerous jade slips on the subject from markets and shops. Each individual would require several years to thoroughly study and memorize the contents of these slips. Therefore, they divided the task among themselves, 6 people, with each person tasked to record a portion. Since the books in their possession were not categorized by tier, they had no choice but to methodically review them from the beginning, diligently noting even the lower-tier spiritual materials, to ensure that no treasures were overlooked. They decided to journey together, for if one were to encounter a treasure they did not recognize, perhaps another would be able to identify it. Yihan and his companions resolved to venture into the central region of the mystic realm, for Lu Zichen had mentioned that within this area stood a palace of trials. Those cultivators who managed to reach it were granted the opportunity to undergo a rigorous training process, replete with bounteous rewards. Not only were there precious artifacts and elixirs, but also advanced cultivation techniques to be acquired. Yihan first sent a message talisman to Lu Zichen, informing him of their location and destination, before they set forth towards the center, hoping to discover the elusive Duanchong grass along the way. The Xuanma mystic realm was imbued with abundant spiritual energy. Apart from the 3-month period of accessibility, it remained uninhabited, allowing the flora to flourish splendidly. As they traversed the narrow path, it was effortless to spot clusters of low-tier spirit herbs sprouting from the ground. However, aside from gathering a few commonly utilized medicinal ingredients, they chose to let the rest thrive undisturbed. It must be said, the realm of cultivation possessed its merits. Such a profusion of wild spirit herbs was a rarity on Earth. This particular area had been marked with numerous reds by the predecessors of the Qihong sect, indicating where they had previously harvested the Duanchang grass, suggesting its relative abundance here. Although they were unfamiliar with the Duanchang grass and its preferred habitat, Bai Tong was well-versed in the habits of the poison eye serpent. Thus, they deliberately navigated towards regions characterized by towering trees and heightened humidity. After collecting a considerable number of spirit herbs, an unusual stillness enveloped the surroundings. Even the insects and ants that had been previously ubiquitous had vanished. Such a phenomenon typically indicated territory marked by high-level demonic beasts, which deterred other creatures from encroaching. Ihan expanded his spiritual awareness, cautiously scanning the area, and then led his companions to part a thicket, revealing an unmistakable foul odor emanating from within. As they parted the shrubs, they discovered a large tree trunk with a substantial hollow, from which oozed an unknown liquid. Not far from the hollow, a solitary spirit herb thrived, adorned with delicate white blossoms the size of millet grains. A voice within Lin Qingwan whispered to her, declaring that this spirit herb had reached maturity. The group looked around and inquired about the snake. Su Xian, rolling up his sleeves, remarked nonchalantly, "Let it be. Its absence is fortuitous. Let us extract it now." Although they were uncertain of the uses of the breaking heart grass, its very name suggested it was no ordinary herb. Thus, Su Xian and Ihan proceeded with utmost caution, encasing it in spiritual energy rather than using their hands, carefully transferring the entire plant into a jade box. Before entering the secret realm, each of them had procured several jade boxes and established a distribution policy for spiritual materials and treasures. For items like this, collected by all 6 of them, the distribution would adhere to their established policy. Personal finds would belong solely to the individual. As Ihan sealed the jade box, a roar echoed from the east. Curious to see what treasures lay within the hollow, Qing Feng and the others hesitated momentarily. Ihan swiftly stowed the jade box in a spatial realm and seized Lin Qingwan, urging her to flee. With remarkable agility, Lin Qingwan summoned a torrent of water that cascaded from the air, thoroughly cleansing the area. Qing Feng and the others were not slow in their escape either. With Ihan and his companions making a conscious effort to assist them, they swiftly distanced themselves from danger. The venomous ice snake, infuriated, raised its head and let out a cry towards the sky. It then caught a whiff of the lingering scent in the air and followed it outside. However, it did not pursue for long before the trace vanished. As rain began to fall, the previous location, where they had lingered, had been rich with scent, but here, it disintegrated instantly with the downpour. Chapter 62. Encounter. Lin Qingwan produced their flying carpet, guiding Qing Feng and the others as they glided low through the forest, their pace neither hurried nor slow. Once they felt they had ventured far enough, they landed to continue their search for spiritual materials. Perhaps due to Lin Qingwan's presence, their journey was remarkably smooth. The high-tier spiritual herbs they discovered were either unguarded or devoid of any protective beasts. Su Xian mused that given this stroke of fortune, the additional share of profits he had allocated to her was hardly excessive. Everyone gathered a bountiful harvest. And since it appeared that they were the only group in this area, they encountered no fierce beasts. This was hardly the perilous expedition that Lu Zichen had described. Rather, it felt more like a leisurely spring outing. As their spirits lifted, they contacted the management department to boast about their finds. Indeed, within this secret realm, they could reach the management department, indicating that the Xuanma forest had been carved out directly from this main road by the demon race. Not being in a different space allowed them to connect with Earth. Though the four-eyed creatures were envious, their eyes tinged with green, they stubbornly claimed indifference, asserting that one day they too would ascend. Fang's actions had reached a nadir as he directed the camera towards the computer, displaying games for their viewing pleasure, while simultaneously indulging in television shows and music, ultimately engaging in any activity that once brought them joy. Eventually, Lin Qingwan terminated the video call and remarked to Yihan, "I am feeling rather famished. Let us procure some nourishment before we depart." Yihan glanced at the time and suggested, "Let us find a place to rest for the night and proceed to the Mystic Center tomorrow." Did not Lu Zichen mention that they are en route as well? The group expressed their agreement and soon began searching the vicinity. They swiftly discovered a prime location, as determined by Yihan's astute calculations. Each individual selected a patch of land to establish their abode, and together they commenced the task of preparing ingredients. Yihan and Qingfeng took charge of the culinary endeavors, and through their collective efforts, they soon crafted a sumptuous dinner. When Su Xianbua, Xian Wenjia, and their companions arrived, they were greeted by the tantalizing aroma of food wafting through the air. After enduring a fierce battle, the group appeared somewhat disheveled. They exchanged silent glances before cautiously approaching. In the distance, they beheld 5 houses standing side by side upon the grass. The sight left them astonished. Was this not a mystic realm? How could anyone have settled here? However, Xian Wenjia and Gu Wenxi fell into a contemplative silence upon recognizing the familiar dwellings. After a brief pause, Xian Wenjia remarked, "I know these individuals. They even attended the wedding banquet of my brother Chu." She then turned to the others with a gentle smile and added, "Let us go pay them a visit." The previously quiet Chu Ming, upon hearing this, inquired, "Which sect do they belong to?" Xian Wenjia replied, "They are friends of Brother Liu from the Qihong sect," without disclosing their sect affiliation. Chu Ming nodded slightly, and thus the disciples from the 3 sects walked over together. Yihan, Lin Qingwan, and Su Xian turned their heads in unison, and upon seeing Xian Wenjia, their tense expressions relaxed somewhat. He approached Lin Qingwan and said, "Daoist Xian, what a coincidence." Xian Wenjia smiled and replied, "Indeed, quite a coincidence. From where do you fellows hail?" Lin Qingwan responded, "We have just settled in this area and have not yet managed to venture out. May I inquire where Daoist Xian originates?" We found ourselves amidst a grove, and upon our approach, we encountered a lake. We intended to traverse towards the heart of the secret realm, but were unexpectedly beset by several frenzied high-level beasts along the way, Xian Wenjia said with a wry smile, which resulted in our rather disheveled state. Lin Qingwan and Yihan exchanged glances, suddenly feeling a twinge of guilt. Surely, those frenzied high-level beasts could not be the guardians of the spirit herbs? The two promptly stepped aside to invite their guests to take a seat. The other cultivators were taken aback by the warm welcome extended by Yihan and his companions, for their number was considerable, and each of them possessed strength that rivaled their own. Generally speaking, smaller teams would be wary of mingling with them, and everyone was prepared for a polite decline. Lin Qingwan invited them to sit, noting that they were nearly done with their meal, and the dishes on the table had dwindled significantly. Yihan rummaged through the ingredients and decided to start a fire to roast some food. After all, they were all nascent soul cultivators, and hunger would not plague them. As everyone settled down, introductions ensued naturally. Among the 3 sects, the leaders Xian Wenjia, Chu Ming, and Su Xianbua were familiar faces, though Chu Ming and Su Xianbua might not distinctly remember them. Unexpectedly, aside from Chu Ming, Su Xianbua indeed remembered them, and not only that. He seemed to be aware of the discord between Chao Zhongbua and them. As soon as he took a seat, Lin Qingwan noticed him casting a discreet glance at Chao Zhongbua. A slight smile played on Lin Qingwan's lips. Indeed, among the elite disciples of the Grand Sect, there were none who were foolish. Yihan and the others were warm and welcoming, with Qingfeng even brewing tea for them alongside MASU-MANHUA. Except for Xian Wenjia, Gu Wenxi, and Su Xianbua, the The rest did not believe that Qingfeng and the others were truly golden core cultivators, considering that only those of the Yuaning stage and above could enter. They assumed these three had peculiar preferences, or perhaps were merely pretending to be weaker to deceive others, thus suppressing their cultivation to the golden core level. Remarkably, they indeed appeared to embody the essence of golden core stage, and their true cultivation was undetectable. As everyone received the tea and partook of the refreshments, their demeanor softened considerably. They gathered together to converse, naturally discussing matters regarding the secret realm. Although Yihan and his companions were new arrivals and had received considerable information from Lu Zichen, there were certainly gaps in their knowledge, leading them to listen more than speak. To their surprise, they learned quite a bit of information. For instance, the reason these three sects were able to converge was twofold. Firstly, it was sheer coincidence that their landing spots were in close proximity, leading to encounters the following day. Secondly, they were all drawn towards a common goal. There existed a cold pool towards the center of this realm, where the enchantment restraining mysterious lotus was said to grow. This lotus was a 9th-grade spiritual material, blooming once every 300 years. All three sects had received word of this occurrence, speculating that the lotus was due to bloom this time, and once it did, it would be ripe for harvest. This item is exceedingly precious, capable of assisting cultivators in overcoming their inner demons, and it is also one of the essential elixirs for refining flesh and bones. Even cultivators at the fusion stage can benefit from it. Naturally, such significant information would not be freely divulged to Yihan and his companions. They wished to invite them to join their endeavor. For a 9th-grade spiritual herb, there would certainly be formidable beasts guarding it. The reason the three sects' nascent soul cultivators gathered was that 9th-grade beasts are akin to those at the divine transformation stage, presenting a considerable challenge. They were willing to offer spirit stones or other items to hire Yihan and his group. However, Yihan declined politely, stating, "Our cultivation is insufficient. We can only evade 7th-grade beasts, let alone those of the 9th grade." Xingwenjia recalled how they had been relentlessly pursued by a group of 7th and 8th-grade beasts during their journey. Although they had slain quite a number, they owed their victory to the fact that they were multiple nascent soul cultivators working in concert. If they were to encounter a 9th-grade beast, Xingwenjia did not press them further, though a hint of concern crept onto her face, which Yihan and the others pretended not to notice. Lin Qingwan, however, was curious and asked, "If it is indeed a 9th-grade beast, why do you not invite the divine transformation elders of your sect to accompany you?" Xingwenjia glanced at Su Xianbua and Xu Ming, smiling as she replied, "We desire this spiritual herb, but the elders do not covet it. It would be inappropriate to trouble them." Lin Qingwan chuckled softly. "Regrettably, we are unable to assist you, and we have already made arrangements to meet with Daoist Lu. So we can only wish you all the best in your endeavors and may you achieve swift success." Xingwenjia responded, "Thank you, Daoist Lin, for your kind wishes." Lin Qingwan smiled gently, while Yihan grasped her hand and cast a sidelong glance at Xianwenjia, silently conveying that Qingwan's blessings were not merely verbal. Since her ascension to the core formation stage, she had seldom extended such well wishes to outsiders. As the topic shifted, curiosity arose regarding their home. Upon learning that they had brought their dwelling from their homeland, understanding dawned upon the others. Indeed, the peculiar artifacts from smaller realms were fascinating, observing the uniquely constructed houses. They mused that the cultivators from that world must have a penchant for indulgence. Gazing once more at the sumptuous feast laid before them, a realization began to form in their minds. No wonder they hesitated to venture forth upon hearing of 9th-tier demonic beasts. These individuals lived in such warmth and comfort, naturally preferring pleasure over peril. Yet, cultivation itself is fraught with danger. How could one expect to achieve success while wallowing in luxury? Given their unfamiliarity, Yihan and his companions were reluctant to invite them into their private quarters for rest. Each of their homes contained numerous personal belongings. Fortunately, Xian Wenjia and her group had no desire to stay, as it was evident that the residents could not accommodate so many. Thus, after satisfying their hunger and thirst, they took the initiative to request a small space from Yihan, intending to kindle a fire and meditate while awaiting the dawn. The Xuanma secret realm was perilous. Despite their numbers, they never traveled at night, save for that one occasion when they were pursued by demonic beasts. Did they dare to take chances under the watchful eyes of ninth-tier beasts and a multitude of yuaning cultivators more powerful than themselves? Without needing Lin Qingwan to speak, Yihan remarked, "Did you not hear the conditions mentioned by Xian Wenjia? She begrudged us even a single lotus blossom, content only to offer recompense." A clear indication that the lotuses in the pond were insufficient even for their own division. Yihan remarked, "In any case, such things are of no use to us. There are other means of earning a livelihood. There is no need to jeopardize our lives for it." Those cultivators were correct in their assessment. This group of individuals held their lives dear. Qing Feng and the others could ill afford to perish again. Another death would rob them of even the chance to exist as ghosts. Yihan, with his background as a special forces operative, had weathered countless life and death situations. The more one encounters such trials, the more one cherishes life. He, for one, found himself rather fearful of death, for if he were to die, all would be lost, including Lin Qingwan. Lin Qingwan, likewise, had already experienced death once. And having overcome so many hardships and obstacles to prolong her life, how could she possibly trifle with death? Although Su Xian still yearned to join the spectacle and witness the splendor of such potent lotuses, he restrained himself. The following morning, everyone arose and performed their ablutions. Yihan prepared a pot of congee and a variety of breakfast dishes, then summoned everyone to partake. The nascent soul cultivators, having meditated throughout the night and healed the majority of their injuries, opened their eyes to find the others setting the table in preparation for breakfast. A silence descended upon them. Had they not already achieved the ability to abstain from grains? Why, then, were they still adhering to the mundane practice of eating meals at regular intervals like mortals? While the occasional indulgence was a matter of sentiment, consuming 3 meals a day seemed rather peculiar. Nevertheless, they approached, drawn by the fragrant aroma. It was truly unexpected that fellow Taoist Yihan's skill lay in culinary arts. With his upright and righteous aura, one would have assumed him to be a sword cultivator. After everyone had breakfast, Yihan and the others tidied up their respective quarters. And then the two groups exchanged glances. Xian Wenjia pondered for a moment and proposed, "Even if you, Taoist Yi, are not inclined to join us, we are on the same path. Why not travel together?" Yihan then produced a map and inquired, "Where exactly is the cold pool you mentioned?" Xian Wenjia, not wishing to conceal anything, searched the map and finally pointed to a spot, saying, "It is right here." Yihan then indicated a route, saying, "We plan to take this path to seek the heavenly crystal herb." Upon glancing at his indication, Xian Wenjia noticed that it was marked with the location of the heavenly crystal herb, which was not particularly far from the cold pool. However, it diverged from their route, as there existed a more convenient path leading to the central area for reaching the heavenly crystal herb. Xian Wenjia smiled and replied, "Very well, we shall part ways here." Thus, everyone set off together, while Xian Wenjia's group remained vigilant. Flying through the air, they were alert despite the absence of immediate dangers around them. Conversely, Yihan and his companions leisurely ascended on their flying artifacts. Due to their caution for the surrounding environment and the need to keep an eye on the cultivators ahead and behind, Xian Wenjia's group inevitably traveled at a slower pace. Yihan's group did not rush them. Instead, they glided low on their flying artifacts, extending their spiritual senses to halt and excavate when they spotted promising spiritual herbs. Some 5th and 6th tier spiritual herbs were guarded by fierce beasts, prompting Yihan to draw his sword and swiftly engage them, leaving little opportunity for Su Xian to intervene. Much less for Lin Qingwan. She and Mingyue were tasked solely with harvesting the spiritual herbs. Naturally, should the herbs be plentiful, they would not deplete the entire supply, taking a maximum of 6 specimens and leaving the remainder behind. If the guardian beasts are excessively fierce, they are slain. If they are not particularly menacing, they are simply beaten and their treasured spiritual herbs are seized before fleeing. It is somewhat regrettable for the beasts, having had their precious possessions guarded for so long,
taken from them.
However, the cultivators trailing behind expressed their bemusement at the indecisiveness of the 6 individuals. Gu Wenxi remarks to Xian Wenjia that such individuals are unlikely to achieve greatness in the realm of cultivation. While Xian Wenjia agrees with this rational assessment, she cannot shake the feeling that what they perceive is not the entirety of the situation. As they continue on their journey, they arrive at a fork in the road, and it dawns on them that their passage has been remarkably smooth, encountering not a single high-level beast.
Yet, how could this be?
In the preceding 3 days, they had been relentlessly pursued by beasts, and it was precisely this that led them to wander aimlessly for 3 days without escaping the area. However, before they could delve deeper into this anomaly, Yihan took it upon himself to bid farewell on behalf of the group. Consequently, they each parted ways to seek their own spiritual plants. After walking a considerable distance, Yihan and his companions resumed their journey aboard their flying apparatus. Without the need for haste or escape, Yihan insisted that Qingfeng and the others disembark to travel separately, as he desired to share a flight with Lin Qingwan. Qingfeng muttered something about prioritizing romance over friendship before producing his own flying device. Lin Qingwan, meanwhile, brought forth her tea set to brew tea, contentedly remarking that it is indeed better to travel alone, without the need for constant accommodation. Su Xianfei chimed in, noting that her etiquette is excessive, and others do not require such formality. Lin Qingwan retorted, "One cannot be faulted for being courteous." Chapter 64. Celestial Crystal Grass. Celestial crystal grass flourishes upon a bed of ice crystals, indicating an environment of profound coldness. The map marked the location of the celestial crystal grass with a multitude of reds, suggesting a thriving collective. Upon arrival, they beheld a vast expanse adorned with clusters of ethereal grass, glistening like exquisite crystals. With a gasp of astonishment, Bai Tong exclaimed, "So many?" Mingyu remarked, "If we harvest one and leave one, we shall all prosper." Lin Qingwan pondered, such an elementary principle. Why are others oblivious to it? As they contemplated the reds on the map, a sense of trepidation enveloped them when they gazed upon the sprawling celestial crystal grass. The 6 stood in place, scrutinizing the grass for any sign of danger, yet after some time, no peril became apparent. Deciding to test the waters, Yihan picked up a chunk of ice and hurled it. The celestial crystal grass merely swayed without further reaction. Exchanging glances, the group felt an urge to advance and collect, but Lin Qingwan's unease surged within her, prompting her to intervene. "Does anyone have a robot with them? Even a toy will suffice." All eyes turned toward Bai Tong, who bristled at the scrutiny. "Why is everyone looking at me?" "I'm not a child," he retorted. Nevertheless, he rummaged through his belongings and, to his surprise, unearthed a robotic snake. Clearing his throat, he set the snake down and deftly controlled its movements, guiding it toward the celestial crystal grass where it began to burrow into the earth. He understood that harvesting the spiritual grass was best accomplished with a protective spiritual energy. As the serpentine robot excavated for a brief moment, a translucent object slipped from the heavenly crystal grass, adhering directly to the serpent. Moments later, it unfurled its wings and took flight. Had it not been for the group's unwavering gaze upon the robotic serpent, they might have scarcely noticed its presence, for it was nearly transparent. The onlookers were left astonished, instinctively retreating a couple of steps, overwhelmed by fear. They were unafraid of tangible entities, yet the intangible filled them with trepidation. Yihan promptly suggested, "Have your serpent robot excavate those heavenly crystal grasses to lure out the insects." Lin Qingwan could not restrain herself from inquiring, "What exactly is that?" Su Xian speculated haphazardly. Is it the heavenly crystal bug? Ihan shot him a glance and asked, have you perused any texts? Su Xian fell silent. Ihan then produced a box and proposed, shall we capture a couple for experimentation? Bai Tong silently contributed another serpentine robot, which, carrying the box, advanced to stir up the area. When the translucent insects descended, there was a considerable likelihood they would land within the box. As soon as they did, Ihan would promptly harness his spiritual power to seal it and retrieve the box. The plan was impeccably devised, and indeed, the insects settled into the box. However, at the very moment Ihan utilized his spiritual energy to close the lid, countless insects erupted from the heavenly crystal grass, flocking towards them in a frenzied swarm. Startled, the group instinctively turned to flee.
Ah!
These creatures are sensitive to spiritual energy. We cannot use it. Yet it was too late. They could only run for their lives. The visible root tips of the silver needles secreted strands of black substance. A chill ran through the hearts of the crowd, leaving them in a state of profound anxiety. Su Xian turned swiftly to flee, calling out as he ran, run quickly. More insects are approaching. The others focused their gaze, and indeed, a swarm of insects was rapidly approaching. Though they were nearly transparent, in the sunlight, Lin Qingwan and the others could still discern some of their movements. Ants can bring down an elephant. How much more so for creatures that, though smaller than elephants, were far larger and more numerous than ants. Both Lin Qingwan and Ihan felt overwhelmed and, without hesitation, Ihan grabbed Lin Qingwan and dashed away. Alas, in terms of speed, they could not outpace the swift Su Xian, who was well-versed in such escapades. As they fled, Lin Qingwan summoned a water spell, and soon rain began to pour down behind them. However, the insects had already seen them, and the rain did little to obscure their tracks, though it did slow the pursuer somewhat. Encouraged by this, Lin Qingwan continued to escape, tossing water and fireballs behind her while occasionally conjuring a starry shield to deflect the silver needles. Su Xian led the way, and instinctively, the group followed him as they flew over rivers and mountains. Eventually, the relentless swarm halted before a mountain, lingering for a moment in frustration before reluctantly dispersing. Exhausted, Lin Qingwan and her companions collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Su Xian reproached Ihan, why did you use your spiritual energy for no reason? Ihan replied, how was I to know? Let us first ascertain our location, Lin Qingwan suggested. Those swarms of insects dared not venture into this mountain. It must harbor formidable beasts. Ihan then unfurled a map and inquired, which direction did we flee? He glanced at Qingfeng, who was trailing behind with Qingwan, following closely in the wake of Qingfeng's party. Qingfeng turned to Su Xian, indicating his status as merely a golden core cultivator, thus unable to match Su Xian's speed, and therefore chose to remain in Su Xian's company. Su Xian retorted, how should I know? When fleeing for one's life, one simply runs headlong, paying no heed to cardinal directions. Lin Qingwan tagged Han, gesturing toward the chilling aura that rose before them. I believe I have discerned our whereabouts. Qingfeng inquired, is it still feasible for us to turn back? Su Xian, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, this is destiny. How could we leave without exploring? Even if we cannot pluck it, we must at least glimpse the demon-sealing mysterious lotus. Ihan pondered briefly before agreeing, let us venture forth. Should danger arise, we shall retreat. Thus, the group rose from the ground, each cautiously brandishing their weapons as they proceeded. The mountain path led them to a fork, where they beheld a trail that continued down the mountain. The descent was steep, flanked by an abundance of unfamiliar flora, lush and dense. Having recently been pursued by a swarm of insects, they were particularly wary, fearing that such thick vegetation and entangled vines might conceal more insects or serpents. Consequently, none dared to take the lead. Dearest Qingwan, Su Xian proposed, Your fortune is most auspicious. Pray, be the first to proceed. Chapter 65. The frigid pool. Lin Qingwan cast a sidelong glance at him before turning and stepping forward. Yet, scarcely had she taken her second step when her foot slipped, and she nearly tumbled. Yihan steadied her, but Lin Qingwan instinctively braced herself against the adjacent stone wall, which resonated with a hollow thud. Silence descended once more upon the group. That one who had attained the nascent soul stage could still stumble while walking defied belief.
Truly.
The favor of the heavens was undeniable. Indeed, it was no mere illusion. The wall was hollow. Thus, Lin Qingwan, supported by Yihan, retreated a few paces. Yihan then delivered a forceful kick, and with a resounding crash, the stone wall shattered, revealing a sizable cavern within. Xian and Xingfeng promptly added their own kicks, rendering the entrance more uniform. Abandoning their former mode of locomotion, the group now proceeded into the cavern, their bodies bent low. A winding path stretched before them, its destination unknown. The passage was ample, easily accommodating 2 or 3 individuals abreast. Lin Qingwan and Yihan assumed the vanguard, while Xian and Xingfeng deliberately lagged behind, shielding by Tong and Mingyue in their midst. As they advanced cautiously, Lin Qingwan and Yihan, upon rounding a bend, shuddered in unison. The cold was intense, nay, a profound chill that threatened to penetrate their very bones. Immediately, they erected protective barriers, wordlessly pressing onward. With each step, the frigidity intensified. The interior was shrouded in darkness, prompting Yihan to produce a high-powered flashlight. Rounding successive bends, they pressed on until their protective shields could scarcely repel the encroaching cold. At last, they espied a glimmer of light. The 6 individuals hesitated to advance recklessly. Instead, they cautiously extended a single head to peer forward. Aware that the artifacts of the cultivation realm are particularly sensitive to spiritual energy and consciousness, akin to insects, they refrained from probing with their spiritual awareness or energy, opting instead to simply observe. Lin Qingwan felt a sense of safety and led the group forward, exiting the cave, where they were greeted by a vast, chilling pool. The pool was adorned with interconnected lotus plants, several of which had blossomed into dark black lotuses, their multiple petals surprisingly beautiful. After admiring the black lotuses, Lin Qingwan turned her attention to the frigid pond, realizing it was nestled within the mountains, hollowed out by the cold waters. Numerous caves lay ahead, submerged and obstructed by dangling stone slabs. Lin Qingwan was uncertain of the true expanse of this icy pool, or where it might lead. The group stood in a daze, captivated not by the pond itself, but by the flourishing black lotuses.
Yihan remarqued.
Is it not said that if the lotuses are not harvested and preserved before sunset when they bloom, they will wither? Lin Qingwan glanced around and inquired, what of the guardian beasts that protect them? No sooner had she spoken than a muffled roar resonated from the other side of the mountain. The group strained to listen, faintly detecting the clash of swords. Silence enveloped them once more as they turned their gazes to Lin Qingwan. Clenching her fist, she declared, to ignore the heavens is an affront. We must act. With that, each individual grasped a jade box and began to cautiously approach the blooming black lotuses atop their flying artifacts. None of them acted immediately. Instead, they awaited Yihan's command. At his signal, they simultaneously plucked the black lotuses, securing them in boxes, sealing them, and casting them into their spatial realms. They then turned and soared towards the cave upon their flying artifacts. At the very moment the black lotuses were removed, a furious roar echoed through the air, accompanied by an unprecedented pressure that momentarily halted Yihan and his companions. After a brief pause, they resumed their flight towards the cave. Xingfeng and the others, possessing relatively lower cultivation, were overwhelmed by the pressure and fell from their artifacts. Yihan, Lin Qingwan, and Xian each grasped one of them, stowing away their artifacts and dragging them towards the cave. Upon witnessing the 6 empty lotus heads, Jiao felt a pang of anguish and prepared to pursue the audacious thieves who dared to ambush him, only to sense that the outer black lotuses had also been disturbed. Thus, his fury surged towards them. Xu Ming lagged behind, but managed to secure one bloom. Just as they turned to flee, Jiao reappeared, embodying the wrath of thunder. Xian Wenjia and the others had no choice but to employ their ultimate escape techniques. In that moment, self-preservation took precedence. They could only hope for the best for those on the other side, uncertain if it included Xian Wenjia and her companions. They chose a random direction and ran a considerable distance before finally descending, breathless and still shaken, patting their chests in disbelief, exclaiming about the terror of encountering a level 9 beast. Su Xian turned to Lin Qingwan and remarked, "You truly have the fortune on your side. I believe we need not confine ourselves to the central area. We should go wherever seems most feasible." Lin Qingwan replied, "I find the central area quite suitable." "Very well. Let us venture into the central area." Su Xian, brimming with anticipation, inquired, "Do you think I shall achieve my desires in the heart of this region?" Growing increasingly impatient, he added, "After all, we are companions. What harm would it do for you to bestow me a blessing?" Yihan replied, "Your luck is rather unfortunate. My sister Qing, one should not grant you her blessings lightly. What if it were to siphon away her fortune?" He continued, "Should she indeed share her fortune with you, it wouldn't be so dire, as we are friends. However, I fear that your luck is so deplorable that even a fraction of her fortune might not find its way to you, and that would be truly unfortunate." Lin Qingwan nodded in agreement, fully understanding the sentiment. Surprisingly, Su Xian found merit in his words, which only fueled his annoyance further. In silence, he vented his frustrations towards the heavens, muttering a few curses under his breath, before settling down quietly as if nothing had transpired. A solitary cloud drifted by in the sky, swaying slightly as it passed overhead, before continuing on its way. After a sufficient rest, the group prepared to depart when Yihan, glancing around, remarked, "This place feels rather familiar." Lin Qingwan, somewhat directionally challenged, noticed nothing amiss, and the others were momentarily puzzled as well. However, as Yihan guided them through a thicket of trees, they soon beheld a mountain that stirred familiarity within them. The mountain emanated a chilling aura, showcasing a half-formed ice mountain and the crystalline grass that thrived upon it. This time, they approached with caution, stealthily ascending to reclaim the 2 robotic snakes they had previously abandoned. They remain intact. After all, they are not powered by spiritual energy. Although those insects cling to them, they do not inflict any damage. Chapter 66. A Shortcut. The difficulty in harvesting celestial crystal grass lies primarily in the celestial crystal insects that accompany it. As the grass grows in clusters, so too do the insects. Though it is merely a level 7 spiritual herb, it proves more challenging to gather than even level 9 spiritual plants. One cannot utilize spiritual energy nor draw too close. Everyone rummaged through their respective spaces. Yihan and Lin Qingwan seldom purchased high-tech items, yet they had an Uncle Zhou, whose company primarily focused on technology. When the holographic helmet was released, Yihan and Lin Qingwan were among the first to receive it, and when the holographic pod was introduced, which had yet to hit the market, Uncle Zhou gifted them a set. They also possessed various advanced electronic devices, such as computers and smartphones, though it appeared that they lacked robots. Neither Yihan nor Lin Qingwan owned any, and it was even less likely that Su Xian, Qingfeng, and Mingyu would have any. Collectively, the technological products they owned paled in comparison to those of the two. Thus, everyone withdrew their consciousness from their spaces once more to observe Bai Tong. Bai Tong hesitated, cradling his spatial artifact, saying, "If one of these items is damaged, I will have one less." Lin Qingwan replied, "Even if you don't use them, they will deteriorate over time. Let them serve their remaining purpose." Bai Tong was skeptical. "I have no relatives on Earth who would spend so much money to buy them for me." Those robots were not inexpensive. He had invested a considerable amount to acquire them, even selling several valuable items to do so. Lin Qingwan retorted, "Are you foolish? Surely you could trade something for them when the time comes. The purpose of opening the passage is, of course, for trading." Bai Tong rolled his eyes and said, "All right, I'll take it, but let me make it clear that when the passage truly opens, you must grant me the right to exchange." Lin Qingwan assured him, "Absolutely." Bai Tong then revealed the robot he had been concealing. A profound silence enveloped the 5 adults. Upon observing their expressions, Bai Tong understood their thoughts and smirked. "I knew you would misinterpret my intentions. I merely appreciate its beauty. Do you understand?" Bai Tong's robot was an exquisite young girl, endowed with ample curves, clad in a pink dress. The technology behind this robot was quite advanced. It could speak, engage in conversation, and perform household chores. According to Bai Tong's own admission, his primary motivation for acquiring this robot was to assist with cleaning and cooking. However, Yihan expressed skepticism, having inadvertently discovered that the skill Bai Tong utilized most frequently was dancing. Clearly, the robot's dance sessions far outnumbered its culinary endeavors. Bai Tong switched on the robot, inputting commands, and then proceeded to activate a serpentine robot to continue excavating the earth. The initial design philosophy of the serpentine robot was for rescue operations. It was capable of not only digging but also lifting heavy objects, thereby providing a measure of survival space for any survivors. Bai Tong had purchased it primarily to intimidate others, and MASU-MANHUA had often been the target of such frights. The speed at which it excavated the soil was remarkably swift and deep. It soon hollowed out the earth surrounding a celestial crystal herb. The celestial crystal insects appeared to sense a threat, as several insects from nearby celestial crystal herbs descended upon the serpentine robot, yet they failed to hinder its progress. The pink robot advanced, delicately holding a jade box, and gently placed it down before carefully lifting the celestial crystal herb and placing it within. The celestial crystal insects, feeling endangered, emitted a sharp cry, and a swarm of them converged upon the scene. The celestial crystal herb that had landed in the jade box was nibbled at before it could fully close. The onlookers frowned in concern. Yihan instructed Bai Tong to direct 2 robots to retreat to another side, the farther the better. The robots, laden with a multitude of celestial crystal insects, took flight, prompting Yihan, Lin Qingwan, Qingfeng, Mingyue, and Su Xian to seize the opportunity, stealthily approaching a cluster of celestial crystal insects, swiftly excavating them with their spiritual energy, tossing them into the jade box, sealing it, and then transferring it to their spatial storage. The nearby celestial crystal insects followed the robots, while those further away remained oblivious, allowing the group to surreptitiously collect a significant number. Bai Tong, beside them, cried out in distress, urging them to hurry, for his robot was on the brink of destruction. Su Xian, however, suggested waiting a moment longer. Yihan unearthed another herb, sensing the approach of celestial crystal insects, and quickly gathered his belongings, shouting, "Run!" The group bolted away, with Qingfeng and Su Xian each grasping him to hasten his escape. Bai Tong wept, lamenting, "My robot! I spent so long selecting it and waiting in line to purchase it."
To soothe their spirits,
Yihan and the others generously bestowed upon him an additional sprig of celestial crystal grass, saying, "Do not weep. Once you emerge, you can exchange the celestial crystal grass for spirit stones, which you may then use to procure a robot." Bai Tong inquired, "When will the passageway open?" "When we can earn enough spirit stones to summon a fusion cultivator," was the reply. Bai Tong, her expression inscrutable, wiped away her tears and tucked the celestial crystal grass into her spatial pouch, murmuring, "I find it exceedingly difficult." All the spirit stones they currently possessed had been acquired through robbery. None were rightfully earned. Yihan and Lin Qingwan, however, brimmed with confidence, asserting, "Everything is achievable through effort. Now, let us hasten towards the central region." Su Xian concurred, feeling that they had lingered in this area for far too long. With only 3 months in the secret realm, they had already spent 10 days here, and the duration required to traverse to the central region remained uncertain. The group began to produce their magical artifacts and soared forward, often inadvertently stumbling upon scenes of conflict. Some involved beast fights, while others were duels between humans. Upon encountering the former, they would pause to observe, and if someone called for assistance, they would reluctantly intervene, claiming the coveted materials that had eluded the distressed. Departing amicably after dissecting the beast, they staunchly refused to acknowledge their actions as opportunistic looting, believing instead that they were performing a noble service, for had they not intervened, the unfortunate individuals would have been devoured by the beast. Would they not? Conversely, when faced with the latter, as long as the combatants were not acquaintances, they would simply turn and walk away. Luo Zichen once remarked that robbing in the secret realms has almost become an accepted norm, a legal practice of sorts, to the extent that even disciples from prestigious sects like theirs might resort to thievery for rare treasures, let alone others. Thus, it is impossible to delineate right from wrong in such matters. Since they had no intention of resorting to robbery or murder, it was only natural to keep their distance. Throughout this journey, they had gathered numerous spiritual materials and treasures, most encounters proving to be more thrilling than perilous. Not only had Yihan and his companions experienced such exhilarating adventures, but even the seasoned veteran Su Xian had not felt such excitement in many years, finding it rather enjoyable. As Yihan guided the group towards the central area, he maintained contact with Luo Zichen, and upon receiving their latest message, the two parties were already quite close to each other. Chapter 67. Your junior disciple is in my hands. Lin Qingwan encountered a familiar long-eared rabbit and decided to hunt one, intending to present it as a gift to Luo Zichen. Naturally it was to be in the form of a meal. The 6 of them leisurely made their way towards the location where Luo Zichen had communicated, but before they could approach the valley, they were met with the sounds of a skirmish and the pungent smell of blood wafting through the air. The group halted their flying devices simultaneously, exchanging glances before turning to leave. Suddenly, a loud, boisterous laugh echoed behind them. Lei Yuan, your junior disciple, is in my grasp. Make another move, and I shall flay him alive. Luo Zichen is a prodigy of your Qihong sect. If he were to perish, how would you account for it to your sect? The mere thought of Luo Zichen meeting an untimely end filled them with guilt. The 6 exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to abandon their flying devices, and before even approaching, the voice resonated once more. Lei Yuan, order them to withdraw, or I shall begin by severing both hands of Luo Zichen, followed by the amputation of his feet. A scornful snort arose, but before anyone could retort, a voice interjected, Esteemed sirs, the Crimson Rainbow sect acknowledges an obligation to you all on this occasion. We implore you to recede momentarily. The Crimson Rainbow sect shall surely recompense you handsomely in due course. Yihan, escorting Lin Qingwan, stealthily crept forward. The 6 of them furtively peered from behind the rocks. Within the valley, a multitude of individuals, both familiar and unfamiliar, congregated, obstructing a stone wall and dividing into 2 factions, presently locked in mutual defiance. The smaller contingent, numbering merely 13, was spearheaded by one who held Luo Zichen captive, relentlessly pressuring the opposing side. Conversely, the other faction comprised 40 to 50 individuals, with several familiar faces among those at the forefront, such as Xian Wenjia, Su Xianbo, Wu Xuanjian, and Chu Ming. Currently engaged in discourse with the adversary was an unfamiliar figure, presumably Lei Yuan, who was beseeching everyone to retreat. However, his entreaties appeared to fall on deaf ears, as one individual proclaimed, Senior Brother Lei, these demonic entities have infiltrated the secret realm and must be collectively eradicated. Should we permit their departure, they would undoubtedly imperil the cultivation world. We enter the secret realm for trials, and fate dictates life and death. Junior Brother Liu should have been adequately prepared. The contents of this cavern remain unknown, yet they evidently enticed the demonic clans to venture here at their own peril. Upon these words, the crowd became even more resolute in their defiance. From within the throng, an unidentified voice exclaimed that their adversaries numbered a mere 13. And regardless of their superior cultivation, a concerted effort would surely overwhelm them, granting access to the grotto for trials, potentially unveiling inheritances. The crowd stirred with anticipation, each individual eager to engage. The assembly comprised disciples from prominent sects, members of minor factions, and a considerable number of unaffiliated cultivators, none of whom could be entirely subdued. Disciples from the Crimson Rainbow Sect, Bipolar Sect, Celestial Star Sect, Bright Heart Sect, and Azure Flame Sect, the 5 major sects, remained relatively obedient, awaiting the directives of their senior disciples, while the remainder grew restless, collectively advancing a step forward. Observing this, the demon clan member curled his fingers into a claw, poised to tighten his grip on Lu Zichen's neck.
Lin Qingwan swiftly intervened, urging a pause.
Simultaneously, Lu Zichen cried out, imploring his senior brother to disregard him and eliminate the rabble. Yihan sought refuge behind a stone, while Lin Qingwan, accompanied by the remaining members, emerged, addressing the demon clan members, suggesting amicable negotiation. The crowd's attention shifted, their brows furrowing upon realizing Lin Qingwan's nascent soul stage, and that aside from Su Xian, another at the same stage, the others were merely golden core cultivators. The demon clan member sneered, questioning her identity. Lin Qingwan responded that they were Lu Shixiang's friends and that they could discuss matters rationally. She urged them to state their demands, assuring them that they would endeavor to fulfill them. Lin Qingwan pushed her way to the forefront, drawing closer to Lu Zichen. Our demands are rather straightforward. You must withdraw your people from the valley, and until we depart, no one is permitted to enter. You must be dreaming. The cave is right before us. If we leave, wouldn't that allow you to plunder it at will? Lin Qingwan then realized that there was indeed a cave. There is always room for negotiation, my friend. Senior brother Lu is merely a member of the Qihong sect. It is only right that you let him go to ensure the sect's withdrawal. However, since you have not captured members from other sects, how can you command them? Lin Qingwan suggested, why not capture hostages from the other sects as well? Then you could leverage them. Everyone was taken aback by Lin Qingwan's proposal, with someone questioning, who is this wretched person? Unfamiliar with her, they expressed disbelief that a mere early Mason soul would dare speak so boldly. MASU-MANHUA, feeling perturbed, turned and retorted, who are you calling wretched? Realizing the implications, she became infuriated, exclaiming, you dare insult me. MASU-MANHUA sneered, what of it? To call you wretched is to regard you highly. Beitong supported MASU-MANHUA, declaring that their actions were for the sake of the cultivation world, as if they truly believed themselves to be paragons of righteousness. Did they not see that senior brother Lu was currently detained? How could they hope to seize the opportunity while neglecting to rescue the hostage? This was hardly the conduct of a reputable sect. Such matters are typically understood without need for public confrontation. Who would dare to lay bare such grievances? Angered by the jibes from MASU-MANHUA and Beitong, the crowd erupted into a heated argument. Lin Qingwan found herself caught between the two factions, attempting to mediate, urging everyone to speak amicably, yet it was unclear who struck first, leading to a full-blown internal conflict. The demons observed with keen interest, contemplating the prospect of ensnaring both parties once they had mutually exhausted each other. Lei Tao, unfamiliar with Lin Qingwan, mistakenly assumed her to be an agent of the demons, deliberately sowing discord among them. He exerted his utmost efforts to prevent their internal strife, only to turn and witness the woman being struck aside by Yuaning who had accompanied her. As Lin Qingwan was sent flying by Su Xian's palm, she landed at the feet of the demon holding onto Lu Zichen. The moment she touched the ground, a starry disk materialized beneath the 3 of them, and the demon was utterly unprepared as they vanished without a trace. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, behind a stone, the demon holding Lu Zichen appeared, utterly bewildered, only to be met with a swift thrust from Yihan's sword. His eyes widened in shock as he fell, unable to comprehend the situation. Lu Zichen, equally bewildered, stared at the couple in utter disbelief. After Yihan dispatched the demon cultivator, he helped Lin Qingwan to her feet and then turned to Lu Zichen, inquiring if he was unharmed. Lu Zichen touched his neck, relieved to find it intact, and glanced at the spot where the fleeting disc had vanished. With a hint of uncertainty, he asked, "Was that a magical artifact?" Chapter 68. A tranquil passage of time. Lin Qingwan and Yihan exchanged gentle smiles with him, offering no explanation. Noticing the increasing commotion in the valley, the three hastily stepped out from behind the stone. Upon seeing them, Xian immediately hid behind Mingyue, exclaiming, "See, I told you they were fine. Yet you refuse to believe me." The crowd's pupils constricted, casting uncertain glances at the three individuals. The members of the demon clan, realizing their companions had vanished, could not help but grip their weapons tightly.
Who are you?
"Where is our senior brother?" one of them demanded. He turned to Lei Yuan, explaining, "Master brother, they are my friends." A collective sigh of relief swept through Lei Yuan and the members of the Qihong sect. With the hostage gone, the cultivators now regarded the demons with a predatory gaze. The demons' expressions darkened as one of them suddenly produced an object and hurled it fiercely towards them. Upon seeing the ominous black object, Yihan seized Lin Qingwan and fled. A voice shouted, "Leijianzi." "What is Leijianzi? Isn't it just a grenade?" A cacophony of explosions echoed through the valley, causing rocks to tumble. Yihan and Lin Qingwan ducked to the hillside, lying prone on the ground. They emerged unscathed, their clothing scarcely soiled, yet those at the forefront, including Xian and others, were less fortunate. Although they had sprinted away without injury, they appeared disheveled. Qingfeng and the others, having stealthily approached Lin Qingwan's side, observed the dust swirling in the valley and remarked, "They have entered." Others soon realized this, and those anxious to follow the demons rushed in without pausing to assess the casualties. Lu Zicheng cast a cleansing spell on himself and turned to Lei Yuan, asking, "Master brother, shall we proceed?" Lei Yuan glanced at Xian Wenjia and the others standing nearby, replying, "Let us wait a moment longer. Everyone should form groups and be prepared to support one another once we enter." The mountainside they had previously encircled had been blasted open, and scattered cultivators were now cautiously making their way down. At the mountainside, Yihan and the others found a stone to sit upon, savoring the tranquility as they observed the individuals leaping into the cave below. Lin Qingwan cast a worried glance at the throng, apprehensive that they might inadvertently collapse the cave's sanctum. With so many people, would they not come to blows? Moreover, there were demons within. What kind of cultivation journey is devoid of peril? Lin Qingwan found this reckless venture perplexing. She had yet to grasp the mindset of cultivators. "I see a pit ahead. Why must you jump down? Would it not be wiser to circumvent it?" Luo Zichen frowned, feeling somewhat discontented with Lin Qingwan's perspective. Yet he found himself at a loss for a retort. Yihan spoke on his behalf. "There's gold in the pit, or rather, spirit stones." Luo Zichen nodded in agreement. "Indeed. But the spirit stones are surrounded by a host of venomous serpents. Would you truly be willing to leap in for a handful of spirit stones?" Luo Zichen fell silent. Lin Qingwan pointed towards the various disciples of the major sects who were already making their way towards the mountain wall, stating, "With so many individuals, the risk is far too great, and the opportunity too meager." Yihan concurred. "I believe that foraging for spirit herbs and hunting demon beasts nearby would yield ample rewards." Xian reassured Luo Zichen, "You can proceed with confidence. We shall await you above." Lin Qingwan nodded. "We are unfamiliar with the secret realm. We shall rely on you to guide us to the central area. You must ensure your safe return." Upon hearing their words, Luo Zichen felt disinclined to venture down. Xian Wenjia approached, perplexed, and inquired, "Are you not going to seek out an opportunity?" The six of them shook their heads in unison. They are not foolish. Having just rescued Lu Zichen from the clutches of the demonic clan and slain one of their members, should they descend, they would undoubtedly become the primary targets of their adversaries. With only 3 of them possessing the nascent soul, and one of them being severely injured, their situation is precarious. Moreover, they have observed and heard enough in recent days to know that practitioners often show no mercy in their relentless pursuit of resources. Thus, they prefer to remain above, believing that a tranquil existence is far more desirable. Xian Wenjia initially sought to propose a collaboration with them, but upon realizing their resolute decision to remain above, he refrained from mentioning the matter. Lu Zichen stood aside, pondering deeply, when Lei Yuan, having arranged for his junior disciples, turned and inquired, "What is the matter? Do you also wish to stay behind?" Lu Zichen offered a wry smile and replied, "Senior brother, I don't know why, but I find their reasoning quite compelling." "Then let us remain above," Lei Yuan suggested. "It is fortuitous. Given your injuries, you can take this opportunity to recuperate, and we shall venture to the central region together once we emerge." He continued, "This year, the Su-NM's secret realm seems rather unstable. It would be prudent for us to act as a group." Wu Ciyuan Jian approached and, after considering the situation, declared, "I shall accompany you in staying behind. I am a sword cultivator, and the demonic clan possesses few sword practitioners. Their inheritance would likely be of little use to me. It would be more advantageous to hunt some demon beasts outside. There have been predecessors who acquired spiritual sand within the secret realm. If fortune smiles upon me, I might be able to refine my innate sword." Yihan and Lin Qingwan perked up at this revelation, inquiring, "Is there indeed spiritual sand within the secret realm?" Wu Ciyuan Jian nodded and remarked with a smile, "Friend Yi, as a fellow swordsman, you must realize that the quality of the sword you wield is insufficient. To enhance it, one must procure spirit sand, which is quite costly at auctions, and the availability is uncertain. Do you know where one might find it?" "I do not," Wu Ciyuan Jian replied. "I mentioned it relies on luck." Lu Zichen then stated, "Very well, I shall not go." With numerous disciples from both the Qihong sect and the Shuangji sect present, their absence would not be felt significantly. After exchanging farewells with their respective companions, the two decided to remain. Together with Yihan, they stood midway up the mountain, observing as individuals leaped one by one into the stone walls. In a short while, the entire valley was deserted, leaving only the 8 of them amidst the chaotic stones. They exchanged glances, unable to suppress their smiles, and turned to ascend to the summit. The mountain was predominantly composed of stone, with only a few scattered trees, and the area where the spirit sand was located had a considerable proportion of rock. Hence, they resolved to explore the peak. As they walked, Yihan curiously inquired while stomping his feet, "Are they situated within the mountain's belly? What if we were to cause the mountain to collapse?" Lu Zichen and Wu Ciyuan Jian immediately turned to gaze at him. Yihan cleared his throat and added, "I merely jest. This mountain is so vast that even a transformation stage cultivator would struggle to demolish it, wouldn't they?" Lu Zichen scoffed. "What are the demons who entered first? It remains uncertain who shall inherit the legacy." Chapter 69. The Crow's Hand. Lin Qingwan merely remarked, "This was originally a secret realm of the demon clan, and this cave is also their dwelling. Thus, the demons possess considerable opportunities here." Luo Zichen fell silent. The mountain towered high, and as they soared through the skies, they swiftly reached its summit. From this lofty vantage point, they could survey the surroundings, and what had previously appeared to be a substantial valley now seemed but a mere speck in their eyes. Lin Qingwan gazed around, unable to suppress a smile. Although the mountain was barren, the breathtaking scenery alone warranted the establishment of a dwelling here. Su Xian remarked that his abode was not atop the mountain, but nestled within its belly, where sunlight barely penetrated, leaving no view to admire. Ihan nonchalantly interjected that a roof would suffice, allowing for a glance at the scenery whenever desired. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped them. Luo Zichen and Wu Zunjian exchanged glances at their quietude and inquired, "You can't be serious, can you? Isn't a dwelling always like this?" Lin Qingwan hesitated. The thought processes of the two worlds differed significantly. Perhaps they were overthinking it? Ihan then turned to her earnestly, urging, "Quickly assert that we are not overthinking." Lin Qingwan responded, "The language of the spirits is not utilized in such a manner." She and Ihan looked downward, while Su Xian and Qingfeng also averted their gazes to the ground. Subsequently, they all simultaneously turned their attention towards Ihan and Lin Qingwan. Su Xian noted, "After all, you hail from the management department." Qingfeng added, "Guns, cannons." Minghua chimed in, "Grenades." Bai Tong suggested, "Explosives would suffice as well." Luo Zichen inquired, "What are these?" Meanwhile, Wu Zunjian took note of the term management department. Ihan moved slightly, but still did not extract the items from the space. Instead, he glanced around and inquired, "So, are you inclined towards our hypothesis? There should indeed be a mechanism here." Lu Zichen, observing their scattered movements atop the mountain, poking and prodding at the stones, could not help but scowl and retort, "Do you truly believe that a cave can be opened? This mountaintop is merely a heap of rubble. Who would come here for leisure?" Lin Qingwan replied, "The scenery here is quite unique. Have you not heard the verse? To stand atop the summit and survey the myriad mountains as mere hills, such grandeur is indeed fitting for enlightenment." Wu Zunjian, a straightforward sword cultivator, remarked, "Cultivators can soar through the skies on their swords, gaining a panoramic view of all the lofty peaks." Even Su Xian cast a disdainful glance at him, clearly lacking in appreciation for the finer things. Come, let us not mind them. We shall continue our search." Ihan halted his actions, stepping back to the edge, surveying the chaotic array of stones atop the mountain. He pondered, if he were of the demonic race, what would draw him here? To gaze upon the stars, the moon, and the scenery, where would be the most desirable place to linger? Lin Qingwan reached out, her hand brushing against a stone resembling an irregular chair. Its surface was smooth and substantial, draped with a soft blanket. It would indeed be a splendid spot to admire the night sky. With this thought, Lin Qingwan extended her hand towards the towering stone behind her, trailing her fingers downward. Unbeknownst to her, she felt a stone shift slightly. With a firm tug, the stone quivered. The others, engaged in their search for mechanisms, could not help but look up, intrigued by the sudden movement. What had just stirred? Lin Qingwan pressed down on a seemingly loose stone and remarked, "Here." Su Xian immediately rushed over, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Let me take a look." He crouched down, applying force to the spot Lin Qingwan indicated, when suddenly the entire mountain trembled. The group struggled to maintain their balance, gasping in surprise. Before they could stabilize themselves, the ground beneath them gave way, and they plummeted into the abyss. Lin Qingwan couldn't help but cry out, while Ihan, positioned beside her, swiftly reached out to grasp her, and they began to descend in a dizzying spiral. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness as the others screamed in alarm. Unable to comprehend the situation, instinctively, everyone attempted to harness their spiritual energy, only to discover to their dismay that it was utterly depleted. They were powerless. Lin Qingwan shouted in frustration, "Su Xian, you clumsy fool." Ihan held onto her tightly, though lacking spiritual energy. He focused on steadying his breath and rubbing against the rocky wall to slow their descent. With a resounding thud, they landed on the ground, yet the surface was uneven, causing them to momentarily pause before rolling downwards like a wheel. The plight of the others was even worse. Without the ability to wield their spiritual powers, they could not even open a portal to escape. Time lost its meaning as they tumbled downward. At last, Ihan and Lin Qingwan came to a halt. Just as he released her, he sensed a significant disturbance behind him. His body tensed, and, hindered by his injuries, he could not move. Lin Qingwan peeked out from his embrace, maneuvering behind him and curling her legs protectively in front. Xian collided with her legs and rebounded, rolling a short distance before coming to a stop. Immobilized by excruciating pain, Lin Qing leaned heavily against Yihan, merely informing the feigning death Xian, "Someone is descending." Xian promptly delivered a kick, sending Lu Zichen, who was closely trailing behind him, tumbling upward. Lu Zichen collided with Wu Zunjian, leaving them both disoriented and nearly vomiting blood. The three Qingfeng specters drifted down, seemingly unaffected. As ethereal beings, they were able to descend with ease, even without spiritual power. Lin Qingwan mused that being a ghost had its advantages. With Yihan and the others unable to access their spatial abilities, the Qingfeng trio volunteered to lead the way. Though it proved unnecessary, a source of illumination was visible not far from where they had landed. Upon emerging, they discovered a spacious living chamber, spanning approximately 80 or 90 square meters, furnished with a sense of warmth and comfort. In one corner stood a jade bed, accompanied by a vanity. A long screen partitioned the inner and outer chambers. The outer chamber featured a stone table and stools, upon which rested a tea set and a jade slip. An adjacent curio cabinet displayed an array of items, while 4 rows of bookshelves lined another wall, filled with both paper books and jade slips. Gazing upon the room, Lu Zichen and Wu Zunjian fell into a contemplative silence. The 8 individuals remained speechless for a time, simply sitting on the ground in a daze. The arduous and painful descent had left them incapacitated, unable to even utilize their spiritual power for healing. Lin Qingwan turned to examine Yihan's injuries. Noticing that his clothing had been torn and his back was bleeding, she attempted to summon her spiritual power but found herself still unable to do so, causing her to furrow her brow in concern. Chapter 70. Legacy. The pain was inconsequential to Yihan. He gently pressed Lin Qingwan's hand, and together they surveyed the room. Curiosity enveloped the group as they began to explore the surroundings. The items on the shelves were devoid of protective arrays, allowing them to examine everything. Their spiritual consciousness remained intact, enabling them to scrutinize the jade slips. Lin Qingwan picked up a jade slip from the table, and as her consciousness made contact, a figure silently materialized beside the jade bed. Yihan, taken aback by the sudden apparition, inadvertently collided with Xian, who bore numerous injuries. The impact caused Xian to wince in pain, and he grumbled, "What was that for?" Turning his head, he too was startled to see a woman clad in white standing by the jade bed. Lin Qingwan approached, clutching the jade slip, and Lu Zichen remarked, "It's merely a remnant of consciousness." She smiled and said, "Your arrival here signifies that you are a group of remarkably gifted individuals. I have established trials within this cave abode, and I shall select one among those who pass through to impart my teachings. The others need not feel regret. Your presence here indicates a fateful connection, and I shall bestow upon you an opportunity." Seeing her demeanor was calm and seemingly unaware of their identities as cultivators, Lin Qingwan waved at her. Lu Zichen interjected, "Stop waving. This is merely a remnant of consciousness, devoid of thought. The words spoken are merely echoes of the past." Lin Qingwan inquired, "How does she choose the fated one?" "There must be a criterion. The one whose essence resonates more closely with her cultivation method will be chosen," Lu Zichen replied, expressing no desire for the demonic clan's techniques, as his intentions for entering were aimed at acquiring other treasures. He was reluctant to traverse the obstacles before him, yet it was evident that this was not a choice he could make. No sooner had the words of the woman in white fallen from her lips than a dense mist enveloped the room. Even Lin Qingwan, whose resolve was as steadfast as iron, found herself momentarily disoriented. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered herself adrift upon an endless sea. Surprised, she glanced around. only to find herself utterly alone. The vast expanse of the universe was dominated solely by the ocean, with the sky shrouded in darkness, devoid of even a single star. Floating alone, Lin Qingwan instinctively sought to propel herself forward, yet the scene shifted abruptly, and she found herself standing upon a beach, the same ocean stretching before her. Yet this time, she was unable to ascend into the air, her spiritual energy rendered ineffective. She wandered along the shoreline for what felt like an eternity, only to realize that no matter how far she walked, the horizon remained an infinite sea. Unable to resist the weight of contemplation, she halted her steps, gazing into the boundless waters, pondering the point where the sky met the sea. Ultimately, she settled onto the sand, legs crossed, and closed her eyes in meditation. The waves lapped rhythmically against the rocky shore, and after a prolonged silence, the soothing sounds of the sea reached her ears, followed by the distant cries of seagulls. A faint smile graced Lin Qingwan's lips as she listened to the increasingly rich symphony of sounds surrounding her. Time slipped away, and suddenly, her world began to tremble once more. The surging waters rushed toward her, and Lin Qingwan opened her eyes, watching in awe as the colossal waves loomed ever larger in her field of vision. In that instant, she was abruptly extracted from her surroundings, and simultaneously, Xian, who stood opposite her, also opened his eyes. The two individuals exchanged a glance, simultaneously sensing the spiritual energy within themselves. They attempted to circulate it, finding no obstructions, and then turned to observe the others, discovering that everyone was gradually awakening, except for Su Xian, who was missing. Lu Zichen remarked, "Inheriting the magic clan's techniques is hardly a fortunate event." Xian secretly mused, "He is inherently a practitioner of magic. There is nothing wrong with that." Lin Qingwan also believed this to be a positive development for Su Xian. Previously, the mental cultivation he practiced was derived from his own understanding of Buddhist principles, and there were no techniques available for those beyond the nascent soul stage, let alone corresponding methods. Now, acquiring a lineage was indeed a stroke of good fortune for him. Thus, Lin Qingwan felt no concern and, addressing Lu Zichen and Wu Cunjian, said, "I kindly ask both of you to keep this matter confidential once we are outside." The inheritance of this technique is not something he could choose. Lu Zichen and Wu Cunjian exchanged a knowing look and nodded in agreement, reassuring her, "Rest assured, Lin Daoist." Xian then rolled up his sleeves and stated, "Since we have the time, let us organize the items in this room. How shall we divide them?" Lu Zichen and Wu Cunjian were taken aback by his candor, yet after a moment's contemplation, they acquiesced, recognizing that they could not leave empty-handed. The group began to rummage through the surroundings, with Lu Zichen particularly favoring the jade slips related to weapon refinement and some commendable techniques, which he diligently collected. Lin Qingwan considered these matters trivial, and after gathering the items, adhering to the principle that knowledge is always desired in abundance, she produced a box of jade slips and distributed them among the group, allowing them to make copies of what could be replicated, while setting aside the unique slips for later distribution. As for physical books, the process is even more straightforward. She simply produced a machine and began to photocopy them right before their eyes, efficient and expedient. Indeed, is it necessary to back up what is not needed? Lu Zichen felt a twinge of conflict. In situations like this, shouldn't T1 choose the most desired portion to keep, then hastily gather their belongings and depart? Lin Qingwan lamented the hardships of the lower realm, stating, "Our realm is barren, not only in terms of spiritual energy and precious resources, but also in the knowledge of cultivation. Thus, we must prepare more." Lu Zichen was taken aback. "Are you planning to establish a sect?" Recalling their previous inquiries about the transportation of items across realms, both he and Wu Cunjian remained composed, realizing that such matters would only arise after reaching the fusion stage. As they observed the five of them busily at work, they could not help but assist in copying the jade slips, reflecting on the foresight displayed. Even in the early stages of the nascent soul, They were already contemplating the future of the fusion stage. Once they had nearly packed the items in the room, Xian suddenly appeared beside the jade bed, his complexion pale, as though he had been injured. Upon seeing Yihan and the others, he clutched his chest and collapsed onto the bed. Lin Qingwan and Yihan were startled. Wasn't he supposed to be inheriting a cultivation method? How had it come to this? Everyone rushed to his side, and Yihan instinctively reached for his neck. Noticing his eyes rolling back in pain, fearing he might faint, he attempted to pinch his acupoint. Lin Qingwan swatted his hand away, saying, "At this moment it should be first aid, chest compressions, and artificial respiration." Chapter 71. The half-demon Xian lay on the bed, his eyes rolling more violently than ever. It was Wu Tuanjian who could no longer bear to watch. He pushed aside the 5 onlookers and took a glance. He was injured during his trials and has just received his inheritance. His consciousness cannot fully assimilate at this moment. He needs to find a tranquil place to enter seclusion. Lin Qingwan suggested, "Should we tend to his injuries first?" Xian's condition had shown little improvement, though his external wounds had healed. "Playing dead," Xian protested. "All these things are now mine. Where will you put them?" Lin Qingwan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "All yours, is it?" "Of course," Xian replied. "But what about what lies beyond this room?" Lin Qingwan's gaze was piercing as she regarded him. The group fell silent, and after a brief moment, Xian nodded. "You make a compelling point. It is indeed time for everyone to tidy up and depart." Due to the presence of the outsiders, Lu Zichen and Wu Tuanjian, the group generously allowed them to choose first. The remainder would then be gathered into a single space, to be divided later, a practice they had cultivated during their time on Earth, as post-division seemed more equitable. Lu Zichen and Wu Tuanjian thought to themselves, "You've all prepared your shares. Does it even matter what we select?" Nonetheless, they chose a few books and jade slips that piqued their interest and would prove useful. The room was predominantly filled with books, while items like tea sets were of little interest to them. However, Lin Qingwan took notice. She collected the tea sets, dressing tables, and such, reasoning that since the owner was absent, they would only gather dust here, though perhaps they wouldn't tea. Yet, items must be utilized to hold any value, wouldn't they? Lin Qingwan also took a fancy to the foldable, enormous screen. Lu Zichen and Wu Tuanjian stared in stunned silence as she collected everything. Even as Yihan inquired of Xian whether he wanted to take the bed. Xian pondered for a moment and then declared, "This is the bed my master slept on. How can I leave it here for those odious men to paw?"
Take it.
Yihan promptly pulled him aside and stowed away the jade bed as well. Lu Zichen and Wu Tuanjian were left speechless. In a short while, the room was entirely bare, save for the hole they had crawled out of. The walls were smooth, devoid of any trace of human habitation. Despite the room's previous lively atmosphere, everyone turned to Xian, questioning how to proceed. Xian, finally ceasing to clutch his chest, waved his hand grandly and announced, "Come. I'll lead you through the back route." He walked directly to a stone wall, scanned it with his divine sense, and the wall slid open, revealing a doorway. As he led everyone out, he explained, "My master was a half-demon. She was punished to guard this secret realm, but in reality, she was just a caretaker. She had to rescue demon disciples in danger during their trials, and she had to replant the flora that was over-harvested. Xian continued, therefore, she couldn't often seclude herself for long periods. Although she appeared youthful in the end, she was quite old." Lin Qingwan inquired, "What is a half-demon?" Xian paused, scratched his head, and replied, "I forgot to ask her. Is it someone who has become demonic but not entirely so?" Luo Zicheng spoke without a word. "They are the offspring of the union between the demon race and the human race. The demons refer to them as half-demons, while we humans call them demonic beings. They are unwelcome in both realms, relegated to menial tasks within the demon clan."
Indeed.
Xian felt a sense of pity for his master, whom he had never met, a powerful being in the tribulation period. Yet confined to guarding a secret realm, what recourse did he have to seek justice? Lin Qingwan nodded, inquiring if she had bequeathed him a substantial inheritance. Xian replied somberly, "Not much." Moreover, with so many intruders in the cave, the competition for his inheritance had intensified, though he did benefit from certain advantages. His master, not well regarded in the demon clan, was looked down upon by the younger demons. Thus, when it came time to select a successor, she had been quite unrestrained, establishing numerous formidable barriers within the cave. Xian remarked, "My master stated that within her cave, every 5 paces there lies a formation, and my ability to reach her quarters indicates my exceptional prowess, aligning perfectly with her prerequisites for accepting disciples." The others remained silent. Xian was uncertain whether to lament the misfortune of those who had come before or to pity his master, as he had descended directly from the heavens, effectively taking a shortcut rather than progressing step by step. Xian continued, "The inheritance she bestowed upon me included the key to the cave. Thus, with my presence, we can traverse wherever we wish. Most of the treasures she left behind are located in the cultivation chamber. The other areas contain merely trifles meant to provide some incentives for the young ones who come here to hone their skills." Xian chuckled softly, suggesting they collect all those items and make their efforts worthwhile. Han and the others eagerly agreed to accompany him. However, the feelings of Lu Zichen and Wu Zunjian were rather complex, as they too were now part of the victorious group. The dilemma lay in the fact that among those struggling to seize the smaller items were their fellow disciples, more than just 1 or 2. Xian evidently recognized this nuance and thus offered them special consideration, allowing them to choose first. Naturally, Han and his companions were also granted the privilege of selecting first, while the remainder of the items was agreed upon without contention, for they were originally intended for Xian by his master. It would be quite unethical to completely seize the belongings of another's disciple. With a cheerful disposition, Xian led everyone to the cultivation chamber. The cultivation room, alchemy chamber, and artifact forging room were all situated together, accompanied by a storage room nearby. Each room was protected by a magical array. Xian opened the doors to all 4 rooms, permitting them to each select 1 item. They began with the storage room, followed by the artifact forging and alchemy chambers, where everyone unhesitatingly claimed 1 item each. Initially believing the cultivation room to be devoid of treasures, they were astonished to discover a bookshelf within, upon which floated numerous jade slips, each encircled by a protective barrier. Such items exuded an air of sophistication. While Lin Qingwan remained silent, Han and Qingfeng were overjoyed, as they were in dire need of techniques, particularly advanced ones. Given the limitation of selecting only 1 item, Lin Qingwan closed her eyes and invoked her mental technique, allowing it to guide her choice. As her mental technique commenced its operation, the jade slips upon the bookshelf stirred with lively motion. The final jade slip, perched at the very top, penetrated the protective barrier and soared directly towards her. Lin Qingwan grasped it with 1 hand, delving her consciousness into it. After a brief moment, she turned to Han and smiled. "It is a technique that harmonizes well with my own." Han chuckled and moved closer, inspecting the jade slips 1 by 1. Most of them were blank, evidently unresponsive to his consciousness. Chapter 72. What do you wish to accomplish? Qingfeng, Lu Zichen, and others also selected a jade slip. These slips were not exclusively techniques of the demon clan. Perhaps due to her half-demon lineage, she had collected numerous cultivation methods from various practitioners. The techniques housed within the cultivation room, deemed worthy by predecessors of the tribulation phase, were naturally of high caliber, leaving everyone quite satisfied. Even Xian could not resist examining each jade slip meticulously before attempting to store them. He managed to secure 1 jade slip, but when he reached for another, he was abruptly repelled. Startled, Xian reached out again, only to find his hand slipping away just before touching the jade slip once more. Undeterred, He summoned his spiritual energy to grasp it, unaware of the trigger he had activated. The cultivation room trembled, and in an instant, everyone was teleported away. In the moment the teleportation array illuminated, Ihan instinctively clutched Lin Qingwan, and as they were transported, the echoes of Su Xian's cries filled the air. Like Lin Qingwan, Ihan's immediate concern was for the treasures they had not had the chance to collect. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a delicate fragrance, prompting the pair to survey their surroundings, only to discover themselves amidst a sea of flowers. Upon lifting their gaze, they beheld the resplendent sun hanging in the sky, clearly indicating that they had emerged somewhere, though the location remained a mystery. Before them lay a breathtaking expanse of blossoms predominantly in shades of pink and purple, a sight so enchanting that, had they been on a leisurely excursion, Lin Qingwan would undoubtedly have felt inclined to capture a few photographs. However, in this moment, the unfamiliar territory potentially harbored dangers, especially since Xian and the others were unaccounted for. Thus, the couple paid little heed to the floral panorama and instead clasped hands. Moving onward, after a considerable stroll, they stumbled upon a grove of bamboo, beyond which a quaint dwelling was faintly visible. They halted momentarily, then approached with cautious curiosity. As they entered the bamboo thicket, they were greeted by a pastoral courtyard nestled behind. Enclosed by a rustic fence, a diminutive bamboo gate swung open before them, exuding an air of unguarded tranquility. Lin Qingwan and Ihan exchanged glances, fingers intertwined, and stepped forward, with one foot crossing the threshold. They paused, comically poised with one foot inside and the other still outside, only to find that nothing amiss transpired. This was decidedly uncharacteristic of the cultivation realm. With a shared chuckle, they lifted their other foot into the courtyard, yet still encountered no anomalies. The interior bore no formations nor traps. It appeared to be a perfectly ordinary rural homestead. Reaching the wooden door, Lin Qingwan extended her hand to push it open, but Ihan grasped her wrist, gently pulling her behind him as he cautiously nudged the door ajar. Inside, they discovered a simple arrangement, a table with 4 chairs and a bed meant for 2. The 2 individuals, Ihan and Lin Qingwan, stood momentarily stunned as they gazed upon the person seated cross-legged on the bed and the one standing beside the table. Quickly regaining their composure, they took a step back and bowed in apology, expressing that their uninvited presence was a breach of decorum, and they hoped the esteemed individuals would pardon their intrusion. Exchanging a glance, Ihan and Lin Qingwan acknowledged that they were in someone else's abode, and it was indeed impolite to enter without permission. Thus, they reached out to close the wooden door, offering another apology for the disturbance, stating that they would take their leave. They performed a courteous bow and turned to exit, but unexpectedly, the already closed door swung open with a sharp crack. The seated and standing figures remained motionless, prompting Ihan to sense something amiss. He lingered at the threshold for a while before remarking that the seated elder seemed to have passed away. The 2 exchanged cautious glances before stepping inside, confirming that the seated cultivator had indeed lost his breath, yet his countenance bore a serene expression, resembling one who had naturally transcended. Ihan then circled to face the standing cultivator, noticing the furrowed brow, tightly shut eyes, and slightly rapid breathing, which indicated that he was ensnared within an illusionary formation, though it was also possible that he was trapped in another kind of array. Ihan and Lin Qingwan shared a glance, both feeling somewhat bewildered, as they were unaware of their location, the identity of the wooden house's owner, or the purpose of their presence. Furthermore, the simplicity of the room was striking. Everything was easily visible at a glance, and the sole peculiarity was that all the items within were mundane, devoid of any artifacts of cultivation. This led to the pressing question: how had the individual standing in the center of the room become ensnared in a formation? Ihan and Lin Qingwan scrutinized the figure standing in the center of the room. He appeared to be in his 40s, sporting a beard and bearing a somber expression. The question of his cultivation level left them momentarily stunned. It was indiscernible. This suggested that his abilities were certainly superior to theirs. Sensing his oppressive aura, Yihan and Lin Qingwan promptly resolved to depart. He must be a transformation stage cultivator. Having ascended several months prior, they had long understood that in the realm of cultivation, one could not rely on eloquence to dissuade those who might contend for opportunities. Most would simply strike their adversaries down with a single blow, claiming the chance for themselves. Despite the seemingly ordinary appearance of this small courtyard, the presence of a transformation stage cultivator compelled their retreat. However, as the two turned to leave, the wooden door slammed shut before them with a resounding clap. Yihan and Lin Qingwan paused in surprise. While they could employ a wall-passing technique, they doubted its efficacy in this situation and deemed it unwise to attempt it. Yihan inquired, "What should we do?" Lin Qingwan furrowed her brow and replied, "First, we must ascertain who has closed the door and who wishes for us to remain." Both turned their gaze toward the corpse meditating on the bed, shivering involuntarily and taking a couple of steps back. Could it be that his soul had not yet departed and lingered here? Yihan swallowed hard and reassured Lin Qingwan, "Do not fear. Are not Qingfeng and the others also spirits?" This thought provided some comfort, and Lin Qingwan relaxed slightly. Cautiously, they approached the figure, bowing respectfully and stating, "If the esteemed elder has any final wishes, please indicate them. My husband and I shall do our utmost to fulfill them." Yet, the room remained utterly silent. Could it be that they were mistaken? They had been present for quite some time, and the practitioner of transformation displayed no signs of awareness, evidently ensnared within the formation. Given this, it was clear he could not muster the energy to retain them. Perhaps he even wished for their swift departure. Yet, the deceased on the bed remained silent, leaving them unaware of his desires. Lin Qingwan tentatively inquired, "Do you wish for us to inter you?" No response came from the room. Yihan asked, "Or is there some message you would like us to convey to your family?" Still, there was no reply. With no other recourse, the two began to search the room. Yihan even cautiously positioned himself beside the practitioner, mimicking his stance in an attempt to discern the trigger for his entrapment, but to no avail. Eventually, fatigue overcame them, and they decided to take a seat on chairs opposite the practitioner, gazing at him and asking, "What is it that you truly wish for us to do?" Chapter 73. Fortuity. Yihan and Lin Qingwan rested their chins in their hands, observing him, and as they did, Yihan felt his eyelids grow heavy. Before he could register anything unusual, he closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. Lin Qingwan sighed beside him, "If you choose not to speak, shall I presume you desire to rest in peace?" Yihan, "Perhaps we should attempt to carry him out and dig a grave for him." Yihan remained unresponsive, causing Lin Qingwan's heart to skip a beat. She quickly turned to look at him, only to find Yihan maintaining his previous posture. Eyes tightly shut, he too had evidently fallen under the influence of the formation. However, after careful observation, Lin Qingwan arrived at her own conclusion. As there were only two commonalities between the entrapped practitioner and Yihan. Apart from being men, both individuals were armed with swords, suggesting they were both sword cultivators. Lin Qingwan was unaware of what Yihan was enduring and could only wait anxiously by the side. Yet, she felt compelled to ponder further, contemplating the implications if the transformation stage cultivator were to awaken. If Yihan were to regain consciousness first, they could escape. However, what if the transformation stage cultivator awakened first? Or worse, if they both roused simultaneously? Lin Qingwan observed the fluctuating expressions of the transformation stage cultivator as the star compass in her hand emerged and then vanished. She was not yet capable of launching a surprise attack to eliminate someone without provocation, as it contradicted her principles. Moreover, she believed in the law of causality. No one could predict whether her actions at this moment might inadvertently harm Yihan. With a sigh, Lin Qingwan concluded that she must prepare to safeguard her own life. She hoped fervently that Yihan would awaken first, maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance. Yet she had not anticipated that his entrance into the formation would take such a lengthy duration. As the sun set outside, her phone suddenly rang. Hastily retrieving it from her sleeve, she discovered it was Xian requesting a video call in their group chat. Glancing at Yihan, she accepted the call. Xian appeared disheveled, sitting cross-legged on the ground with unkempt hair. Seeing Lin Qingwan answer so promptly, and noticing the relatively pleasant surroundings, he became irate, realizing they were unharmed. "Why didn't you contact me sooner?" he exclaimed. Lin Qingwan adjusted the camera, first allowing him a glimpse of the meditating Yihan, then directing his gaze towards the focused transformation practitioner. "Where are you? Hurry and find a way to reach us. I have an unsettling premonition," she urged. Xian replied, "Even if you have a foreboding feeling, it would be best to keep it to yourself. Voicing it could manifest it into reality." Lin Qingwan fell silent. Xian raked his fingers through his hair and continued, "I am uncertain of my whereabouts. I fell directly into a pool of water. There are some spiritual materials here, but a fish is guarding them. It took considerable effort for me to escape. My worthless master is quite the trickster. He teleported me away before I could gather my belongings." The thought of the items he had left behind pained Xian deeply, as he felt that the heavens reveled in tormenting him. In the meantime, Qingfeng and the others gradually joined the call. The three ghosts had separated, and their situations were scarcely better than Xian's. Although they were ghost cultivators with a natural aptitude for stealth and evasion, their cultivation level was only at the golden core stage. Engaging with practitioners above the nascent soul stage and 6th-level demonic beasts presented a formidable challenge, especially in their current disarray. However, they all appear to be safe, as otherwise, they would not have connected for video. Upon comparing their circumstances, it became evident that Yihan and Lin Qingwan were in the most perilous positions. Fortunately, the four shared a strong bond and declared, "Describe the characteristics of your surroundings. We shall seek you out immediately." Lin Qingwan recounted the scenes of a sea of flowers and a bamboo grove courtyard. As for the similarly missing Lu Zichen and Wu Kunji, they were not overly concerned. Upon comparison, they discovered that the locations to which they had been transported bore a certain affinity, albeit accompanied by peril. Yet, they were able to navigate through it, and the two native cultivators should encounter even less difficulty. The most pressing concern now lay with Yihan and the others. Xian remarked that opportunity and danger were proportional. With such fortuity, being in Yihan's company, the opportunities afforded to him must surely be the finest. In a similar vein, Xian cast her a knowing glance. Lin Qingwan responded softly, "But the dangers are also the greatest." Contemplating this, a celestial disk materialized beneath Lin Qingwan's feet. Gritting her teeth, she rose to open the wooden door, only to find it unyielding. She also attempted to utilize her wall-passing technique, yet to no avail. As her consciousness extended farther and farther, exploring the surrounding environment, she then infused her spiritual power into her awareness and discovered an avenue of escape. Lin Qingwan, filled with astonishment, inscribed a celestial disk deep within the sea of flowers using her spiritual energy. She opened her eyes and glanced at Yihan, noticing that the disk had formed beneath her, yet she found herself unable to instantaneously traverse from the room to the floral expanse as she had wished. Disappointment washed over her momentarily, but she did not succumb to despair. After all, it was a starry night, conducive to her cultivation. Resolutely, she left a celestial disk wherever her spiritual energy could reach. Her cultivation speed had always been swift. Within half a night, she replenished her spiritual energy to its fullest. While she remained attuned to the movements of Yihan and the transformation realm cultivators, she continued her practice. As dawn broke in the east, both remained still. Lin Qingwan settled into a meditative posture on the chair, gazing dreamily out the window at the rising sun. Was it then that she too was ensnared in this place? Abruptly, Lin Qingwan discerned a distinct pop sound. Instinctively, She pivoted her gaze towards Yihan, noting the perspiration beading on his forehead, which caused her to stiffen with concern. Simultaneously, her attention shifted to the senior cultivator seated upon the bed. She observed a slender sword emerge from his dantian, expanding in her vision, elongating until it reached over a meter in length, a fleeting radiance shimmering along its blade. Suddenly, Yihan's eyes snapped open and concurrently, his natal sword soared into the air, hurtling towards the elongated blade. The two swords clashed, then swiftly merged, becoming minuscule once more, their forms overlapping as they rapidly returned to Yihan's dantian. Lin Qingwan watched in stunned silence, which lasted but a moment. The senior cultivator on the bed disintegrated into ash, scattering across the floor, and the wooden door swung open with a resounding thud. At that precise moment, the standing Huashan cultivator's eyes flared open, blazing with fury. Even before turning his head, he bellowed, "Insolent whelp! How dare you?" The instant his eyes opened, coinciding with the sound of the wooden door, Lin Qingwan seized Yihan, uttering a single word, "Go." In a flash, they vanished from the wooden hut. Chapter 74. Between Life and Death. Lin Qingwan, with Yihan in tow, materialized amidst a sea of flowers. However, barely had they regained their footing when an oppressive force bore down upon them. Clearly, the Huashan cultivator, though a step behind, had swiftly caught up. Enraged by the pilfering of his prize, he unleashed his divine sense, blanketing the area from the courtyard outwards. Consequently, their reappearance was immediately detected. A Huashan cultivator could rend the void to arrive, his speed only a fraction behind Lin Qingwan's. The sword intent of Yihan has begun to take shape, and the speed of the transformation deity cultivator is remarkable as he swiftly sidesteps, raising his hand to deliver a palm strike. However, as Yihan unleashed his first sword strike, a colossal star map materialized before him, intercepting the blow. Yihan executed 2 consecutive sword techniques, compelling the cultivator to refrain from closing the distance for a moment. The transformation deity cultivator chuckled coldly and drew his own sword. From a distance, Xian and the others were startled by the resounding commotion and hurried over. The clash between the transformation deity cultivator and Yihan created significant disturbances, devastating the flower sea and half of the valley, with the tremors felt within a 1,000-mile radius. Even Xian Wenjia and her companions, just emerging from their cave, felt the ground shudder beneath them. Exchanging glances, they ascended into the air and quietly approached, sensing the intensity of the battle, which clearly surpassed the capabilities of any nascent soul cultivator. Thus, although curiosity and the desire for opportunity drew onlookers closer, they dared not approach too closely, opting instead to observe from a safe distance. Having found their respective senior brothers, the flustered Lu Zichen and Wu Cunjian climbed to a vantage point, only to be taken aback by the sight of Yihan. Xian Wenjia remarked, "It is because his wife is by his side." Not only did the spectators witness the efficacy of Lin Qingwan, but even the transformation deity cultivator, Zhuang Yuan, recognized the reason he could not vanquish Yihan. Yihan's offensive power was formidable, but more importantly, he possessed ample combat experience and his own unique set of attack strategies, which had indeed inflicted some wounds upon Zhuang Yuan. However, the dual origin master paid little heed, for his realm stood resolute. Even if he were to suffer a mere scratch, he could effortlessly crush his opponent with a single stroke. The dual origin master possessed such confidence, and indeed, he wielded the capability to back it. Most of his onslaught was parried by Lin Qingwan, yet despite this, Yihan sustained considerable injuries. Having faced the dual origin master's assault head-on, he suppressed the metallic taste rising in his throat, gripping his sword tightly, feeling Qingwan's spiritual energy continuously mending his meridians and body. With reddened eyes, he gazed at the dual origin master, declaring, "Senior, I bear no intention of contesting with you." The dual origin master, exasperated, retorted, "You insolent wretch, You brandish a sword yet claim no desire to contend with me? Ihan replied, "This merely signifies our lack of fate. Upon entering, we discovered the senior within the formation, yet did not inflict harm, instead seeking to depart, only to be left behind. I harbor no intention of entering the formation." Ihan continued, "Though I entered the formation after you, I managed to advance through the trial first. This is destiny. Should you feel aggrieved, I am willing to offer something else as recompense." Recompense? The dual origin master regarded Ihan coldly, stating, "Do you comprehend the nature of the sword you wield? It has acknowledged you as its master. Only by slaying you can I reclaim it." The sword in Ihan's grasp emitted a cry, and he, not one to bow in submission, had only spoken thus due to his status as a newcomer. Observing the dual origin master's unwavering stance, he realized that today's encounter would not conclude amicably. He closed his eyes briefly, and upon reopening them, he appeared significantly more resolute. Gripping his sword firmly, he declared, "Then, I humbly request your guidance, senior." The dual origin master responded with a scornful laugh. As Ihan drew his sword, Lin Qingwan, who had been solely on the defensive, launched her own assault. The dual element master deflected Ihan's blade with a flick of his own sword, simultaneously aiming a thrust at Lin Qingwan, declaring, "I shall deal with you first, little minion, lest you disturb my focus." Before Lin Qingwan, a series of star discs emerged, both shielding her from his onslaught and encircling him with a multitude of star formations. The dual element master, intent on shattering her defenses with sheer force, paid no heed to the barrage of star discs nor to Ihan's approaching strike from behind. Lin Qingwan felt an intense pressure on her internal organs, a metallic sweetness surging in her throat. With a profound connection to her, Ihan sensed the imminent peril of death, his eyes ablaze with a fierce crimson hue. His swordplay shifted in an instant, morphing into a web-like assault. At that moment, Xian appeared at Lin Qingwan's side, casting a protective urn above her, while a thick, inky darkness surged toward the dual-element master. The master's sword pierced through the layers of star discs, striking a protective barrier. In that instant, the urn thrown by Xian shattered, injuring Lin Qingwan with the remnants of that malevolent sword intent, sending her hurtling through the air, where she was caught by MASU-MANHUA. Before she even touched the ground, MASU-MANHUA hastily filled her mouth with medicinal pills. Simultaneously, Qingfeng and Beitong emerged from the shadows, joining Xian and Ihan in their assault against the foe. Upon witnessing Lin Qingwan's injury, Ihan erupted in fury, yet his mind sharpened with clarity. He fixated on the dual-element master, entering a state of profound insight, and before his eyes, the once invincible master revealed vulnerabilities. His sword whirled, striking with an exceptionally cunning angle. At this moment, the dual-origin true man was amused by the sudden appearance of Xian and his companions, sneering, "You three mere ants." Before he could finish his words, a sharp pain pierced his lower back. Ihan had indeed struck him. The dual-origin true man was momentarily taken aback, but then erupted with a furious rage. Xian, alarmed, shouted, "Retreat." The three closest individuals turned to flee. Yet Ihan, having landed his blow, did not withdraw. Instead, he advanced upward, engaging the dual origin in battle. Not only the distant onlookers but even Xian gasped in disbelief. Has he lost his mind? Why isn't he escaping? As Qingfeng rummaged through his belongings, he exclaimed, "Enough of the chatter. Hurry and lend a hand." Lu Zichen could not help but step forward, only to be restrained by Lei Yuan. "Junior brother, this is a transformation realm cultivator and a sword cultivator at that. Even if we, the Qi Hong sect, combined our strength, we might not be able to save anyone from his grasp. Why would you seek death?" Lu Zichen pressed his lips tightly together, remaining rooted in place. Lei Yuan then turned his attention back to the battlefield. Xian Wenjia was curious about what kind of sword could provoke such wrath from the dual-origin true man. Lin Qingwan had swallowed her blood and, without pause, rejoined the fray. The star chart, which had dimmed due to her injuries, surged anew as she approached. Chapter 75. Between Life and Death. As the star chart illuminated, Lin Qingwan swiftly navigated through it, continually appearing by Yi Han's side to assist him in attacking the dual origin or to heal and protect him. The garments that had been thoroughly saturated with Yi Han's blood gradually solidified, a clear indication of his remarkable recuperative abilities. Newly acquired wounds often form scabs before any significant bleeding could occur. The trio had nearly depleted their resources when Bai Tong produced a crate of hand grenades.
Xian,
Upon witnessing this, couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, questioning the purpose of such an acquisition. Bai Tong, while vociferously urging Yi Han and the others to take cover, proceeded to hurl the devices upward, flippantly stating that it was all in good fun. Few were inclined to believe him. Lin Qingwan, witnessing the deployment of the grenades, instinctively pulled Yi Han away to a safer distance. Shuang Yuanjinren, far from being naive, reflexively erected a protective barrier. Bai Tong, evidently having practiced extensively in secret, launched the grenades with remarkable proficiency, one after another, transforming the valley into a cacophony of thunderous explosions. From afar, the spectators observed in silence, wondering if they were witnessing the reincarnation of Lei Zhenzi. Xian and the others watched the sight of the explosions with fervent hope, only to see the smoke gradually dissipate, revealing Shuang Yuanjinren glaring at them with fiery eyes. Though his appearance was disheveled, he seemed to have escaped serious injury. Surprised by his resilience, the group collectively took a step back. Lu Zichen, unable to restrain himself any longer, broke free from Lei Yuan's grasp and hastened towards the scene, accompanied by Wu Cunjian. While they wouldn't risk their lives for Yi Han, they were willing to lend a hand. Lu Zichen, being a craftsman, recognized that they possessed hardly any defensive magical artifacts of note. Thus, he resolved to supply them with some. The two stealthily approached, and as they drew near, Qing Feng and his companions retreated, leaving only Yi Han, Lin Qingwan, and Su Xian at the forefront. The grenade evidently incensed the duality real person, who emerged step by step from the pit, sword in hand. Lin Qingwan addressed Qing Feng and the others, urging them to depart. After a moment's hesitation, Qing Feng and his companions gradually retreated. Their cultivation levels were significantly lower, lagging 2 major realms behind the opponent. They had yet to engage him directly in combat, only launching attacks from a distance, yet they had sustained considerable injuries nonetheless. As Qing Feng and his companions withdrew, Lu Zichen and his group arrived. Lu Zichen, unperturbed by the prospect of offending the duality real person, produced an array of magical artifacts for Qing Feng and his companions, saying, "If you can escape, do so." After a moment's contemplation, he reluctantly handed over a shuttle-shaped object, whispering, "This is a life-saving treasure bestowed upon me by my master. It can only be used by one person. Once activated, it allows for immediate escape, taking one with you." Qing Feng's gaze flickered slightly as he grasped Lu's hand, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Daoist Lu Wukunji also provided him with a number of defensive artifacts, adding a final piece of advice. The duality real person's true name is Mei Shuangming. He is affiliated with the Cultivators Alliance and is renowned for his dual swords. At that moment, the duality real person slowly emerged, raising the sword in his right hand. The seemingly hefty sword gleamed and then split into 2. Wu Kunji remarked, "You have provoked him.
Take care."
He then pulled Lu Zichen away. The gentle breeze swiftly urged Mingyue and Beitong to take the items, pressed for time and unable to divide them properly. After hastily shoving the belongings into their hands, Qing Feng clapped his hands and dashed away, exclaiming, "We must flee. That shuttle is a life-saving artifact, capable of aiding only one. Activate it, and you can escape." Moreover, Wakunjian mentioned he wields dual swords. He likely hasn't exerted his full strength yet. Qing Feng had just passed the items to Lin Qingwan and, seizing a moment of urgency, lowered his voice. I am aware of your uncertainty. But may I inquire if you possess a cannon? Perhaps a test fire? Lin Qingwan managed a bitter smile. He is no fool to stand there and allow us to bombard him. We do not carry missiles, so you must leave at once. She understood Wu Xuanjian and Lu Zicheng's intent. They urged her to escape promptly. Yet, how could they not desire to flee as well? Was it not an impossible endeavor? Lin Qingwan handed the shuttle to Su Xian and nodded in acknowledgement. Su Xian accepted it wordlessly, gazing at the approaching figure of the Shuangyuan Jinren, realizing that this was indeed a desperate gamble. Thus, he cast aside any reservations and summoned his life-preserving abilities. A swirling mass of black mist began to rise at his feet, while the demonic energy in the air began to surge. Shuangyuan Jinren scoffed. Demons? No, you are human, and those are demon kin. Such creatures ought to be eradicated. The onlookers atop the mountain were taken aback. How could demons and humans coexist? Was he not a demon? This man had ascended from a lesser realm, and if they were allied, did that indicate their world was free of conflict between humans and demons? Observing his willingness to fight for his friends, this demon did not seem entirely malevolent. Loyalty and valor often lead to a swift demise. Under Lin Qingwan's feet appeared a celestial disk once more. She yearned to feel the star maps she had previously left behind in various locations, yet the vast distance of transmission rendered her unable to sense any of them. Moreover, the few celestial disks she had left in the valley while trapped in the small courtyard proved to be of little significance. They faced not merely the nascent soul cultivators, but rather the more formidable transformation realm practitioners. Their speed was remarkable, and their spiritual awareness encompassed a vast area. Even if she could teleport to the opposite side of the valley, they would be quick to follow, rendering such efforts largely ineffective and depleting her spiritual energy in the process. Lin Qingwan felt a tinge of disappointment, yet she concealed it well. Focusing intently on the dual-element true person, preparing herself for a desperate fight. The sword in Yihan's hand emitted a soft chime as he cast a cold, resolute gaze toward the opponent. The dual-element practitioner declared, Initially, I intended to send you all to the afterlife. However, I have changed my mind. As we are all nascent souls, I find myself in need of nascent souls as catalysts for alchemy. Why not use you as a trial? With a swift motion, the dual-element practitioner raised both hands, unleashing dual swords that darted toward the trio with blinding speed. The velocity was so great that Su Xian could only perceive fleeting shadows before he felt a chilling sensation across his chest. Before he could even register the pain, Lin Qingwan's warm spiritual energy enveloped him, rapidly healing his wound. As the flying swords targeted Lin Qingwan, her defensive artifacts shattered one after another, ultimately blocked by the celestial disk. Nevertheless, her complexion paled rapidly, clearly indicating the excessive consumption of her spiritual energy. She hastily ingested a pill to replenish her reserves. With the dual-element practitioner's assault underway, Su Xian and Yihan launched their own attacks in response. Lin Qingwan concentrated solely on reinforcing their defenses and providing healing, lacking the energy to counterattack the adversary. Shuangyuan believed he could crush his opponent with a single strike, only to find them resilient as cockroaches, impervious to defeat. No matter how grievously wounded, they pressed forward. He was unaware of the extent of their injuries, but he felt his own wounds multiplying. And he even sensed the onset of poisoning. That demon had indeed poisoned him. Furthermore, Yihan's sword intent grew increasingly formidable and sharp, indicating his advancement. Shuangyuan's gaze struck like lightning as he turned to Lin Qingwan, declaring, You are the key. I shall subdue you first. Yet, how could Yihan permit him to approach Lin Qingwan? His assaults became ever more ferocious. Chapter 76. You may leave. Shuangyuan found himself ensnared by Yihan and Su Xian, his frustration mounting. Observing the swift recovery of his adversary's injuries, he realized that unless he eliminated Lin Qingwan, they would remain as tenacious as a persistent thorn in his side. Resolute, he swung his sword to cast the two aside and pivoted to thrust his blade at Lin Qingwan. His strike was swift and urgent, as she was propelled backward. She transformed her star plate from defense to offense, igniting the stars within, their radiant blades converging upon him. Momentarily hindered, Xuangyuan was taken aback by this basic assault, yet he swiftly converted his thrust into a sweeping motion, deflecting each of the star plate's attacks and ultimately shattering it, advancing toward Lin Qingwan with an unstoppable force. Lin Qingwan felt the sword intent pressing against her chest, and as she attempted to teleport away, she discovered an overwhelming pressure binding her in place. Coupled with her depleted spiritual energy, she was momentarily unable to conjure the star plate. As Yihan and Su Xian launched their attacks, Xuangyuan remained unfazed, relying solely on the formidable physique of his divine transformation to withstand their onslaught. With unwavering resolve to claim Lin Qingwan's life, he lunged forward with a fierce thrust. Suddenly, Yihan appeared before Lin Qingwan, intercepting the attack with his sword. Xuangyuan let out a cold chuckle, his sword momentum unrelenting. As their blades clashed with a resounding ring, the intent of his sword and the residual force pierced through Yihan's blade and into his chest. In haste, Lin Qingwan stuffed a handful of spiritual medicine into her mouth and reached out to embrace Yihan, initiating his treatment. However, to her astonishment, Yihan abruptly flung her backward, propelling himself toward Xuangyuan to counter the ensuing assault. Xuangyuan could not contain his laughter as his merged sword split into two once more, one aimed at Yihan, the other directed at Su Xian. Concurrently, a cauldron materialized in his grasp, its opening aimed at Yihan. Already exhausted and wounded from the earlier strike, Yihan found himself at a disadvantage, and in an instant, he was drawn into the cauldron, vanishing from sight, leaving Lin Qingwan, who had just reached out to save him, wide-eyed in shock.
Su Xian,
pierced by a blade, felt his already unstable nascent soul teetering on the brink of collapse. Lin Qingwan, her mind in disarray, abandoned thoughts of Yihan and swiftly teleported to Su Xian's side, channeling her spiritual energy into him before transporting them both to the far side of the valley. Yet, Xuangyuan was not far behind, closing the distance with speed. Lin Qingwan positioned herself protectively in front of Su Xian, her eyes reddened as she gazed at him, inquiring about Yihan's fate. With a chilling smile, Xuangyuan unleashed both swords, intent on claiming their lives. Lin Qingwan concentrated all her remaining spiritual power into a star disk, instantly transporting Su Xian to another location. Stubbornly, she inquired of Xuangyuan, "Where is my husband?" Xuangyuan's perception revealed that Su Xian remained in the valley, leading him to realize that Lin Qingwan's ability to teleport was rather limited. Although the capacity to tear through the void and teleport with a yuaning was impressive, to him, a transformation stage cultivator, it was hardly daunting.
Now,
only Lin Qingwan stood before him, and in his recollection, she excelled in healing and defense, lacking in offensive prowess, causing him to underestimate her. The disarray of the battle had left Xuangyuan with a pent-up frustration, and he now found the opportunity to unleash it. With a cold sneer, he remarked, "So he is your husband. Rest assured, I shall soon facilitate your reunion." As Lin Qingwan rapidly absorbed spiritual energy to restore her strength, she gazed upwards at the sky. It had grown dark, and stars began to appear one by one against the celestial canvas. Lin Qingwan looked at Xuangyuan, unsure of where he had stored the cauldron, but aware that Yihan was now within the spirit treasure he had claimed as his own. Life and death rested solely within his whims. They had no path of retreat left. Lin Qingwan closed her eyes momentarily, and when she opened them again, her gaze was filled with indifference as she declared, "You all should leave. Let the four-eyed creature issue a new source program for you. From now on, the sphere will rely on you." Severely injured and only able to lie on the ground after being transported, Su Xian could not help but stir slightly upon hearing her distant voice. The three concealed figures of Qingfeng cast a silent glance at Lin Qingwan. Qingfeng reached out to grasp Su Xian's hand, retrieving the flying shuttle bestowed upon them by Lu Zichen. After activating it, he swiftly placed it into Su Xian's embrace, vanishing in an instant. Following the activation of the shuttle, Qingfeng, accompanied by Mingyue and Beitong, hastily fled. As practitioners of ghostly arts, they possessed an innate talent for concealment and evasion. They understood that a transformation god practitioner could traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye. Even if they could not perceive the valley or hear any sound, stopping was not an option. The three spirits pressed heavily onward, escaping with urgency. Lin Qingwan did not pursue the sword that soared after Su Xian. Instead, she regarded the dual-origin true person earnestly and said, "Senior, I harbor no fondness for taking lives, nor do I relish in desperate struggles. Having lived 2 lifetimes, I find that it is quite sufficient." The dual-origin true person scoffed disdainfully, believing that if a confrontation was to occur, it should be executed without unnecessary chatter. As starlight bathed the earth, Lin Qingwan's technique surged into action. The once languid glow of the stars transformed to a brilliant radiance, seemingly aware as it cascaded upon her. An unperceived star disk appeared beneath the dual-origin true person's feet. He furrowed his brow, raising his hand to attack Lin Qingwan, but in a fleeting moment, the star disk beneath him divided into 4, encircling him within their midst. The dual-origin true person unleashed his flying sword, yet Lin Qingwan did not flinch. The stars on the 5-star discs ignited with intensity, synchronizing with the stars in the celestial dome. In a flicker, countless blades of light surged toward the dual-origin true person. He sensed that this strike could claim Lin Qingwan's life. Yet he was equally unable to evade the onslaught of these luminous blades, realizing that he too faced the peril of demise. Lin Qingwan was indeed fearless in the face of death. However, as a fragile porcelain figure, how could she risk her life against the rubble that surrounded her? What had brought about such a sudden change? Su Xianbo gazed upwards at the heavens, where his keen eyesight discerned the celestial brilliance pouring into her star chart, and the ability to wield the power of the stars in such a manner. Su Xianbo turned his attention to Chu Ming, who stepped forward, equally fixated on Lin Qingwan, witnessing her reckless expenditure of life force. Xian Wenjia remarked, "It appears she no longer cares for life or death." Chapter 77. Flight for survival indeed. Lin Qingwan had relinquished her concern for mortality. Her body, akin to a whale, voraciously absorbed spiritual energy, converting the celestial power within her into life force that surged into her star chart. Typically, the output during combat would far exceed the intake of spiritual energy. Yet at this moment, she was indifferent to the grievous injuries inflicted upon her meridians by the immense celestial power. Enduring excruciating pain, she fought with a reckless abandon that threatened mutual destruction. Unfazed by the specter of death, as she manipulated the star chart, a sudden epiphany struck her. With a swift motion, a colossal star chart materialized above the head of the dual yuan real person. As she channeled her techniques, the celestial energy that had been hurtling towards her body was diverted mid-course into the star chart, which illuminated brilliantly. The stars within the 5 established star charts shone ever more brightly, and several previously dim stars began to flicker to life. Lin Qingwan, who had always exerted considerable spiritual energy to control the star chart, now found it circulating on its own, autonomously drawing in the celestial power. Consequently, her own life force was liberated in an instant, freeing more than half of her energy. This breakthrough nearly brought tears of joy to Lin Qingwan's eyes. Alas, how unfortunate it is. Had she grasped this realization sooner, they would not have found themselves in a state of fleeing and uncertainty. A fierce determination flickered in Lin Qingwan's gaze. She had always been one who met strength with greater strength. Even when a glimmer of hope emerged, she refused to retreat. Charging toward the dual elemental master, with a resolve akin to that of a mutual destruction. The dual elemental master sensed that, as time progressed, her attacks became increasingly agile, and the intricacy and power of her light blades exceeded his expectations. Prolonging the encounter would only worsen his situation. Lin Qingwan's heart raced as she felt the impending approach of death. Instead of evading, she combined the 6 star plates into 2, whirling and rolling forward to attack. "Release him," she commanded. The dual elemental master roared in fury. "He is already dead." With that, he raised his sword and brought it down with great force. The star plate spun from behind him to the front, serving both as defense and offense. However, the gap in cultivation between a divine transformation cultivator and a nascent soul cultivator was significant. The star plates merely slowed his sword for a moment before they began to crack under the pressure. Blood trickled from the corner of Lin Qingwan's mouth, clearly a sign of internal injury from the backlash. She watched as the sword approached her, slowly descending. Just as it was about to strike, the dual elemental master's eyes widened in shock, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. A shadow leapt from within the dual elemental master, rapidly expanding in midair to transform into a grand cauldron. Xian appeared abruptly, poised in the air, and with a swift thrust of his sword. He moved so quickly that Lin Qingwan could only catch a glimpse of his afterimage. Xian's sword pierced the master's chest, and the backlash from the cauldron struck the dual elemental master. In a moment of negligence, he erupted in fury and swatted Xian away with a powerful palm strike. A beam of light descended from the colossal cauldron, enveloping Xian and alleviating half of his burdens. However, he was still propelled backward, and Lin Qingwan soared into the air to catch him. Upon seeing his face, pale as parchment, she realized he had sustained severe injuries. A starry disk materialized beneath Lin Qingwan's feet, each star illuminating in an instant. Just as the dual origin master lifted his head, clutching his chest, they vanished from sight. The whirling starry disk gradually faded from the onlooker's view. The spectators instinctively searched the valley for the pair, yet they could find no trace of them, leaving everyone astonished. The dual origin master, wide-eyed in disbelief, extended his consciousness in all directions, only to discover that Xian and Lin Qingwan had completely vanished, taking even the 3 Wu golden cauldron with them. Enraged, he let out a couple of frustrated cries. Unable to fathom how Lin Qingwan and Xian could escape right under his nose, surely someone had aided them. With this thought, his gaze shot toward the mountain where the most spectators gathered. In his fury, he was oblivious to the fact that they were disciples of a major sect. As soon as Xian Wenjia met his piercing gaze, she swiftly averted her eyes and urged, "We must leave." The individuals on the mountain dared not provoke a deity-level cultivator and hastily fled. Lin Qingwan and Xian reappeared on a lush expanse of grass, both staggering upon arrival and collapsing onto the ground. They flattened a patch of grass beneath them, while a dim starry disk spun gently below, slowly fading until it fell into tranquility. Lin Qingwan's power was insufficient to teleport them such a distance. Previously, she had been unable to sense the starry disk left outside the valley, let alone facilitate their escape. Having extricated herself and Xian from their predicament, she owed her escape to 2 crucial factors. Firstly, her realization of an alternative method of employing the astrolabe, harnessing the power of the stars to operate it, and secondly, the exorbitant expenditure of her own life force. Upon landing, Lin Qingwan was seized by a violent fit of coughing, expelling copious amounts of blood as her meridians ruptured and her dantian became riddled with holes. Her nascent soul, grievously wounded, was now covered in lacerations. The severity of internal hemorrhaging manifested in her profuse hemoptysis. Xian, barely clinging to consciousness, was overcome with anguish at the sight of her suffering. He attempted to move his fingers, but found himself utterly paralyzed, unable to even embrace her. A solitary tear escaped his eye as he faintly murmured, "Qingwan." The sound was barely audible, even to himself. Yet Lin Qingwan, sprawled on the ground, abruptly turned her head towards him. She crawled forward a short distance before succumbing to her injuries and collapsing. With a final, desperate effort, she reached out and placed her hand upon Yihan's. Thus, they lay together, hands clasped, their eyelids growing heavy with exhaustion. The three black gold cauldrons silently concealed itself, shrouding their presence from detection. Starlight and moonlight cascaded upon them, but merely bathed them in their glow, failing to provide the sustenance they once had. Eventually, golden motes of spiritual essence emanated from their flesh, settling upon their dantian and painstakingly mending the fissures in their nascent souls. As if deeming the process too gradual, the golden light of merit emanating from Lin Qingwan began to permeate her body, synergizing with the golden motes to restore her ravaged form. Struggling to sustain a shattered meridian, golden spiritual dots and the luminous radiance of virtue flowed along this conduit into Yihan's body, mending his meridians in conjunction with the golden spiritual dots already present within him. A fine drizzle began to descend from the heavens. Dawn flickered, then dimmed again. The two remained prostrate on the ground, yet this night, the moonlight and starlight that enveloped them began to be absorbed into their bodies through the cultivation techniques they had initiated. However, the operation proved exceptionally arduous due to the severe damage still plaguing their dantians and the numerous meridians that remained collapsed and obstructed. Nonetheless, it was an improvement from the initial state. A trickle of spiritual energy began to circulate between them, flowing through Lin Qingwan's dantian before transitioning into Yihan's body, facilitating the healing of their wounds. Although the progress was slow, it was nonetheless a vital support for their meridians. At this moment, a day and night had transpired since the battle in the valley, and it was unclear who had disseminated tales of this confrontation. Of course, the intent was not to confer fame upon them, but rather to inform those within the secret realm that Yihan and his companions possessed not only a Qingyu immortal sword but also a 3-crow golden cauldron spiritual treasure. Chapter 78. Awakening. As for the 3-crow golden cauldron, it is renowned within the realm of cultivation, coveted by countless artifact and elixir masters. It has nurtured a cauldron spirit, capable of both forging and alchemy, endowed with the innate 3-legged golden crow spiritual fire. It is said that the individual who forged this cauldron had captured a pair of 3-legged golden crows to serve as its spirit. The Qingyu immortal sword, on the other hand, requires no elaboration. It is an immortal treasure left by the Qingyu immortal at the sword sect. A millennium ago, when Qian Haoyuan vanished, the whereabouts of the Qingyu sword also became a mystery. Who could have anticipated its emergence within the secret realm of the demon clan? At first, no one knew what the dual yuan reel was after, but now the entire secret realm is aware. Consequently, there is no rush to the central area. Instead, everyone has begun to search for individuals throughout the vast expanse of the realm. Many witnessed the events of that day. Both Yihan and Lin Qingwan were gravely injured. After all, who in the secret realm isn't at the nascent soul level? Thus, confidence remained high among the cultivators. However, the Xian's secret realm is vast, making it relatively easy to conceal 2 individuals. As of now, no one has found Lin Qingwan and her companion, who continue to lie on the ground, oblivious to their fate. Meanwhile, Xian, who was transported by the flying shuttle to an unknown location, hastily consumed several healing pills, managing to find refuge in a cave where he could recuperate. He too bore significant injuries, with a sword wound piercing his chest, narrowly missing his heart. His youthful face was marred by several lacerations, and his meridians were in disarray. Fortunately, being in the Xian's secret realm, rich in spiritual energy and demonic aura, he had endured countless near-death experiences before, allowing him to grit his teeth and endure this injury. After sitting for a considerable time, Xian finally managed to staunch the bleeding from his chest wound. He leaned against a stone wall and retrieved a bag of beef jerky from his spatial pouch. This was a treat he had specifically ordered online. The video was quickly answered, revealing a darkened scene on the other end, much like his own dim surroundings. Fortunately, the phone possessed exceptional capabilities. Even in the depths of night, its night mode illuminated the figures of Qingfeng and the others. Xian inquired, "What are you up to?" Qingfeng replied succinctly, "Cultivating." After a moment of reflection, he added, "Healing." Xian exhaled deeply, clutching his painfully injured chest, and said, "I am also gravely wounded and unable to move. You should come to me. By the way, do you have any news?" The injuries of the three were somewhat less severe, and being skilled in ghostly cultivation, they were adept at concealment. Their escape had not been aimless. Rather, they had fled towards populated areas, intentionally moving toward the central region, thus gathering more pertinent information than Xian. He responded they fled, but it is said they are seriously injured. They possess 2 treasures, and now everyone in the secret realm is searching for them. Xian was taken aback. What treasures? Why was I not informed? The sword, Qingfeng explained, the one Han seized from the transformation stage. It is a celestial-grade sword. He continued, according to rumors, they also took a spiritual treasure from the transformation stage, so it would be prudent for you to keep a low profile for now. We cannot come to find you at this time. Qingfeng touched his own chest, saying, Bai Tong is quite severely injured, and I dare not show myself recklessly. We are all targets of their search, so even if we emerge, we must tread cautiously and remain inconspicuous. Xian gasped in disbelief, realizing that the trouble those two had stirred up surpassed his own by far, creating a tumult that echoed throughout the realm. Xian pondered and remarked, Qingwan has left star charts in numerous locations. I attempted to reach out, but they are likely unable to respond at the moment. I will enter seclusion to recuperate, and whenever you have the time, please make a call so we can coordinate a time and place to meet. Qingfeng nodded in agreement, recognizing the peril they would face upon exiting the secret realm with so many seeking them. A plan needed to be devised. They ended the video call and continued their healing process. Many were in search of Han and Lin Qingwan, and naturally, some passed through the vicinity. Yet, the two lying in the grass remained utterly silent, shielded by the protective barrier of the 3 Wujin Ding. Even small creatures that ventured near seemed oblivious to their presence, scurrying past without a glance. Fortune favored them. For 3 consecutive nights, the starlight and moonlight were splendid. Despite occasional daytime showers, the evenings were clear, adorned with a multitude of stars and a luminous moon. Lin Qingwan and Han remained in a state of unconsciousness, their bodies instinctively circulating their cultivation techniques. This process was slow, but gradually, over 3 days and nights, their meridians began to stabilize, and the desiccated Dantian slowly regained a semblance of spiritual energy. Lin Qingwan gradually opened her eyes, momentarily disoriented, still trying to comprehend her surroundings. Exhaling in relief, she cautiously shifted her position, turning to lean against Han. She raised her numb hand to glance at it, then closed her eyes to circulate her heart method, hastening the absorption of spiritual energy for healing. After a while, feeling a renewed sense of mobility, Lin Qingwan finally rose from the ground. She surveyed her surroundings, finding no one present, and sighed in relief. At that moment, the only celestial chart she could perceive lay not far from the enchantment lotus. Upon reaching a fork in the path, she instinctively placed a small star chart within a patch of grass. The location was not particularly secure. Yet Lin Qingwan turned Han onto his side and continued her meditation. Once her inner energy had sufficiently replenished, she cradled Han and formed a star chart beneath her. Gazing at the suspended cauldron, she inquired, "Are you Han's?" The cauldron trembled slightly, and Lin Qingwan extended her hand, saying, "Then let us depart." The cauldron diminished in size, settling into the palm of her hand. With a flicker of movement, Lin Qingwan transported them instantly to the edge of a lake. This was the place of their initial emergence, where they had lingered the longest and thus had the greatest familiarity with their surroundings. Aware of the dense forest that enveloped this area,
she found it easy to conceal themselves.
Instead of summoning their wooden cabin, Lin Qingwan, with Yihan on her back, sought out a broad, sturdy tree. She leaped up and perched upon a massive branch. The trees here were ancient, some several hundred years old, with countless giants towering above. Lin Qingwan laid Yihan gently upon the branch, then began to both meditate and tend to their injuries. When Yihan finally opened his eyes, 2 days had passed. Seeing Lin Qingwan unharmed brought him a sense of relief. A glance around revealed nothing but verdant foliage, confirming he was indeed in a tree. He asked, "What about Su Xian and the others?" Lin Qingwan paused, blinking in surprise, and clumsily replied, "Oh no, I forgot about them." Yihan chuckled softly, extending his hand. "It's all right. It's never too late to remember." Chapter 79. Misfortune. The call was almost instantly connected. Although the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, Su Xian's face remained quite distinct. Lin Qingwan regarded him with suspicion and inquired, "Aren't you going to tend to your injuries?" Su Xian's first question was, "You haven't perished?" After a brief pause, Lin Qingwan replied, "For now, we are not dead." "That's splendid. Can you utilize spiritual energy? Could you come to fetch me?" Lin Qingwan cast a glance at his surroundings, noting the pervasive darkness despite it being broad daylight, leading her to speculate that he might be in a cave. She then asked, "Where are you located?" "I am uncertain," Su Xian replied, his expression somewhat grim. "However, I should be relatively easy to locate, as there are many people in this vicinity." He raised 3 fingers and stated, 3 days. In just 3 days, no fewer than 8 groups have passed by me, and I dare not enter a meditative state. Given that Su Xian's identity as a demon cultivator had been exposed, Lin Qingwan did not underestimate the gravity of the situation. After some contemplation, she suggested, "First, find a way to let me know your precise location. Once my meridians and spiritual energy have recovered somewhat, I will come to rescue you." She glanced at the time and remarked, "It will be dawn soon. There will be fewer people, making it easier to act." Yihan furrowed his brows and looked at her. "Are you capable of that?" Lin Qingwan nodded, affirming that the cultivation world was not particularly welcoming towards demon cultivators, and it would be prudent to reunite as swiftly as possible. Unable to devise a viable method for Lin Qingwan to see him, Su Xian proposed, "I will consult with Qingfeng and the others and have them come to find me. Alternatively, you might as well bring us all over at once." Lin Qingwan exited the call with him and promptly initiated a video call in the group. Su Xian rejoined, and shortly thereafter, Qingfeng also entered. Though it was Bailong holding the phone, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. They seemed to be soaring in the air as Bailong lowered his voice and inquired, "Have you awakened? Is everything all right?" Lin Qingwan responded, "What are you all up to?" "We were just planning to seek out Lu Zichen for updates about you," he replied. Lin Qingwan then said, "We are by the lakeside. There's no need to find Lu Zichen. Instead, locate Su Xian and join him. Inform me of your whereabouts. I will come to retrieve you at dawn." Bailong then asked Su Xian, "Where are you?" Su Xian replied, "I have no idea." Bailong glanced at the dark expanse behind him and urged, "Why not step outside for a moment?" Su Xian shook his head, saying, "There are too many people outside. I cannot go out." Bailong, feeling frustrated, exclaimed, "If you don't step out, how am I supposed to know where you are or how to find you?" Su Xian's expression reflected a sense of helplessness. "I have ventured out 3 times, hoping to change my hiding spot, but each time I reached the entrance, someone passed by. People are everywhere, in the sky, on the ground, and even on the mountains." The others were at a loss for words regarding Su Xian's misfortune. Bailong suggested, "How about applying some makeup?" Su Xian replied, applying a touch to his face, "This isn't merely a matter of makeup. My injuries are too severe to conceal. Being alone, if I encounter anyone, regardless of whether I am Su Xian or a demon cultivator, they could easily take my life. Indeed, a severely injured nascent soul, if not to rob now.
Then when?
The group exchanged glances, and after a moment of silence, they unanimously encouraged Su Xian to boldly take a look outside.
Gi han det marked.
Even if we merely catch sight of a towering mountain, it would serve as a reference point, enabling us to consult the map and ascertain your location. What choice did Su Xian have? He could only stealthily approach the cave's entrance. His injuries had not improved much over the past 3 days, as he was constantly on edge, fearful of being discovered, and thus dared not venture deeper. Just then, Ihan and the others, witnessing the scene, noted the exceptional audio quality of the phone. With the group now silent, they quickly caught wind of the commotion nearby. Sounds emanated from a location neither too far nor too close. Curious, where could they have hidden? Might they already be dead? Mei Shuangming, being a transformation stage cultivator, could have sustained a fatal wound. Though he managed to escape, he might not even know where his demise awaited him. There was also the possibility that he was slain after being found. As long as the Qingyu sword and the 3 crow gold cauldron remained absent, who could tell into whose possession they had fallen? Their accomplices had vanished as well. Otherwise, finding just one would have sufficed. As the voices gradually faded, an air of silence enveloped the group. After a considerable pause, Su Xian spoke into the phone, addressing Lin Qingwan. "Grant me your blessings." Lin Qingwan replied, "You will surely succeed. Go forth." Su Xian gazed at her for a long moment, realizing that now was the opportune time to act, for a group had just passed. And by logic, it was unlikely that another would come by in the immediate future. Su Xian quietly parted a patch of grass, not daring to peek out himself, but instead tossed his phone outside. He deftly controlled the device with his mind, ensuring it flew out cautiously while he concealed himself. The trio, Ihan, Lin Qingwan, and Bai Tong, gazed wide-eyed at the images transmitted from the phone. Bai Tong even roused the meditating Qingfeng and Mingyue, urging them to assist in the search. Upon seizing the phone, he inquired, "So, did you see anything clearly?" The 2 individuals on the other end remained silent, their expressions revealing nothing. A sense of foreboding washed over Su Xian as he asked, "What's wrong? Can't you find the place?" Ihan responded gravely, "No, we found it. But the location is rather precarious." "In what way precarious?" No, just tell me where I am," Su Xian urged. Lin Qingwan interjected, "You are in the central area. We just saw a palace not far from you on the phone. How did you end up so far away?" Su Xian clutched his chest in anguish. "The flying shuttle took me there. How could I possibly know where I was?" Lin Qingwan wished to suggest that he remain in the cave until they had recovered. But before she could voice her thoughts, she noticed tears welling in Su Xian's eyes. "Qingwan, did I not once risk my life for you? You cannot abandon me now. I am here, scarcely daring to breathe heavily. I cannot endure another day in this place. Please come to fetch me. I feel safest when I am with you." He spoke in hushed tones, careful to maintain the sound barrier, but restrained in his use of spiritual power for fear of detection from the outside world. This existence had become unbearable. With tears brimming in his eyes, he lamented, "A bit more time is of no concern. Will it be 3 days or 2? I shall wait for you." Lin Qingwan glanced at Ihan, who remarked, "The location may not necessarily be crowded." As for Su Zhongzhu's fortune, if it were us, no, rather, if it were you, it would not be guaranteed. Chapter 80. Convergence. Upon reaching a consensus among the 3 parties, it was decided that Qingfeng and his companions would venture into the central area to seek Su Xian, while Lin Qingwan and Ihan would first restore their meridians and spiritual energy before gradually making their way in that direction. Alas, the central area lay too far from their current position, and the secret realm was teeming with individuals searching for them. Lin Qingwan had no desire to expose their whereabouts by venturing out prematurely. The 2 devoted themselves to their cultivation. Ihan had also awakened. Their combined efforts in dual cultivation accelerated their healing process. Furthermore, The secret realm was rich in spiritual energy. By simply laying out a gathering spirit array, they commenced their practice. Once again, the night sky was adorned with countless stars and a luminous moon, allowing the two to directly absorb the celestial energies and moonlight, thus hastening their cultivation. They first focused on their meridians and subsequently on healing their injured organs. In their fervor, they nearly lost track of time until the alarm rang. Upon opening their eyes, they realized it was already 2 a.m. They concluded their practice, gathered their belongings, and erased all traces of their presence. Lin Qingwan did not summon her flying carpet. Instead, she conjured a star disk beneath her feet and, accompanied by Yihan, they instantaneously transported themselves to the entrance outside the enchantment lotus, precisely where they had lain in the grass during their escape. Only then did Lin Qingwan retrieve her flying carpet, and together with Yihan, they stealthily made their way toward the central area. They activated an invisibility formation, which, while it could not deceive the spiritual senses of practitioners of the same or a higher level, effectively concealed them from sight, who, in their right mind, would frequently send their consciousness wandering into the heavens? During their time on Earth, when the realm of cultivation was not yet unveiled, those who wished to soar had to shroud themselves and their flying artifacts with cloaking formations. Thus, they learned the most efficient ways to conserve their spiritual energy. Lin Qingwan's meridians had not fully healed, and her dantian was no exception. Hence, each time she exerted her spiritual energy, pain would ensue, yet her countenance remained unflinching, as if nothing were amiss. Yihan, too, was nursing injuries of a similar nature, well aware that utilizing spiritual energy would be painful, so he refrained from allowing her to fly for too long. After an hour, he emerged from his meditative state and took over for Lin Qingwan. They continued their flight until around 8 or 9 a.m, when they noticed an increasing number of people outside. They sought a relatively secluded spot to land, then set up cloaking formations, defensive arrays, and a spirit-gathering array, and began their cultivation. Although they were not entirely unseen, their concealed formations rendered them invisible unless one were to forcibly breach the arrays with their consciousness. For the sake of convenience, Yihan deliberately created a larger area within the formations. Observers outside could hardly speculate on the number of individuals within. After all, they were not there to provoke a conflict, and no one was foolish enough to offend others. Moreover, with the spirit-gathering array in place, the lively aura of spiritual energy was evident, indicating to onlookers that cultivation was taking place. The commotion of the swirling spiritual energy led many to assume that a considerable number of people were inside, prompting them to take a glance before departing. Lin Qingwan and Yihan barely had time to drink water, let alone eat, as they cultivated tirelessly until midnight, and at 2 a.m, they set off once more. The speed of the Yuan-Ing was remarkably swift. As dawn broke, they finally beheld the Grand Palace in the central region. They hesitated, contemplating whether to pause and conceal themselves for another day of cultivation, or to seize the moment. Just as they pondered, the phone rang. Su Xian's expression brightened considerably, tinged with a hint of joy as he leaned closer to the phone and inquired of the two, "Where are you?" "In the sky," Lin Qingwan replied. "We have arrived in the vicinity and plan to stay for a day."
Don't.
Qingfeng and the others have also just arrived. Why not come over? Yihan was still soaring towards that direction. Although many were searching for them, a substantial number persisted in reaching the central area, for the quest held many uncertainties.
Yet,
once they arrived at the center, the majority could attain fortuitous encounters. Consequently, the area was quite populated. In the brief moment that passed, Yihan piloted the flying carpet swiftly forward, while several groups, riding their flying artifacts, zipped past them. Fortunately, they were shielded by an invisibility array, allowing them to glide unnoticed. Su Xian was hesitant to emerge, but Qingfeng displayed a certain fearlessness, being a ghost cultivator with enhanced stealth abilities. He floated effortlessly in midair, contemplating for a moment before producing a mirror to offer them a warning. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a message talisman darting past him with remarkable speed. After a brief silence, Qingfeng rummaged through his space for quite some time before finally retrieving the message talisman that Yihan had once given him, declaring, "We are here." After concluding their conversation, he searched for quite some time and finally unearthed a usable communication talisman, which he inserted into the envelope before sending it off. The talisman pierced through the formation and soared directly towards Yihan. As it flew through the air, Yihan paused momentarily, took the talisman, and expressionlessly unwrapped it. He heard a voice and beheld the new communication talisman. Only then did he declare, "Lead me to your master." Yihan's consciousness fixated on it, following closely behind. Before long, they arrived at the cave. Upon entering, they found it shrouded in darkness, prompting Yihan to inquire, "Are you too afraid to light a fire? Not even a solar lamp?" Qingfeng replied, "Do not blame him for being cautious. Indeed, many have traversed this area. If any light were to be seen, someone would surely come to investigate." Lin Qingwan inquired, "Have you searched for a safer location nearby? This place does not seem secure." Xian gazed at them anxiously. Lin Qingwan pondered for a moment and said, "I, too, dared not leave too many star maps along the way. I only left 2 in relatively remote locations. Let us depart from here first."
Xian not that the pit then.
Lin Qingwan then unleashed a vast star map, enveloping everyone before transporting them away. The 6 of them instantly teleported to a spot on the mountainside, where the forest remained lush and the surroundings were eerily silent, seemingly devoid of any presence. This was a star map they had left behind during their flight early in the morning, having noted the remoteness of the area. Standing on the mountainside, they could still glimpse the palace in the central region from afar. It is quite a distance from here to there. Those who choose to hone their skills in the central area will not linger here. Nevertheless, Qingfeng and his companions, having grown accustomed to caution over the past few days, did not immediately reveal themselves, but instead stealthily ventured outward to assess the situation. Chapter 81. Grant us a blessing. An additional reward for book friend Luo Qing. Lin Qingwan did not retract the star plate. Instead, she allowed it to remain concealed beneath the ground. Due to the dense foliage nearby, visibility from halfway up the mountain was limited. After some contemplation, they decided to ascend to the summit. With companions surrounding her, Lin Qingwan felt fortunate, and Xian, for once, relaxed his taut nerves and remarked as they walked, "Do you think we might have chosen the first place by chance? I just took a moment to reflect, and the spiritual energy here seems rather ordinary. There shouldn't be many visitors." MASU-MANHUA had already retrieved the map and took quite some time to locate their position. Upon discovering the markings on the map, her eyes sparkled with excitement. It bore no labels, not even the names of places. This indicated that the area lacked rare treasures, making it an unappealing destination for treasure hunters, yet it could serve as an excellent refuge for them to recuperate. Lin Qingwan glanced at the map, feeling elated. "If only we could find a cave or a hidden place to establish our shelter," she mused. Yihan turned to her, grasped her hand, and earnestly replied, "Perhaps such a place exists." Lin Qingwan paused for a moment, contemplated, and then channeled her spiritual energy into her mind and voice, reiterating her thoughts with sincerity. The others observed the 2 of them in silence. As the group continued forward, they soon realized that the path was narrowing. Upon clearing a thicket, they were met with an imposing stone wall, indicating that this route was blocked. They gazed upward, still unable to see the summit of the mountain, contemplating whether they might simply ascend by flight. After all, they were not mere mortals. Why adhere to the mundane practice of walking? Even Xian felt the urge to grasp his flying artifact, wishing to conserve some spiritual energy for a lift into the air. At that moment, Yihan tore aside the vines obscuring the stone wall, revealing a half-person-sized opening concealed behind a dense curtain of foliage. A slight bend was all that was required to enter. The group exchanged glances before Xian and the others approached Lin Qingwan. After a brief silence, they disregarded Yihan's watchful gaze and each took Lin Qingwan's hand, imploring, "In light of our shared trials and tribulations, grant us a blessing." Lin Qingwan remained silent. Yihan, however, swatted their hands away, insisting, "Let us not dawdle. Do you truly believe that conversing requires no spiritual energy?" Reluctantly, the four of them proceeded into the opening. Given the uncertainty of what lay ahead, they were understandably cautious, projecting their spiritual awareness into the darkness before fully committing to the passage. Upon detecting no immediate danger, they held their flashlights aloft and bent low to enter.
Inside,
The cavern was quite spacious, though narrow enough to accommodate only a single person at a time. Suddenly, one of them stumbled, drawing startled gasps from the others as they rushed forward, swiftly extending their spiritual senses into the depths. They soon discovered him standing below, grinning up at them. The space beneath was remarkably vast, comparable to the size of a soccer field, yet it was rugged and uneven, with rocky outcroppings hanging precariously overhead. Lin Qingwan discovered that there were numerous stalactites hanging above, with droplets of water incessantly cascading down. Qingfeng and the others unceremoniously retrieved their solar-powered flashlight, and upon switching it on, the entire cavern was illuminated, as bright as daylight. Thus, everyone took in the full grandeur of the cave. After a brief glance, Lin Qingwan remarked, "Let us not concern ourselves further. With water and electricity available, we can comfortably reside here." The others expressed their agreement. They each selected a spot to set down their modest abodes. However, due to the uneven terrain, despite the seemingly ample space, there truly was no flat ground sufficient to accommodate 5 cabins. Consequently, Qingfeng decided to share with Baitong. Ultimately, only 4 wooden houses were established. Once the houses were settled, Yihan took Qingfeng outside to arrange a protective formation while also camouflaging the entrance, ensuring they would detect any intruders. Additionally, they quietly installed a few solar panels, for the electricity they currently utilized was merely what had been previously stored, which would not last long. When the two descended, Xian had already ignited a fire and was skewering a chicken to roast. Yihan looked at it with disdain. "Is this what we are having?"
Xian ziplit.
"I can only roast items. My supplies are nearly depleted, and apart from the chicken, I have nothing else." Yihan then turned to Lin Qingwan. "What would you like to eat?" After a moment's contemplation, Lin Qingwan said, "I crave rice. Any vegetables will suffice. It has been several days since I last had rice, and while the vegetables are fine, I truly long for the rice." Yihan prepared a feast for everyone, comprising an array of dishes that Lin Qingwan particularly enjoyed. Since the meal was complimentary, no one minded this detail, and they all savored the food with great enthusiasm. The wounds of Qingfeng and his companions had yet to heal, yet they all sensed the breakthrough point this time. They resolved to diligently enter seclusion, should they achieve the consummation of their golden core. The attainment of the nascent soul would surely be within reach. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they dedicated themselves to their cultivation. Even as nascent soul practitioners, the two still maintained a habit of sleep. Previously, they had been too anxious to rest, unable to find solace in slumber. Now, having discovered a safe haven, they felt no urgency to cultivate immediately. Lin Qingwan nestled into Yihan's embrace, unable to suppress a yawn, and, with her eyes closed, sought a comfortable position. Deciding to resume her cultivation the following day, Yihan responded with a soft acknowledgement. However, the next day, they found themselves unable to cultivate, for they had not awakened. The two slept deeply, as if the once persistent pain in their meridians and dantian had subsided. Most importantly, with their slumber, the spiritual energy within their dantian and meridians began to nourish their injured organs, gradually mending their wounds. The cave was filled with minimal demonic energy, yet abundant spiritual energy, allowing the pair to cultivate blissfully. They resolved to wait until nightfall to continue their practice, as the power of the stars and moonlight proved more beneficial for their cultivation. Chapter 82. Tranquility. Su Xian, Qingfeng, and the others, upon emerging from their meditative state, peered outside their dwelling. They beheld only 4 large, square solar lamps illuminating the stone walls, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of dripping water. Apart from that, the cave was enveloped in a serene stillness, exuding an aura of peaceful passage of time. Unable to resist, several of them stretched languidly and ventured out of their rooms. Observing the lack of movement from the neighboring chamber, Qingfeng lightly patted his stomach, approached the door, and leaned against the wooden wall, clearing his throat. Yet, there was still no response from within. Su Xian retrieved his phone, glancing at the date and time displayed upon its screen. 12 days have passed. They should have reached a conclusion by now, shouldn't they? He mused. He descended the stairs and approached Qingfeng, clearing his throat with deliberate force, prompting both to gaze upwards at the silent upper floor. No sound emerged from above. Meanwhile, MASU-MANHUA opened her door, her expression one of bemusement as she regarded the two. "It's 3:30 in the morning," she remarked. Su Xian replied, "Aren't they in the midst of cultivation? What does the time matter?" Bai Tong, exasperated by their indecisiveness, leaned out of the window and called out, "Sister Qingwan, I'm hungry." Su Xian furrowed his brow, pondering the depth of their meditation. MASU-MANHUA's worry began to creep in as she stepped outside, considering the possibility that Qingwan might have sustained severe injuries and fainted without anyone's knowledge. Surely not. Su Xian thought skeptically. After all, Qingwan's spiritual recovery was remarkably effective. Nonetheless, they could not resist the urge to ascend and investigate. At that moment, Lin Qingwan was leaning against Yihan's shoulder, gazing up at the sparse stars twinkling in the night sky. None of these stars were familiar to her. Apart from the moon, which remained unchanged, everything felt strange. Yihan wrapped an arm around her and said, "We can get to know them anew." Lin Qingwan smiled and nodded in agreement. The two nestled together in a serene silence, their gaze directed towards the central region. Although it was late, flickering lights continued to dance in that direction, and Lin Qingwan, lacking interest in probing further, understood instinctively that a conflict was unfolding. It seemed everyone had abandoned their search for them, refocusing their efforts on the heart of the central area. Yihan rested his hand upon the sword at his side. His life sword and the Qingyu sword intertwined in appearance, yet lacking true forging. This resemblance was merely superficial. He sensed the disdain the Qingyu sword held for his life sword, while his life sword reciprocated with hostility towards the Qingyu sword. He resolved to find time to reforge them, uniting the two swords in earnest. In their prior confrontations, he had barely harnessed a fraction of the Qingyu sword's potential, and the Qingyu sword had adversely affected his life sword. It was only when he was drawn into the Sanwa Golden Cauldron, nearly being refined by it, that the two swords momentarily reconciled, collaborating to facilitate his escape. He understood that this was a celestial sword of remarkable caliber, far beyond his current ability to refine. Otherwise, it would not have revealed its brilliance, causing the Sanwa Golden Cauldron to submit and instantaneously betray the Shuangyuan Jinren, recognizing Yihan as its master. Lin Qingwan also examined his sword and remarked with a smile, from the choices made by the Qingyu sword and the Sanwa Golden Cauldron, it is evident that Shuangyuan Jinren is not a virtuous individual. The Qingyu sword aside, the Sanwa Golden Cauldron's decision to sever ties with Shuangyuan Jinren and acknowledge Yihan as its master speaks volumes about the character of the former. The Sanwa Golden Cauldron's betrayal of Shuangyuan Jinren certainly came at a cost. Yihan explained, the Sanwa Golden Cauldron possesses a cauldron spirit, yet it has kept this from Shuangyuan Jinren, who believes it is still nurturing the cauldron spirit, hence his lack of vigilance. Otherwise, I would not have escaped so easily. However, this is merely a temporary reprieve. Yihan was acutely aware that this tranquility was fleeting, for there remained but a month until the 3-month deadline. Once the time elapsed and the secret realm closed, Countless dangers would undoubtedly await them. Not to mention, the means of exiting the secret realm was a critical concern. As they pondered, the two simultaneously turned to gaze down the mountain. Qingfeng and Beitong's heads emerged from the mountaintop, and though Lin Qingwan had already heard their approach, she was still startled, instinctively leaning back, only to be steadied by Yihan. With a hint of annoyance, Yihan kicked forward, causing Qingfeng and Beitong to float upward with a whoosh, expressing their displeasure. "Why kick us on the head?" Yihan retorted. "Are you even human?" Lin Qingwan glared at them, questioning their lack of awareness about how frightening ghosts could be. "Can't you simply walk up? If not, at least use a flying artifact." Beitong floated aimlessly, responding, "There's no need for that. We're accustomed to being ghosts, and it's not a long journey." He then hovered directly in front of Lin Qingwan, his head upside down, asking Sister Qingwan, "Why are you awake at this late hour? A midnight snack would suffice. Why gaze at the stars and moon? You've been married for so many years. Haven't you exhausted the discussion of poetry, songs, and life's aspirations?" Lin Qingwan pushed his head away, firmly stating, "Behave normally. We are here to cultivate." Beitong pouted, "I'm hungry." Lin Qingwan replied, "Have you finished all the snacks you brought?" She contemplated preparing a pot of congee to appease them, though that seemed implausible. During the process of cooking, one person would pull out a bit of ingredients, and another would contribute as well, leading Yihan to end up with an abundance. Eventually, Lin Qingwan found a relatively flat area to set up a large table, where everyone laid out their offerings, enjoying breakfast beneath the stone drip. Despite the absence of a visible sky, the ambience was quite pleasant. Lin Qingwan took a moment to inquire, "How are your injuries faring?" Xian replied, "It will take no less than 3 to 5 years for full recovery." Qingfeng added, "We need to find a place to retreat and cultivate. I sense I am on the verge of a breakthrough, and combined with healing, it will require around 5 to 6 years." Yihan and Lin Qingwan exchanged glances, a shared thought intensifying in their hearts. Lin Qingwan stated, "We must seek out Lu Zichen." "For what purpose?"
Susi and Wen.
"He is always with the disciples of the Qihong sect. Approaching him might compromise our whereabouts. While I trust him, I cannot be certain of his fellow disciples. We need to inquire about the circumstances of the Xuanma secret realm. Previously, we only learned that the realm opens once every 10 years, but I neglected to ask him what happens if someone remains within it." Su Xian's brow furrowed. "Are you suggesting that we hide within the secret realm indefinitely?" Lin Qingwan responded, "If it is possible." "That seems unlikely." MASU-MANHUA hesitated. 10 years is merely a fleeting moment for cultivators. If one could remain within the secret realm, countless individuals would choose to do so, given the abundance of resources available. Therefore, it is imperative that we locate Lu Zichen. Chapter 83. Emergence at this moment. Where could Lu Zichen be? The 6 of them collectively gazed towards the central area. Su Xian stated gravely, "I believe we should not act as a single unit. The target is too conspicuous. The most effective strategy would be to form pairs." The gentle breeze nodded solemnly, affirming that Qingwan must indeed accompany them, for she was the swiftest in her escape. With her presence, unless they encountered a transcendent being, she was undoubtedly the one most likely to evade capture. MASU-MANHUA proposed, "Let us also bring along the most formidable warrior, and then we shall be well prepared." Bai Tong nodded earnestly in agreement, while Lin Qingwan and Yihan exchanged glances of disbelief. At this moment, Lu Zichen and his fellow disciples had just arrived at the central area. This was the Hall of Trials, where the timing of entry bore no significance. Thus, the cultivators gathered here were in no rush to enter. In fact, entering early could prove disadvantageous, as the vicinity was likely riddled with those seeking to ambush and seize opportunities from others. The treasures within the Hall of Trials were off-limits for theft, for even a transcendent cultivator could not breach its protective barriers, and no one was foolish enough to attempt to seize opportunities within. However, once cultivators completed their trials and claimed their rewards. They would emerge from the Hall of Trials without the sanctuary it provided. Consequently, conflicts and robberies were commonplace. Disciples from large sects like Lu Zichen's, boasting numerous companions, remained untroubled. In contrast, smaller teams or solitary cultivators often opted to wait until the final 5 days to enter. Typically, after successfully completing the trials, one could devise a means of escape from the secret realm upon exiting the hall. Thus, many lingered outside the hall at this time. The members of the Qihong sect were also in no haste to enter. They first sought a suitable spot to establish their temporary encampment. Although referred to as establishing camp, it merely entailed finding a patch of ground to sit cross-legged and meditate, exchanging intelligence and formulating plans for their impending entry. Lu Zicheng remained somewhat detached, seated alone to one side, while Wu Tsunjian positioned himself beside him, casting a barrier to shield their conversation. He then inquired, "Has anyone else been probing into their whereabouts?" Lu Zicheng replied, "Merely a few whispered remarks in private. They dare not make a fuss. Otherwise, if Mei Shuangming were to catch wind of it, we would all face dire consequences." He let out a cold chuckle, adding, "We are not like them, capable of escaping the grasp of a transformation stage cultivator. In the realm of cultivation, numerous methods exist for tracking individuals. To cite one example, the aura of a communication talisman serves as a valuable clue. Yet, only this particular group is aware of the close ties between Lu Zicheng and the others. Outsiders of the Qihong sect, even if curious, would hesitate to press him too hard, given the presence of so many fellow disciples. Conversely, Lu Zicheng's brothers have indeed made discreet inquiries. Although Yihan's Qingyu sword is a celestial weapon, they are not particularly envious, for they are not sword cultivators. A celestial sword, while exquisite, is of little use to them. However, the Samwa Golden Cauldron is a remarkable artifact for refining. The Qihong sect, being primarily focused on crafting, would find great fortune in acquiring such a spiritual treasure. It would be akin to possessing an extraordinary advantage. Many remain envious, yet Lu Zicheng has not divulged anything. His fellow disciples cannot compel him to speak. Moreover, the Qihong sect, being a prominent sect, would not betray their own friends for the sake of a single spiritual treasure. Wu Tsunjian's situation mirrored that of Lu Zicheng. They exchanged glances and sighed deeply, both filled with concern for the fate of their companions. Yihan and Lin Qingwan discovered the communication talisman belonging to Lu Zichen and resolved to seek a location where they could send him a message, ideally to meet him in person, as they had numerous inquiries they wished to pose. The two gazed sorrowfully at the mobile phone on the table, lamenting that had they known better when gifting him the device initially, they should have installed a source program on it, enabling direct communication at this moment. Su Xian stroked his chin and remarked, "That is a sound idea. Perhaps we should present him with a new phone?" Lin Qingwan pondered, considering that if they were to remain in the secret realm, it would be prudent to acquire greater knowledge of the external cultivation world. The communication talisman could only penetrate the secret realm during its activation. Thus, after much contemplation, Yihan and Lin Qingwan, along with the other four, cast their votes, ultimately reaching a unanimous decision to replace Lu Zichen's phone. Having made their resolution, Lin Qingwan took Yihan, and they promptly teleported to the cave where Su Xian had previously sought refuge, releasing the talisman to seek Lu Zichen while they concealed themselves. Upon receiving the talisman, Lu Zichen was momentarily bewildered. He hesitated, contemplating whether someone had orchestrated a trap or if Yihan and the others genuinely wished to contact him. After a brief internal struggle, he resolutely decided to investigate. Naturally, he would not be foolish enough to go alone, so he enlisted the company of his close friend, Wu Xian. As the designated meeting place was not far, they arrived shortly. Upon reaching the location, they found the area eerily quiet, devoid of any figures. Prompting Lu Zichen to furrow his brow, Wu Xian inquired, "Could it be a false message?" The invisible Yihan and Lin Qingwan emerged from behind the tree. dispelling their cloaking formation. Upon seeing them unharmed, Lu Zichen widened his eyes slightly. Are you alright? Why aren't you recuperating? What brings you here? There are numerous cultivators around. Aren't you afraid of being discovered and skinned alive? Yihan confidently replied, We are not afraid. They cannot catch us. Lu Zichen pondered this and realized that if even the transformation stage cultivators could not capture them, then their own group of nascent soul cultivators stood no chance. Even if they were a collective, 1 plus 1 might not necessarily equal 2. Thus, Lu Zichen dismissed his concerns and led them directly into the cave, asking, So, what is it that you seek from me? We wish to inquire about certain matters. Yihan briefly outlined their situation, primarily concerning the issues surrounding the secret realm. Lu Zichen responded, You can forget about asking me how to exit the secret realm, for I have no means to assist you. Even now, a considerable number of people are gathered at the entrance, all keeping watch for you. Wu Xian added, Not only are they watching for you, but every cultivator who exits the secret realm ahead of schedule will undergo scrutiny, both overt and covert. It is said that Mei Shuangming has taken action, assembling the members of the Cultivators Alliance to encircle you in 3 separate teams. Mei Shuangming has proclaimed that even if you turn to ashes, he will recognize you if you pass before him. Yihan and Lin Qingwan exchanged glances, their apprehension deepening. They dared not pass before him now. However, they still posed the question they most longed to ask. What if they chose to remain in the secret realm until the next opening? Luo Zichen furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering a question he had never truly considered before. Those who were inadvertently left behind in the secret realm rarely ever reappeared when the realm reopened. They essentially vanished from the world of cultivation, leaving no trace behind. Thus, it was improbable that anyone would intentionally remain within the confines of the secret realm.